From this day forth, you shall remain at Sun Dao Peak. You are my second disciple, and, most likely, the last. The middle-aged man spoke casually, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. However, your esteemed master is about to embark on a journey. In your future cultivation, remember to consult your senior sister often, and heed her words. Here, this is your token of apprenticeship. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually tossed a storage ring to Su Yin, and then turned, transforming into a wisp of cloud, vanishing into the horizon. Su Yin caught the ring and gazed towards the direction his master had departed, exasperatedly placing a hand on his forehead. Have I become a mere convenience for a master? He sat upon the stone slab, lapsing into silence, preferring to indulge in quiet contemplation for a while. In this lifetime, Su Yin was born in a remote village. Perhaps due to having forgotten to drink the Mengpa soup, he was born with the memories of his past life, leading a simple yet blissful existence for 15 years. At the tender age of 3, he casually recited a poem. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 or 4 leaves, 5 leaves, 6 leaves, 7 or 8 leaves, 9 leaves, 10 leaves, 11 leaves flying to the grass, never to be seen. The villagers, having never been educated, nonetheless regarded Su Yin as a deity, reverently calling him the reincarnation of the literary sage. From that moment on, they showered him with care and attention. However, the only scholar in the village, Mr. Zhang, scoffed at him. He had only just passed the elementary examination and was now preparing for the imperial examination the following year, hoping to become a shiozai. The thought that he, despite his late success, had achieved academic recognition while a mere 3-year-old was being exalted above all, made Mr. Zhang snort in disdain. The villagers laughed at him. What does a 39-year-old elementary scholar have to compare with a 3-year-old child? Mr. Zhang, incensed, slammed the table. You are disgracing the literati. With that, he strode away in a huff. Later, Mr. Zhang indeed failed the imperial examination. In his dejection, he heard once more the 5-year-old Su Yin reciting the poem Quiet Night Thoughts. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect, is frost upon the ground. This verse sent ripples throughout the entire state. A state official even came to visit, expressing his desire to take Su Yin to the Imperial Academy for further study. However, Su Yin shook his head vigorously, and ultimately, the official left in resignation, leaving behind 100 taels of silver. With this 100 taels, along with the diligent efforts of Su Yin's parents, he enjoyed a childhood far more fortunate than the other children in the village. Yet, from that point on, he ceased to compose poetry and settled into a life of ordinariness. He found satisfaction in such a life, and as for his future, he believed he could establish a grand enterprise in commerce, achieving wealth and success. Over the ensuing decade, rumors swirled. The genius youth has ultimately become an ordinary man. How lamentable, how regrettable. Su Yin remained unfazed. His parents were equally unconcerned. For them, Su Yin's happiness and joy were of paramount importance. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt when he turned 15. On that fateful day, celestial beings battled in the skies, 2 figures suspended among the clouds, their powers shaking heaven and earth. Months later, one side was defeated and fled in disarray. Yet, in the clash of immortals, it was the mortals who suffered. The residual aura from their battle enveloped a remote corner of the Dali Empire, infecting many villagers with a toxin for which there was no remedy. At the age of 15, Su Yin covered his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, leading a group of children and the untainted villagers, tearfully departing from their ancestral homeland. As he looked back one last time, he saw his frail, weakened parents waving gently at him. Halfway down the road, he seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to slip away from the group, quietly heading north. Yin Ge has vanished, cried Erdan in panic from the crowd. The old village chief furrowed his brow at the outcry and immediately dispatched someone to search. However, they soon found Su Yin. I must go to the state capital to plead with the officials to save our villagers, Su Yin stated, his eyes calm and resolute, his tone brooking no argument. He had a plan. The Dali Empire valued literature highly. If he could compose some renowned works from his past life, perhaps the celestial beings of the empire would intervene. The old village chief remained silent for a moment, then patted Su Yin's head, sighing, "Child, you do not understand the fate of mortals. No one cares. For us, if we die, we die. That is not the case. Su Yin grasped the village chief's sleeve tightly, his eyes pleading, "Let me try." At the gates of the state capital, Su Yin was ruthlessly pushed aside by the guards. "Get lost. Are you worthy to see the officials?" The guard kicked him away in annoyance. Had it not been for the negative impact of killing someone at the gates, he would have already ended Su Yan's life. "Get out of here!" The guard glared fiercely at him. As the sun began to set, Su Yin collapsed on the ground, his head pounding. He lowered his head, shadows of deep helplessness and despair crossing his eyes. At that moment, perhaps his parents had already perished. All of this was ultimately in vain. "Father, mother, I am returning to accompany you." He turned to retrace his steps. In the twilight, a solitary figure cast a long shadow across the wilderness. "May I hear your poem?" A deep voice resonated. Su Yin looked up to see a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe standing behind him, his shadow, elongated by the setting sun, exuding a formidable presence. Su Yin forced a smile. "If you desire it, I shall give it to you. However, this poem is not my own." Su Yin felt resigned to his fate, yet he did not mind allowing a fine poem to circulate in the world. The Taoist shook his head. "No matter." Taking a deep breath, he softly spoke, "Please listen. This poem is titled Cho Bai Yi. Throwing away Nanyang to worry for the main trouble. Northward expedition and eastern conquests. All strategies laid bare. When the time comes, heaven and earth unite in strength, yet heroes remain unfree." With each word, Su Yin recited earnestly. The Taoist stood by, silently listening. After a long while, the Taoist nodded. "I have finished listening to your poem. It is indeed exquisite." He smiled slightly. "So, is there anything you require of me?" Su Yin bowed deeply, respectfully stating, "Are you perhaps an immortal?" The Taoist pondered for a moment before replying, "I cannot be considered an immortal, merely a person with some understanding." Su Yin did not inquire further, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Elder, please save my parents. In return, I shall unconditionally agree to one request of yours, any request. I shall also reveal to you my greatest secret." Seated again on the stone slab, Su Yin regained his composure, slightly curling his lips in self-mockery. How utterly unreliable. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he sighed helplessly. He had failed to save his parents, and instead had put his own life at risk. Fortunately, this seemingly unworthy master possessed some abilities. At the very least, he had dispelled the toxic light that Su Yin detested and had extended his parents' lives by a month. Though the outcome was destined to remain unchanged, he had managed to leave behind fewer regrets. Lost in thought, a cold voice suddenly broke the silence. "If you are finished, then follow me up the mountain." The voice was as frigid as winter's chill, imbued with a sense of aloofness that kept others at bay. Su Yin looked up to see a woman standing before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her slender waist reminiscent of a delicate willow, her skin as fair as purest jade, and her silver hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Clad in a snow-white gown, she appeared as though an immortal descended to the mortal realm. Yet, her beauty was tinged with an unapproachable coldness. Her clear, icy eyes harbored no hint of emotion, as if frozen for a millennium, unyielding to anyone. This chill did not seem to be directed at Su Yin, but rather appeared to be her inherent nature. Su Yin adjusted his emotions, rose to his feet, forced a smile, and cupped his hands in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting my senior sister." The woman merely responded with a detached She then turned and walked up the mountain, her steps steady and unhurried, never glancing back. Su Yin watched her retreating figure, his gaze resolute, filled with newfound determination. He quickened his pace, calling out, "Senior sister, wait for me." However, as he pursued her, the steep mountain path nearly caused him to stumble several times, leaving him in a state of disarray. The silver-haired woman never turned back, yet her pace seemed to slow slightly, as if granting him permission to follow. Su Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and, taking a deep breath, carefully kept pace behind her. Chapter 2. Lost the following morning. Atop the mist-shrouded Mount Wenda, the world lay in serene silence. Jiang Wan stood at the peak, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her white robes as pure as snow. With a voice as chilling as the winter breeze, she addressed the solitude. "On Mount Wenda, it is only you and I with our master absent. I shall assume the role of the acting peak master." Her gaze subtly descended, landing on Su Yan, who stood 10 feet away. She continued, "Remember, diligent practice is paramount. Do not succumb to laziness, nor stray from the path that I will now impart to you the cultivation techniques of our sect. Remember, this knowledge must not be shared." Su Yan felt an overwhelming chill envelop his heart, causing him to shift his stance slightly. He pondered the formidable aura exuded by this senior sister, realizing that the closest he could approach her was precisely 10 feet. Any closer, and he would be overwhelmed by the cold, which would not thaw. Soon, he mustered the courage to lift his head and, with a hesitant hand, inquired, "Senior sister, may I know your name?" "I am Su Yan." "Your junior brother." Jiang Wan paused momentarily, her icy demeanor softening ever so slightly as she met his gaze. In a calm tone, she replied, "Jiang Wan." "Jiang Wan, senior sister," Su Yan echoed softly. Jiang Wan regarded him briefly before returning her attention to the task at hand. Her voice steady. "I will now teach you the methods of cultivation. The realms of cultivation are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit nourishing, God transformation, void return, harmony, and great ascension." With deliberate clarity, she began her explanation. Jiang Wan possessed unparalleled talent and profound cultivation, yet her solitary nature rendered her communication sparse. Her words often veiled in obscurity. "I have concluded my explanation. You may now attempt to guide your qi within." Jiang Wan observed Su Yan in silence that he stood there, lost in thought for a moment, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he hesitated to speak. "I apologize, senior sister, that I did not comprehend." Jiang Wan's brow furrowed slightly, surprise flickering in her eyes. "You did not understand." Su Yan scratched his head, murmuring, "I am rather dull. Forgive me, senior sister." Though Jiang Wan remained silent, a wave of confusion washed over her. She was decisive and formidable, having quelled her peers with a mere sword strike. Yet now faced with this seemingly inept junior brother, she found herself at an impasse. After a long pause, she spoke softly. "Perhaps my instruction was lacking. Within the sect, there is a class for foundational cultivation. With my token, you may attend as an auditor. The approval and crafting of your personal disciple token will take some time. I shall deliver it to you as soon as it is ready." As she spoke, a silver-white token flew from her sleeve and landed in Su Yan's hand that he caught it, glancing at the engraved characters. 2 elegant words, Jiang Wan. "Thank you, senior sister." Su Yan smiled, nodding, just as he prepared to descend the mountain. A thought struck him, and he turned back to say, "Senior sister, I will return before nightfall that I intend to buy some ingredients and prepare a meal for you." Jiang Wan blinked in surprise, then closed her eyes and sat cross-legged. Her tone indifferent. "Very well." However, moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes, sensing something amiss, her brow knitting together. "You need only procure for yourself. There is no need to cook for me." Before she could finish, Su Yan had vanished from sight. Jiang Wan gazed at the empty mountain path, shaking her head gently before resuming her meditation. The Dao Tian sect was vast and boundless, with hundreds of peaks piercing the clouds. Rivers and mountains interwoven like a celestial realm. Yet, as Su Yan descended Mount Wenda and embarked on a narrow trail, it dawned on him. He seemed to have lost his way. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan remained engrossed in her cultivation. The Dao Tian sect was indeed immense, and it was evident that the singularly focused Jiang Wan had completely overlooked Su Yan's unfamiliarity with the terrain that he stood still, surveying the surrounding peaks and winding paths. Chuckling to himself, "This is quite the predicament." Nevertheless, it was clear that such a challenge would not deter Su Yan. While he was not particularly extroverted, he certainly did not share his senior sister's inclination to keep others at bay. Surely, the other disciples of the sect would be amiable enough. At least, he hoped so. Encouraging himself inwardly, he continued along the mountain path, fiddling with the ink-black storage ring in his hand, his fingers gently tracing its surface. Curiosity and anticipation dancing in his eyes. Regrettably, he could not yet utilize it. He would need to reach the foundation establishment stage and refine his spiritual awareness before unlocking its contents. Of course, he was not in a hurry to discover what lay within. Perhaps this was a test from his somewhat lenient master. After all, on the path of cultivation, one's disposition is equally crucial. One must temper arrogance and impatience. Su Yan shook his head, muttering to himself, "It would be simpler to have my senior sister assist me in unlocking it, but that hardly seems necessary." As he pondered, he heard voices ahead. Instinctively, he looked up to see 5 young disciples by the roadside. 3 males and 2 females, all clad in Taoist robes and wielding swords, clearly fellow disciples of the Daotian sect. However, their expressions were markedly different from Jiang Wan's cold indifference. They were animated and lively. One young man, sword at his back, gazed at a nearby girl with a mix of eagerness and tenderness. Lu Shimi, would you care to join me for the Lantern Festival in 3 months? It is said that the Dali Empire has been preparing for quite some time. It would also serve as a fine opportunity to hone our resolve. The girl, addressed as Lu Shimi, smiled gently, shaking her head in refusal. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother, but I have other matters to attend to at that time. You may wish to seek another companion. With that, her gaze drifted towards a quiet young man standing nearby, her eyes revealing a flicker of expectation. Observing this scene, Su Yan felt a peculiar sensation, unable to suppress a sigh. In our ranks, love and hate are laid bare, without a hint of concealment. Yet before he could contemplate further, the 5 had noticed his presence. The 2 girls' eyes fell upon him almost instantaneously. He stood there in a fresh Taoist robe, his features handsome and refined, exuding an aura of warmth and gentility. Though he lacked a certain sharpness, there was an inherent ease and naturalness about him, particularly accentuated by his exquisitely attractive visage, which could easily be described as ethereal. Greetings to all esteemed seniors. Su Yan waved instinctively, his smile genuine and unpretentious. One of the girls in yellow, her eyes lighting up with interest, responded with a cheerful wave. Hello, little junior brother. I don't believe we've met before. Are you a new disciple? You seem to be in need of assistance, am I right? Her voice was melodious and inviting. Imbued with a touch of amiability, Su Yan halted, politely clasping his hands. Greetings. Senior sister. I am indeed a new disciple. I would like to inquire where I might find the class that covers the basics of qi refinement. A newcomer, you say? The girl in yellow beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. I am Lin Kur. You may call me Sister Kur. Pleasure to meet you. Sister Kur, I am Su Yan, he replied courteously. Lin Kur seemed even more intrigued by him now. Continuing with a smile, the lecture hall is a bit far from here. Would you like me to escort you there? Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with a smile. That would be wonderful. Sister Kur, no need for formality, Lin Kur chimed, her face radiant with joy. She gestured lightly. Come along, little junior brother. Yes, Su Yan followed Lin Kur. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that not all disciples of the Daotian sect were as cold as his senior sister. Sister Lin Kur was notably approachable. As for the others standing nearby, the final young man with sword-like brows wore a complicated expression, letting out a soft huff, seemingly displeased with Lin Kur's attention towards Su Yan. Meanwhile, the girl known as Lu Shimi merely smiled faintly, her gaze towards Su Yan carrying a hint of appraisal. Chapter 3. Such things should not occur. Lin Kur soared through the air with remarkable speed. Harboring her own intentions, if this delicate youth were to falter, she would seize the opportunity to interject. Fear not, little junior brother. Simply wrap your arms around my waist. Of course, Lin Kur could only think this. As she noticed, Su Yan displayed no fear whatsoever. His eyes were filled only with wonder and curiosity. His innate spiritual strength truly this formidable, even without having cultivated, while she was intrigued. She refrained from voicing her thoughts. Before long, the pair arrived at the sect's lecture hall. Junior brother, we have arrived just in time. The lecturer for the Qi refinement class is currently presenting. After a brief pause, Lin Kur added, Su Yan, you may go on in. I shall return later to escort you back. Thank you, Sister Kur, Su Yan exclaimed, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a high-grade spirit stone, which he offered to her. Though he could not yet unlock the storage ring gifted by his master, his diligent senior sister had provided him with a generous supply of spirit stones. Lin Kur gasped in astonishment. A high-grade spirit stone? Her cheeks flushed slightly as her eyes glimmered with desire for the exquisite stone, her heart fluttering with excitement. Nevertheless, she extended her hand, gently pushing it back, saying, This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Kur lowered her gaze, astonished that this graceful youth was so extravagantly generous, presenting a high-grade spirit stone without hesitation. In his 2 lifetimes, Su Yan could certainly discern the thoughts of the young maiden before him. He blinked and placed the spirit stone in her hand, whispering softly, It's nothing. Sister Kurt, my senior sister, has gifted me many of these spirit stones. Senior sister? He has such an exceptional senior sister? One must understand that someone so affluent could not possibly be an ordinary disciple of any sect. She was inclined to inquire which peak Su Yin belonged to, yet she refrained from speaking, knowing that she would soon escort him back and discover the answer herself. With this thought, Lin Kuer's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I shall thank you. Junior brother, I will come to fetch you later. All right, thank you, Sister Kuer. Ahead lay the entrance to the academy, which turned out to be far larger than Su Yin had anticipated. It was divided into several sections according to cultivation realms. However, the first section was the Qi refining area, which did not require Su Yin to spend time searching. Outside the academy, numerous sect disciples had gathered. As cultivators, their hearing was exceptional. Some disciples, reluctant to expend their hard-earned points to enter, lingered outside to eavesdrop. The gatekeeper disciples had no choice but to turn a blind eye, as the crowd was too large, mostly consisting of impoverished disciples from the lower echelons of the sect. Just as Su Yin prepared to enter, the gatekeeper disciple frowned and said, Junior brother, you must present your sect token and pay 20 points to enter and listen to the lecture from the senior Dada? Is that so? All right. Every new disciple entering the mountain should be informed of these rules. Did your senior sister not tell you? My senior sister did not mention it. What about your master? My master brought me to the mountain gate and left, instructing me to learn from my senior sister. At this revelation, the surrounding disciples were taken aback, casting sympathetic glances at him, as if they had found a kindred spirit in their shared plight. If his master taught him nothing, how could he still claim to be his master? As fellow disciples, they felt a sense of shared grievance. Most of the surrounding disciples were indignant. They were marginal disciples who had not received much attention, and thus resorted to eavesdropping. After all, they felt a sense of camaraderie with Su Yin, recognizing him as one of their own. Yet, even so, they had received the teachings that were due to them. Such an irresponsible master was indeed rare. Very well, take out your token and enter. This time, you only need to pay 15 points. The gatekeeper disciple's voice softened slightly. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yin felt a wave of gratitude toward this gatekeeper. After all, it was his senior sister's sect points he was spending. If he could save, he would. The gatekeeper disciple waved his hand, took out his own token, and paid 5 points at the stone tablet. He then turned his gaze towards Su Yin. Now, present your token and place it on the stone tablet. Before long, a snow-white token was produced by Su Yin, which he gently pressed against the stone tablet. The gatekeeper disciple and the surrounding cultivators were left dumbfounded. When did the sect have pure white tokens? The crowd stared in disbelief, but soon, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The stone tablet emitted a faint glow, and after deducting 15 points, the remaining balance left everyone in shock. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, brother, father, grandfather, is an ancestor from some peak returning? Su Yin himself was taken aback. Was his senior sister truly this wealthy? However, he quickly regained his composure, bowed slightly to the gatekeeper disciple, and swiftly entered the lecture hall. The gatekeeper disciple took a long moment to recover, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, You owe me 5 points. Outside, a lively discussion had already begun. The crowd did not know Su Yin, but the token was too conspicuous, even though few recognized it. Someone exclaimed, That seems to be the token of senior sister Jiangwan from the Winda Peak. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in shock, their mouths agape. In no way. This must be fake. How could he possibly possess senior sister Jiangwan's token? Fake, fake. Stop struggling. The points on that token cannot be forged. And if his master truly neglects him, with only his senior sister teaching him, then everything aligns to AT. That moment, a voice rang out, silencing the crowd once more. Did we not just pity him? Indeed, indeed. It's fine, fine. There's still a foolish one who just gave him 5 points. With that, the crowd cast teasing glances at the gatekeeper disciple, who remained silent, standing resolutely at the entrance. Listening or not is irrelevant. I simply wish to see that junior brother from earlier. He seems somewhat dashing. I too wish to enter and have a look. Gatekeeper senior brother, I am here to pay my points now. At this moment, a disciple hesitated, glancing at the gatekeeper, who wore a forced smile. All right, 25 points to enter. The gatekeeper disciple smirked, adding, Based on the number of disciples entering each day, I, as the manager, have the authority to adjust the entry points at my discretion. Everyone, oh no, please don't let this happen. Woo-woo, this is such a terrible situation. Woo, I just want to enter and listen. Chapter 4. ancestor or suffering soul upon entering the academy, Su Yin looked ahead. Though termed an academy, to him, it resembled a series of open-air barbecue stalls. Each lecturer sat cross-legged, their expressions stern, surrounded by 7 or 8 disciples. The lecturers either discussed the essentials of qi refinement or addressed the disciples' cultivation queries, creating an atmosphere that was quite orderly. However, Su Yan's gaze was quickly drawn to a rather discordant corner. His eyes lit up as he instinctively halted his steps to observe closely in that corner of the academy. A lecturer lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, covered only by a crude wooden board, which seemed to serve as his blanket. The individual appeared languid, sleeping soundly, with the corners of his mouth even curling into a slight smile. Exuding a sense of utter relaxation, Su Yin pondered for a moment. Based on his experiences from previous novels, those who appeared out of place were either ancestors or suffering souls at this moment. The peculiar lecturer clearly stood out as someone incongruous. Evidently, there was no evidence to suggest he was a suffering soul. Thus, the likelihood of him being an ancestor was exceedingly high. The sleeping lecturer did not seem to attract the favor of the disciples, as there wasn't a single student seeking knowledge nearby. However, this was understandable. Who would approach an old man lying on the ground in deep slumber to seek enlightenment? Without further hesitation, Su Yin stepped towards that corner. Humming an unknown tune. Yun, listen to me. Today, I shall speak of you. The sleeping lecturer seemed to sense something, slightly furrowing his brow, yet he remained too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Su Yin crouched before him, gently tapping the wooden board, his tone respectful. Esteemed lecturer, I have a question I would like to seek your guidance on. The lecturer turned over, causing the wooden board to slip to the ground, revealing his rather disheveled face, unkempt hair, remnants of uncleaned wine stains on his face, making him appear less like a high-ranking cultivator and more like a destitute drunkard. Who? He mumbled indistinctly, his eyelids finally managing to open a crack. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Yin, the moment matched perfectly. Yet, it was unclear which esteemed elder he was. Su Yin suppressed his excitement at this moment. This old man seemed to have "I am a master" written all over his forehead. It's me, esteemed senior. Su Yin beamed, continuing, I have recently joined the Dao Tian sect and encountered some challenges in my cultivation that I thought to seek your esteemed guidance. Seek guidance? The man yawned, appearing somewhat amused by the phrase. I am just an old man living off scraps, and you want me to lecture you. Saying this, he deliberately emphasized the word lecture, which carried a hint of mockery. Su Yin remained unperturbed, his smile growing even brighter. Esteemed senior, please do not be modest. A person of your caliber, a transcendent being, surely looks down upon the rankings of mere lecturers. However, I have observed your extraordinary bearing and unique demeanor. Simply your aura places you at the pinnacle of the sect. If you could offer me even a sliver of guidance, it would be a stroke of fortune in my 3 lifetimes. This compliment, laced with sincerity, momentarily stunned the disheveled lecturer, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The corners of Gui Chen's mouth lifted. You, little brat, certainly know how to speak. Extraordinary bearing, great power? Hee. Interesting, very interesting. The lecturer rubbed his chin, seemingly pleased by Su Yan's attitude. He lazily sat up, stretched, and yawned, saying, All right, seeing your keen perception, I shall show some mercy and casually offer you a few pointers. With that, his gaze sharpened, and his voice lost some of its previous nonchalance. Esteemed senior, I would like to inquire about the methods of qi refinement. Gui Chen raised his eyes to Su Yin, replying coolly, qi refinement involves adjusting the rhythm of one's breathing to slowly draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while gradually exhaling the impure air, thereby purifying the internal organs, opening the meridians, and enhancing one's physical aptitude, making it easier to absorb spiritual energy. After a brief pause, he continued, the Dao Tian sect possesses 2 methods for cultivating qi. One is the stable breath technique, and the other is the circulating breath method. Both are publicly available practices for the disciples of the sect. While they may not be the most exceptional, they are certainly adequate for laying a solid foundation. These techniques purify the internal organs, open the meridians, and enhance the physical constitution, allowing one's body to absorb spiritual energy more readily. At this juncture, Gui Chen abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze piercing as he looked at Su Yin. So, what your master taught you, which method is it? Su Yin respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Respected elder, it is neither of those. The method taught to me by my senior sister is called the extreme balance technique. Su Yin noticed the old man in front of him seemed to fall into silence, deep in thought. After a moment, the elder spoke in a subdued tone. Is your senior sister the one from the Tao Summit? Then you are also from the Tao Summit. Without waiting for Su Yin to respond, he continued, do not be disheartened. Throughout the generations, the few who have been directly taught by Tao Tian and managed to build a foundation using this method are exceedingly rare, while others are not even qualified to practice. Gui Chen's tone grew colder, laced with a hint of disdain. I have encountered her. Her talent is indeed remarkable, yet in other aspects, she is woefully inadequate. She did not even greet me, showing a complete lack of decorum that it is likely her first time imparting teachings, and I doubt she could articulate her thoughts clearly. Upon hearing this, Su Yin frowned slightly. In his eyes, his senior sister was beyond reproach, imparting top-tier cultivation techniques, bestowing spiritual stones and sect tokens without fail. How could she be deemed entirely lacking in the words of this old man? With this thought, Su Yin subtly clasped his hands together, his tone calm yet tinged with coldness. If the elder is unwilling to teach, I shall seek another master that I take my leave. Having said that, Su Yin turned to leave, his steps resolute, showing no sign of hesitation. Gui Chun was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such decisiveness, and immediately called out, come back. Su Yan's pace remained unbroken, as if he had not heard. Gui Chen's expression turned awkward, eventually letting out a sigh. Very well, I apologize to your senior sister. I misspoke earlier. I take back what I said. Su Yan halted his steps, turning around with a smile. He replied, all right, elder, I accept your apology on behalf of my senior sister. Gui Chen remarked, but you've only known her for a few days. Why are you defending her so ardently? Have you been completely enchanted by her? Internally, Gui Chun was incredulous. However, his sentiments towards Jiang Wan were rooted in reason. During the sect's grand competition, all the prodigies of his lineage were thoroughly defeated by her alone. Thus, he had secluded himself for a long time. Believing it was his failure as a mentor that led to such a humiliating defeat, it wasn't until Jiang Wan emerged, dominating all the talents of this era, that his guilt evaporated entirely. Clearly, it was not his teaching that was at fault. Rather, Jiang Wan was simply too extraordinary. Of course, regarding Su Yin, Gui Chun was entirely mistaken. He did not grasp the depth of gratitude Su Yin felt towards the peak master. Should the elder demand his life, Su Yin would likely comply without hesitation. And now, with his master absent, Su Yin had transferred that gratitude to his senior sister. This was independent of what kind of person she was. After a brief moment, Gui Chun, growing impatient, waved his hand. All right, let us begin. Since your senior sister wishes for you to practice the extreme balance technique, I shall teach you. Draw forth the spirit and return to the origin. Let the true qi take form. With that, Gui Chun pointed to Su Yin's brow. Quickly, channel your qi to flow with my spiritual energy. Yin and yang converge. All phenomena return to one. Let the qi follow the spirit's lead. Extreme balance. Instantly, a small figure appeared in Su Yan's mind. It was Gui Chun himself that Su Yin observed as the miniature version of Gui Chun practiced the extreme balance technique in his consciousness. The figure was transparent, and the flow of spiritual energy was laid bare. Before long, a sphere of qi gradually formed around the miniature Gui Chun. Time seemed to freeze, and Su Yin felt a jolt of enlightenment. Hastily bowing in gratitude, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. It must be said, the disparity in teaching levels between the two was indeed vast. Su Yin felt as if he could give it a try. This time, he understood, or rather, he comprehended, and no longer lost in thought. Su Yin settled into a meditative posture. Not long after, the wind began to stir, and spiritual energy converged upon Su Yin. Gui Chun suppressed his own shock. Forcing a facade of nonchalance, with a wave of his hand, a small pile of exquisite spiritual stones appeared around Su Yin. He stifled the pain in his heart, gently pointing. The exquisite spiritual stones turned to ash. Instantly, spiritual energy enveloped Su Yin. As he condensed the sphere of qi, it felt as if someone had given him a push, causing the spiritual energy around him to surge rapidly. Before long, the first sphere of qi solidified. However, the influx of spiritual energy into his body continued unabated. Su Yin did not cease his cultivation until the third sphere of qi was formed, successfully advancing to the third level of qi cultivation. Chapter 5. The Great Benefactor on Tao Summit. Jiang Wan, who was seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt as though she had forgotten something important. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. Her foolish junior brother was descending the mountain for the first time and likely did not know the way. With this thought, a twinge of guilt surfaced within Jiang Wan. After hundreds of years of solitary cultivation, she finally had a junior brother, yet she had failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a senior sister. But why hadn't he returned to find her? As this notion crossed her mind, Jiang Wan furrowed her brow, the flicker of guilt gradually transforming into worry. She ceased her meditation, her figure vanishing from Tao Summit as she sped down the mountain. She intended to check on the academy. However, just as she reached the halfway point, her steps abruptly halted, and she froze in place. Wait, where is the academy? Having spent 300 years in cultivation, most of that time had been on Tao Summit, while the rest was spent battling on behalf of the sect, gaining a formidable reputation across the continent and overshadowing the prodigies of other sects, thereby elevating Dao Tian's sect status. Her master had often been absent from the mountain, even giving her the peak master token long ago. In comparison to her master, the sect leader was evidently more responsible, personally delivering resources and addressing cultivation inquiries every so often. Should I seek the sect leader to take me to the academy? Jiang Wan shook her head, dismissing the notion as poor. Ahead, a woman in yellow flew by, her expression seemingly excited that, oh yeah, I'm going to fetch that little junior brother. Soon, I'll find out which peak he belongs to. Wait a moment, a cool voice interrupted, causing Lin Ku to halt in her tracks. She turned around fluidly, her demeanor shifting entirely. Until she laid eyes on the figure in white, her emotions had remained remarkably steady. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Jiang, senior sister. I greet you. Yes, could you please take me to the academy? Thank you. With that, a piece of top-grade spiritual stone flew from her hand into Lin Ku's grasp. Lin Ku, at this moment, was filled with a hint of existential doubt as she stared at the second top-grade spiritual stone she had acquired today. Both requests being to guide them to the academy. As a gossip enthusiast, it was inevitable that Lin Ku would connect the two occurrences. However, she quickly dismissed all such thoughts. Some matters are taboo and not to be discussed. Jiang Wan was one of them. Clearing her mind of the chaotic thoughts, Lin Ku donned a respectful expression. Senior sister, please follow me. She would not inquire why Jiang Wan needed her to lead the way to the academy. There was no need for such questioning. It would be foolish to turn down spiritual stones. Meanwhile, at the academy, Su Yan was finding his cultivation increasingly effortless. As the sun set, its golden rays illuminated Su Yan's face, accentuating the brilliance of his bright eyes, creating a scene as picturesque as a painted scroll. Such a newcomer drew the attention of numerous students, with many stealing glances and blushing at the sight of him. In the distance, as Jiang Wan observed Su Yan's practice, for some reason, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that her teaching abilities were lacking, rather than her little junior brother being insufficiently talented. On the contrary, being accepted as a disciple by her master was indicative of extraordinary potential. However, having lived this way for hundreds of years, there was no need for her to make any changes. The next moment, she intended to return to her own cultivation, but her gaze fell upon a certain girl. This moment, Lin Ku approached Su Yan with an exuberant demeanor, bouncing as she exclaimed, "Junior brother, you're amazing." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Even as a fully realized cultivator, her reverence for Su Yan remained unaffected. Su Yan winked at her, relishing the compliment. Yet, he still possessed the spiritedness of youth. He then pulled another top-grade spiritual stone from his pouch and handed it to her. Instantly, the entire Qi cultivation hall fell into a brief silence. The next moment, a chorus of praise erupted. This junior brother is truly dashing and exceptionally talented. This little junior brother is fantastic. I genuinely mean it. It's not just for the top-grade spiritual stone. However, after receiving the spiritual stone, Lin Ku was quick-witted, almost immediately whisking Su Yan away. Junior brother Su, no amount of spiritual stones can compare to your charm. At this moment, Lin Ku couldn't help but smile wryly. The world of the wealthy truly was beyond her comprehension. Having said this, she intended to return the top-grade spiritual stone, but Su Yan spoke first. Senior sister, keep it that I may trouble you again in the future. All right, great benefactor. By the way, Ku, Do you know where I can buy vegetables in the sect? Come, I'll take you there. What do you need? It's on me. Dao Tian sect's vegetable market, or rather, the Dao Tian sect's trading area. Su Yin gazed at the various cuts of mountain pig meat before him, standing before a lean, shrewd-looking middle-aged man. This junior brother, what I have here is nothing short of exquisite mountain boar meat. Merely 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones for £1. An honest deal for both young and old. The middle-aged man wore an expression that suggested he felt cheated. Su Yin smiled faintly, his tone amiable. The quality is indeed commendable. I shall take 1 piece of low-grade spirit stone. Very well. I will prepare it for you immediately. What? 1 piece of spirit stone? Surely the owner is not attempting to swindle me. I distinctly saw the previous customer purchase it at this price, this moment. The owner's face shifted, swiftly concealing his anger, and sighed. Well, junior brother, since I see we are fated, I shall sell it to you for 1 piece of spirit stone that if it were for myself. Such trouble would be unnecessary. However, Lin Kuer was insistent on paying. Thus, Su Yin had no choice but to employ his bargaining skills from his past life. After some negotiation, all the ingredients cost him merely 4 pieces of spirit stones. Subsequently, Su Yin procured a few more dishes, and upon ensuring he had everything, he began to contemplate returning. The senior sister must be waiting anxiously, but worry not, I shall return shortly to provide sustenance. Su Yin thought to himself, glancing at Lin Kuer beside him. Sister Kuer, I am done shopping. Could you kindly use your sword to take me back? Let us go, esteemed benefactor. By the way, where should I take you? Little junior brother, Lin Kuer, exhibiting great discretion, did not directly inquire about his peak. Please take me to the foot of the Windafing mountain. Understood. Lin Kuer appeared calm, yet her expression could hardly be described as anything less than astonished. Fortunately, her back was turned to Su Yin, preventing him from noticing anything amiss. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Senior sister, I am back. Su Yin felt a surge of excitement. If only his senior sister could see that he had broken through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation, it would surely delight her. Inside the room, Jiang Wan slightly opened her eyes, the red glow fading. She gently replied, I understand. Senior sister, I bought some vegetables, but I was unsure of your preferences, so I purchased a bit extra. Would you like to take a look? Inside, Jiang Wan remained silent. Though she had initially intended to decline, she recalled she had seemingly agreed earlier in the morning. After a moment of silence, her light voice emerged. You may decide. No need to consult me. Wonderful. Chapter 6. The art of devouring demons. Su Yin held a certain confidence in his culinary skills, yet these ingredients were entirely new to him. Truthfully, he felt a tinge of apprehension. However, that anxiety dissipated swiftly. He gently scooped a spoonful with a ladle and tasted it meticulously. Suddenly, his expression soured. The flavor was mediocre, akin to the coarse grains and wild vegetables he had consumed for many years. Indeed, his culinary techniques from his past life did not seamlessly translate to these spirit-infused ingredients. He would need to invest time in researching this world's recipes. Su Yin retrieved 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. His senior sister's was silver white, while his own was ink-colored. Regaining his composure, Su Yin arranged the meal and softly called out, Senior sister, it's time to eat. After a span of several breaths, a cool voice responded, I understand. Before long, Jiang Wan emerged from her quarters, clad in a simple yet elegant white dress. The cold aura that had previously surrounded her now somewhat diminished. Even so, an air of piercing chill still emanated from her. Su Yin, seated at the table, felt as though even his breath had become stifled. Sensing his discomfort, Jiang Wan waved her hand, and a gentle spirit light enveloped Su Yin, flooding his body with warmth. Effectively eliminating the bone-chilling cold, Su Yin felt an unparalleled comfort and blinked his bright eyes. Senior sister, you are so considerate. Oh dear, senior sister looks so graceful like this. Perhaps I should lavish her with compliments. The more I praise her, the more willing she might be to wear such attire. Observing his immaculate senior sister, Su Yin jested. Senior sister, you look splendid in that white dress. This is my first attempt at preparing these dishes. And while it may not be perfect, rest assured, when my culinary skills reach their zenith, I shall provide you with delectable meals daily. I understand. Jiang Wan nonchalantly picked up a few slices of vegetables in reply. However, she soon furrowed her brow slightly, as if sensing something amiss. Unable to decipher it, she decided to dismiss the thought. Nonetheless, it must be noted that, in Jiang Wan's view, the flavors were quite delightful before her master rescued her. Even eating had posed a challenge. After being taken into the sect, she was accompanied by countless spirit-replenishing pills that, of course, once her cultivation reached the core formation stage, she no longer required such pills. Though they could stave off hunger, their flavor was akin to chewing wax, bitter and astringent. Now, having the rare chance to savor Su Yan's home-cooked meal, Jiang Wan felt a sense of long-lost contentment. Seated across from each other, they dined in serene silence, the entire Windafing enveloped in tranquility, save for the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The flavor is quite good. Jiang Wan rarely spoke, yet her expression remained composed and indifferent. Good? Su Yan was momentarily bewildered. He suspected he had misheard. The dish he had tasted resembled the meals his parents had prepared, yet paled in comparison to the flavors etched in his memories from his past life. Was his senior sister merely sparing his feelings? How gentle she is! I could weep. Contemplating this, Su Yan felt a wave of emotion. As long as my senior sister is pleased, I shall call her for another meal tomorrow. Jiang Wan initially intended to refuse, but the words that emerged were inexplicably. All right. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, Su Yan took a moment to introspect his dantian. In truth, he had sensed something peculiar about his body during his breakthrough at the academy. The spirit energy coursed throughout him, yet it seemed to deliberately avoid a certain area, as if it were wary of something. With time on his hands, Su Yan resolved to thoroughly comprehend the oddity within himself. Even if he could not resolve it, he could inform his senior sister. The third layer of qi cultivation indicated Su Yan could condense 3 strands of spiritual consciousness. These 3 strands manifested in his dantian, approaching the area of peculiarity. Yet, the closer he drew, the more he felt an inexplicable pressure descend upon him. Gritting his teeth, Su Yan urged his spiritual consciousness nearer, and at that moment, he finally discerned what lay within. There, a purple aura swirled, intermingled with strands of black rings. Why is there such a thing within me? What could it possibly be? Su Yan reached out to smooth the furrow in his brow. Since I do not know, I shall explore it thoroughly. With that, he propelled 2 strands of spiritual consciousness directly inward. As soon as his consciousness crossed into the purple aura, an unknown force yanked him into its depths. Within the sphere of purple light, the black rings ensnared him. A total of 9. Su Yan's consciousness pressed forward, stepping into the light. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. Su Yan gasped for breath, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. What a domineering technique. The art of devouring demons. Who has implanted this within me? Surely no one desires it. So I shall take it upon myself to safeguard it. Yet, I merely wish to lead an upright life. Now it seems I must practice in secret. After all, whether it is demonic or not depends on the individual. However, this art of devouring demons is truly astounding. It devours spirit energy, transforming it into purple essence, subsequently corrupting oneself, binding with the black rings, and giving rise to demonic thoughts birthed from the consumption of the purple essence. Should the devouring fail, it would result in the devouring of oneself by the demonic thought. Nevertheless, with the purple essence and black rings present, the probability of the demonic thought consuming the original self is exceedingly low. The heavens did not create me. Sue the old demon. The path of the demonic way is eternally dark as night. Toxic light, just wait for me. If I succeed, I shall bring you to your end. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes turned crimson, only to fade moments later to Yinner. You must live joyfully. This phrase lingered in his heart. Since stepping onto the Windafing, he had suppressed all sorrowful emotions that he could not afford to disappoint his parents. He must live happily. Yet, at this juncture, he discovered for the first time that perhaps he had a glimmer of opportunity for vengeance. Demonic arts? It matters not. I have neither stolen nor taken anything. What resides within me rightfully belongs to me. Senior sister, I am heading down the mountain. With that, he lifted the white token in his hand, upon which the elegantly inscribed characters for Jiangwan were etched. Go ahead, keep the token for now. Remember to visit the Technique Pavilion today to select a method. Points will be directly deducted from the token. Jiangwan raised her beautiful brows and continued. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the instructors at the sect's academy. Senior sister, I shall return promptly. Su Yan blinked his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Senior sister, wait for me to return before calling for you. Call for me for what? Jiangwan was puzzled but did not wish to dwell on it. She replied lightly. Understood. Chapter 7. Entering the path through cooking at the foot of Windafing, Lin Kuer had arrived early. Seated beneath a tree, gazing at the stone path below as a gentle breeze passed, she attempted to pout her lips, causing her bangs to flutter in an instant. A glimmer ignited in her previously dazed eyes. Junior brother Yin, you've come. Yes, indeed. Would you kindly take me to the technique pavilion first? Let us go. Once more standing upon the flying sword, Su Yin surveyed the Daotian sect from above, still unable to fully absorb the grandeur of the scene. The sect's 72 peaks were overwhelmingly spectacular, with celestial mountains converging, shrouded in mist, where not only flying cultivators soared, but also numerous ethereal spirit beasts and celestial creatures roamed. The cacophony of mythical beasts was nothing short of magnificent. Su Yin stood before the 9-tiered pavilion, craning his neck to gaze upward. The structure exuded an imposing presence, akin to a colossal sword piercing the clouds, radiating an indescribable authority. The exterior walls of the pavilion were adorned with ancient runes, seemingly bearing unknown powers, emanating a faint luminescence. Guarding the entrance to the attic was a gaunt old man, clad in a gray robe and leaning upon a seemingly ordinary yet weighty wooden staff. Despite his aged visage, his eyes sparkled like stars, imparting an aura of inscrutability. The old man merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Yin and nodded slightly, reminding him, "You may only select one technique. Do not be greedy. Take what fate offers." Thereafter, he instructed that contributions would be made based on the value of the technique chosen. The words were evidently a well-worn refrain for the elder. Su Yin returned a respectful gesture and stepped into the pavilion. As the door closed behind him, the clamor of the outside world seemed to dissipate, enveloping him in an atmosphere of tranquility and antiquity. He felt as though he had not merely entered a pavilion, but rather traversed into another realm. Inside the attic lay an abundance of scrolls, jade slips, and ancient tomes, all meticulously arranged upon massive shelves. Each volume emitted a distinct aura, as if harboring untold stories. Su Yin ascended the staircase slowly, his gaze sweeping across the covers of various technique manuals, sword cultivation, from entry to burial. 9 Heaven Sunfire Technique, Stellar Body Refinement Art. Each technique here would fetch a princely sum in the outside world. It was rumored that even the least valuable technique here could command an exorbitant price among mortals. However, now that he possessed the Devouring God Demon technique, he felt no need to select a primary cultivation method. A supplementary technique to conceal the demonic art would suffice upon reaching the second floor. His eyes were suddenly drawn to an ancient tome in the corner. This book stood out more than the others, its cover yellowed and edges worn, yet it exuded an inexplicable allure, not due to any other reason, but simply because of its remarkable thickness, suggesting it contained a novel of several million words. That he felt a peculiar affinity with this tome. Su Yin approached and retrieved it, discovering the 5 bold characters inscribed on the cover: Gourmet Immortal Recipes. As he opened the first page, his eyes gleamed with excitement. A comprehensive guide to elite culinary techniques. Let me behold your charm, Su Yin mused to himself, unable to resist continuing his perusal. In truth, Su Yin was indifferent regarding the selection of techniques, as he had already resolved to secretly practice the Devouring God Demon technique. Now, with this top-tier culinary compendium in his possession, it could only be described as perfect. The more he read, the more serious and focused his expression became. Initially driven by curiosity, he soon realized that the content within was far from ordinary cooking skills. It represented a refined version of high-level culinary techniques tailored for cultivators. One dish mentioned, seaweed egg drop soup, not only nourished the body but also fortified the meridians. Another, rainbow spirit fruit porridge, could assist in condensing spiritual energy, transforming ingredients into elixirs. Even more astonishing to Su Yin was that each recipe concluded with a detailed diagram of spiritual energy circulation. The cooking process for each dish was, in itself, a form of spiritual energy cultivation. Moreover, the more advanced the ingredients, the greater the cultivation effect. This was the path of the elder, opening a new avenue of cultivation through culinary arts. He could scarcely fathom the brilliance required to establish such a unique method of cultivation. However, this approach was ultimately unconventional, yet at this moment, Su Yin felt as though it was perhaps awaiting him. So, cultivation techniques can exist in such a manner, Su Yin murmured, sensing that this tome might hold greater value than those ostentatious martial arts manuals, at least in relation to himself. After all, he genuinely wished to create delectable dishes to treat his senior sister. Influenced by his memories from a previous life, Su Yin had no desire to consume the unpalatable fasting pills that moment. The elder's voice suddenly resonated in his ear, Is this book your chosen item? Su Yin was taken aback, gazing down at the gourmet immortal recipes, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded earnestly. Yes. The old man's expression grew peculiar, followed by a contemplative silence to culinary technique. Indeed, Su Yin respectfully affirmed. The elder remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. How intriguing. Though this method is obscure, it is of high caliber. Even with the token you possess, you will still need to pay 3,000 points. Junior brother Yin, you're out. Let me see what technique you've selected, Lin Kuo inquired. Her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity. Su Yin hesitated internally, but ultimately revealed his choice, that on the ancient pages was inscribed the 5 bold characters. Gourmet immortal recipes. Lin Kuo exclaimed. As they made their way to the academy, Lin Kuo hesitated several times before finally articulating, Junior brother Yin, your chosen technique is quite niche, isn't it? She then pondered. Are you intending to open a restaurant within the sect? If so, I shall certainly support you. Su Yin steadied himself and gently shook his head, stating, I do not plan to open a restaurant. It is merely the 2 of us on Mount Wendao. And enough food for 2 will suffice. If master returns one day, he may require a larger portion, and I shall prepare an extra dish. Upon hearing Su Yin's words, Lin Kuo inexplicably felt a pang of envy towards Jiang Wan. Yes, she suddenly envied Jiang Wan just a little. However, upon reflection, this was a stark contrast to the thoughts of most people. Over the past few days, countless individuals had been enviously glancing at Su Yin. They envied his status as Jiang Wan's close disciple, envied that he shared a peak with her, and envied how he had access to abundant resources at his fingertips. Just yesterday, a flurry of messages had dominated the Daotian sect's forum. Moral decay. A mysterious young man appears on Mount Wendao, and the reason behind it is that a passionate young man does not dream of the aloof senior sister of Wendao, Peak, the master of Wendao Peak, suspected of taking on a second disciple. The sect may soon gain another prodigy. These were all tidbits Lin Kuo had shared with him, while he, the subject of the matter, remained blissfully unaware, until he probed into his senior sister's token, only to discover it contained nothing but the contact details of the sect leader and his master, alongside a cold, stark number of points. Beyond that, there was not. Su Yin found himself at a loss for words. His senior sister truly had a minimalist approach. No worries. Just stay alive for now, he silently reassured himself. He contemplated whether he ought to wear a wide-brimmed hat when going out, but ultimately dismissed the thought. He stood tall and just in his convictions. Chapter 8. Do not consider seeking your senior sister as a Dao companion before long. The 2 arrived at the academy. Su Yin still harbored some doubts regarding the qi refinement stage of cultivation. Thus he resolved to inquire about everything in one go today. He intended to remain on the mountain until he achieved a notable breakthrough in his cultivation. Greetings, senior brother. Su Yin bowed to the gatekeeper, feeling a twinge of nervousness. The other, seeing this, smiled with a sardonic edge. Junior brother, you are quite the hidden gem. You owe 30 points. Upon entering the academy, Su Yin scanned his surroundings, and his eyes brightened as he spotted Gui Chen dozing lazily in a corner. Su Yin swiftly approached and gently shook Gui Chen, whispering, Elder, wake up. Sleeping is not permitted here. In his drowsiness, Gui Chen opened his bleary eyes and, upon seeing the eager young man before him, turned away to resume his slumber, as if he had made a resolute decision. Watching this, Su Yin hastened his efforts to rouse him. Elder, as cultivators, how can we be so lax? How can a grand cultivator like you allow yourself to fall into such despondency? Gui Chen opened his eyes once more, a hint of melancholy flickering within them. With so many lecturers around, why do you single me out? I felt an inexplicable sense of kinship upon entering. Perhaps in a past life, we were family, Su Yin replied. Gui Chen chuckled softly. Oh, if we were family in a past life, then what were we in this life? Enemies? That cannot be. If it were the case, you would have been a grand cultivator in your previous life, and a mere mortal like me could never meet you, Su Yin countered. Gui Chen, maintaining an impassive facade, replied nonchalantly, at least you possess a way with words. Now, quickly, what other questions do you have? Do not hinder my sleep. Very well. Elder, please enlighten me on the concept of the rivers converging into the sea. It seems that the ultimate goal of the qi refinement technique revolves around this. Su Yin humbly inquired. Shouldn't you be asking your senior sister about this? I doubt anyone knows better than her what the rivers converging into the sea truly means, Gui Chen remarked with a hint of mockery. Senior sister, Su Yin began, but was interrupted by Gui Chun. Your senior sister would simply say that the rivers converging into the sea is just that. It's the essence of the phrase that to elaborate would merely mean the unification of the qi within one's body. Noticing Su Yan's lowered head, Gui Chun could no longer suppress his laughter. What? No defense for your senior sister. Seeing Su Yan at a loss, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. All right, remember this. A typical cultivator achieves foundation establishment with 10 qi clusters. But this is merely for ordinary cultivators. The foundation for foundation establishment is of utmost importance. Thus, the more qi clusters incorporated, the stronger one becomes. 10 qi clusters amalgamated signify mortal foundation establishment. 11 to 50 qi clusters signify earthly foundation establishment, while 51 to 99 qi clusters signify celestial foundation establishment. Among these, 99 is the pinnacle, and achieving foundation establishment with 99 qi clusters is referred to as perfect foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's mind began to formulate a daring hypothesis. Then, could it be that my senior sister? Before Su Yan could continue, Gui Chun interjected, yes, indeed. Your senior sister has amalgamated 100 qi clusters into the sea, utilizing a complete qi sea as her foundation. She is truly remarkable. From this moment forth, she stands invincible. So, do you know how she managed to transcend the confines of 99 ethereal spheres? Please enlighten me. Esteemed senior. Su Yan propped his chin on one hand, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Gui Chun's gaze seemed to reflect nostalgia. Indeed, she was breathtakingly extraordinary back in the day, condensing 99 spheres in a remarkably short span of time. Poised to step into the foundational realm with the most perfect heavenly Tao foundation. However, she hesitated to take that step, feeling that she could still advance further. Consequently, she secluded herself on Wandao Peak, locking herself away for an entire month. During that month, the sect leader was in quite a frenzy. Old Zhongli paid no heed to his disciple, leaving all the guidance to the sect leader. The sect leader nearly wore his tongue raw, insisting that 99 was the pinnacle, urging her not to delay her cultivation and to promptly establish her foundation. Thankfully, the girl did not heed his advice at that time. With her exceptional comprehension, she sensed that 99 was not the ultimate. Something was missing, a singular essence she was determined to recover. Subsequently, she seemed to attain a revelation, shattering all her ethereal spheres and starting anew. Yet this time, she combined her cultivated cold energy with the spheres, a process fraught with difficulty, but she succeeded. Thereafter, a new ice spirit sphere emerged within her, imbued with denser spiritual energy. Remarkably, after recondensing the 99 spheres, she found an additional position to form the 100th sphere. Our conclusion was that her ice spirit sphere was slightly smaller, yet more solid, allowing for the creation of an additional position to condense that 100th sphere. However, from that point on, her body bore a peculiar issue. She perpetually emanated an aura of chill, causing even ordinary cultivators to feel bone-chilling cold in her presence. This was one of the reasons she had refrained from communicating with others for 300 years, rarely descending the mountain at this juncture. Gui Chun winked at Su Yan, a mischievous grin on his face. So don't even think about seeking your senior sister as a partner, or you might end up as an ice pop. Su Yan grimaced in disdain, finding the remark utterly inappropriate. Gui Chun collapsed onto the ground in laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes at Su Yan's dumbfounded expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Your dear senior sister has yet to interact with any man. You are the first to reside by her side. Proximity brings opportunity, and I have high hopes for you. When the time comes, I shall impart to you a pure yang cultivation method. Should you master it, perhaps you can escape the fate of becoming an ice pop. With that, Su Yan turned and departed, not casting another glance at Gui Chun. Hastily making his exit, he feared that the old man might utter more outrageous words. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the old man had shared some useful information, such as the recommended path of cultivation akin to the confluence of rivers. And he had learned the origin of his senior sister's icy aura, along with some insights into her past. Regardless, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. Yet, was his senior sister truly destined for solitude due to this? No, he decided he must find time to offer her companionship. Inside the academy, Gui Chun remained sprawled on the ground, a middle-aged man casually seated beside him. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Master, you clearly wish to teach him. Why be so obstinate?" Gui Chun gazed quietly at the sky, contemplating for a long while before responding. After all, he is a disciple of Jiang Wan, just like that girl. If I were to instruct him, it would contravene the principles of mentorship. Ultimately, I am not his master. Master, you are simply too rigid, fixating on these trivial rules. Among all the disciples in Daotian sect, you are the only one who pays such close attention to them. And you are the one most concerned for those talented youths. If you genuinely believe in him, I could take it upon myself to bring him over, allowing him to revere you as his master. After all, it is well known that the peak master of Wandao Peak only accepts disciples without teaching them. An undeniable counterexample. Enough, let me enjoy the clouds for a moment. Gui Qin spoke lightly. The middle-aged man mimicked his master. Lying back on the ground, gazing at the sky. Master, do these clouds hold some profound significance? Might they contain some new insight of yours? Not at all. I merely meant to indicate that it is about to rain. Chapter 9. Tranquil years. The sky appeared to be on the verge of rain. Su Yin looked up, noting the dense dark clouds above. Rain in the realm of cultivation is far from ordinary. At this moment, a fierce wind began to rise, whipping at Su Yin painfully. Beside him, Lin Kuer furrowed her brow, addressing Su Yin. Yin Shitty, it looks like rain is imminent. Shall I escort you back? Su Yin glanced at the vegetables in his hand, realizing he had nearly finished his shopping. That he nodded slightly. All right. With that, Lin Kuer summoned her flying sword and, together with Su Yin, soared towards Wandao Peak. At that moment on Wandao Peak, Jiang Wan was perched at the edge of an ancient locust tree, quietly observing the raging winds and the rustling trees around her. Oftentimes, she relished this sensation. At least it was not so quiet. Her gaze sparkled more brightly than usual. The wind tousled her hair, sweeping it to one side. She raised her delicate wrist, and in an instant, the wind ceased. And the rain held off. She gazed blankly at the mountainside, where her little junior brother was bounding up, a basket of freshly purchased vegetables in hand. Witnessing this scene, she found it somewhat amusing. Thus, she cast a spell, preventing the heavy rain from falling until her little junior brother arrived. It wasn't long before she heard a jubilant voice from afar. Senior sister, I'm back. How peculiar. Why did the rain suddenly stop? Yet soon he would no longer ponder this, for as he reached the summit, a sudden tempest ensued. Mixed with large hailstones, Su Yin stood agape, and then he spotted his senior sister still seated upon the ancient locust tree. A warm feeling flowed through his heart. Indeed, his senior sister was the best. Without a word, he waved gently towards the locust tree and hurried inside. He pulled out his gourmet immortal recipe, where the first dish was listed: Job's tears and beast milk porridge. 15 grams of Job's tears, 15 grams of red beans, 20 grams of rock sugar, 100 milliliters of low-fat fresh beast milk. 1. Soak Job's tears and red beans in cold water for 3 hours. 2. Cook the Job's tears and red beans until tender. While cooking, take a piece of top-quality spirit stone, draw out the spiritual energy, and circulate it through the Job's tears and red beans using the gourmet immortal technique. 3. Add the rock sugar to the pot, stirring until melted, then incorporate the low-fat beast milk, mixing well before serving. Su Yin closed the book, his eyes gradually brightening. The gourmet immortal technique, the accompanying method of the gourmet immortal recipe. Let us get started. Outside, a tempest raged, while Jiang Wan sat atop the ancient locust tree, enjoying the rain. Inside, Su Yin busied himself with cooking, his gaze lingering on the powdered spirit stone, feeling a twinge of regret. Had his senior sister not informed him that spirit stones were allocated monthly, he would never have dared to use a premium spirit stone for cooking. However, before long, the diligent Su Yin wore a smile as his dish was completed. It seemed this technique was not difficult to master, only slightly more challenging than the extreme Dao balancing qi method. Once his task was accomplished, he retrieved bowls and chopsticks, his senior sister's silver-white utensils alongside his ink-colored ones. Even though they were clean, he instinctively washed the bowls again, for habits from his past life lingered. One tends to wash their hands after leaving the restroom, even if they had done nothing at all. Su Yin still retained some of those subconscious behaviors from his previous life. After serving the porridge, he initially intended to ladle more Job's tears and red beans into his senior sister's bowl. After a moment's thought, he set down the bowls and picked up the pot lid, raising it above his head as he dashed towards the locust tree. As for why he didn't use an umbrella, it was simply that there were none on Wandao Peak. That moment, Jiang Wan, who had remained motionless in the rain, seemed to sense something. She supported herself against the tree trunk, her brows furrowing. She observed the boy running towards her with the pot lid, assuming he must have encountered some trouble. With a gentle leap, she descended from the tree at this moment. The raindrops surrounding her had all transformed into ice crystals. Scattering about without touching her sleeves, that Su Yan, however, remained oblivious until the bone-chilling cold struck him, prompting him to halt abruptly. He stepped back a few paces to regain his composure. At this moment, Jiang Wan stood before him. Her silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her captivating eyes glimmering. For a moment, Su Yan found himself entranced, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when the ice crystals began to pound against the pot lid with a resounding thud that he snapped back to reality. Jiang Wan's clear voice rang out. "What is it? It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if senior sister enjoys Job's tears and red beans. Or do you prefer one over the other?" Jiang Wan paused, momentarily taken aback. Why would her junior brother come to ask her this? Was he not supposed to seek her out regarding cultivation issues? However, she did not dwell on it. After pondering for a moment, she replied earnestly, "I have not tasted either of them. I'm sorry, junior brother. I do not know how to answer your question. No worries. Senior sister, it's time to eat. I made porridge for you. Adding Job's tears and red beans. After you finish, could you tell me if it tastes good? Is that all right?" Sounds good. Jiang Wan regarded her little junior brother, who had dashed back into the house, for the first time truly acknowledging him. Why did Master bring him to the mountain? He is my junior brother, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would remain on Wandao Peak. Will he continue to cook? And will he accompany me for meals each day? It seems he intends to remain at Windafing indefinitely, much like himself. After contemplating all of this, Jiang Wan's mind was engulfed in a tremendous storm. For she had come to a startling realization. It appeared that the life she had lived for the past 3 centuries might soon be irrevocably altered, all due to the arrival of a newcomer who disrupted the equilibrium established at Windafing for 300 years. "Senior sister, it's time to eat," a gentle voice called out. Jiang Wan, shaking off her tumultuous thoughts, replied softly, coming." Inside the room, Su Yan had already set the table, aside from the Job's tears and beast milk porridge. He had prepared several other delightful dishes. However, these other dishes had been cooked without the use of any spiritual techniques or spirit stones that before. She first cast a protective energy shield around her junior brother. At this moment, in Jiang Wan's silver-white bowl, Job's tears were arranged on one side, with red beans on the other. She took a tentative taste. Even the cold-hearted Jiang Wan couldn't help but squint her eyes in delight. Sweet, extraordinarily delicious, exceedingly satisfying. There was also a flow of spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. There's spiritual energy flowing. Upon realizing this, she gently inquired, "Junior brother, could you tell me about the technique you've chosen?" Meanwhile, Su Yan, busy devouring his meal while secretly observing his senior sister's expression, offered an awkward smile that he set down his bowl and chopsticks, retrieving the recipe for spiritual cuisine. "Senior sister, please take a look." Although Jiang Wan was relatively uninformed in other areas, she was undoubtedly a prodigy in the path of cultivation. With a mere sweep of her divine sense, she discerned some peculiarities. "Your technique appears somewhat unconventional, yet it demands exceptionally high innate talent to master. Furthermore, the requirement for spirit stones increases significantly as one progresses." Just as Su Yan was about to exclaim, "Senior sister, I will strive to earn spirit stones," Jiang Wan's voice floated gently through the air. "If you find yourself in need of spirit stones, remember to seek me out. You may also freely use the points in your token. Su Yan lowered his head to eat, his heart a tumult of feelings. "Senior sister, eat more? I'll serve you." "All right, you should eat plenty as well." The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and a gentle breeze brushed against Su Yan's brow, stirring his senior sister's silver hair. The two sat in silence, their meal long finished. They remained there quietly, the world around them having returned to its previous tranquility. For some reason, Jiang Wan found herself cherishing this moment of peace even more. Su Yan sat quietly beside her. Having already washed and put away the dishes to it that moment, time felt serene and perfect. Chapter 10. Sleepless night. That night, the sound of cicadas filled the air. Su Yan had not slept a wink, as he was busy digesting the gains from the past 2 days. After finishing that bowl of spiritual porridge, he sensed that the time had come. He activated the devouring demon technique, attempting to break through. Jiang Wan had long since departed, leaving only the remnants of the wind behind. The table was strewn with hundreds of spirit stones, all of the highest quality tea this time. Suyin still could not access his storage pouch, so he had no choice but to lay them out on the table. As dawn broke, Suyin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He had reached the 5th layer of qi refining. Achieving a breakthrough. At this pace, he would soon advance to foundation establishment. After hearing the old man's introduction to the concept of myriad rivers converging into the sea, Suyin had given up hope. Perhaps only a prodigy like his senior sister could achieve such a feat. However, he thought he might strive for a perfect foundation establishment with 99 qi spheres. After all, according to the description of the devouring demon technique, it was likely that his first heart demon would emerge at the time of his foundation establishment. He would need to prepare thoroughly for that eventuality. Nevertheless, in the time to come, he might not leave Wendafing at all, except, of course, for purchasing ingredients. Suyin planned to quietly await his foundation establishment and the arrival of his heart demon. As dawn broke, Jiangwan also experienced a sleepless night. Unlike Suyin, she had not slept for over 200 years. However, unlike previous nights, she did not engage in cultivation that day. After the rain, the stars were obscured from the sky. After leaving Suyin's room, she returned to the old locust tree, but soon departed again. She suddenly felt a sense of ennui. Though past nights had been dull, they had never felt quite like this. Her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat pensive as she cast a fleeting glance towards her junior brother's small abode, only to quickly avert her gaze. He was cultivating. What was he cultivating? She didn't wish to know, nor was it necessary. For her, tonight felt just a tad longer than usual, but thankfully, it remained within acceptable limits. The next day, Suyin, for once, managed to sleep a few extra hours. The previous night's cultivation had drained his energy. However, before noon arrived, he slowly awakened. His 5th layer of qi refining was now sufficient to support him in undertaking more tasks. Yet he still preferred to sleep a little longer. This was not an ideal habit, but he was too lazy to change it. After all, if he were to change everything, one day he would lose all memories of the past. Thus, preserving some of his old habits was a means of preserving himself. He looked outside, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon spotting the girl perched on the tree. Senior sister, Suyin waved towards the figure in the tree and approached her. Jiangwan did not turn around, nor did she look at him, yet she responded nonetheless. Suyin walked towards her direction, only to stop in his tracks upon feeling an icy chill. For some reason, he felt he was closer to Jiangwan today than he had been in the days prior. Previously, he had maintained a distance of 10 feet. Today, it felt as though he was within 9 and a fraction. Regardless, this was a good sign, Suyin mused. Perhaps it was due to his improved cultivation. Yet, he was unaware that Jiangwan's chill could not be resolved by anyone whose cultivation was inferior to hers. No one could draw near. Senior sister, I wish to descend the mountain to buy some vegetables. I need them for my upcoming recipes to home. The girl spoke faintly, as if the matter bore no significance to her. Suyin fidgeted with his fingers, hesitatingly saying, the trading market is quite far. Could you accompany me there, senior sister? Jiangwan, puzzled, shook her head slightly as if contemplating, but soon reached a conclusion. All right. She did not inquire why her junior brother did not ask that other senior sister from a few days ago to accompany him. Just as she was his senior sister, it was only natural that she should help him. However, Suyin truly could not call upon anyone else. He had informed Lin Ke yesterday that he would not be returning to the academy for the time being. Thus, she need not spend time coming to fetch him. Though Lin Ke felt regretful, she quickly acquiesced. Moreover, they had no means of contacting each other, as he still possessed his senior sister's token. How could he use his senior sister's token to add someone else's contact information? It seemed he would have to wait until his own token arrived. The sun shone brightly, and above the clouds were the figures of the senior sister and junior brother. However, it was rather peculiar. The girl in front walked upon the air, her pace neither hurried nor slow, while behind her was a boy being lifted into the air. The sight was rather comical. At that moment, Jiangwan walked ahead, a rare occurrence as she stepped out of Wendafing and into the sect. The surrounding birds and beasts scattered in fright. Occasionally, 1 or 2 cranes, caught off guard, were immediately sapped of vitality by her chilling aura and fell to the ground. At Daodian sect, countless gazes converged upon them. The newcomers of Daodian sect were perhaps too taken aback by the stunning girl before them. Unable to resist stealing glances, those with slightly better standing would disdainfully remark, superficial. Yet, at that moment, compared to Jiangwan, who was suddenly strolling within the sect, the boy trailing behind her drew even more astonished looks. Why was there a boy following her? Could the rumors possibly be true? Had Wendafeng produced a second prodigy? What prodigy? He is merely at the 5th layer of qi refining.at this moment. Su Xingyue from Wanjian Peak. A talented youth, felt somewhat indignant. Clearly, he was the one who should be the focus of attention. Without a doubt, he would emerge as the champion in the upcoming sect competition for new students. And yet, this boy had entered Wendafeng without having done anything and had become Jiang Wan's junior brother. Now, he merely appeared alongside Jiang Wan, stealing all the limelight. I refuse to accept this. Su Xingyue's eyes brimmed with pride, disdain, and defiance. He gazed deeply at the two figures above, determined to first defeat Su Yan, and in the future, he would also overcome that silver-haired silhouette ahead. This was his constant aspiration. However, it was evident that Jiang Wan would not notice the boy in the corner. Nor would Su Yan. His gaze followed the flowing strands of his senior sister's hair. Too many eyes were upon them below, so he simply avoided looking down at this moment. Lin Ke also spotted the two. And upon seeing the boy being lifted into the air, she couldn't help but chuckle. She cast a spell, capturing this moment. The two soon arrived at the trading market. However, only Su Yan descended, while Jiang Wan remained in the clouds. Quietly observing her somewhat clumsy junior brother, Su Yan decided to purchase a larger quantity, aiming to buy enough for an entire month. He would later ask his senior sister for assistance in storing them in her storage ring. Ensuring the vegetables remained fresh was just that he would have to trouble his senior sister a bit more at that time. Nevertheless, it was surely better than the current situation. Su Yan felt a twinge of regret for having asked his senior sister to accompany him. There was no helping it. His senior sister naturally attracted attention, and it was only normal for her to stir some waves. After all, his senior sister was the best in the world. Chapter 11. Breaking Through to Foundation Establishment. Heart Demon emerges. Selecting items did not consume much of Su Yan's time. To simplify matters, he decided to pack a variety of vegetables all at once. The items in his hands accumulated. He found himself unable to hold onto them any longer. With a resigned gaze cast skyward, he let out a deep sigh, blinked, and turned to call out, "Shiji, are you there?" A cool, clear voice responded, with a graceful flick of her delicate hand. His burdens were suddenly lifted, as his purchases were effortlessly stored away by his Shiji into her storage ring. Before he could even exhale in relief, a familiar surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. He scarcely had time to react before he was whisked into the sky, the rapidity of the ascent rendering the surrounding scenery a blur. With a sense of helplessness, Su Yan closed his eyes, silently lamenting, "Once again, I shall be embarrassed." Upon returning to the peak of Wenda, life resumed its tranquil rhythm. Aside from preparing spiritual food twice daily to nourish Shiji and enhance his culinary skills, Su Yan devoted the remainder of his time to the rigorous practice of the devouring demon technique. As his training progressed, a faint purple hue began to emanate from his eyes, while the energy within him transformed into a deep violet, exuding an air of the uncanny. This, however, was quite normal. Those who frequently practiced demonic arts were well aware that such cultivation often accompanied various transformations. This moment, the subtle purple tint in his gaze and the extraordinary color of the energy within were evident. Though his days were uneventful, Su Yan found great contentment in them. Naturally inclined towards serenity, he relished this lifestyle, which brought him a sense of ease and pleasure. Before he knew it, a month had passed, and his cultivation reached the 9th layer of qi training, with 99 energy clusters coalescing within him. Each cluster was remarkably dense, swirling with a faint purple mist. Undeniably, Su Yan was a peerless prodigy. Yet in comparison to Shiji, a significant disparity emerged. He realized that his limit had been reached. The 99 clusters were formidable, yet there was no space left to form a 100th, awakening from his meditation. Su Yan scrutinized his situation. Is this truly insurmountable? Very well, so be it. Without further hesitation, the 99 energy clusters within him began to whirl furiously, as if seeking to merge. Inside the room, a brilliant purple light erupted, and intricate violet patterns manifested in his dantian. He sensed that the foundation of his path was gradually solidifying, a perfect foundation befitting a prodigious talent. The purple energy surged through him, nearly suffocating him with its intensity. After 3 hours had elapsed, the final trace of energy fused with his foundation, marking the onset of his foundation establishment. Outside, perched upon the ancient locust tree, Jiang Wan gradually withdrew her gaze from the sky. However, her attention sharpened as she extended her consciousness. instantly enveloping the entire small abode that a flicker of unease stirred within her tranquil heart, the reason for which eluded her in that moment. Her inner calm was shattered. With a delicate wave of her hand, an ice-cold long sword shot forth. Grasping the silk ribbon, the spiritual sword radiated a resplendent blue light in her grasp. Should the situation demand it, she would be ready to suppress any threat. Within the room, Su Yin observed the elusive figure hovering above his purple foundation. He felt no excessive turmoil. He had prepared meticulously for this moment. Yet upon recognizing the silhouette, even the most composed of hearts could not mask the murderous intent that flickered in his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to his days in the village, where life had once been serene, surrounded by loving parents. Until two celestial beings descended from the heavens to duel, Su Yin could never forget the dawn-like light that led to his family's ruin. He remembered the face of that immortal, which now manifested as the first manifestation of his inner demon. Without uttering a word, he activated the devouring demon technique. The torrent of purple energy surged within his foundation, forming black rings that ensnared the figure. Meanwhile, the nascent inner demon remained oblivious to the unfolding events, instinctively sensing danger emanating from the nearby crystalline purple figure, Su Yan's conscious form. Simultaneously, the inner demon's gaze fell upon that luminous figure, and a glint of greed sparked in its eyes. It instinctively perceived Su Yin as a delectable treat, foreseeing unimaginable rewards should it consume him. As Su Yin initiated the devouring demon technique to suppress it, the inner demon retaliated, unleashing tendrils of dark energy towards Su Yan's spiritual form. However, the black rings were swifter, encircling the inner demon before it could make contact. One by one, the rings bound the demon, and the purple energy descended, swiftly subduing it. Su Yan's gaze turned icily resolute as he regarded the face he so loathed. "You deserve to perish, and not just you." The cold words fell upon ears that could not comprehend. The inner demon howled in confusion, its greedy eyes fixed upon Su Yin. Oblivious to the concept of feared, Su Yin withdrew from his conscious realm, fully intent on utilizing the devouring demon technique to consume the inner demon. The inner demon viewed Su Yin as a sumptuous feast, while Su Yin sought to refine the demon as sustenance. This process of refinement endured throughout the night. It was not until dawn that Su Yin finally reopened his eyes. The purple hue in his gaze had dissipated, and the inner demon lay utterly vanquished. At that moment, his cultivation had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with only the final step remaining to reach the latter stage. He examined himself internally, noting the stability of his foundation as the inner demon had emerged from within him. Essentially, it was a part of him, fueled by his hatred for that poisonous immortal. The inner demon had ultimately become him. Now, having completely devoured the inner demon, Su Yin was besieged by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, and in the next instant, he lay down upon his bed and fell asleep. Outside, Jiang Wan retracted her silk ribbon and withdrew her consciousness. She had stood vigil through the night, remaining even after sensing her junior's mental stability. Only now did she realize that he had fully emerged from danger. She returned to her perch atop the ancient locust tree. Lost in thought, this too was her form of cultivation. It was not until midday that Su Yin slowly awoke. Not that he had slept enough, but rather, his biological clock had stirred him, for nourishing Shiji was of utmost importance. He vigorously slapped his cheeks, then sprang from his bed, ready to prepare a meal. Yes, today he would make a lean pork and lotus seed soup. Chapter 12. Leaving the mountain, 3,400 words, lean pork. 250 grams, lotus seed, 50 grams, fine salt to taste. Delicious ingredients often require only simple cooking methods. 1. Rinse the lean pork and slice it for later use. 2. Combine the pork slices and lotus seeds with water, simmering until cooked, and season with fine salt. The pork should be cut at an angle. Its fine texture and minimal sinew mean that cutting it crosswise will result in a fragmented mess once cooked. By cutting it at an angle, it remains intact and enjoyable to eat. Care must be taken not to soak the pork in water for too long, nor should it be rinsed with hot water prior to cooking, as this causes it to lose nutrients and flavor. The pork must be thoroughly cooked. Master Su sat before the stove, patiently studying the celestial cookbook. Throughout the past month, aside from cultivation, he had set aside time to delve into the intricacies of the culinary art. While preparing meals, he simultaneously practiced his culinary techniques, leading to remarkable advancements in his skills. The spiritual dishes he created were not only delectable, but also enhanced his cultivation, allowing for greater efficiency. It must be said that Su Yin was thoroughly enamored with this technique, which had granted him culinary freedom. Now, with his skills reaching a new level, the spiritual food he crafted was even more effective in aiding his cultivation. Once everything was prepared, Su Yin joyfully dashed outside that he waved toward the ancient locust tree, calling out, "Shiji, it's time to eat." A cool voice floated down from above, responding, "All right." Shortly after, Jiangwan gracefully descended to take her seat. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over the past month. Su Yin thought to himself how wonderful it would be to live like this for a lifetime. He had never been fond of noise. At the dining table, Su Yin gazed expectantly at his Shiji. "Shiji, how do you find today's dish?" "Not bad," she replied. A brief silence enveloped the air as Jiangwan lightly tapped the table, seemingly deep in thought. Then she turned her gaze to Su Yin and earnestly remarked, "Very good." Su Yin's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. "I'm glad you like it." During the meal, Su Yin's movements were leisurely, as if he were intentionally prolonging the moment. After all, these were some of the few moments they could share together each day. At other times, he rarely disturbed his Shiji. They had always maintained this dynamic. Yet, a lingering question troubled Su Yin. Why had his sect token not yet arrived? It had already been a month, and he could only reassure himself. It seems that the approval process for the token truly requires time. However, he refrained from inquiring with his Shiji, placing his trust in her. In the mortal realm, during the 27th year of the Qingfeng era, Emperor Qingfeng passed away in the imperial capital. The following day, the new emperor ascended to the throne, granting amnesty throughout the land and marking the beginning of the Fangguang era. In the first year of Fangguang, a beautifully crafted letter was dispatched from the Dali Empire to the Daotian sect. After the sect leader, Gu Sheng, opened the letter and placed it gently on the table. He surveyed his fellow elders and slowly spoke. "Brothers, who do you think should be sent this year?" The elders exchanged glances, silence enveloping the hall. In an earthly empire, gaining the recognition of the celestial sect was of paramount importance. This was the first task undertaken by emperors throughout history upon ascending the throne. However, this matter is of great significance. Hence, the disciples dispatched by the immortal sect must be direct disciples. Only those who are direct disciples can, to a certain extent, represent the immortal sect. At this moment, the elders seated below remained silent. A middle-aged man clad in a red robe adorned with fiery patterns stepped forward. He proclaimed loudly, "Senior brother." For centuries, every direct disciple from each peak has represented the sect in missions to the mortal realm, yet only the Wandao peak has not done so. This time, why not? The red-robed man then cast a glance at the sect leader. Gu Sheng was both amused and exasperated. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Wan should go? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the red-robed man was not angered. With a chuckle, he replied, "Senior brother, are you pretending to be oblivious? Did Wandao Peak not recently receive a new direct disciple? Are you unaware?" He then turned his head, a sly smile gracing his lips, and continued, "The girl Jiang is hardly known in the sect. The only person she has interacted with is you. Senior brother, I presume that new direct disciple token was crafted by your own hands. Wasn't it? What? Do you intend to protect this lad as well?" Gu Sheng pursed his lips, secretly resolved to protect Jiang Wan. A prodigy like her, embarking on a journey, would take months back and forth, significantly delaying her cultivation progress. During Jiang Wan's time, he, as the sect leader, found it manageable. Jiang Wan was an unprecedented peerless prodigy of the sect, with her focus solely on cultivation. Furthermore, her unique physique could freeze the entire Dali imperial palace with the chill emanating from her, causing the new emperor to perish on the very same day. Lastly, her character played a role. At that time, it was unnecessary for him to voice any objections, as the other elders were equally unwilling to send Jiang Wan on sect missions. Her sole task was to defeat all prodigies from other sects, a simple affair, at least for her. Ji Yusheng rubbed his forehead, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. "Very well, let it be him. However, all disciples of Wandao Peak must embody the essence of inquiry. Their cultivation cannot falter. The compensation for elixirs during this period shall be provided by you, the master of Huiyun Peak. Huiyun Peak Master." Soon, a letter was grasped in the beak of a celestial crane as it soared towards Wandao Peak. At that moment, Su Yin was fervently renovating his small abode. The once humble wooden hut had now taken shape, considerably larger than before. Outside, he had planted a tree he casually uprooted at the entrance. He hung 2 swings from the thickest trunk, Fortuitously, having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, he could effortlessly uproot the centuries-old tree and work continuously for 24 hours while constructing his dwelling. If he were in his previous life, he could have held 3 jobs in a day, accumulating 9,000 in a month. However, back then, he didn't need to entertain the thought of working 3 jobs daily. Simply abstaining from beef would suffice to resolve all issues. Of course, these were mere musings. Before long, the celestial crane had reached the peak of Wandao. Su Yan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the majestic white crane. He was uncertain whether it would make a good soup or a barbecue. In truth, he leaned more towards barbecue than soup. The celestial crane, sensing Su Yan's expression, let out a series of nervous clucks. Its pure white face paled as it hurriedly delivered the letter and a storage ring to Su Yan before swiftly taking flight without looking back. Originally, it only needed to extract the resources inside. But in a moment of fright, it had thrown the entire storage ring. Su Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Initially, the notion of roasting the crane was a playful thought, yet he had inadvertently frightened it into squawking. He opened the letter, to the Dali Empire. Truth be told, Su Yan was not particularly keen on returning to Dali. If possible, he wished to remain at Wandao Peak for a lifetime. However, since it was a sect mission, he did not intend to refuse. Still, he worried that if he left, his senior sister would have no food to eat. Yet, given her profound cultivation, she would likely manage just fine. Nonetheless, he needed to return promptly. Su Yan then opened the storage ring. Having broken through to Foundation Establishment, he could now utilize his spiritual sense to access the ring, and he finally could use the storage ring given to him by his master. Although its contents were sparse, a few sets of clothing, a sword technique manual, and a dozen low-grade spirit stones. And there was also a portrait of his senior sister practicing swordplay at the age of 15. The initial sight of the portrait startled Su Yan. An image soon formed in his mind. His senior sister, upon seeing the portrait in his hand, with a cold gaze, swiftly delivering a sword strike to his throat. The thought sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to hastily tuck the portrait away, placing it in a wooden box and hiding it in an inconspicuous corner of the storage ring. Returning to the present, Su Yan gazed at the storage ring the celestial crane had brought, his eyes filled with delight. So many spirit stones, so many elixirs, especially the life-saving teleportation talismans and sword pills. He stowed the ring and turned his attention to the ancient locust tree in the distance. He was unsure why his senior sister loved sitting there so much, but it was for the better. If she didn't wander around, it would save him a lot of trouble. As usual, he waved at the old locust tree and softly called out, "Senior sister." After a few breaths, a chilling voice slowly responded, "I am here, senior sister. I need to descend the mountain for a while. The sect has assigned me a task. Once I complete it, I will return as swiftly as I can." The air abruptly fell silent. And after a dozen breaths, the cool voice spoke again. "What task?" "To visit the Delhi Empire and attend the new emperor's enthronement ceremony." "How long will you be gone?" "I am not sure. But I will return immediately once it concludes." I won't linger for long. He noticed his senior sister lapsed into silence again, and tranquility enveloped them once more. Yet, he stood patiently waiting. Before long, a jade pendant and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air. An authoritative voice resonated, "Where the jade pendant." Understood, Su Yan readily assented, fastening the jade pendant to his waist and placing the spirit sword into the storage ring. With a hint of trepidation, he spoke. "Senior sister, I shall take my leave now. I know." However, he did not move that moment. An inner conflict brewed within him, and he mustered the courage to ask, "Senior sister, may I take a glance at you before I depart?" Jiang Wan fell silent. Su Yan sighed, preparing to leave when a wave of icy aura surged from behind him. Rather than being startled, he felt a rush of joy and swiftly turned around. Sure enough, that graceful figure stood before him, her dark robe billowing in the wind, her beauty akin to ice and snow. She was gazing intently at Su Yan and spoke. "That is sufficient," Su Yan nodded. A smile creeping onto his lips, "It is enough." He winked at his senior sister and then measured the distance between them. 0.8 feet, much closer than the initial 10 feet. Yet, he could not draw nearer. He sensed that 8 feet was already the limit. The cold aura was encroaching upon him, a layer of frost forming upon his arm. For some inexplicable reason, a bold thought suddenly arose within Su Yan. He took a step forward, and immediately the cold surged forth as if unleashed from a dam, invading his body. In that moment, Su Yan comprehended what it meant for cold to seep into the bones. He felt as if his soul were on the verge of ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, it lasted only an instant, for upon realizing Su Yan's reckless act, Jiangwan retreated half a step. Furrowing her brow, she continued to stare at Su Yan in silence. I am sorry, senior sister. I meant no offense. I understand. Previously, before meals, Jiangwan would always cast a protective spiritual light around Su Yan. Over time, he had unconsciously underestimated his senior sister's chilling power. He soon regained his composure, casting one last glance at his senior sister, concealing the reluctance in his eyes. Senior sister, I will return to him, quietly watching the figure gradually fade into the distance. Jiangwan retracted her gaze. She chose not to return to the old locust tree. She suddenly felt disinclined to stay there and turned back toward her meditation chamber, above in the sky. A youthful figure soared on a sword. The boy's spirited demeanor radiated, marking his first departure from the mountain since embarking on his journey of inquiry. The sun bathed his profile in golden light, casting a warm glow upon the vast earth, while the mountain winds stirred his robe, rousing the boy's once silent heart. Su Yan unfurled a map, noting the marked location of the Dali imperial capital above. He smiled faintly. Let us embark. Into Volume 1. Chapter 13. A Conscience Unburdened, 2,800 words. Su Yan soared through the sea of clouds on his sword, the wind roaring in his ears, his robe fluttering audibly. Beneath him sprawled an endless expanse of mountains and rivers, the summer sun casting its warm golden hue upon the earth, bestowing life with a gentle radiance. He glanced down at the jade pendant hanging at his waist, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. The pendant from senior sister. Beautiful, indeed. Dali imperial capital, Su Yan murmured softly, retracting his gaze and accelerating his speed. This mission did not stir much emotion within him, for it was merely in attendance at the enthronement ceremony of a mortal emperor. The crux of this journey lay in showcasing the immortal sect's dignity and ensuring proper decorum. Traveling southward, he left behind the season accompanied by his senior sister. The entire Daotian sect was characterized by overlapping mountains, towering peaks reaching for the clouds. However, as he ventured further south, though the terrain remained mountainous, the elevations were comparatively lower. Scattered among the hills were quaint villages, wisps of smoke curling upwards, resembling a tranquil watercolor painting. Upon seeing these villages, Su Yan momentarily lost himself in thought, but quickly regained focus. The past had passed. All he desired now was to live well in the present. However, just as Su Yan was lost in thought, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he quickly turned to look behind him. There, a sleek black flying vessel was approaching. At the helm sat a remarkable young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, with skin as white as snow and features as exquisite as a painting, radiating an air of cold elegance tinged with a hint of arrogance. Her hair was as dark as ink, cascading smoothly down to her waist, with a few strands fluttering in the wind, adding a touch of liveliness to her frosty demeanor. She donned a rare pure white robe, adorned with a purple gold emblem on her chest. That moment, it was as if the words heavenly background were emblazoned across her forehead. Su Yan was not the type to provoke trouble recklessly. He swiftly stepped aside, intending to wait until the vessel departed before making his move. The girl's eyes sparkled like the most profound stars in the night sky, sharp and piercing. With a slight smile that was neither here nor there, she spoke excitedly. Brother, that person down there looks quite handsome. Could you bring him up here? The man behind her frowned slightly, reprimanding her. As a young lady, you should know better than to behave so impolitely. Enough? I don't want to hear any more of your useless chatter. If you won't go, I will take it upon myself to bring him here, she retorted, her impatience evident in her tone. The man furrowed his brow again, realizing he should not have brought her along on this family outing given her restless nature. His identity was quite distinguished, being Su Dowling, the young master of the Su family in Sangzhou. The girl before him was his sister, Su Waner. While scolding her, he could not help but glance curiously at Su Yan below. The boy was tall and possessed a clear aura, with a hint of scholarly charm and an unmistakable youthful vigor. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly caught his attention was the green and white Taoist robe Su Yan wore. As a disciple of the Daotian sect, Su Dowling quickly deduced the implications. It did not matter which peak he belonged to. The name Daotian sect held significant weight throughout the southern cultivation world, embodying the will to uphold the heavenly path, quell demons, and aid the common folk. Jin Xiu, take the young lady back inside, Su Dowling commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. The female sword attendant by his side bowed in acknowledgement. Swiftly moving to see Sue Warner and forcibly escort her indoors, Sue Warner widened her eyes, emitting muffled protests as she glared at the sword attendant, though her efforts were in vain. The flying vessel gradually came to a halt before Su Yan. I am Su Daoling, young master of the Su family in Zhangzhou. Greetings, fellow Taoist, he said, cupping his hands, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Su Yan nodded slightly in return. I am Jiang Yan from the Huoyun Peak of the Daotian sect. It's a pleasure to meet you, Su brother. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Maintaining a dignified composure despite Su Daoling's imposing presence, he instinctively acknowledged the resources provided by Su's family, feeling a sense of gratitude swell within him. Su Daoling's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded internally that I have long heard of the talents within the Daotian sect. Today, it is indeed a sight to behold, he remarked with a slight smile. His tone quite amicable, Su Yan merely offered a faint smile in response, calmly stating, Su brother flatters me that I am but an ordinary disciple of the sect. Upon hearing this, Su Daoling's expression revealed a hint of amusement. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly inquired, fellow Taoist Jiang, are you headed to the great Li imperial capital? Su Yan's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at Su Daoling, his brows furrowing slightly. Su brother, why do you ask? There's no need for caution. Fellow Taoist, I simply noticed you traveling south on your sword, which coincides with our route. So I took the liberty to inquire, Su Daoling replied, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Su Yan relaxed a bit, nodding. Indeed, I am on an errand from the sect to deliver a message to a senior at the Great Li imperial capital. Ah, I see. It seems we are indeed traveling the same way. Would you care to join us? Su brother's kindness is appreciated, but I would prefer not to impose, Su Yan replied politely. In that case, I shall not intrude upon your journey. Should fate allow, we may meet again at the Great Li imperial capital, Su Daoling concluded, bowing once more before turning to steer his vessel away. Watching the vessel depart, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned the tightly clutched sword talisman to his storage ring. The outside world remained perilously unpredictable. Completing his task and returning home swiftly was paramount. If possible, staying atop the mountain was the best course of action. He had observed the girl earlier, and though she was indeed striking, he found himself missing his own senior sister. He wondered if she was managing without food. He could gauge that the girl was perhaps at the 8th or 9th layer of chi condensation. Yet the man beside her was undoubtedly formidable, his cultivation level still a mystery to Su Yan. Thus, the moment he heard the girl's voice, he retrieved a life-preserving sword talisman, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. The quality of the talismans produced by Huoyun Peak was always assured, providing him with peace of mind. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Su Daoling also exhaled a breath of relief. Inside, Su Warner glared fiercely at Su Daoling, revealing her sharp canines. Why didn't you help me bring him over? Are you even my brother, a grandmaster at the nascent soul stage, yet you cower in fear? Enough. Su Daoling retorted coldly. If that sword talisman in his hand had been activated, our entire vessel would have been split into 8 pieces. You have no idea of the trouble you could have invited. Once we return, you won't leave the family until you reach the core formation stage. The young girl pouted, her defiance palpable. I wouldn't have eaten him. I just thought he looked good and wanted to be friends. Su Daoling regarded his rebellious sister with a bemused smile. You can't possibly want to kidnap him as a personal attendant. Can you? What next? A tale of a young lady falling in love with a servant? Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. I'll kill you. Su Warner retorted furiously. Stop it. Please, just stop. A frail man with tears in his eyes clung to a middle-aged man. We don't want our wages anymore. With great resolve, the frail man uttered those words. The middle-aged man beneath him widened his eyes, wanting to speak, but was silenced by the frail man's firm hand over his mouth. Enough! Hearing the command, a few servants gradually ceased their activities. The slightly portly manager squinted at the two, confusion evident in his eyes. What wages? When did I owe you anything? Of course, I don't owe you anything. It was a mistake on my part, the frail man replied, clearly satisfied with his response. Manager Li, with a disdainful glance, waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. If you dare to spread rumors, he made a slashing motion across his throat, followed by a sinister chuckle. Understood, sir. Thank you for your mercy, the frail man said, preparing to drag the middle-aged man away. What are you laughing at? A discordant voice interjected. Huh? Manager Li's expression darkened as a youth suddenly appeared before him. "Who are you?" "I am your uncle." Before Manager Li could finish his sentence, Su Yan's fist came crashing down, knocking him to the ground. When faced with oppression and bullying, Su Yan's response was to meet violence with violence. In a world where strength reigned supreme, he had no interest in advocating for equality between mortals and cultivators. Such ideals were impractical given the disparity in power and even life itself. Yet, he was Su Yan. Oh, outside, he had to be called Jiang Yan. Regardless of the time that passed, he would always be Su Yan, the one who had been stabbed to death while trying to save someone in his previous life. He was now the direct disciple of the one Tao Peak in this life that he sought only to act in accordance with his conscience. And thus, he made his move. Chapter 14. The Mortal Realm, 3,000 words. Su Yan did not employ even a fraction of his cultivation. It was entirely unnecessary for him at this moment. With just one punch, Manager Li crumpled to the ground, struggling to rise that Su Yan then seized him again, delivering another merciless blow that drew gasps from the onlookers. Suddenly, Su Yan recalled something amusing, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Holding Manager Li in his grasp, he leaned down to look at him, speaking lightly. "What is 1,000 minus 7? Manager Li's face was smeared with blood, his consciousness fading as he could only manage a faint "ah" without any coherent response that Su Yan, seeing this, shook his head as if losing interest before delivering another punch that sent stars dancing in Manager Li's eyes. Turning his attention to the two injured men beside him, Su Yan's voice turned cold. "You two, come here." The frail man and the sturdier one approached, trembling in fear. The frail man lowered his head. Unable to meet Su Yan's gaze, his voice quivering. "Yes, I'm here, great hero. How much does he owe you?" Su Yan asked, his tone indifferent yet authoritative and not much. The frail man stammered, his voice growing quieter. Su Yan furrowed his brows. "How much exactly?" The frail man fell silent, bowing his head and kneeling before Su Yan, his gaze imbued with a palpable plea. "Hero, I beseech you not to involve yourself any further. It would be wise to depart at once, lest you attract unnecessary troubles to I." In the midst of prolonged silence, Su Yan was suddenly engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. Was he truly assisting them? Why, then, did they appear even more fearful? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Does he owe money to others?" The frail man hesitated, yet the battered middle-aged man, though barely clinging to life, exhibited a flicker of resolve. He abruptly raised his head, determination shining in his eyes. Struggling to sit upright, he clasped his hands together and addressed Su Yan. "Indeed, he does. He owes us brothers 20 taels of silver, and he has many other debts as well. Those 20 taels were meant for purchasing medicine for my ailing mother, who is on the brink of death. Today, regardless of the circumstances, I must secure that sum." He inhaled deeply, urgency and desperation lacing his tone. "I implore you, noble hero, to assist me as for the subsequent matters. My brothers and I shall handle them ourselves, and we shall not trouble you further." Su Yan scrutinized the middle-aged man's expression, remaining silent for an extended period, as an indescribable emotion welled up within him. Gradually, he turned to the shopkeeper, Li, whom he held in his grasp, and sighed softly. "I shall remain here. You go and summon all those to whom he owes wages." The crowd of onlookers grew. Most were merely there to witness the spectacle, with some even exhibiting gleeful anticipation. Within 2 hours, a throng of 70 or 80 individuals gathered. Su Yan pointed at the middle-aged man. "You. Step forward. He will recount how much he owes each of you." The middle-aged man, supported by the frail man, approached. Despite his grave injuries, he managed to list the amounts owed. One by one, with each person collecting their wages, the shopkeeper's countenance darkened further. By the end, his face had transformed from ashen to a deep purple, his eyes brimming with malice directed at Su Yan. "You wretched lackeys," he spat, grinding his teeth as he glared menacingly at the crowd, attempting to intimidate them with his gaze. However, just as his fury began to surface, Su Yan delivered a resounding slap to his face, the force of which sent him sprawling to the ground. As twilight descended, the last of the wages were finally distributed. Su Yan stood still, his expression pensive. He contemplated the next course of action. How to deal with this shopkeeper? With his capabilities, the solution was simple enough. He could simply kill him if it were a matter of combat among cultivators. Su Yan would have few reservations. Yet, the opponent was a mere mortal, and the transgressions committed did not warrant death. To take a life would be to indulge in wanton slaughter. Just as doubts clouded his mind, He felt a tug at his garments. Looking down, he saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy, clad in tattered clothing, his face smudged with dirt, his eyes reflecting a serene yet vacant gaze. "Little one, what troubles you?" Su Yin crouched down, offering a gentle smile. "Does he owe you wages as well?" "No, big brother," the boy replied, lifting his gaze. "May I kill him?" Su Yan's brow furrowed slightly at the question, his tone calm yet heavy. "Why do you wish to do that?" The boy's voice was eerily tranquil, as if recounting a tale. "He killed my father and dishonored my mother to death. I wish to avenge them, one life for another." "You little wretch, you seek your own demise," the shopkeeper interjected, his voice laced with panic and fury. Yet his retort was met with another punch, which landed heavily on his face. The shopkeeper let out a cry, his teeth mingling with blood as they scattered on the ground. Su Yin stood firm, his gaze frosty, his tone low yet composed. Silence. In that moment, he felt no further hesitation. He lowered his head and beckoned gently to the boy. "Come here." The boy obediently approached, looking up at Su Yin with confusion in his eyes. Su Yin raised a finger and lightly pressed it against the boy's forehead, with a surge of consciousness. The devouring demon technique activated quietly. His voice resonated with authority. Inner demons. In an instant, a dark mist manifested within the boy's consciousness, weaving the deepest torments of his heart into vivid imagery. The inner demon began to take shape, ultimately resembling the shopkeeper. The atrocities committed by the shopkeeper, the gruesome demise of his parents, these harrowing scenes unfurled like sharp blades, slicing through the boy's heart, coalescing into the unbearable torment of his inner demon. Su Yin remained an unwavering observer of this torment, his gaze profound. At last, he raised his hand and struck, releasing a surge of purple energy into the boy's awareness, obliterating the inner demon's visage entirely, leaving no trace. "Damn it, it's not just him," Su Yin murmured, an ember of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. He tossed a dagger to the ground, watching the boy intently. "Here, kill him," without a moment's hesitation. The boy picked up the dagger and lunged toward the shopkeeper's heart. However, just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, Su Yan's fingers deftly pinched the edge of the weapon, halting the boy's advance. The child froze, looking up at Su Yin with confusion. Su Yan's expression was deep, yet his voice was unexpectedly gentle. "Revenge is not achieved in this manner. Allow me to guide you." With that, he took the dagger from the boy's grasp and, in a swift motion, severed one of the shopkeeper's fingers cleanly. The man howled in agony, nearly passing out, but Su Yin swiftly infused a hint of spiritual energy into him, forcefully reviving his consciousness. "Now, it is your turn." Su Yin returned the dagger to the boy, his tone steady as he continued. The boy, resolute, gritted his teeth and brought the blade down once more, severing the shopkeeper's second finger. Blood splattered, and the shopkeeper emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The third, the fourth, each slice was precise, each scream more piercing than the last. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such a scene, scattered in terror, some unable to suppress their nausea. Su Yin, possessing remarkable culinary skills, observed the boy's vengeful actions with a sense of satisfaction. He reached out for the dagger, casually remarking, "Now, let me teach you how to slice vegetables. How to carve meat thinner." "All right," the boy replied, biting his lip but beginning to follow Su Yan's guidance, his movements growing increasingly adept. Su Yin was not a bloodthirsty maniac. Until this moment, he had never taken a life. Yet, as he employed the devouring demon technique, he witnessed the depths of the shopkeeper's malevolence and the enormity of his crimes. For the shopkeeper, death was too lenient a punishment. His perspective had shifted. As night fell, the shopkeeper's cries eventually ceased. He had long since lost consciousness, his hands reduced to a bloody mess, the ground beneath him soaked in crimson, rendering his flesh nearly unrecognizable. Su Yin rose, looking down at the disfigured shopkeeper, his tone devoid of emotion. "In the end, you have escaped too lightly. Your death is truly insignificant." He then turned his gaze to the blood-soaked boy, his voice softening for once. "You've avenged your kin. Remember not to allow anyone to bully you again." The boy lifted his head, his previously calm demeanor now replaced with bewilderment. Within moments, he burst into tears, collapsing to the ground as his sobs echoed through the night. Su Yin watched the tattered clothing and the frail form. His heart stirred. He gently patted the boy's back. From the first moment he laid eyes on the child, he understood he was already dead. His spirit had been entirely extinguished. Only his physical shell remained. The boy's detached recounting of his tragic tale revealed a complete absence of emotion, for he had lost every semblance of feeling long ago. It was only through the boy's acts of vengeance that his emotions began to resurface. That it was a gruesome process, yet it served a purpose. The moment the shopkeeper breathed his last, the boy's lost emotions came flooding back. The first to return was profound sorrow, an overwhelming grief that erupted in that very instance. This was also one of the reasons Su Yin had initially intervened to prevent the boy from killing the shopkeeper outright. A cold wind swept through, the scent of blood lingering in the air, and the onlookers dared not approach. Soldiers had arrived at the scene, yet they regarded Su Yin with trepidation, as if he were a demon incarnate. The twilight's glow bathed the earth, illuminating the scene, revealing the evils of the world in stark clarity. Su Yin sat upon the ground, the boy, now faint from crying, leaning against him. His gaze remained crystal clear as he sought to interrogate his own heart regarding the events of the day. Finally, as he glanced at the boy beside him, a realization dawned upon him. He arrived at 4 words: conscience clear, unrepentant. The turmoil within him subsided, and his cultivation instinctively resumed. Moments later, a radiant aura enveloped him, and he advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, achieving a breakthrough. Chapter 15. The youth. The night deepened, the silvery moonlight casting its radiance over the mountains, illuminating the winding paths that a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. The leaves whispering softly, like hushed murmurs by the water's edge. Su Yin stood in silence, the moonlight outlining his cool and solitary figure. The boy knelt by the stream, his hands submerged in the frigid water as he meticulously washed the blood from his fingers. His gaze fixated on the ripples spreading across the surface, as if he could see the silhouettes of his parents, familiar scenes flooding his mind. Silent tears cascaded down his cheeks, yet he uttered not a word. Clenching his teeth to stifle his cries, Su Yin observed the boy quietly, choosing not to intervene. In this moment, he understood that allowing the release of emotions was a beneficial beginning, even if that release was solely composed of sorrow and pain. On that fateful night, the boy took it upon himself to end the life of his adversary. In that moment, he felt the years of suppressed hatred within him finally unleashed, yet what followed was an indescribable void. The singular reason that had sustained his existence, vengeance, was now extinguished. He found himself engulfed in an unprecedented confusion, akin to a lost creature wandering aimlessly, uncertain of where to venture next. It was only when he lifted his gaze that he beheld Su Yin. In that instant, a flicker of light reignited in his eyes. He clenched his fists and silently vowed, "Yes, I cannot perish yet. That I must repay my debts. Until I have fulfilled my obligations, I cannot falter." Su Yin, sensing the boy's gaze, slowly approached the water's edge, crouching down, his tone calm yet gentle. "What are your plans from here on?" The boy paused, looking up at Su Yin. His voice trembled, hoarse and laced with a hint of dependence. "I do not know. If it were not for you, I would not even have had the chance for revenge." He lowered his head. "Wherever you instruct me to go, I shall follow. As long as it serves you. I would willingly face death." Upon hearing this, Su Yin's gaze flickered slightly. He regarded the boy's youthful face, paused in silence, and then sighed softly. "You may seek to repay your debts, but first, you must live for yourself. If you cannot even protect your own life, how can you hope to repay any debts?" The boy was taken aback, bowing his head and softly acknowledging with a quiet eye in his eyes. A glimmer of clarity emerged, though it still mingled with confusion. "Tell me," Su Yin began slowly, his voice deep and warm. "What is your name?" The boy raised his eyes to Su Yin, his tone calm. "The past me has already perished. Then, I humbly request you to bestow a name upon me." Su Yin looked up at the night sky, where the brilliant moon hung high against the deep blue canvas, surrounded by scattered yet radiant stars. The moonlight bathed the mountain path, crafting a scene both tranquil and profound. He spoke softly, "Let your name be Bai Hao, Bai as bright as the moon, Hao as vast as the starry sky. This new name signifies a rebirth." Bai Hao whispered the name, as if it were the most precious treasure. His fingers curled slightly in the water, his gaze gradually transforming from confusion to resolve. He nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Senior. From this day forth, I shall be known as Bai Hao." Su Yin smiled gently, rising to pat Bai Hao's shoulder. "Do not refer to me as Senior anymore. I am no such thing. Then how should I address you?" Bai Hao inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Su Yin contemplated for a moment, then reached out to lightly pat his head, grinning. "Since I have taught you the art of cooking, you may call me Master from now on." "Master?" Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face. It was his first true smile. "What can your disciple do for you?" "For the following month, I will impart my recipes to you. You shall strive to become the finest chef in the Great Li Empire, spreading the fame of my dishes. No slacking off, for when I return to the Great Li, I shall expect to see your progress. That Su Yin spoke earnestly, knowing he might never descend from the mountains again. Yet wishing to provide his apprentice with a lasting aspiration, Su Yin gazed toward the distant mountain path. His voice low yet resolute. Let us go to the Great Li Empire, where you shall begin your new life. Very well. The two set off along the mountain trail, Su Yin leading with steady strides, while Bai Hao followed closely. His eyes fixed on Su Yan's figure, as if fearing he might vanish from sight at any moment. The night wind grew cooler, rustling through the trees, their shadows swaying under the moonlight like silent whispers. Bai Hao sheathed the now clean dagger against Su Yan's back. His steps quickened, yet his expression bore a newfound calm, a deeper determination. The night was as tranquil as water, the moonlight as silvery as silk. Two figures walked silently along the desolate path. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. They traversed a common imperial realm in the southern domains, departing from Daodian's sect. Half the time was spent soaring through the skies on swords, while the rest was marked by walking and resting. Their journey, filled with stops along the way, took nearly half a month to reach the Great Li Empire. At last, as they beheld the faint outline of the imperial city ahead, Su Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. We have finally arrived. As they strolled through the bustling streets, Su Yin did not immediately head for the imperial court. He observed this and that, finding everything rather intriguing. Casting a glance at Bai Hao, who was closely trailing behind, he endeavored to present a gentle smile. Is there anything you fancy? For what master gifts is indeed a treasure. How could there be likes or dislikes? Bai Hao's eyes shone with sincerity, reflecting his true sentiment. Approaching a stall, Su Yin glanced at the array of trinkets. Momentarily at a loss, he randomly picked up a wooden horse and asked, "How much for this?" 3. When Su Yin felt his storage ring, only to withdraw his hand in disappointment. There were countless spirit stones and elixirs, yet not a single one to spare, with a hint of helplessness. He returned the wooden horse, having no intention of using spirit stones as currency. He himself could manage, but others were mere mortals and might not accept such forms. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Su Yin's eyes. He said, "Boss, please set this aside for me. I shall return to purchase it shortly." Very well. The stall owner, charmed by Su Yan's ethereal demeanor and simple Taoist robe, instinctively acquiesced, spotting an empty space by the roadside. Su Yin turned to Bai Hao with a mysterious smile. "From here on out, it will all depend on you. You know, your master is rather shy. What do you intend to do?" Bai Hao felt a twinge of apprehension. Su Yin feigned innocence, then stated with seriousness, "Do you remember how I taught you to make lemonade on our journey? I shall prepare it, and you shall be the one to call out to customers. We, master and disciple, shall thrive together." "Ah, I see. I'll handle it." Bai Hao patted his chest confidently. "Indeed, we need to customize our call. We cannot sound as mundane as the others. Master, how should I call out?" Su Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. "Come here. I shall teach you." Bai Hao enthusiastically shouted, "Your lemon, my lemon, citizens of the Great Li, pay heed. Bowls are shattered. You hail from Dandong. Exchange with me a city of pristine white. Who wishes to indulge in lemon tea?" Bai Hao shouted earnestly. While Su Yin diligently prepared the lemons, he endeavored to maintain a calm expression, though tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes. Fearing he might inadvertently mock his apprentice, Su Yin, a formidable cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, found that even the feeble lemons in his hands could only endure his vigorous handling. This peculiar scene ultimately attracted a sizable crowd, including those adorned in lavish garments who observed from a distance. Once Su Yin had sufficiently prepared the lemons, he retrieved the pre-prepared ice cubes and added them in. Bai Hao, relieved to see his master finally finish, felt a weight lift from his heart. The sorrow that had once dominated his emotions now seemed to be accompanied by something oddly uplifting. Su Yin packaged the freshly made lemonade into bamboo tubes, and soon enough, curious onlookers began to gather. A young nobleman, clad in opulent robes, strolled forward, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. "How much for this peculiar tea?" 10 won a cup, well worth the price. Limited quantity, only 20 cups available. You want tea, regret it. You want tea, be deceived." Su Yin gestured with a finger. "And this is freshly made lemonade, not just some odd tea." The nobleman produced a small pouch of coins, smiling as he handed over 10 won. "Interesting. I'll take a cup to try." Bai Hao handed over a cup, and upon tasting, the nobleman's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Remarkable." His exuberant praise rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into water. drawing even more spectators. Su Yin sat on a small stool, taking a moment to rest, while Bai Hao busied himself. In less than the time it takes for a third of an incense stick to burn, the 20 cups of lemonade were sold out. Su Yin gathered the empty bamboo tubes, nodding at Bai Hao. Well done. Bai Hao scratched his head, smiling bashfully. Thanks to your excellent teaching, Master. Just as Su Yin was about to close up shop, a robust female voice broke through the commotion. A woman, possessing a physique as formidable as a warrior, approached with a gaze filled with longing, addressing Su Yin. Might the young master prepare a cup for me, alone? The voice belonged to a towering woman, striding with a steady gait, her gaze intense and imbued with an unusual affection directed at Su Yin. He frowned, apologetic. I've sold out, and I must close up as well. 10 taels of silver. Su Yin's eyes widened slightly. It seemed just enough for one last cup, that is. Would you be willing to use your foot to prepare it? I wish to taste foot-pressed lemonade. The woman spoke in one breath, her face flushing. She glanced at Su Yin's feet, a hint of infatuation evident. Fearing rejection, she added, I can offer an additional 10 taels of silver. Alas, I must not conceal the truth from you, fair maiden. I have not washed my feet for 3 days. If it is truly necessary, my disciple can assist. He just washed his feet last night, and they are pristine. Su Yin silently retracted the lemon he held and gestured toward Bai Hao, who stood by the roadside. A disciple is meant to be utilized in such ways, if not now. Shall he be saved for retirement? Bai Hao thought to himself. This was the second time he questioned his master's reliability. The first was when he sang that peculiar tune, this moment. The woman's eyes sparkled with intensity, expressing her desire for authenticity. She bore no disdain for the young man. Su Yin remained silent as he approached and patted Bai Hao on the shoulder. In a moment, I shall count down from 3 to 1. And you will close your eyes. Very well, Master. 3, 2, 1. Bai Hao promptly shut his eyes, while Su Yin instantly summoned his cultivation, retracting the entire stall into his storage ring, seizing Bai Hao, and in the next moment, soared away on his sword. Su Yin swore this was the swiftest he had ever flown. He turned and flew off, as if resolved, never glancing back. What a bizarre turn of events. Su Yin's heart was tumultuous. Was this truly the realm of mortals? What then had the past 15 years entailed? Was this indeed the same great Li? It was evident he had been dwelling in a small place. Unlike the imperial capital, where amusements surpassed those of other locales, the onlookers, who had just been spectators, now stood dumbfounded. Where did they go? No. How could 2 individuals vanish so completely? No one knew. It was all quite sudden. The crowd began to murmur, but as the discussions deepened, their expressions shifted dramatically. At that moment, the burly woman remained rooted in place, as if stunned, then lowered her gaze. Her demeanor noticeably despondent. An act of initiative had resulted in a lifetime of introversion. She merely harbored a fondness for feet. What fault lay in that? Upon leaving the bounds of the great Li imperial capital, they arrived once more at the desolate mountain. He casually set Bai Hao down, his heart overwhelmed with myriad emotions. He then retrieved the Great Li Chronicle, inscribing the words, the Great Li imperial capital, a place of unpretentious folk. Su Yin nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is genuinely unpretentious. At this moment, his emotions regarding the Windafing reached an apex. In contrast, his senior sister seemed remarkably exceptional. Why did she cross my mind again? Su Yin suppressed his feelings and approached Bai Hao, who was still retching. Let us proceed. I have revealed my intentions. Next to make an entrance is Su Yin, the special envoy of the Dao Tian, a direct disciple of the Windafing. What follows will be your master's moment of glory. Observe well and learn diligently. With that, he hoisted Bai Hao and flew back. Along the way, Su Yin gritted his teeth. That woman was truly insufferable. Indeed. Bai Hao raised both hands in agreement. It would have sufficed for you to step up and tread upon it. Why must I? I detest perversion. Bai Hao, at the city gate, Su Yin stood once more, his expression unusually solemn. Devoid of jest. He donned the attire emblematic of a direct disciple of the sect and walked ahead. Bai Hao trailed behind like a devoted admirer. Master, you look exceptionally handsome like this. Standing here, you are the protagonist of heaven and earth. Bai Hao exclaimed in admiration. Su Yin remained silent, simply continuing forward. It was as if he were enacting a scene from a novel, this world resembling a vast stage where silence and restraint allowed for the greatest pretense. His gaze settled upon the guards at the city gate, and he produced a pure white token, Dao Tian Sect S. Jiang Yan, here to submit the national document. Upon finishing, he revealed the elegant character of Jiang inscribed on the token. The guards were astonished. bewildered, shocked, and respectful. Wait, weren't these two just inside? Are our eyes deceiving us? At that moment, the two guards exchanged glances, but soon they noted the robes and the token. Their eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless. Those assigned to guard the city gates surely possessed some understanding of figures, yet they had never encountered such a personage, rendering them momentarily unrecognizable in the next instant. Both men knelt before Su Yan. "We bow to the immortal." Su Yan lightly acknowledged them. Upon revealing himself as the envoy of the immortal sect, he embodied its representation, thus could no longer act frivolously. Chapter 17. The handover. Su Yan did not wait long. Within the city gate, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Moments later, a retinue clad in brocade armor escorted a middle-aged man who strode forth. This man wore an opulent peacock robe, his countenance imposing. Crowned with a headpiece, exuding an aura of authority. Upon glimpsing Su Yan, he initially appeared taken aback, then his gaze sharpened as he hastened forward, deeply bowing. "I am Zhou Wenhuai, the deputy minister of the greatly imperial capital. I greet the envoy of the immortal sect." Su Yan nodded, his expression tranquil, yet his demeanor stood tall like a green pine. Here, he seemed the very focal point of existence, radiating an undeniable authority. A flicker of reverence passed through Zhou Wenhuai's eyes as he cautiously continued. "Upon learning of the arrival of the immortal envoy, we have awaited your presence for some time. Please allow me to escort you to the imperial inner court. His Majesty has instructed us to receive you appropriately." "Very well," Su Yan responded evenly, yet with precision, as the envoy of the immortal sect. He was to maintain composure, fully aware that his actions represented the entire sect. Bai Hao stood behind Su Yan, his eyes brimming with admiration. He had never witnessed his master exude such gravitas. The robes of a direct disciple enveloped him in an unassailable brilliance. The surrounding populace had gathered in droves, peering from a distance, yet none dared approach, whispering amongst themselves. Is that truly the envoy of the immortal sect? Surely it is. Did you not see the attire he wears? That is the insignia of a disciple. Goodness, the envoy of the immortal sect has truly arrived. This is an event we have not witnessed in a century. This envoy appears quite youthful, yet, undoubtedly, his presence is extraordinary, befitting one of the immortal sect. Wait, why does this envoy seem oddly familiar? I too feel as though I have seen him somewhere before. Indeed, I have encountered him. And I even spent 10 coins, yet I suggest we have not met," the last man earnestly advised. The murmurs arose in waves, but many held their breath, fearing their very breaths might offend this exalted envoy. The guards at the city gates still dared not lift their heads, their eyes fixed on the ground, their faces etched with tension. The reverence mortals feel in the presence of cultivators is ingrained. Even if no deliberate aura is released, it remains an insurmountable barrier. Zhou Wenhuai, witnessing this, swiftly waved his hand, commanding, "Disperse." No gathering allowed. The crowd retreated in response, yet still dared not stray far. Lingering at the street corner, peering from beneath eaves, their eyes filled with curiosity and reverence. That moment, a luxurious carriage drawn by 8 magnificent steeds approached, its body adorned with exquisite cloud engravings, exuding the unique majesty of the greatly imperial capital. "Envoy, please board the carriage." Zhou Wenhuai slightly bowed, his tone exceedingly respectful. Su Yan offered no further words, stepping up into the carriage. Bai Hao followed closely, taking a seat beside Su Yan. The carriage glided down the imperial capital's streets. The townsfolk, already apprised of the news, paused their tasks, gathering by the roadside in eager anticipation. Some wore expressions of exhilaration, others whispered softly, while many knelt, bowing deeply, murmuring prayers for the protection of the immortal sect. Is that truly the envoy of the immortal sect? A divine being indeed. Seeing is believing. He truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Such discussions spread as the carriage continued its journey through the streets of the imperial capital. Within the carriage, Su Yan gazed out the window at the unfolding scenery, his heart devoid of tumult. Had this been in the past, he would have felt joy and excitement. Yet now, he found himself without a soul to share in his triumph. He again thought of his parents. The pain of losing one's closest kin often comes in waves, as it did in this moment. Su Yan gently closed his eyes, wishing to find a moment of stillness. Soon, the carriage arrived at the grand plaza before the palace, the resplendent gates shimmering under the moonlight. A throng of elegantly attired civil and military officials had already lined up, and the chief steward stepped forward, calling out, "The envoy of the immortal sect has arrived." Instantly, all the officials bowed in unison. "We greet the envoy of the immortal sect." Only the emperor, seated upon the throne, remained unmoved, though his demeanor was evidently unsettled. Su Yin descended from the carriage slowly, his expression calm, his steps unhurried. Clad in the robes of a direct disciple, he radiated brilliance in the flickering lights, his authority unmistakable. Standing there, he became the focal point of the universe. With countless gazes converging upon him, Su Yin nodded slightly and spoke with serene authority. Rise. His voice, though not loud, wafted like a gentle breeze into the ears of all present, invoking a sense of peace and reassurance. Upon the throne sat the newly appointed Emperor of the Great Li. Emperor Fangguang. One was the newly appointed mortal sovereign, and the other, the newly appointed envoy of the immortal sect. The two exchanged glances. As if sealing a fateful connection, Su Yin gently proclaimed, Su Yin, the 32nd direct disciple of the Dao Tian sect's Wendafeng, here to submit the national document. Su Yin spoke softly. The Dao Tian sect accepted few disciples, and the time taken to do so was extensive. As other peaks have inherited their legacies for over 100 generations, the Wenda peak has only reached its 32nd generation. The newly crowned emperor of Fangguang rose swiftly, descending the steps, and grasped the national recognition document inscribed with the characters Daotian. He exhaled a long sigh. At this moment, he had truly become the emperor of Fangguang. The envoy invited him to take a seat, and the banquet was about to commence. The night was as dark as ink, the heavens shrouded in depth. A sleek, ebony flying vessel glided through the sea of clouds, its hull subtly emanating a chilling aura. Su Wan languidly leaned against the railing of the vessel, the silvery moonlight cascading upon her visage, accentuating her exquisite beauty. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes as she addressed the man beside her. Brother, why must we venture to such a mundane dynasty? Did you not express your disdain for mingling with mortals? Su Dowling shot her a sidelong glance, reproaching, mind your manners and refer to me as elder brother. Su Wan playfully complied, her voice elongated and soft, echoing like ripples through the cloud sea. Su Dowling's body jolted, his hand nearly losing grip of the helm. What are you doing? Su Wan beamed like a mischievous cat, her expression one of triumph. Did you not instruct me to call you that? I am quite obedient, you know. Brother Su Dowling suppressed his urge to roll his eyes at her antics, his gaze drifting back to the distant cloud sea. Never mind, let us forget it. The atmosphere within the vessel grew slightly tense, yet Su Wan appeared to be relishing the moment. She tilted her head again, pressing on, but you still haven't answered me. Why must we race to this dynasty? You aren't fond of mingling with mortals, are you? Su Dowling sighed, his expression deepening as he lightly tapped a black wooden box beside him, his tone laden with significance. 10 years ago, the second-ranked genius of the Tianjia list, Yi Luyan, vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. And then, Su Wan swayed her legs, her voice imbued with a casual curiosity. Su Dowling's demeanor grew solemn as he gazed into the depths of the cloud sea. As if pondering, he is the son of the demon emperor Yi Changkong, a prodigy second only to Jiang Xunzi in this era. Yet, at the pinnacle of his brilliance, he inexplicably disappeared from the mortal realm. And since then, no one has been able to contact him. Su Wan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in her gaze. That's impossible, right? Not even a whisper of news. Su Dowling shook his head slowly, his voice grave, indeed. But do you not find it strange? The demon emperor Yi Changkong remains unperturbed, seemingly taking no action. Otherwise, given his temperament, the world would have been in chaos by now. Then is he dead or not? Su Wan tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her tone. Of course not. Su Dowling's voice carried a note of certainty. Unless a grandmaster intervenes, who could possibly slay him? Moreover, he possesses countless life-saving trump cards. As long as the demon emperor lives, none would dare lay a hand on him. Su Wan huffed softly, pouting. So what does all of this mean? A faint smile crept across Su Dowling's lips, a glimmer of inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes. Elders of our clan are exceedingly concerned about this matter. After countless deliberations and investigations, they concluded that Yi Luyan has chosen to retreat from the world voluntarily. However, he must harbor unspoken secrets, possibly even a monumental mystery. Su Wan murmured softly, her eyes glinting with intrigue. And what does that have to do with our journey to the Dali imperial capital? Su Dowling's tone grew measured as he continued. The classified information indicates that he is likely concealed here. This place, while mundane, lies in close proximity to Daotian's sect. The directive is clear. We must avoid unnecessary entanglements with the disciples of Daotian's sect. This matter extends beyond our Su family. The implications are profoundly intricate. Su Wan blinked innocently. So we are here to gather intelligence. Precisely. Su Dowling's fingers grazed the edge of the box, his gaze profound. There are those who are keenly interested in the secrets surrounding Yi Luyan. His father is the demon emperor, and he is the heir of the Ziyun sect, The foremost of the 4 demon sections, even the gravest of secrets, would be palatable for the Ziyun sect. Why would he choose to flee? Do you not find this intriguing? Su Wanner pondered for a moment before nodding. It is indeed somewhat intriguing. Su Dowling's lips curled into a slight smirk, pondering what secrets lay hidden within him. The flying vessel glided steadily through the cloud sea, the distant Dali imperial capital gradually coming into view, its light shimmering with a hint of the mundane. Su Dowling narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. We have arrived, he then murmured to himself. Coincidentally, Jiang Daoyu is also present. Indeed, he mentioned he would be coming to Dali, Su Wanner remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So, brother, may I go capture him? Su Dowling's gaze swept over her, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, before he suddenly smiled lightly. You may. Su Wanner was taken aback. Really? Su Dowling nodded slowly, his tone laden with meaning. After all, he is a direct disciple of Daotian sect. If he is a direct disciple of Huiyin Peak, then he has the support of the Huiyin Peak master. Such status is deserving of you. And it would also be a highly advantageous marriage for the family. Family, always talking about benefits. Su Wanner stamped her foot, her expression revealing a trace of dissatisfaction, then gritted her teeth. Do you not consider my happiness at all? Su Dowling lowered his head, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He understood that the generational gap between him and his sister was vast. He had cultivated for 100 years, while Su Wanner was but in her teens. Her innocence and impulsiveness evoked a sense of nostalgia for his own youthful days. After a moment of silence, his heart softened, and he sighed, forcing a gentle smile. You may choose whomever you wish to marry. After all, I am still your elder brother. Su Wanner's eyes brightened, her smile radiant like a little fox. Really? Su Dowling affirmed. Indeed. Brother, you are so kind. Su Wanner suddenly leapt forward, enveloping his neck in a hug. Her eyes crescent-shaped with glee. When there's something, I call you brother. When there's nothing, I call you Su Dowling. Su Dowling wore an expression of disdain, attempting to dislodge this attachment from him, yet he dared not exert force. Stop fooling around. Su Wanner pressed her advantage, her voice softening. Brother, I do not wish to marry. None can compare to you. You are the best, and I shan't marry anyone else. Su Dowling paused, momentarily taken aback. Then indifferently nodded. Suit yourself. The interior of the vessel fell silent, the only sound being the low murmur of the wind across the distant clouds. At that moment, the Dali imperial capital basked in the gentle sunlight, the breeze caressing softly. After a brief silence, Su Dowling suddenly spoke. Perhaps you should head back. I will have Jean Chio escort you. This mission bears some danger. Su Wanner's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of bewilderment in her eyes. Danger? You agreed to come despite the danger? Have you lost your mind? I will not return. Su Wanner pouted defiantly. You, the sole young clan leader, are the one taking risks while the elders remain idle? Su Dowling sighed in exasperation, an inkling of regret rising within him. He should not have been soft-hearted in bringing her along. He sighed again. Fine, we are here now. Just stick close to me. Understood. Su Wanner puffed out her cheeks, her face illuminated with a sense of triumph. At this moment, the vessel lingered above the cloud sea, yet Su Dowling and Su Wanner had already descended from the ethereal realm. Su Dowling cast a sidelong glance, his gaze penetrating through the palace, spotting Su Yan amidst the banquet. However, at that moment, the jade pendant at Su Yan's waist glimmered faintly. A wave of bone-chilling cold surged forth, striking directly at Su Dowling's eyes. He felt a sudden wave of icy pain. His mind jolted awake as he hastily redirected his sight, a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Su Dowling's complexion paled slightly, his lips twitching. Although the backlash of this cold aura was not severe, it still left him with a dull ache in his chest. He exhaled deeply, forcing a bitter smile. I was indeed too overconfident. Brother, are you all right? Su Wanner rushed forward, concern etched in her expression. She gently grasped Su Dowling's sleeve, scrutinizing his pallor. You turned pale just now. Are you injured? Su Dowling waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. It's trivial. Nothing to worry about. Yet Su Wanner was relentless, her tone laced with reproach. Trivial? You are ashen. How can you say it's nothing? I knew you would always put on a brave front. Now look where that has led you. Su Dowling could only manage a helpless chuckle. All right. I admit my folly. But see, I am fine now. Right? Fine. That essay stretch. Su Wanner shot him an incredulous look, her brow furrowed with concern. No, you must hasten to heal. We cannot leave any hidden dangers. All right. I will heed your wishes. Su Dowling regarded his sister's serious expression, a hint of exasperated amusement crossing his features, his tone softening. Truly, do not fret over me. This minor injury is inconsequential. Seeing her brother's stubbornness, Su Wanner could not help but puff her cheeks, muttering softly, "You are undeniably a brother who gives no peace of mind." Su Dowling reached out and gently ruffled her hair. His gaze infused with a touch of affection. "Your brother is not so fragile. However, I must admit that I was indeed careless just now. It appears that Jiang Daoyu is more formidable than I had anticipated." Su Wanner lifted her head, observing the hint of seriousness in her brother's eyes, and pouted slightly. "Humph, I don't care about his identity. If you get hurt again next time, I will. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly grasped Su Dowling's hand and declared, "I will follow you everywhere, and you won't be able to go anywhere without me." Upon hearing this, Su Dowling couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well. But you must remain by my side at all times, even while sleeping. That's what you said." Su Wanner raised her small fist, feigning a threatening demeanor that made Su Dowling shake his head and laugh. "Indeed, that is what I said. At Daodian sect, atop Windafing, a figure clad in white stood silently. Though she did not utter a word, an aura of reverence surrounded her. The white figure stood in the wind, akin to a deity carved from ice and snow, untouched by a speck of dust. Yet at this moment, she furrowed her brow slightly, withdrawing her gaze after a brief pause, murmuring, "Shitty, you are truly worrisome." Chapter 19. At Mingwei Restaurant. Su Yin was in charge of the kitchen. "Unless there are further matters, I shall take my leave to report back to the sect." Su Yin concluded the final toast of the evening. Rising with a calm tone and a humble demeanor, he had fulfilled his duties during this journey, and now it was time to return to the sect. However, before departing, he still needed to secure a position for Bai Hao. Thus, this karmic tie would be resolved. "Wait, immortal envoy." The new emperor quickly rose to retain him, urgency etched on his face. "The Lantern Festival of Dali is fast approaching. I kindly request the immortal envoy to stay and witness." The name of the Dali Lantern Festival was well known even within Daodian Immortal sect. Su Yin raised an eyebrow, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. "Very well." He nodded lightly, agreeing, not for any other reason, but because he too hailed from Dali. Over the past decade, he had once attended the Lantern Festival in Yuzhou with his parents, who had promised to bring him to the capital to experience a true Lantern Festival upon his coming of age. Alas, that promise had ultimately turned into a regret. Now, fulfilling this wish on behalf of his parents served as a form of solace. Within the imperial palace, the new emperor had specifically arranged accommodations for Su Yin and Bai Hao. Yet Su Yin did not linger long. Under the night sky, he strolled through the bustling streets of the capital alongside Bai Hao, the moonlight casting a silver sheen upon the cobblestones, the air imbued with a refreshing chill. Bai Hao walked slowly, glancing up at his master several times, his expression complex, finally unable to restrain himself. "Master, are we really leaving soon?" Su Yin replied gently, his gaze directed ahead, his tone neutral yet imbued with clarity. "Once matters are concluded, we must inevitably depart." Bai Hao lowered his head, silent for a moment before inquiring, "Will you return in the future? If I can fulfill your expectations, will you come back to see me?" Su Yin's steps faltered briefly as he turned to look at his young yet resolute disciple, momentarily lost in thought. He had expected Bai Hao to say something like he would strive to meet his expectations. Yet the boy's ultimate desire was simply to hope that his master would return to check on him. His gaze softened slightly as he replied gently, "I will." The two continued on until they arrived at a restaurant. Su Yin looked up at the restaurant's signboard, nodding in satisfaction. "This one seems good. I will ask the proprietor to keep you on. Remember to practice the recipes I taught you well. You shall become the great Dali divine chef in the future." Bai Hao was momentarily stunned before raising his head, determination shining in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, master." In the early morning, the mist had yet to dissipate as Su Yin and Bai Hao sat on the steps of the restaurant, patiently awaiting its opening. Bai Hao said little, merely gazing down at his hands, reflecting on his master's figure throughout their journey. After a while, the restaurant door creaked open, and a waiter poked his head out. Perplexed, "May I inquire what you gentlemen need?" Su Yin slightly turned, his gaze calm. "I wish to speak with your proprietor." The waiter blinked in surprise, his eyes widening. The envoy of the immortal sect stood at the entrance of their restaurant. He quickly nodded and bowed. "Of course, please wait a moment." Moments later, the proprietor rushed out, his hair somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Su Yin, he froze for a moment, then his face broke into a broad smile. "Immortal envoy, your presence graces my humble establishment. I am truly honored." Su Yin inclined his head slightly, getting straight to the point. "Proprietor, do you require additional help here?" The proprietor hesitated for a moment, instinctively glancing at Bai Hao behind Su Yin. Nodding repeatedly, "Yes, we are indeed in need of staff." Su Yin's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Since you are hiring, do not overlook my disciple. I assure you, Within 3 years, he will elevate your restaurant's reputation throughout Dali. Hiring him would be a worthwhile investment. The proprietor's heart trembled at those words, nodding fervently. Immortal envoy, I shall not let you down. Do you still remember what I taught you? Su Yin leaned down slightly, observing the youth before him, whose eyes were slightly reddened. I remember. Good. I shall demonstrate one last time, and you will assist me. All right, master. Su Yin beamed at the proprietor. Today, let me take charge of the dishes. I want my disciple to observe closely. Of course. The proprietor was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the unexpected joy. Who was this individual? The envoy of the immortal sect. Today, their restaurant was destined to achieve great renown throughout Dali. Without delay, the proprietor rushed to fetch his son, hurrying into the street to spread the news. Howard, come here. Su Yin handed a bundle of unwashed vegetables to Bai Hao, his tone calm, yet serene. In the kitchen, the smoke began to rise, the clash of knives and vegetables creating a symphony of activity. Su Yin rolled up his sleeves, his movements fluid and graceful, everything under his control. He did not employ the art of Ui Xiangong. Yet the spiritual food he prepared still bore a hint of ethereality. Bai Hao accepted the vegetables and began washing them silently, his attention glued to Su Yin's every stir-fry, afraid to miss any detail. Do not rush with the knife work. Keep your focus steady, and cut them thinly. Su Yin's voice resonated in the kitchen, cool yet imbued with patience. Just like I taught you to peel, swift, steady, and precise with each cut. Bai Hao's forehead glistened with a light sheen of sweat, yet his movements grew increasingly focused. The aroma began to waft through the kitchen, a fragrance imbued with spirituality, refreshing the spirit with its mere scent. The attendants at the door could not help but swallow hard. How fragrant! Is this truly food fit for mortals? The spiritual food crafted by the envoy of the immortal sect was anything but ordinary. However, the fragrance did not stop there. It wafted out of Mingwei restaurant, permeating the streets and drawing the attention of passers-by. Meanwhile, news spread like a stone cast into a pond, echoing throughout Dali, reaching even the imperial court. At that moment, in the court, Emperor Fangguang was stifling yawns, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Last night's banquet had continued until the deep hours of the night, and he had only just found rest. Suddenly, the tranquility of the court was shattered by hurried footsteps. A messenger hurried into the hall, kneeling and shouting, "Report! The immortal envoy has left the palace and is personally cooking at Mingwei restaurant." As these words echoed, the hall fell into a profound silence. Emperor Fangguang's eyes widened. The immortal envoy is cooking. The ministers were equally bewildered. The immortal envoy, cooking. After a brief silence, Emperor Fangguang sprang to his feet, decisively ordering, "Dismiss the court. We shall make our way to Mingwei restaurant." The opportunity to witness the immortal envoy cooking was a rare occurrence, one that had not been seen in 800 years. Since this chance had presented itself, it was undoubtedly Emperor Fangguang's fortune. Before the officials could recover from their shock, the emperor had already hastened out of the hall, the imperial guards swiftly clearing the way as they escorted him toward Mingwei restaurant. Outside Mingwei restaurant, the crowd had already swelled to overflowing. The throngs of people congested the entrance, blocking the entire street. "Have you heard? The envoy of the immortal sect is personally cooking. I was just boiling water to make porridge when I heard the news. I ran out without even covering the pot." "What do you mean?" "I just heard the news and came rushing out." A few bystanders looked at the last speaker with sympathy. One stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "It's all right. Just take it easy. Take it easy." Chapter 20. Sis-in-law. Sis-in-law. In the front row, Su Wanner leaned against Su Dowling's shoulder, complaining, "Brother, why are there so many people in line? I thought you were acting like you were on some kind of spring drug. Dragging me along so urgently. I almost thought you were finally going to drop the act and make a move on your beautiful sister." Su Dowling's expression darkened as he shot her a fierce glare, reprimanding in a low voice, "Be quiet." Su Wanner refused to back down, turning to glare back at him. "What? Are you trying to compete with me over who can glare harder?" Su Dowling took a deep breath, pressing his fingers to his forehead, his brow etched with a sense of helplessness. As if the mere presence of his sister could elevate him to the heavens in exasperation, he decided to disregard her antics. Pursing his lips, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a knowing smile flickered in his eyes. As an elder brother, it was only natural to hasten to test the culinary skills of the future brother-in-law. "You?" Su Wanner felt a blush creep to her cheeks, stomping her foot in indignation. "How can you refer to him as a brother-in-law?" Just then, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats and the clanging of armor echoed from outside the tavern, signaling the arrival of the imperial guard, heralding the presence of the new Emperor Fangguang. The new emperor dismounted with a flourish, striding towards the entrance of the tavern. Upon seeing the imperial presence, The crowd knelt in reverence, yet the two siblings at the forefront remained oblivious, standing resolutely in place. The celestial beings, observing the Emperor's arrival without a bow, were well aware of this custom. The Emperor's gaze swept over Su Dowling's resplendent attire. He chose to remain composed, abandoning any thoughts of probing. Having just ascended to the throne, his priority was stability, not to make enemies. After all, in the vast realm of cultivation, he, the so-called Emperor of the mortal world, was but a spect. It was merely luck and the backing of the celestial sect that afforded him some measure of support. He slowly turned to face the crowd, his tone gentle yet authoritative. No need for formalities. Today, I dine with my subjects. It is my honor. Henceforth, I shall govern the nation and protect the people. Upon hearing this, the throng at the entrance parted to form a pathway. Exclaiming, "Long live your majesty," the new emperor hastened inside the tavern, accompanied by several ministers. "Where is the celestial envoy?" Emperor Fenghuang immediately spotted the tavern keeper standing by the kitchen door and inquired eagerly. Upon hearing this, the keeper quickly knelt in respect. "Your majesty, the celestial envoy is in the kitchen." Upon this, the emperor stepped forward, following the keeper into a private room. Inside the kitchen, Su Yian was busily stir-frying. And upon hearing the commotion, he stepped out, speaking with calm composure. "Your majesty's presence is a great honor. Please, be the first guest today." The emperor paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. What an immense honor! As dishes were brought forth from the kitchen, the tavern fell into an immediate hush. "Keeper, serve the first 100 in line. The rest may disperse for today." Su Yian instructed nonchalantly, adding, "I will serve whatever I have prepared." No choosing or picking. The keeper nodded vigorously. "Understood, celestial envoy." Each dish appeared as a masterpiece, vibrant in color and exuding tantalizing aromas that captivated all eyes. In the private room, the new emperor was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Lifting a slice of meat to his lips. In that instant, a look of astonishment crossed his face, causing him to pause chewing, savoring the exquisite flavor. It melted in his mouth, a taste beyond compare. Such a delicacy was truly a rare gem of the mortal realm. Several ministers could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward to partake. As soon as they tasted, one could not help but exclaim, "This is no earthly flavor." The culinary skills of the celestial envoy are indeed astonishing. Standing aside, Su Yian maintained his usual demeanor, but as praises echoed around him, he subtly tilted his head towards Bai Hao. "Remember, in the future, it will be you they commend." Bai Hao gripped his knife firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Outside, Su Dowling and his sister, among the first diners, looked on with curiosity. When the dishes arrived, Su Wanner could no longer restrain herself, hastily placing food into her mouth before her beloved brother could react. Su Dowling merely observed with a smile, finding the situation amusing if it came to a scramble. He feared his sister might not even get a drop of soup. He then leisurely scooped up a spoonful of red beans and began to eat. Su Wanner shot him a glare, her mouth still full, and exclaimed, "Naughty brother, you can't have the red beans." Feigning seriousness, he mused, "Sister, I have never asked anything of you in my life. Will you grant me one request?" Su Wanner paused, eyeing him warily. "What do you want now?" "Quickly bring him back to the family, so he can cook for us every day." Su Dowling replied with a straight face. "Humph, you go do it." Su Wanner turned back to her meal, completely ignoring him. In the kitchen, Su Yian wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Looking at Bai Hao, he said, "I'm tired. You take over the rest." With that, he pulled out a small stool and settled to the side. Bai Hao hesitated slightly. "Master, if I don't do well, people will think it's your work, and it would tarnish your reputation. Then you must do your best. Rest assured, I will offer guidance as needed." "Yes, master." Unbeknownst to them, dusk had arrived, and the sky was painted with hues of crimson. As the last table of guests reluctantly left, Mingwei Tavern officially announced its closing. Outside, the crowd remained densely packed, while the Imperial Guard secured the entrance to prevent any disruptions to the envoy. Su Yian elegantly flicked his sleeves and stepped outside. Inside the tavern, Bai Hao's gaze remained fixed on his master until he could no longer see him. Su Yian found a gnarled old locust tree and sat beneath it, enjoying the evening breeze. Today, while cooking, he had almost instinctively called out for his senior sister to join him for a meal, only to turn and find himself gazing at the familiar old locust tree. Su Yian spoke softly, "Su Daoyu, do you also wish to enjoy the breeze?" "Indeed, brother-in-law," came the reply. Su Yian, "I am utterly captivated by your culinary skills. Hence, I intend to bring you home to become my brother-in-law." "Very well, let's lighten the mood. Daoist Jiang, do not be upset." With that, Su Dowling produced his family token, waving it slightly. "Daoist Jiang, let us be friends." For a moment, Su Yian fell silent, I cannot agree to that. He would never allow anyone else to share his senior sister's token. Very well. Su Dowling felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly masked his emotions. The two sat beneath the old locust tree, conversing for a long while, as if they were old friends reunited after many years. As night deepened, Su Dowling finally took his leave. At this moment, Su Yan once again retrieved the snow-white token, engraved with an elegant character for Jiang. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Ah, senior sister. Yet soon he sensed something amiss. Among the two contacts within the token, one belonging to the sect leader had turned red. He glanced at the other, his master's name, and noted that their last conversation with his senior sister had been over 120 years ago at Su Yan. He quickly opened the other contact named sect leader, finding the last message dated 13 days prior. Sect leader, disciple, send the spirit stones and collect them promptly. Sect leader, where are you? Sect leader, forget it. If you have time, remember to collect them. If not, send your new junior brother to retrieve them. Su Yan understood, nodding. Seeing that he had taken 13 days to respond to the sect leader's message, a sudden guilt washed over him. If this were his past life, failing to reply for 13 days would likely have him preparing a farewell note. But soon, the token flickered to life again. Sect leader, Su Shidi, Su Yan. Yes, sect leader, you are quite astute. Sect leader, your senior sister only responds with them. How could she ever sigh? Sect leader, why are you holding your senior sister's token? I have already crafted yours. It has been given to your senior sister in an exquisite ink-wash design, unique in its kind. Su Yan. No, I haven't received it. Sect leader, what is this pattern? It looks lovely. Su Yan. This. Oh, sect leader, disciple, teach me. Su Yan. Sect leader. Su Dowling chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. It's merely a bit of wear and tear. If Daoist Jiang were to live a while longer and witness more, he would come to regard it as nothing extraordinary. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yin suddenly set down his cup and, with a smile that was neither here nor there, inquired, "But Brother Su, having spoken so much, why have you never mentioned emotions?" Su Dowling paused, his cup momentarily stilled. A flicker of distraction passing through his gaze. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed up at the intricately carved beams of the ceiling, his voice softening. Emotions. In my youth, brimming with ambition, I fancied myself an unparalleled genius destined to dominate an era. At that time, my heart was solely focused on cultivation. Who had the luxury to ponder matters of love? His eyes grew contemplative, as if lost in reminiscence, a hint of a bitter smile gracing his lips. As the years swiftly passed, I turned back only to realize that there were indeed a few female cultivators who harbored affection for me. Yet by the time I understood, it was already too late. Su Dowling sighed softly, a mix of nostalgia and resignation evident in his demeanor. But speaking of such matters now holds little significance. And what of the present? Su Yin slightly tilted his head, curiosity lacing his tone. The present? Su Dowling hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. 30 years ago, my unreliable father suddenly informed me that I was to have a sister. I was taken aback for several days, then hurriedly delved into books and sought the counsel of elders, pondering how to be a good brother. As he spoke, a broader smile began to form. Yet it took over a decade for her to finally arrive. On the day she was born, auspicious signs filled the sky. Her beauty was simply extraordinary, a true gift of nature. And then, Su Yin raised his cup, sipping with keen interest. And then, Su Dowling shrugged. She was so stunning that I, as her brother, had to be on constant guard against all the scheming suitors surrounding her. Yet, paradoxically, she clung to me every day, forbidding me from interacting with other female cultivators. At the slightest hint of a male approaching me, she would cause a ruckus, and this continued for over a decade. Even my only close attendant, Jin Qiu, is now at odds with her. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle, a smile dancing on his lips. From what Brother Su says, it hardly seems like you bear any resentment. Rather, it sounds as though you revel in it. Oh, Su Dowling raised an eyebrow, regarding Su Yin with a bemused expression. What leads you to say that? When you mentioned your sister, the smile on your face never faltered. It seems Brother Su is quite the doting brother. Doting brother? Su Dowling paused, then burst into laughter. That term is amusing. Very well, I shall embrace it. Su Yin joined in the laughter, lifting his cup. Let us toast to Brother Su's doting brotherhood. Cheers, Su Dowling bellowed, their cups clinking together before they downed their drinks. As the evening wore on, Su Dowling suddenly leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yin. Having shared my story, it is time for Daoist Jiang to recount yours. Su Yin set down his cup, a smile gracing his lips. My tale is far simpler. I was once a mere mortal, leading an ordinary life until a family misfortune led my master to take me back to the mountains for cultivation. From then on, I resided on Mount Winda, training alongside my senior sister. Oh, Su Dowling raised an eyebrow, a knowing glint in his eye. It seems Daoist Jiang carries a certain sentiment. Do not jump to conclusions. Su Yin chuckled, shaking his head. I merely have a consistent recipient for my culinary offerings. Su Dowling slapped the table, standing up with an intense gaze. Is that so? What you speak of is not feeding, but rather, it is sisterly affection. Su Yin was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. You learn quickly. The two shared a knowing smile, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Outside, the streets were alight with activity. Laughter and chatter mingling in the air. The glow of lanterns casting dappled shadows on the windows of the tavern. Come, let us drink. Su Dowling raised his cup heartily. To drink. Su Yin replied with a smile, and they both lifted their cups in unison. Downing the contents in one go. I wonder if Brother Su's name graces this so-called list of prodigies. Su Yin mused. Su Dowling shook his head with a hint of resignation. The list of prodigies only records those below 1,000 years of age. In 200 years hence, I shall undoubtedly secure my place upon it. For now, my century of cultivation is but a drop in the ocean. He added with certainty. At that time, Brother Jiang will surely find himself on the list as well. Perhaps even surpassing me. Su Yin, seemingly casual, inquired, Brother Su, do you know who currently holds the top spot on the list of prodigies? Su Dowling, mid-sip, smirked slightly. Who else could it be but Jiang Wan, the god of slaughter? Su Yin raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Oh, my Brother Su elaborate. Noticing Su Yan's keen interest, Su Dowling chuckled softly. He set down his cup, leaning back, a reminiscent smile gracing his lips. She is a remarkable figure. Having cultivated for a century without stepping into the world, her emergence dazzled an entire era. Su Yan's brows lifted slightly, yet he remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. With just a single display of her prowess, she sent ripples throughout the cultivation world. Subsequently, she surged upward, breaking into the top 10 of the list of prodigies within 30 years, becoming an undeniable force. Su Yin took a sip from his cup, his expression calm, though a ripple stirred within his heart. Yet, the most breathtaking moment was that singular battle. Su Dowling's expression grew grave. 30 years ago, she confronted Yi Luyan, the number one on the list of prodigies. Yi Luyan? Su Yin furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. The son of the demon emperor? Indeed, Su Dowling affirmed, his gaze narrowing as if lost in memories of that fateful clash. Yi Luyan, son of the demon emperor Yi Changkong, a natural talent of the demonic path, has caused countless prodigies to falter before him. Yet Jiang Wan boldly approached him, igniting a battle that would be etched in history. He paused, his gaze drifting out the window. As if recalling the intensity of that momentous fight, the battle was tremendously fierce. They clashed for days, reducing the battlefield to ruins, the heavens and earth shaking, the sun and moon dimmed. In the end, Jiang Wan emerged victorious despite her injuries, while Yi Luyan vanished without a trace, disappearing from existence 10 years ago. Su Dowling's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Since then, no one from the younger generation has dared to challenge her. However, following that battle, Jiang Wan herself has not engaged in combat again. She resides on Mount Winda, detached from worldly affairs. After all that, she was just over 300 years old, truly. She left no opportunities for other prodigies. Su Yin murmured, a hint of enigmatic meaning in his tone. Outside, the night breeze rustled, swaying the lanterns hanging from the eaves, their flickering shadows reminiscent of a long-ago legend. Su Yin raised his gaze to the window, a gentle smile gracing his lips, pride swelling within him for his senior sister. Noticing Su Yan's prolonged silence, Su Dowling chuckled. What is it? Are you intrigued by this remarkable individual? Su Yin withdrew his gaze, offering a faint smile. I simply find myself reflecting on the tales of prodigies. Feeling a sense of wonder, he slightly raised his cup, clinking it against Su Dowling's before finishing its contents, choosing to say no more. That night, the moonlight was cool, and the fragrance of wine lingered in the air. Chapter 22. Yi Luyan takes action. The next day, Su Yin and Su Dowling strolled through the bustling streets. The thoroughfare was brilliantly illuminated, vibrant lanterns hanging high, and vendors on either side enthusiastically hawking their wares. The crowd surged, laughter and shouts intertwining, heightening the festive atmosphere as the Lantern Festival approached. Su Dowling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the lively scene with a touch of melancholy. Daoist Jiang, do you plan to return to the sect after the Lantern Festival? Yes, that is indeed my intention, Su Yin acknowledged with a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the stalls adorned with lanterns, his expression calm. Su Dowling chuckled lightly. Then let us enjoy the festivities together. My sister adores lively gatherings. I believe she would relish this, with only a day remaining until the Lantern Festival. The streets were already adorned with lanterns, yet they were in high demand, with throngs of people surrounding the vendors. Su Yan had no need to purchase lanterns himself, as the new emperor had already commissioned a special lantern for him. Additionally, every style of royal lantern had been reserved for him. After accepting the specially crafted lantern, Su Yan handed 3 extra lanterns to Su Dowling. A clear, melodious female voice suddenly rang out, "Boss, I would like to buy a lantern." The voice was sweet and lively, standing out amidst the clamor. Su Yan turned to see a woman not far down the street receiving a lantern. Clad in a pale pink gown, her beauty was striking. Her demeanor graceful, as though she existed in a realm apart from the street's bustle. Su Yan's brow furrowed slightly, an unusual flutter stirring within him. His surprise, the devouring demon technique within him activated autonomously. The violet core within him vibrating with a craving that surged like a tide. Delicious, consume her, consume her. This familiar yet foreign sensation sent a chill down Su Yan's spine. He quickly summoned his spiritual energy, discreetly channeling his technique to suppress the anomaly within. His gaze remained fixed on the woman, yet he could discern nothing further. Why did the devouring demon technique evoke such a longing to devour her? This was not the first time he had experienced such a sensation. As he devoured his first inner demon, the devouring demon technique revealed a similar yearning, albeit far less intense than this time. Yet, the opponent was undeniably a person, not a mere inner demon. He gradually closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them once more, a faint hue of purple quietly flickered within his gaze. Deep and ancient. The purple extreme demon eye unfurled silently. After Su Yan's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he awakened a brand new ability, which he named the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The moment the Purple Extreme Demon Eye was activated, Su Yan's eyes glowed a profound purple, radiating an indescribable brilliance. He fixed his gaze upon the woman again, attempting to penetrate her true visage. However, in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly taken aback. What met his sight was no longer the woman's graceful figure, but an endless expanse of mist. Deep within the fog, a vague outline could be discerned, yet it remained elusive and indistinct. A sudden sense of danger engulfed him. As if a chilling blade hovered above his head, Su Yan's heart jolted, and he swiftly deactivated the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. But it was already too late. A crimson beam surged into his consciousness, swirling like a venomous serpent, intent on tearing his mind asunder. In that life and death moment, the spirit of the sword, Su Xian, transformed into a pure white sword shadow, flashing within Su Yan's consciousness. The sword shadow shimmered brightly, exuding a cold and sacred radiance, and instantly clashed with the crimson beam. Su Xian was the name he had bestowed upon the sword gifted by his elder sister, with a resounding clang. The sword's cry echoed like thunder, as Su Xian erupted with dazzling brilliance, ensnaring the crimson beam within its radiant glow. Simultaneously, the jade pendant at Su Yan's waist emitted a blinding white light, akin to a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, crashing down to utterly devour and obliterate the crimson beam. Moments later, tranquility returned to his consciousness as a surge of purple energy swept through, eradicating the residual sense of danger and erecting a solid defense for his spirit. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. A profound sense of dread welled up within him. Had it not been for the treasure bestowed by his sister, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The outside world was perilous indeed. Within a mundane imperial dynasty lurked such terrifying entities. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes bore an added wariness and trepidation as he couldn't help but lament. Had he known, he would never have accepted the task so decisively. Beside him, Su Dowling had already sensed Su Yan's abnormality, his gaze sharp and grave. He quickly stepped forward, placing his palm on Su Yan's shoulder. A soothing warmth of spiritual energy flowing from his hand destabilized Su Yan's chaotic aura. Jiang Dayu, what is the matter? Why is your aura in such disarray? Su Dowling's tone was somber, tinged with a hint of urgency. Su Yan shook his head slightly, and after a moment of heavy breathing, he forcibly calmed himself. Someone has made a move against me. However, just then, the yin-yang celestial measuring ruler hanging at Su Dowling's waist suddenly trembled violently, emitting a low hum, its radiance intensifying. What is happening? Su Dowling's heart tightened, a look of suspicion crossing his face. He continued to channel spiritual energy into Su Yan for healing while quickly removing the measuring ruler. Lowering his gaze for a closer inspection, the ruler's spiritual light grew ever more brilliant, resembling the shimmering starlight, casting an increasingly grave expression upon Su Dowling's face. I found him, Su Dowling murmured softly, a glimmer of shock flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he is right here. In that moment, a tempest of thought surged through Su Dowling's mind. He lifted his gaze to Su Yin, whose pallor and weakened aura were evident. And an incredulous thought emerged within him. It is Yi Luyun. His breath hitched, his expression complex, as he ground his teeth silently. Yi Luyun has made a move against Jiang Yan. It was precisely because of this strike that he was exposed beneath the Yin-Yang celestial measuring ruler. Su Dowling's fists clenched slightly, his voice deepening, laced with disbelief. The news was indeed true. Yi Luyun was indeed concealed within this mortal realm. Su Dowling's expression suddenly shifted, his heart sounding alarm bells. No. Yi Luyun has already struck. He has discovered us. He glanced down at the measuring ruler in his hand, his complexion darkening. Moments later, he slowly raised his head, a grave glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Daoyu. This place is not simple. I fear your recent abnormality may be related to him. Him? Su Yin furrowed his brows, his tone heavy. Who are you referring to, brother? Jiang Yin. Su Wanner's voice suddenly rang out. Following her was Jin Qiu, closely trailing behind. Su Yin gritted his teeth against the pain and turned to look back, seeing Su Wanner approaching briskly, a delicate lantern in her hand. A trace of displeasure was etched on her brow. What are you two doing? Brother, you didn't come back last night. Do you know I waited for you all night? Stay back. Su Yin hissed through clenched teeth, his face as pale as a ghost, cold sweat trickling down his temple. Su Wanner froze, her gaze sweeping over Su Yin, her expression growing increasingly serious. Jiang Yin, what happened to you? Wanner, step back. Su Dowling interjected, standing protectively before Su Yin, his expression grave. Spiritual energy surging in his hands. Are you looking for me? A chilling voice suddenly emanated from the end of the street, carrying an eerie coldness. A figure slowly emerged from the mist, surrounded by swirling crimson energy, his gaze dark and oppressive as a mountain. He scanned the crowd, finally locking eyes with Su Yin and Su Dowling, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. Did you come to find me? And you? Yes, you, who has been spying on Sienna. You all shall perish. Yi Luyun, Su Dowling murmured, his eyes sharpening suddenly, yet his countenance returned to calm. What audacity! Su Wanner, however, stood defiantly, her fiery red attire billowing, the lantern in her hand swaying with the wind. She held her head high, unyielding. Who are you to cause a ruckus here? Yi Luyun regarded her with a smirk, his tone dripping with disdain. A mere little girl dares to be insolent with me? Su Wanner scoffed, her eyes glinting with coldness. Don't think your loud voice intimidates me. Dare to harm my brother, and you shall see. Wanner, retreat. Su Dowling warned sternly, his eyes filled with admonition. Do not act recklessly. Brother, you, Jin Qiu, protect the young lady and Jiang Gongzi. Yes. After issuing these commands, his gaze returned to the front. With a helpless sigh, he remarked, I originally intended to discreetly track your whereabouts. Yet I never anticipated you were hidden so deeply. Although the situation is dire, it is not entirely beyond control. Yi Luyun, high above, fixed his gaze upon Su Dowling, his expression remaining indifferent. Do not waste time. Let your soul emerge. Su Dowling sighed, raising his hand to reveal a black wooden box. Murmuring, Old Ancestor, please manifest. Chapter 23, Crisis. The box lid slowly opened, and a white spiritual entity suddenly soared forth, exuding an overwhelming pressure, instantly entering Su Dowling's consciousness. Boom. In the next moment, Su Dowling's aura erupted, transforming from calm to fierce in an instant. His previously tranquil eyes were replaced by a blinding light, akin to two blazing suns, causing one's soul to tremble under their gaze. Just a junior. Yet you dare to confront me. Su Dowling's voice grew ancient and resonant, as if another person had taken over. Yi Luyun snorted coldly, his tone laced with mockery. Su family's ancestor, what number are you? Do you truly believe such means can thwart me? Before his words faded, a torrent of blood energy surged around Yi Luyun, expanding like a furious ocean wave. A blood-red sword coalesced in his grasp. Phantoms swirling upon the blade, exuding an icy malevolence. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Su Dowling. Whoever stands in my way shall die. What audacity! Su Dowling's form was overtaken by the ancestor, his voice brimming with rage. He clenched his hands, a black and white long spear materializing in the void, the energies of yin and yang entwining around it, the intent to kill sharp and piercing. Battle. He bellowed fiercely, his foot stamping down. Vanishing from his position, reappearing as a thunderbolt, charging directly at Yi Luyun. The spear, imbued with the power to rend the heavens, aimed for Yi Luyun's chest. Yi Luyun's expression turned cold. He raised his sword to block. Boom! At the moment of their clash, blood energy collided violently with the energies of yin and yang, unleashing a tempest of force. The clouds above seemed to shatter, the surrounding white clouds scattered in disarray. Su Dowling's spear danced like a dragon, relentless and swift, each thrust imbued with a fierce killing intent, as if seeking to overwhelm his opponent in one fell swoop. Yet Yi Luyan showed no signs of faltering. His blood-red sword wielded with effortless grace, the sword light surging like a tide, staunchly repelling all of Su Daoling's assaults. With a cold smile, Yi Luyan's figure suddenly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Vanishing from sight, Su Daoling's expression sharpened, halting the spear mid-strike, and suddenly thrusting backward. The blood mist coalesced, and Yi Luyan reappeared behind him, his blood sword descending once more, clashing with the spear. Sparks erupted, their energies intertwining to produce a deafening roar. Some skill indeed. Yi Luyan's eyes turned frosty, his blood sword suddenly twisting, the sword aura erupting like a tempest, transforming into hundreds of blood-red sword lights, descending upon Su Daoling in a deluge. Trivial skills. Su Daoling exclaimed coldly, sweeping his spear, the energies of yin and yang forming a massive wall, blocking all the sword lights. However, Yi Luyan's assault was far from over. A cold smirk curled upon his lips as he formed seals with his hands. The blood-red sword energy condensing into a ferocious blood dragon, baring its fangs and claws, roaring as it lunged at Su Daoling. Su Daoling immersed himself in concentration, gripping his weapon with both hands raised above his head. He suddenly swung down. Yin-yang split sky, the black and white spear erupted in a blinding radiance, casting a colossal shadow that thundered down. Colliding head-on with the blood dragon, a deafening roar reverberated, as the spear shadow and blood dragon fiercely tore at each other in midair. Their spiritual and blood energies eroding one another, ultimately collapsing together. The shockwave surged forth, producing concentric circles of sonic booms, shaking the void, and illuminating the surroundings with dazzling spiritual light. Yi Luyan slowly emerged from the swirling dust. His complexion slightly pale. He coldly regarded Su Daoling, sneering, "It seems you indeed possess some skill, but that alone is insufficient. I shall see just how much prowess you truly have." The body of Su Daoling, now under the control of the ancestor, showed no signs of weakness as he swept the spear horizontally, exuding an aura of invincibility. Charging forward once more, the two figures intertwined, their battle growing increasingly intense. In the clash of spear and sword, a malevolent aura swept across the surroundings, leaving devastation in its wake, transforming the entire sky into a battlefield. In a sense, this was a pinnacle confrontation within the realm of cultivation. In the distance, Su Wan'er and Su Yin were shielded behind Jin Qiu, her gaze fixed anxiously upon Su Daoling in the arena. "Brother, can he really manage this?" Jin Qiu whispered. "The young master is not alone. The power of the ancestor is beyond imagination. There is no need for the young lady to worry." Su Wan'er bit her lip, still unable to divert her gaze, her hands tightly clutching the lantern before her. Her eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a blood thread shot out from the void, aimed directly at Su Yin. He felt an instant surge of deadly danger. Not good. The blood thread, imbued with an unstoppable ferocity, shattered the protective barrier set by Jin Qiu in an instant. Almost simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, Su Yin raised his hands, casting forth 10 sword pellets in a single motion, transforming into 10 fiery red sword chi that rent the air. Hurtling towards Yi Luyan, with his other hand, he swiftly grasped Su Wan'er's arm, channeling his spiritual energy, and in the next moment, the two vanished from their original spot, reappearing several dozen zhang away. The sword pellets erupted like a furious flame. The violent sword chi, imbued with scorching heat, surged forward, pressing relentlessly towards Yi Luyan. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the sword chi detonated, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy, shattering the ground beneath into countless deep craters. Yi Luyan's expression shifted slightly amidst his mocking laughter, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Faced with the spirit of the Su family ancestor, he had already been at a disadvantage. Now, distracted by Su Yan's surprise attack, he was caught in a double assault from the sword chi and the ancestor's pressure, finally sustaining injury. Seizing the opportunity, the ancestor pressed forward, the spear flipping over. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, directly stabbing towards Yi Luyan. With a face as dark as water, the ancestor shouted fiercely, "To engage in battle with me while daring to be distracted? You seek death?" Yet, Yi Luyan revealed blood-red eyes, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Ha!" His gaze fixated on Su Yin, filled with madness and murderous intent, his hoarse voice carrying an icy chill. "Today, I shall kill them. If you have the ability, come and stop me." Yi Luyan was acutely aware that he could not defeat the Su family ancestor. Even with Su Daoling, he was powerless to fight. But none of that mattered to him. What was vital was Su Yin. This person had unknowingly utilized some strange celestial technique, nearly uncovering the true form of Sienner. It was evident he had perceived something. A strong sense of crisis surged within Yi Luyan, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Thus, he must die. The killing intent coalesced into something almost tangible, surging like a tidal wave in all directions. Yi Luyan, braving the fierce onslaught of the Su family ancestor, forcibly tore open a bloody path, charging towards Su Yin. Su Yin stood at a distance, gazing at the figure advancing with a violent murderous intent. His expression solemn. The teleportation talisman in his palm had turned to ash, leaving him with only one last piece. He glanced at Su Wanner, thrusting the talisman into her hand, his tone deep yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Use this talisman to escape. Su Wanner froze, caught off guard, and in the next moment, the talisman activated. Wait, she urgently attempted to refuse, yet Su Yan's gaze remained calm as watered. He slowly drew forth the Su Xin, the sword's edge trembling slightly. Reflecting his steadfast yet slightly manic eyes, he tightened his grip on the sword, as spiritual energy surged within him, his aura swelling like a tide, facing the approaching Yi Luyan, a determined light igniting within his eyes. Since you wish to kill me, then come. With a swift upward motion of the sword, the purple extreme demon eye activated once more, the faint purple glow within his eyes flickering like flames. Accompanied by the fierce sword intent erupting from Su Xin, aimed directly at the assailant. This battle would be to the death. Yi Luyan's blood sword, wielded with the might to annihilate the heavens and earth, slashed downward, creating fissures even in the fabric of space itself. However, in that very instant, boom, an icy chill descended from the heavens, the white cold light cleaving through the void, resolutely interposing itself between Yi Luyan and Su Yin. When the blood sword collided with the cold light, brilliant sparks erupted. The tremendous force sent Yi Luyan staggering back several zhong, his expression shifting instantly, his gaze warily darting towards the source of the cold light. Su Yin, too, was taken aback. The imminent death that had been so close was suddenly averted. He looked up to see a familiar figure descending from the heavens, her dark robe billowing in the wind. Silver-white hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating a chilling brilliance. Jiang Wan's gaze was frigid as she slowly raised her hand, Su Jin hovering in her palm, the sharp sword tip aimed directly at Yi Luyan. You seek death. Chapter 24. Su Dowling's confusion. Yi Luyan's expression soured dramatically. He realized he had missed the prime opportunity to eliminate Su Yin. Remaining any longer would only invite greater peril. In the next moment, he intended to withdraw, activating his blood escape technique, preparing to flee into the distance. However, the cold sword struck again. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, raising his hand to form seals. Dense blood energy surging from within, enveloping him, and in the next instant transforming into a streak of bloodlight, rapidly fleeing away. Yet, the blood escape technique he had just activated did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Yi Luyan suddenly sensed that the flow of spiritual energy within him had become sluggish, as if a chill had silently infiltrated his meridians, even his blood showing signs of coagulation. Not good. He instinctively looked down at his arm, noticing a layer of fine frost forming on the surface of his skin, the coldness spreading along with the blood energy, rapidly invading his internal organs. A streak of cold light tore through the sky, like a meteor, aiming directly at Yi Luyan's back. Yi Luyan's heart jolted, forcing himself to gather blood energy and unleash a blood blade to counter it. Clash. The cold light collided with the blood blade, stirring up a storm of ice shards and blood rain. The powerful impact sent Yi Luyan staggering several steps forward, his breath growing increasingly erratic. He turned to see Jiang Wan standing poised in the void, her silver hair dancing in the wind, her dark robe making her appear like a celestial being banished from the heavens. Her brow etched with endless killing intent. Jiang Wan offered him no respite, lightly stepping on the void, the cold ice sword thrusting out once more, its sword chi enveloped in a pervasive chill. Yi Luyan's expression changed, once again gathering blood energy to defend. Boom, the clash of sword chi and blood energy erupted, frost spreading and freezing the surrounding space into a pallid expanse. Yi Luyan barely managed to fend it off. Having already been injured by the ancestor of the Su family, he now faced Jiang Wan with no hope of victory, his meridians plagued by the encroaching cold, his spiritual energy becoming more sluggish. Jiang Wan coldly regarded him, her eyes devoid of any compassion. Before her words had even fully escaped her lips, the cold ice sword pierced through the void once more, manifesting as numerous sword shadows. Descending like a torrential storm. Yi Luyan was forced to swing his blood sword in defense, but with each collision, his movements were increasingly sluggish, the coldness within him eroding his flesh at an alarming rate. Even his bones beginning to emit faint cracking sounds. Jiang Wan. Yi Luyan roared, his blood-red pupils brimming with madness. He suddenly urged his blood energy, forcibly pushing back the coldness within him, and with a powerful stomp, he created distance between himself and Jiang Wan. Breathing heavily, he glared at Jiang Wan with a venomous gaze. "Do you truly believe you can kill me?" Jiang Wan's expression remained calm, raising her hand to gently stroke the cold ice sword, which instantly radiated an even more piercing chill. She softly replied, "You can certainly try." Lu Yun ceased his verbal sparring, fully aware he could not contend with Jiang Wan head-on. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately produced a pearl. Chong Kong, "This is my last plea to you. If you wish to see me die, then you need not intervene." With that, he crushed the pearl. In the next instant, dark demonic energy enveloped Lu Yun, rapidly whisking him away. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened, her foot pressing down, the cold ice sword slicing through the air, pursuing fiercely in the void. A streak of blood light and a streak of cold light raced one after the other, like two shooting stars streaking across the heavens. Where the blood light passed, the air was thick with the stench of blood. As the cold light swept by, the heavens were engulfed in chilling winds, snowflakes scattering, freezing everything in their path. "Jiang Wan!" Lu Yun shouted in rage. Boom! A tremendous explosion sent Lu Yun hurtling backward, a deep gash visible to the bone opening up across his chest, blood splattering across the sky. Utilizing the momentum of his retreat, the dark demonic energy carried Lu Yun swiftly away. In the distance, the void fell silent, shrouded in a blanket of white frost, while Lu Yun's figure had vanished without a trace. Jiang Wan sheathed Su Jin and turned to leave. In the capital of the Great Li, the spirit of the Su family ancestor had already detached from Su Daoling, transforming into a being of light. Su Daoling lay prostrate on the ground, his palms pressed against the icy earth, violent retching echoing through the air, his complexion as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His physique ultimately proved to be too feeble. At this moment, as the battle concluded and the ancestral spirit of the Su family departed, a backlash surged upon him like a tidal wave, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. Beside him, Su Wanner was frantic. Her eyes reddened, tears swirling within them, her voice tinged with a choked sob. "Brother, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten me." She knelt on the ground, trembling as she reached out to steady Su Daoling's shoulder. Her gaze filled with anxiety and confusion. Su Daoling turned his head slightly, laboriously managing a reassuring smile, though his voice was barely audible. "I am fine, do not worry." After a brief pause, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep breath to forcefully stabilize his breath, he turned his attention to Su Yin not far away, his eyes reflecting concern and uncertainty. "What of Daoist Jiang? Is he injured?" Su Yin shook his head gently, his expression calm yet slightly fatigued. "No harm done." Upon hearing this, Su Daoling finally exhaled in relief, his countenance softening somewhat. He struggled to rise from the ground and called out, "Wanner, come here." At his words, Su Wanner hurriedly got up and ran to her brother's side, crouching down to support his arm, her face still etched with worry. Su Daoling gazed deeply at Su Yin, solemnly cupping his hands in gratitude, his tone imbued with appreciation and a hint of respect. A great kindness is not to be left unacknowledged. Had it not been for Daoist Zhang's intervention today, my sister may have met with misfortune. He paused, a note of seriousness entering his eyes. "Should Daoist Zhang find himself in Sangzhou in the future, do not forget to seek me out, though I do not presume to boast. I can at least extend the hospitality of my family." Su Yin nodded, his voice steady and measured. "Thank you, Brother Su. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit." A smile graced Su Daoling's face, his demeanor gradually becoming more relaxed. His gaze swept over Su Yin, from his visage to his bearing, each aspect prompting silent admiration. He sighed softly, suddenly shifting his tone, a smile gracing his lips. "I have borne witness to Daoist Zhang's character. His talents are unparalleled, and his appearance speaks for itself." He paused, his gaze shifting to Su Wanner, a hint of significance in his expression. Then, he spoke earnestly, "If Daoist Zhang does not mind, I wish to establish a betrothal between you and my sister. As our ancestor is present and can serve as a witness." The ethereal figure of the Su family's ancestral spirit lazily hovered in the air, its gaze penetrating as it scrutinized Su Yin. Raising an eyebrow, its tone nonchalant, barely sufficient. Upon hearing this, Su Daoling's smile broadened, his eyes bright as he looked at Su Yin. "What say you, Brother Jiang?" "Brother, I do not wish to leave you." Su Wanner gazed at Su Daoling with tear-filled eyes, the droplets cascading down like pearls set free from their string, her voice heavy with reluctance and deeper sorrow. She clutched his sleeve tightly, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. For a moment, Su Daoling was taken aback, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. This was entirely different from the scene he had envisioned in his imagination. His proposal would have made his sister slightly shy, bowing her head with a hint of bashfulness, ultimately acquiescing to his decision. After all, she had observed Su Yan's actions throughout, even during their first encounter. Her eyes sparkling as she spoke of wanting to bring him aboard the flying boat. Such a captivation was clear to him as her elder brother. More importantly, in that critical moment, Su Yan had not only unhesitatingly saved Su Waner, but had even reserved the last teleportation talisman for her. Confronting Yi Luyun alone, this scene had profoundly impacted Su Doling. At that moment, he had felt the murderous intent of Yi Luyun aimed squarely at Su Waner. That sense of impending despair and terror was something he never wished to experience again. Yet, Su Yan had stepped forward, shielding Su Waner from that lethal threat. All of this solidified Su Dowling's conviction. Regardless of character, talent, or responsibility, Su Yan was indeed the most suitable partner for Su Waner. Furthermore, as the heir of the Su family, he could not neglect his sister's future. If they were to encounter danger again, Su Yan would undoubtedly stand in for him to protect her, of that he was certain. However, the scene before him caught him off guard. Su Waner, with tear-streaked cheeks, choked out her refusal to leave him. Her sorrowful visage completely shattered his expectations. Even after a century of cultivation, he felt a surge of anxiety. His mind momentarily blank, unsure of how to respond. This was entirely unlike the narrative he had anticipated. Su Dowling stared blankly at Su Waner, his outstretched hand hovering in the air, intending to comfort her but at a loss for words. Beside them, the ancestral spirit of the Su family glanced sideways, remaining silent. Having witnessed the passage of too many years, he scrutinized Su Waner closely, recognizing some underlying issues. Yet, he chose not to voice them. As some truths, once laid bare, might yield worse outcomes. Let the young ones resolve their own matters. After all, he was not one to meddle, and it was of no concern to him. However, he could offer a subtle nudge. This betrothal, I approve. Let us sign it now, and when the time is ripe, you may forge a lifelong bond. Su Yan's expression turned somewhat helpless. As a disciple of the Wending Peak, it was unlikely he would stray from his post. Even if seeking a partner, it would only be one willing to remain at Wending Peak for a lifetime. In this world, the concept of a soulmate was revered. Once such a bond was established, betrayal was nearly inconceivable. Thus, it was only after Su Yan risked his life to save Su Waner that Su Dowling truly acknowledged him. Yet, when it came to matters of life and love, Su Yan was not inclined to act hastily, even if the other party was the exquisite Su Waner. Just as he prepared to gently refuse, a figure approached with calm assurance. Jiang Wan descended gracefully from the void. Her silver hair billowing in the cold wind, her dark robe radiating an icy aura. Her gaze, cold as the stars on a winter's night, swept over the Su family, finally resting upon Su Yan. In the ensuing silence, she slowly spoke, her voice cool and resolute. At Wending Peak, we do not borrow others. She raised her ice sword, pointing it toward the void, the frost emanating from the blade enveloping the surroundings. Freezing the world in its chill. He is my junior brother, a member of Wending Peak. In this life and the next, it can only be. Jiang Wan retracted her sword, her gaze softening slightly as it turned to Su Yan. Her tone lowering yet more steadfast. Let us not speak of this betrothal again. Should anyone lack understanding, I shall take their life. Suddenly, a shadow like snow gracefully approached, landing before Su Yan. Senior sister. He called out, his expression complex. Yes, I am here. Chapter 25. Senior sister. On the following day, the Lantern Festival arrived as promised, despite the lingering fear in the capital following the celestial battle of the previous day. Su Yan, in his capacity as a special envoy of the celestial sect, quickly calmed the populace, aided by the appearance of the new Emperor Feng Wang, preventing the situation from deteriorating too severely. At this moment, the entire capital was adorned with countless lanterns, transforming it into a dreamlike realm, the river's surface shimmering, mirroring the myriad of lights above, creating an ethereal paradise. Yet beneath this vibrant spectacle, a solitary figure appeared particularly desolate. Jiang Wan hovered in the night sky, her silvery hair flowing like waves in the moonlight, her form concealed amidst the heights, untouched by the revelry below. Due to her unique constitution, she was unable to mingle with the crowd and was unaccustomed to socializing. Solitude was her constant companion. However, this solitude was abruptly shattered by a familiar call. Senior sister. Su Yan approached on his sword, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He halted beside Jiang Wan. Maintaining a respectful distance of 8 feet, his gaze lingered on her, exuding warmth and reverence. Jiang Wan turned her head slightly, her voice still indifferent. What is it? Su Yan was undeterred by her cold demeanor, his expression radiating warmth. This is a lantern I prepared for you. With that, he produced a silver lantern from his sleeve. It bore the characters Jiang Wan, intricately carved, resembling a work of art. Jiang Wan glanced down at it, falling silent for a moment, seemingly pondering whether to respond. Ultimately, she gave a slight nod. Very well. Senior sister, you are truly wonderful. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Is it merely a lantern? Is that truly worthy of praise? Jiang Wan's tone remained calm. Of course. Su Yan nodded earnestly. Having a senior sister who does not dampen the mood is indeed a blessing. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. What if I were to decline? Then you would still be the finest senior sister in the world. Su Yan replied without hesitation, his sincerity momentarily stunning Jiang Wan, who then shook her head, a faint smile curling at her lips. With a flick of her finger, a wisp of azure flame leaped forth, igniting the wick of the lantern. The chilly domain surrounding her was carefully controlled, affecting only living beings. Thus, the small lantern remained unscathed. They both lowered their heads, watching as the lantern floated gently down, ultimately resting in a secluded stretch of water, far from any other lights. That silver glow swayed upon the water's surface, radiating its solitary brilliance. In the next moment, a lantern of inkwash gently descended, confronting the silver lantern from a distance, as if it had found a companion in the darkness. Su Yan seated himself beside Jiang Wan, their gazes following the lanterns, reflecting the shimmering waters, creating a tender moment. Senior sister, may I ask you a question? His voice carried a hint of hesitation. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, resembling an ice sculpture, cold yet not dismissive. Is it a question about cultivation? Upon hearing this, Su Yan's lips quirked slightly, quickly waving his hands. No, he sighed inwardly, lamenting that his senior sister's teaching methods were indeed difficult to articulate. One can only attribute the outcome to an exceedingly high level of comprehension paired with a singularly focused ability to elucidate. However, Su Yan remained largely indifferent, since embarking on his journey. He had yet to encounter any insurmountable obstacles in his cultivation. Speak. Jiang Wan's voice was calm, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Did my senior sister arrive early when I faced that crisis? Su Yan finally inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of anticipation. Yes, Jiang Wan replied with a slight nod, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact, intending to give him a precursory sense of life and death peril. Su Yan's smile faltered slightly, his expression becoming somewhat awkward as his brows furrowed in a mix of helplessness and amusement. Jiang Wan cast a sidelong glance at him, her tone as unvarnished as ever. What, is there a problem? No, no problem, Su Yan replied, taking a breath to muster a smile. Senior sister, I have one last question. Didn't you say you would only ask one? Jiang Wan countered, her voice still flat. All right, senior sister, just one last question. Su Yan blinked, mischief sparkling in his eyes, and quickly added, I've learned some new recipes and will cook for you when I return. He leaned in slightly, his face adorned with a solicitous smile, hands clasped together in a pleading gesture. Please. Jiang Wan's brows lifted ever so slightly. Ask away. Has the sect master already given you my token? Su Yan's tone contained a measure of caution. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan regarded him with a sidelong glance and softly replied, Yes. After a brief pause, she added, With my token in your possession, you can avoid certain troubles. In times of danger, you may invoke my name rather than foolishly gamble your life. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation blossoming in his chest, though his senior sister's words were stark. They nonetheless stirred his emotions. You need not worry about causing me trouble. Should I encounter something beyond my means, the ancestral master of Daotian's sect will intervene. Jiang Wan's tone remained as tranquil as water. Yet to Su Yan's ears, it radiated a comforting warmth. He gazed down at the smooth, snow-white token in his hand, his fingertips gently tracing its edge. Senior sister, Su Yan lifted his head, his eyes clear and his smile radiant like the summer sun. Could I have another? Jiang Wan's gaze fell upon the token in his hand, and after a moment of silence, she raised her hand, revealing a dark ink-colored token, which they then touched lightly. A faint glow flickered, and the connection was established. Su Yan's smile deepened. Yes, senior sister, you are the best. Jiang Wan offered no reply, her attention drawn to the surface of the water, where a silvery lantern floated serenely, casting a gentle glow as it gazed back at the ink-colored lantern. The night of the Lantern Festival in the capital of Dali was exceptionally resplendent, the bright moon in the sky resembling autumn waters. While the lanterns below sparkled like a river of stars, the entire city was enveloped in an atmosphere of gentle tranquility. Su Yan and Jiang Wan sat cross-legged on the clouds. Beneath them was a bustling market, and above, an endless expanse of starlight, while the floating lanterns on the river mirrored the stars that had descended upon the earth. Below, the sounds of revelry and laughter echoed, yet this particular space felt remarkably serene. Su Yan turned his gaze towards Jiang Wan, his eyes still glimmering with joy, and softly spoke. Senior sister, do you know today is actually my birthday? In the past, my parents would always take me to see the lanterns at this time. Jiang Wan's expression shifted slightly, a subtle wave of emotion flitting across her otherwise cold visage, yet she remained silent, merely listening. Su Yan's voice grew softer. Senior sister, thank you. I know you stayed because of me. Jiang Wan still did not respond. With that, Su Yan retrieved a translucent jade hairpin from his storage ring. The jade was warm to the touch, intricately carved into the shape of a lotus flower. Obviously chosen with care. This is for you. Senior sister. It was purchased with the earnings he made selling lemon tea alongside Bai Hao. After spending a mere 3 coins to buy that small trinket for Bai Hao, he had spent 100 taels to select this exquisite hairpin for his senior sister. As for the remaining earnings, he left them for Bai Hao's future sustenance. Jiang Wan turned to gaze at the jade hairpin in his hand, paused in silence for a moment, and then gently waved her hand, allowing the hairpin to settle firmly in her palm. She looked down at it, and then stored the hairpin within her own storage ring. She simply acknowledged. The two continued to sit aloft, watching the myriad lanterns in the city converge on the river's surface, forming a vibrant tapestry of light. In truth, the Lantern Festival boasted many captivating activities, riddles, poetry contests, and candle cutting, each more lively than the last. Were Su Yan to venture down on his own, drawing from his memories of a past life, he might have been able to stand out amidst the crowd. Yet, he harbored no such desire. At this moment, he only wished to accompany his senior sister, quietly enjoying the lanterns together, even in silence. He felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. As the night deepened and the Lantern Festival approached its conclusion, the surrounding lights gradually thinned, and the once boisterous market began to regain its calm. Su Yan showed no inclination to depart, content to sit alongside his senior sister throughout the night, lost in thought. A chill suddenly descended upon Su Yan's face. Startled, he looked up to see countless crystalline ice flowers blooming in the sky. The ice flowers floated gently down, radiating a soft glow, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the entire capital. The festival-goers in the market looked up in awe, yet Su Yan remained entranced by the falling ice flowers. Senior sister, he murmured softly, glancing at Jiang Wan beside him. Jiang Wan did not meet his gaze but instead reached up to pluck an ice flower, delicately handing it to Su Yan. The ice flower was translucent, as delicate as a cicada's wing, emitting a faint cold light. Resting in Su Yan's palm, it felt warm and smooth, like jade. Junior brother, happy birthday. Chapter 26. Senior sister's new attribute. Senior sister, are we heading back to the sect now? Su Yan tilted his head, looking at the icy celestial figure beside him. Jiang Wan raised her gaze toward the horizon, gently shaking her head. I have some matters to attend to and need to go to the northern region. I do not plan to return for the time being. Su Yan's expression dimmed slightly, his head lowering as he murmured, the northern region is so far away. When will you come back? At the earliest, 3 years, at the latest, 5 years. Jiang Wan's voice remained calm. Understood. Su Yan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his gaze falling, momentarily at a loss for words. Watching Jiang Wan's silhouette, his heart felt heavy, reluctant to part. Noticing Su Yan's emotional shift, Jiang Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, finding it somewhat amusing. She paused, turned around, and said lightly, I never said I wouldn't take you along. Really? Jiang Wan nodded, a flicker of light in her eyes enhancing her already cool demeanor. However, you must follow my arrangements. The journey to the northern region is long and fraught with peril. If you're unwilling, I can send you back to the sect. Su Yan, however, did not hesitate at all, his smile radiant as the early summer sun. Senior sister, let us go together. After a brief pause, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Senior sister, we should stick together. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of uncontrollable amusement breaking through her previously calm demeanor as she teasingly remarked, you must remember, the journey will be arduous. If you cannot keep up, do not blame me for abandoning you. Senior sister wouldn't do that. She would. She wouldn't. She would. Jiang Wan ceased her retort, simply giving her sword a gentle flick, her gaze imbued with a sense of serene amusement. Let us go. Senior sister, please wait a moment while I take care of something. Understood. Su Yan descended from the clouds on his sword, the morning breeze caressing his face, his gaze gentle and warm. His first stop was the Mingwei Tavern. Through the kitchen window, he quickly spotted his junior apprentice Bai Hao, though still young. The boy's hands moved with remarkable dexterity as he expertly cut vegetables and seasoned dishes. His expression focused, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, yet showing no sign of fatigue. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with pride. He refrained from interrupting, instead pulling out a bamboo slip to write a message. I'm leaving. Don't miss your master, the future culinary god of Dali. After gently placing the slip in Bai Hao's room, he took a lingering look at the industrious young figure before quietly departing. Next, Su Yin flew towards the imperial palace. The previous night's lantern festival had seen the new emperor, Fan Guang, reveling with the people until the early hours, and now he appeared fatigued as he mustered the energy to attend to state affairs. While staying up late may be enjoyable, His Majesty ought to take care of his health, Su Yin remarked with a hint of playful mockery. Upon hearing his voice, Fan Guang instantly perked up, hastily standing to greet him. The celestial envoy has arrived. Please, take a seat. That Su Yin shook his head with a smile, his tone gentle. There's no need for that. I've come to bid farewell today. Thank you for your hospitality during my stay. I greatly appreciated the little gifts you sent. Having said this, he produced a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills from his sleeve and handed it over. This is a small gift from me to your majesty. May you enjoy good health and successful governance. Fan Guang quickly accepted it, gratitude and regret etched on his face. As the celestial envoy departs, please take care. Should fate allow, I hope to see you again in the future. Su Yin inclined his head slightly, then took to the skies on his sword, heading directly towards the hidden airship cloaked among the clouds. That on the airship, Su Dowling stood quietly on the deck. Gazing into the distance. As Su Yin approached, his demeanor remained as composed as ever, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow at parting. My fellow cultivator has arrived. Su brother, I must depart with my senior sister. He clasped his fists in salute, his tone imbued with sincerity. Su Dowling nodded, his gaze tranquil. Indeed, I have completed my task and must return to my family. Should you find yourself in the East region's Songzhou in the future, do remember to seek me out. Su Dowling hesitated for a moment before inquiring. So, can you now reveal your true identity to me, Zhang brother? Su Yin smiled slightly, bowing deeply. I am Su Yin from the Windafing. Su brother, until we meet again. Farewell, Su fellow cultivator. Su Dowling replied with a smile, waving his hand as he watched the streak of sword light vanish into the horizon. At that moment, Su Wan emerged from the cabin, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Brother, has he left? He departed early, Su Dowling replied, shaking his head with a hint of reproach. I called you out to meet him, yet you chose to hide. What a fine brother-in-law he would have made. I do not want that. I only want my brother. Su Wan pouted, playfully clinging to Su Dowling's arm, casting a sly glance towards Jin Xiu and pouting. Brother, when will you replace her? Upon hearing this, Jin Xiu stiffened slightly, maintaining a calm facade but instinctively retreating a few steps, as if wishing to diminish her presence. Su Dowling's expression darkened as he gently patted Su Wan's head, his tone slightly stern. Do not be disrespectful. Jin Xiu was chosen as my attendant by our mother during my youth and has been by my side for a century. She is not merely my guard, but my kin. I will bite you. Su Wan stomped her foot in frustration and turned to flee back into the cabin. Su Yin soared on his sword, swiftly returning to his senior sister's side. The moment he stepped into her chilly domain, he relaxed, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Senior sister, I'm back, maintaining the same distance of 8 feet, neither more nor less. Jiang Wan turned to glance at him, her eyes revealing little emotional fluctuation, merely nodding lightly. Let us go. All right, senior sister, since we are leaving, does that mean Windafing will be unoccupied? Should we not inform the sect master? Jiang Wan fell into a slight silence. You may inform them. Understood, senior sister. Within the Yaotian sect, in the nurturing heart hall of Wuxing Peak, the sect leader Gu Xing was attending to internal affairs. Suddenly, he sensed the sect token illuminating. As the current sect leader, he had honed his response to such matters to perfection. Fearing the loss of critical information, he observed the name Jiang Wan glowing on the sect master's token. Master, my senior sister, and I shall embark on a long voyage today. Windafing will be vacant. Received. I will announce the mountain closure for Windafing until your return. The closure formation requires 20 top-grade spirit stones per month. Remember to replenish them upon your return. While following your senior sister, do remember to cultivate diligently, so that you may become a pillar of our immortal sect sooner rather than later. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master. Oh, by the way, your senior sister has given you her token, which means your communication token in the future will be your senior sister's. Correct. It seems you two have a rather playful relationship. I winky face. Su Yin rubbed his temples, closing the communication token. His master turned out to be such a person, not serious at all. Senior sister, let us depart. Su Yin whispered, his eyes brimming with anticipation. We shall leave. Jiang Wan nodded, her tone indifferent. No sooner had she spoken than Su Yin felt a gentle yet irresistible surge of spiritual energy lift him, and in the next moment, he was soaring skyward, transformed into a streak of light racing towards the heavens. Sister, slow down. Su Yan's voice was elongated by the wind, as he was being whisked away at an unprecedented speed by his own senior sister. His hair was tousled by the breeze, and his robes flapped wildly. With his late-stage foundation-building cultivation, he could hardly keep pace with such velocity. Ahead, Jiangwan stood amidst the clouds, her silver hair dancing in the wind, her dark robes appearing exceptionally ethereal under the moonlight. She glanced back at the disheveled Su Yan, the corners of her mouth curving upward ever so slightly, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible amusement. Sister, are you doing this on purpose? Su Yan finally regained his balance, looking at her with exasperation. Jiangwan replied nonchalantly, her tone calm. Su Yan was utterly speechless, his expression frozen, his face a portrait of despair. He gazed up at her, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Had he unearthed a new facet of his senior sister's character? Yet, upon further reflection, Su Yan felt even more vexed. Why did his senior sister's newfound attribute have to be that of bullying her junior? He couldn't help but earnestly say, Senior sister, this is not right. Such thoughts should swiftly vacate your mind. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan turned her gaze towards him, her tone serene yet tinged with a hint of softness. Very well. Then what do you propose I do to forget? Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a bright smile. Senior sister, are you hungry? I can prepare noodles for you. I prefer congee. Specifically century egg and lean meat congee. Jiangwan's voice was cool, yet carried an air of expectation. Su Yan was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed. Senior sister, would plain congee with lean meat and vegetables suffice? Jiangwan paused slightly, meeting his gaze, her tone still flat. That will do. With that, Su Yan produced a complete set of brand new cooking utensils, each inscribed with the characters Fangguang, a custom-made set from the royal craftsman. This set was a gift from the new emperor of Fangguang, one that his master had reluctantly accepted, as he truly cherished it. He deftly washed the rice, ignited the fire, and chopped the vegetables. His movements fluid and elegant. High-quality ingredients often required only simple preparation. Before long, the gentle aroma of congee wafted from the pot, a warm essence dispersing the surrounding chill. Su Yan attentively activated his culinary spiritual technique, perfectly infusing the essence of 2 top-grade spirit stones into the congee, resulting in a vibrant, fragrant vegetable and lean meat congee. After serving 2 steaming bowls, he presented one to Jiangwan while keeping the other warm beside him, refraining from touching his own chopsticks. Senior sister, is it to your liking? Su Yan watched Jiangwan with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling. Jiangwan lifted her bowl, gently blowing away the steam, gracefully scooping a spoonful of congee into her mouth, her movements poised and calm. After a moment, she nodded lightly. Su Yan sighed in relief, his eyes shining. Then, senior sister, can you forget now? Jiangwan raised her gaze, blinking her bright eyes, seemingly puzzled. Forget what? Forget the notion of bullying your junior, Su Yan replied earnestly. Jiangwan paused slightly, then expressionless, softly replied. Oh, I have forgotten. That's good, senior sister. Do eat more. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's smile nearly blossomed, hastily offering the second bowl of congee to Jiangwan. Jiangwan remained silent, quietly enjoying her congee, yet the smile at her lips deepened ever so slightly. Su Yan glanced at his senior sister and leaned in a bit closer. Indeed, the anticipated chill did not manifest. We are just within 7 feet now. Subsequently, Su Yan took out a jade slip and recorded. My senior sister is an unparalleled genius who can only be conquered by culinary delights. And her junior happens to be a top-tier gourmet. Into Volume 2, Chapter 27, Scenery. Senior sister, why do we not take the teleportation array to allow you to appreciate the scenery? Jiangwan replied coolly, her tone unruffled. Su Yan turned his head, his gaze falling on his senior sister's profile. The glow of the setting sun bathed her silver hair in a soft light, as though sprinkled with fragments of radiance. Su Yan chuckled, teasingly remarking, where could there be a view that surpasses your beauty, senior sister? Jiangwan turned her head, gazing at him for a few moments. The calm in her eyes seemed to hold the slightest ripple. Her voice was measured. If that is the case, then let us take the teleportation array. Senior sister, are we not going to enjoy the scenery? Did you not say you wished to see me? Su Yan blinked, his expression earnest and resolute. Senior sister, would that not be too forward of me? Jiangwan hesitated briefly, then shook her head. It would not. Really, it is not particularly forward to admire your senior sister. If you wish to see, then see. The two walked side by side, the setting sun elongating their shadows behind them. Senior sister, where shall we take the teleportation array? Tianshu City. When the two arrived at Tianshu City, the afterglow of the setting sun enveloped the entire city. They abandoned flight and instead strolled leisurely, not for any particular reason, but simply because Tianshu City lay before them. Tianshu City, one of the super cities in the South region, is a true abode for cultivators, harboring countless hidden powerhouses. The city stands atop a vast plain, its towering walls constructed from grayish-blue giant stones. The passage of time leaving faint traces upon them. The city gates soar hundreds of feet high, their doors forged from meteorite iron, intricately carved with complex array patterns, emanating a faint spiritual glow. There were no guards stationed at the gates. Instead, a celestial seeking device floated in midair. This magical artifact radiated a gentle light, meticulously scanning each individual entering or exiting the city beyond the city gates. The throngs of people ebbed and flowed unceasingly, while the wheels of horse-drawn carriages creaked over the cobblestone path. The reason for this bustle was simple. The skies above Tianshu City were forbidden, and the vast majority of cultivators were unable to enter the city by flight. Consequently, those of noble birth, yet lacking the privilege to soar, were compelled to travel by carriage as the sun dipped toward the horizon. It cast a warm glow upon a pair of figures, sister on the left, junior brother on the right. Jiangwan held a delicate silken ribbon in her hand, while Su Yin grasped a sword adorned with a refined heart motif. Together, they ambled side by side. Under the golden light of sunset, their shadows elongated, intertwining at oblique angles, resembling an intimate couple. Perhaps this was also how the surrounding cultivators perceived them, as many curious gazes were cast their way. The moment their consciousnesses reached out, an overwhelming chill enveloped them. Instantly, the probing senses of these cultivators dissipated into nothingness, and a chorus of wails erupted at the city gates. As Jiangwan drew nearer, the icy aura surrounding her intensified, evoking memories in many onlookers. She was Jiangwan, the ice fairy, ranked first on the talent list. Why was there a young man by her side? Why was he so close to her? In an instant, the cultivators found themselves lost in confusion. After all, they had heard tales of the ice fairy Jiangwan. Within 15 feet, proximity meant certain death. If that were the case, what then could be said of the young man beside her? Yet, evidently, there was no time for these cultivators to ponder, as Jiangwan and Su Yin had already entered Tianshu City. The nearby cultivators regarded them with trepidation, hastily retreating. After all, they had no desire to meet an inexplicable demise. Observing the furrowed brows and palpable anxiety of those around him, Su Yin felt a surge of indignation. What was with their looks? Lost in thought, he glared back at the cultivators lining the streets. No need to pay them any mind. Jiangwan gently shook her head. I am not concerned. Su Yin paused, taken aback by her words, then replied softly, understood. Sister. He glanced at his sister. Yes, her profile was quite beautiful. But did she truly not care? He fell silent for a moment, then quickened his pace, moving ahead of Jiangwan, gripping his sword firmly, chest held high. Sister, I shall lead the way. Jiangwan raised an eyebrow. Slightly surprised. As you wish. The two proceeded slowly into Tianshu City, the setting sun casting a halo around them. Long after they had walked away, hushed discussions began at the city gates. Tianshu City was vast, a single city surpassing the entirety of the Daily capital. It was clear that the world of cultivators was still too immense, and Su Yan's understanding was being reshaped time and again. Yet Jiangwan's expression remained markedly calm. She had witnessed all of this long ago. Even when first encountering such sights, her gaze had remained steady. Nevertheless, she occasionally cast a glance at her little junior brother, who seemed to revel in the experience. Should she slow down a bit? With this thought, she retracted her spiritual energy, walking step by step. Su Yin followed closely beside her. In the Dili imperial capital, Yi Luyan reappeared. At this moment, his complexion was as pale as paper, bloodstains soaking his garments, his body covered in frostbitten wounds, each step exuding a potent aura of weakness. Yet his gaze was filled with madness and obstinacy. Fixed straight ahead, he did not glance at his own injuries. His expression somewhat deranged, he flew toward a remote corner of the imperial capital. The surroundings were desolate, a wilderness devoid of life. As Yi Luyan passed through, hidden formations revealed themselves. He navigated these formations as if searching for something. Eventually, a thatched cottage materialized before him. He softly called out, Sienner. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of plea, as if yearning for a response. The wooden door creaked open, and a pair of adorably innocent eyes peeked out. Upon seeing Yi Luyan, the woman's eyes sparkled with brightness. She waved gently. Yi, she called softly, her tone laced with joy. But when her gaze fell upon Yi Luyun's wounds, her smile abruptly faltered, replaced by profound concern. She wished to speak, but before she could utter a word, she felt a pair of strong arms envelop her. Leaning against him, she remained silent. You are injured. Severely so. I know, it's nothing, just a minor affair. No. The woman firmly countered. This is a grave matter. You must not take such risks again. Who did this to you? Jiang Wan from Daodian's sect. The one who seized the top spot on the talent list from me. The woman's expression fell at once. Then let us not provoke her again, shall we? Humph, rest assured, when I advance further in the future, I shall reclaim everything. Do not. The woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of pleading. Please do not get hurt again. You have suffered so much for me over the years. With that, she gently bit her finger, golden blood welling up and dripping onto Yi Luyun's wounds. However, a powerful hand swiftly grasped her injured hand. The woman looked up slightly, meeting his eyes filled with a hint of anger. Yet this time, she showed no signs of weakness, her determination unwavering. Yi Luyun slowly yielded, letting out a sigh. This is the last time. You'd better say this is your final time getting hurt. The woman's voice was equally resolute. As the golden blood fell onto Yi Luyun's wounds, they began to pulse with vitality, and in a remarkably short time, he was completely healed, appearing as if he had never been injured. The woman's face paled slightly, yet a smile graced her lips. This is much better. Yi Luyun gently embraced the woman, reflecting on how he had once stood atop countless talents, perched upon the peak of the mountain, yet now he felt like a stray dog. He then gazed quietly at the woman in his arms, his gloom dissipating. But so what? He remained Yi Luyun, and he would always be himself. No matter the time, he had never regretted it. He tenderly stroked the woman's hair. Softly speaking, by the way, Siener, has any peculiar person visited you here? You've set up numerous formations. An ordinary person cannot approach. However, I sensed a peculiar gaze. Quite strange. It belonged to a young man whose eyes bore a hint of purple. But it seemed he merely glanced at me before departing. Not lingering. Yi Luyun exhaled sharply, his expression serious. We need to change locations. We cannot remain here any longer. Those old geezers from the eastern region have indeed guessed something. My father and the Ziyun sect are likely searching for me as well. Then where shall we go? The northern region. Yi Luyun's gaze was cold. The northern region, a realm of ice and snow. Vast and remote. I do not believe they can find us there. Chapter 28. Cohabiting with sister. Let us depart. Jiang Wan's voice floated gently, like the wind sweeping across a snowy expanse. She lifted her eyes to the grand teleportation array before them. Her tone calm and unhurried. Su Yin withdrew his gaze, reluctantly pulling away from the faintly glowing teleportation array. Very well, sister. The runes upon the array resembled intricate mathematical problems awaiting his solution. Yet there was no time for him to study them now. He paused, blinked, and asked, Sister, what does teleportation feel like? Will it make me dizzy? Jiang Wan did not respond, merely producing a slender white rope from her sleeve, its surface shimmering with a gentle silver light. Sister, what is this? Su Yin blinked, curiosity evident in his eyes. A binding fairy rope. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He took half a step back, only to see the white rope transform into a streak of light, swiftly wrapping around his arm and binding him securely, coiling several times before finally halting. Sister, what are you doing? Su Yin's calm gaze held a hint of grievance, as if he were a wronged husband or a pouting young spouse. Jiang Wan glanced at him, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze falling upon the other end of the white rope in her hand. She then tied the other end around her own wrist, seemingly satisfied as she nodded. Yes, this will do. Su Yin observed how they were bound by the same rope. Does sister also enjoy bondage? At least at ISNT the turtle shell binding. However, this method of binding is rather crude, Su Yin thought, gazing at his arm twisted into a pretzel shape, shaking his head in resignation. Of course. He merely entertained this thought. It was not to be taken seriously. The two walked toward the teleportation array, the binding fairy rope swaying slightly, creating a somewhat amusing scene, yet not entirely unusual. After all, the world was filled with strange occurrences. People even live-streamed eating insects. Before the grand teleportation array, the young guard had already noticed them. He bowed respectfully, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The aura Jiang Wan exuded was faint yet formidable, preventing him from daring to meet her gaze directly. Please present your identification tokens, he said, his voice somewhat hesitant and cautious. Su Yin blinked, looking up at Jiang Wan, seemingly waiting for her to make the first move. Jiang Wan remained composed, gently raising her hand. revealing a dark ink-colored identification token that floated in her palm, inscribed with the name Su Yan. Upon seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly retrieved his sister's token from his storage ring. The two tokens shimmered slightly in the light. Dao Tian Sect, 1 Dao Peak, Su Yan, Jiangwan. Their voices rang out simultaneously, one clear and cold, the other pure and resonant, akin to two overlapping strings of a zither. The young guard paused momentarily, his gaze flitting over the token in Su Yan's hand, revealing a hint of peculiarity, but quickly, a respectful smile spread across his face. The Tianshu City Skywatch greets you. Esteemed disciples, may I inquire where you two wish to travel? In the northern domain, within the city of Tianxian, Jiang Wanin spoke succinctly. A total of 100 exquisite spirit stones, the young man replied respectfully. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the spirit stones flew forth like a flowing stream, accumulating before the Jitian guard. Su Yan, watching from the side, felt a slight pang in his heart. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his senior sister's profile, a sense of guilt blossoming within him. If only he hadn't insisted on following her, she would surely find things much easier. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt the binding immortal cord on his arm tighten slightly. Jiang Wanyan calmly inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just feeling sorry for the spirit stones," he replied. Jiang Wanyan glanced at him, her tone still indifferent. "There's no need to feel sorry. Remember to make red bean porridge with Job's tears next time, and add sugar." "Sure, senior sister." Su Yan's eyes brightened, a hint of lightness and clarity returning to his expression. As the earlier worry dissipated like mist. As the spatial passage slowly opened, a brilliant spirit light cascaded down like the Milky Way, illuminating the entire teleportation array. Jiang Wanin stepped in with a calm demeanor, the binding immortal cord gently tugging, securely pulling Su Yan behind her. The moment he entered the flow of light, Su Yan felt an invisible force surge from all directions, like a tempest rising, causing him to sway unsteadily. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his balance, yet found it still difficult to withstand. Jiang Wanin turned her head slightly, her delicate hand flicking, and with a gentle tug of the binding immortal cord, Su Yan was swiftly pulled behind her, the surrounding winds calming somewhat. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," she said, her voice tranquil, like a breeze brushing over fresh snow. Su Yan looked up at her figure standing amidst the light, her aloof expression appearing somewhat softened by the radiance. After all, she remained his senior sister. "All right, I'm not afraid. I in the northern domain." The biting cold wind swept through. Jiang Wanyan gently unfastened the binding immortal cord, her gaze sweeping over the red marks on Su Yan's arm left by the rope, her brows knitting ever so slightly. The glimmer of spirit light flickered between her green fingers, and a jar of ointment materialized. "Apply it," she instructed. "Hurry." Her tone remained indifferent, laced with an unassailable authority. Su Yan paused for a moment, quickly taking the ointment, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. Where shall we go next?" he inquired while applying the ointment. "We will set off once you break through to the core formation realm." Su Yan nodded thoughtfully. "That may take some time," he murmured to himself, reflecting on his foundation establishment period. He recalled how he had rapidly advanced by devouring his inner demons with the swallowing god demon art, surging to the later stages of foundation establishment. However, the difference between the core formation realm and foundation establishment was vast. A breakthrough would not occur overnight. The two walked in silence until they arrived at an uninhabited area. Here, snow blanketed the ground. Rivers lay frozen, and wildlife was scarce, an air of tranquility permeating the frigid landscape. Such an environment suited Jiang Wanyan perfectly. She had never been fond of crowds. Deep within the icy plains, they stumbled upon a long-abandoned cave, the entrance buried under deep snow, clearly neglected for a long time. "This place will do," Jiang Wanyan stated flatly. Su Yan softly chanted an incantation, sending forth a fireball that seared the cave's interior, melting away the snow and dispelling the dirt. He then activated the water manipulation technique, causing the ice and snow outside to transform into flowing water, washing the interior once more. It's too damp. He frowned, casting the fireball again to dry the cave. However, as he was casting, he suddenly realized a potential issue. Wait, with thermal expansion and contraction, could it collapse? His heart sank, and he hurried into the cave to check. Moments later, he patted his chest in relief. "Thank goodness, this is indeed a mountain of the cultivation realm. It is not comparable to ordinary stone, so it should withstand this slight temperature difference." Jiang Wanyan walked leisurely to his side, observing the cave that had been charred slightly. her brow furrowing ever so slightly. Don't worry, I've cleaned everything thoroughly, Su Yin pledged earnestly, patting his chest, even striking a somewhat comical German salute. Looking at Jiang Wanyin expectantly, as if awaiting praise, Jiang Wanyin replied, not bad. She raised her hand, forming a bed of ice, then sat down on the ground, closing her eyes to meditate, just before shutting her eyes. She softly instructed, no slacking off. Focus on your cultivation. Su Yin blinked, gazing at her for a moment. Have I not moved in with my senior sister? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Wanyin suddenly opened her eyes, and their gazes met. What are you looking at? She raised an eyebrow. Just admiring my senior sister, he replied. Go cultivate. Su Yin turned away reluctantly, noticing a stone stool on the ground. He wiped it off and plopped down. It's clean, he muttered to himself, sneaking a glance at Jiang Wanyin's ice bed. I wonder if senior sister's bed is cold. It shouldn't be. After all, senior sister is much colder than that ice bed in a physical sense. The cave gradually fell silent as both focused on their cultivation. Time blurred in the realm of cultivation, and before long, 10 days had slipped by. Su Yin slowly opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his expression. He had not made a breakthrough, he was merely hungry. Well, he wasn't overly hungry either. His senior sister must be hungry, but she was too proud to admit it, so he decided to bring it up himself. He lightly jumped down from the stone stool, straightened his robe, and approached Jiang Wanyin, softly calling, senior sister. I'm here, Jiang Wanyin replied without opening her eyes, her voice calm. Are you hungry, senior sister? He asked tentatively, a touch of caution in his gaze. Jiang Wanyin had intended to say she wasn't hungry, but the words turned on her tongue. I'm hungry. I want to eat red bean porridge with Job's tears and add sugar. All right, Su Yan's face lit up. And with a flick of his storage ring, a plethora of cooking utensils appeared, making the cave feel somewhat cramped. Su Yan busied himself making spirit food. Jiang Wanyin watched curiously. Your technique is quite advanced. It suits auxiliary cultivation but is not fit for combat. When we return, have the sect leader help you select another technique. Another one. If I cultivate two simultaneously, then add another technique. However, since Jiang Wanyin was unaware of his clandestine training in another technique, he nodded. All right, senior sister. When I have chosen, I'll just say I don't know. That would be splendid. I'm done. A stream of spirit light radiated around Su Yin. During mealtime, he felt closest to his senior sister. Yet each time he required her to cast a spell. I wonder when the day will come when my senior sister won't need to cast a spell for us to have a normal meal together. Is it all contingent on my cultivation level? Perhaps. What are you thinking about? Thinking about my master. He won't be coming back. Don't dwell on it. All right. Chapter 29. The beginning of a game. Senior sister. Are you asleep? I do not sleep. Then are you bored right now? What do you want to do? Senior sister. Shall we play chess? How about it? What is that? Let me teach you. After a month of grueling cultivation in the cave, Su Yin finally extended his reach toward his senior sister. Introducing her to new things became one of his daily delights. Each time he shared a new experience with her, he felt an immense sense of achievement. After all, this arduous cultivation life wasn't easy for Su Yin, and it was inevitably dull. Usually, his senior sister wouldn't initiate conversation, so he had to engage her himself, and fortunately, she responded to everything. After a fair bit of persuasion, Su Yin finally convinced Jiang Wanyin to agree. He took out the chess pieces and board he had carved by hand, even replacing the king and general with yin and yuan. Naturally, the Chu River and Han border had to be altered as well. He whimsically renamed them to Senior Sister and Junior Brother. Senior Sister, let me teach you the rules. Jiang Wanyin rested her chin on one hand, listening quietly, not interrupting. All right, Senior Sister, do you understand now? I should, she replied. No worries, Senior Sister. I will definitely let you win since you are my senior sister. Su Yin assumed a confident expression, his eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. However, as Yin was captured by Jiang Wanyin, Su Yin's face instantly fell. Jiang Wanyin lifted her head, her long, fair fingers gently pushing a piece, her brows slightly raised, and a faint smile gracing her lips. Exuding a sense of composure and tranquility. Junior brother, you have lost. Senior sister, I was careless just now. I didn't avoid it. Let's play again. At this moment, Su Yin lowered his brow, unable to meet Jiang Wanyin's gaze. Though Su Yin could not claim to be exceptionally skilled at chess, he was certainly competent. Yet, he had just been completely defeated by his senior sister, who had only just learned the game. Su Yin held his forehead, feeling as if the sky had fallen upon him. He recalled a profound saying from his past life. If effort is useful, why do we need geniuses? Jiang Wanin regarded him, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes, and a nearly imperceptible smile graced her lips. Fine. Her voice remained cool. Su Yin, while resetting the board, couldn't he help but speak again. Senior sister. This time I'm prepared. I'm sure to win. Yet his tone lacked the prior confidence. The two engaged in battle once more, but unfortunately, Su Yin was consistently outmatched, suffering a complete defeat until half an hour later. Su Yin looked at Jiang Wanin with innocent eyes before suddenly grinning. Senior sister, it seems your chariot is malfunctioning. It might need some repairs. With that, he manipulated the spirit energy to slowly lift one of Jiang Wanin's chariots from the board. Jiang Wanin raised her gaze, quietly observing her junior brother's little trick, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips, and she made no effort to stop him. It is indeed broken. Take it away. But senior sister, now you have one less piece. It's fine. It's sufficient. Su Yin gazed intently at the chessboard, his eyes ablaze with focus, fixated on the side where his senior sister was missing a rook. He then commenced the game by advancing his knight. Jiang Wan maintained her usual composure, her expression devoid of any turbulence, even in the face of diminished countermeasures due to the loss of the rook. She remained remarkably serene. However, her tranquility was soon shattered. Observing her junior brother's moves, she momentarily fell into a daze on the opposite side of the board. Su Yin gradually lifted another cannon, and a quarter of an incense stick later, he lost yet again. This round, his senior sister was merciless, systematically eliminating all his pieces until the very last one was taken. Had she truly commenced? No. It seemed she had never really disengaged at least. That was Su Yan's belief. Suddenly, he found himself disinclined to teach his senior sister about Gamoku or Go, fearing he would be comprehensively overwhelmed. Initially, he had intended to showcase his foolproof Gamoku strategy, concluding with a triumphant declaration of assured victory. Not playing anymore, senior sister. I've realized I seem to have had a minor epiphany that I shall retreat to my cultivation. Su Yan's countenance exhibited a hint of awkwardness as he lowered his head and began to silently tidy up the chess pieces. Well, I shall cultivate diligently and strive for an early breakthrough. Jiang Wan chose not to elaborate further, adopting a languid demeanor as she returned to her ice bed to recline. Seasons shifted, yet the thawing of the northern realm's ice and snow was fleeting. When the cold winds of Biming swept through once more, the northern domain would succumb to frost once again. Inside the cave dwelling, Su Yin retrieved a jade slip, meticulously documenting the events of the day. Today marked the one-year anniversary of cohabiting with his senior sister. Although she spent most of her time cultivating, she was close enough that he could see her as soon as he opened his eyes. Yet he never dared to steal glances. His senior sister had once mentioned that it was not inappropriate for a junior brother to observe his senior sister, thus he gazed openly. However, each time he looked for too long, she would inevitably open her eyes, their gazes locking, and she would promptly instruct him to focus on his cultivation. He recalled a night when he was soundly asleep, only to be awakened by a sudden chill. Upon awakening, he found his senior sister staring intently at him. Her expression remained unchanged as she matter-of-factly stated, I am hungry. Just a moment, I will prepare something, he replied, for who could refuse their own senior sister? Yet, he wondered if a great cultivator like her could truly feel hunger, especially at such an hour. Perhaps she could. The good news was that he had finally achieved the golden core stage. After a year of cohabitation with his senior sister, he had reached this milestone that came as no surprise, almost as if it were destined to happen. Now, it was time for him to depart. Chronicles of Cultivation, Senior Sister Edition. Su Yin silently tucked away the jade slip he had been recording in, feeling it necessary to document his life. Perhaps in the distant future, a whim would lead him to revisit his Chronicles of Cultivation, only to be astounded by the countless entries about his senior sister. Returning to the present, Su Yin cast a reluctant glance around their small cave dwelling. The walls were adorned with spirit stones for decoration, and remnants of his casual sketches adorned the surface. During his leisure, he would take out his Sushin sword and draw upon the wall, each stroke eliciting a faint glow from the sword, as if it protested, yet it calmed under Su Yan's gentle words, emitting a soft radiance. The images etched upon the wall were few: a middle-aged Taoist departing slowly, his master, a stunning fairy clad in white, exuding an aura of aloofness, his senior sister, gazing into the distance as if lost in contemplation, and beside her stood a youthful figure, her junior brother. Su Yin. On the opposite wall were depictions of his parents alongside a childhood version of himself, whose eyes shone with sincerity, reflecting the same essence he possessed now. While drawing, Jiang Wan never urged Su Yin to cultivate earnestly. Instead, she quietly observed him at work. Upon seeing the painted figure of the woman on the wall, Jiang Wan merely regarded it with indifference, then smirked. It doesn't resemble her at all. Senior sister, how does it not resemble her? Su Yin inquired. Lifting his gaze, Jiang Wan offered no response. Chapter 30. The Ethereal Immortal Palace among the two foremost immortal sects of the Northern Realm. One was the Ethereal Immortal Palace, and the other was the Moon Landing Immortal Sect. The practitioners of the Ethereal Immortal Palace were largely devoted to pursuing their true essence and seeking their authentic selves, with a diverse array of teachings and numerous factions. Conversely, the Moon Landing Immortal Sect was predominantly composed of female cultivators, thriving in the duality of yin and yang, with its disciples spending their lives in search of their soulmates, ultimately cultivating together to achieve the Great Way. Jiang Wan's gaze lowered slightly, her voice cool and unyielding. Which one do you wish to go to? I shall temporarily escort you there. Once my matters are concluded, I will return to fetch you. Su Yin regarded her, a hint of reluctance hidden in his eyes. Though it remained unvoiced, he softly questioned, which one does my senior sister wish for me to attend? The Ethereal Immortal Palace. Jiang Wan's gaze was profound, as if she were not merely looking at him, but beyond him into distant realms. Su Yin nodded slightly and pressed his lips together. Very well. Then I shall go to the Ethereal Immortal Palace. Within the main hall of the Ethereal Immortal Palace, Feng Junxian paced slowly, his brow furrowed, long fingers resting lightly on the sword at his waist. A sense of unease stirring within him. Strange, it feels as though something significant is about to transpire today, he murmured, a hint of inexplicable anxiety lacing his tone. Junior brother, come quickly. A clear voice rang out from outside the hall. A woman clad in palace garments arrived on a flying sword, her sleeves fluttering, her peach blossom eyes glimmering with mischief and intrigue. Feng Junxian halted and turned to face her, a hint of confusion etched upon his features. Master sister, what is it? The woman blinked playfully, a sly smile gracing her lips. Little Feng, the person you've been longing for has arrived. Right now, she is in our sect. Upon hearing this, Feng Junxian's pupils constricted slightly. His heart racing uncontrollably. He struggled to steady his breath. It could not suppress the tremor in his voice. Really? He knew precisely who his master sister referred to, the beacon of his path, yet also an obstacle, Jiang Wan. The ice fairy. He had always admired strength, and coincidentally, Jiang Wan was the epitome of strength, ensnaring him completely. Indeed, the title of Ice Fairy was not without merit. Everyone believed she would ascend. It was merely a matter of time. There was even a wager concerning Jiang Wan, with nearly all participants betting she would achieve ascendance within 10,000 years. The bet's duration was extensive, thus only high-level cultivators participated. However, some dared to wager on her attaining ascendance within a millennium. Though few held faith in this, the millennium to ascend was astonishing, especially considering that no new ascendants had emerged in the past tens of thousands of years. Sister, is she truly here? His voice was low, tinged with suppressed anticipation. The palace-clad woman stepped closer, extending her gentle hand towards her junior brother's head. Come, let us go see her. Pursue your grand path. Feng Junxian frowned slightly, sidestepping her outstretched hand. After a long pause, he offered a bittersweet smile, his voice laced with loneliness. Forget it, master sister. You should go. Don't keep her waiting. The woman blinked, surprised. Aren't you coming? Feng Junxian lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow in his tone. I will not go. Why not? You wouldn't understand, master sister. Feng Junxian chuckled bitterly, his eyes reflecting unattainable longing. In my eyes, if she is the ice mountain snow lotus, then the other women in the world are but withered flowers and fallen willows. And I am merely a passing bird, a fleeting glance, and all the world's splendor pales in comparison. The palace-clad woman paused, her expression cooling as a suppressed fury twisted into a smile. Ha, junior brother. What a metaphor. Such a description of withered flowers and fallen willows. Feng Junxian felt a wave of killing intent wash over him, a chill creeping down his spine, and he awkwardly lowered his head. The woman shot him a fierce glare, snorting disdainfully. Fine, I will deal with you later. Inside the upper purity hall, Jiang Wan stood quietly, clad in snow-white robes that resembled blooming cold plum blossoms, exuding an aura of icy aloofness. Su Yin stood dutifully behind her, silent as a shadow. Several elders of the Ethereal Immortal Palace stood within the hall, their expressions slightly constrained, their gazes occasionally flickering towards Jiang Wan. revealing a blend of wariness and respect. Only when the palace-clad woman entered the grand hall did their expressions brighten, and they breathed a sigh of relief. "Greetings, Master Sister," the elders greeted in unison. Hua Qingwei, the Master Sister, nodded lightly and waved her hand. No need for formalities. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Wan, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes, silently acknowledging, "No wonder my junior brother speaks of her so passionately. She truly is a remarkable figure." "Greetings, Dao friend Jiang." "Greetings, Master Hua." Jiang Wan inclined her head slightly, her voice cool and courteous. Hua Qingwei smiled and, cutting to the chase, asked, "Dao friend Jiang, have you come to assist us?" "Indeed," Jiang Wan affirmed, her gaze shifting to Su Yan. "I am about to depart for Beiming and hope that the ethereal immortal palace can look after my junior brother during my absence." Hua Qingwei's attention turned fully to Su Yan, who had already caught her eye earlier. Now, she scrutinized him closely. The youth's features were handsome, his aura not particularly remarkable, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, imbued with a sense of purity that elicited an involuntary fondness. "Rest assured, Dao friend," Hua Qingwei replied with a smile, "we will take good care of your junior brother. Once you reach Beiming, our people will make every effort to assist you." Jiang Wan nodded lightly. "That would be excellent." Su Yan stood with his head bowed, yet a subtle sense of disappointment surged within him. He was once again going to hold back his senior sister. He furtively lifted his gaze towards Jiang Wan, his eyes resting upon her slender white silhouette. As Jiang Wan turned and gracefully walked past him, her steps light and delicate, Su Yan could not help but whisper, "Senior sister, I await your return." Jiang Wan's pace slightly faltered, lingering for a moment as if she wished to utter something, but ultimately she continued on, her figure fading into the horizon. "Senior sister, has she departed?" Feng Juanxian's eyes drifted towards the hall's exit, his voice low and tinged with a hint of melancholy. "She left long ago." Hua Qingwei glanced at him, a half-smile playing on her lips. "I asked you to see her off, yet you refused even to take a glance. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy your mind." Feng Junxian shook his head. "Senior sister, you do not comprehend." Hua Qingwei paused in surprise, but chose not to press further. Instead, her gaze shifted to the other figure nearby, Su Yan. Noticing her attention, Feng Junxian followed her line of sight, a flicker of curiosity surfacing in his eyes. "Senior sister, which sect does he belong to?" Hua Qingyue's lips curled into a playful smile, feigning mystery. "Why not take a guess? If you guess correctly, there may be a reward in store for you, senior sister." Feng Junxian raised an eyebrow, her expression imbued with a hint of indifference. "If that is the case, he certainly cannot be a disciple of the misty immortal palace. He must have been brought by Jiang Xianzi, likely a disciple of the Daotian sect, since he is entrusted by Jiang Xianzi. Perhaps he is a disciple of the Enlightenment Peak." Upon hearing this, Hua Qingwei felt deflated, letting out a light huff. "I shan't play this game with you any longer. It is simply dull. I must go arrange accommodations for Xiao Yan. I have no time to indulge in your idle chatter." With that, she turned to leave. "Senior sister," Feng Junxian called out to her, her gaze laced with a hint of helplessness. "What is the necessity for this? You wish for me to arrange for him to stay in Junxian Hall, do you not?" Hua Qingwei halted, turning back with a mischievous blink. "Teske, how is it that nothing escapes your insight, dear junior brother?" Feng Junxian sighed softly, her tone tinged with resignation. "Senior sister, having held the position of sect leader for so long, you refuse to speak plainly with me, insisting on leading me in circles, making me guess every time. Then that can only be blamed on our little Feng being too clever." Hua Qingwei replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Regardless of what you think, you can always guess. Can't you?" Feng Junxian shook her head in exasperation. Hua Qingwei gently admonished, "Well then, do take good care of him. Remember not to bully him. Otherwise, when his senior sister returns, you shall be the one to suffer." "Yes, I understand. So, what of my reward?" Hua Qingwei blinked, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion. "What reward?" Feng Junxian produced a pre-activated recording stone from her possession. Hua Qingwei departed. Feng Junxian silently stowed away the low-grade spirit stone reward in her hand, her gaze softening as she looked at Su Yan, her tone becoming more intimate. Are you her junior brother?" Su Yan clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Su Yan of Enlightenment Peak, honored to meet you." "Senior," Feng Junxian shook her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "If you do not mind, call me elder brother." Since you and your senior sister are of the same generation, how could you address me as senior? Su Yan blinked. I have met elder brother. Well then, you may reside in my Junxian hall. I have 1,000 disciples in my hall. It will certainly be more lively than your time at Enlightenment Peak. Should you have any questions, feel free to call for me at any time. With that, Feng Junxian brandished her sect token before Su Yan. Su Yan appeared somewhat helpless. I apologize, elder brother, but I do not currently possess my own sect token. Saying this, he produced the pristine white token inscribed with Jiang Wan's name. Feng Junxian stared at the pristine token for a long while before bursting into silent laughter. I have never heard of her being so attentive to anyone. Perhaps it is meant to protect you, but to me, it seems more like guarding her resources that I cannot decide whether to envy you or to resent you, she remarked, producing a leaf and donning it. Should you encounter any troubles, I will sense it. Her gaze swept over the jade pendant hanging from Su Yan's waist, falling into silence once more. Thank you, elder brother, and no need for thanks. Chapter 31. The Soul Whale. I have a junior brother. Yes, my only junior brother. He is the last disciple taken in by our master and the one designated as the successor of Enlightenment Peak. That I comprehend the master's intention. He shall become the next head of Enlightenment Peak, inheriting its legacy. For reasons unknown, upon first meeting him, I sensed he was extraordinary. His eyes are clear and pure, akin to a tranquil spring, devoid of any impurities. When in proximity to him, the repulsion of the cultivation techniques was surprisingly diminished. This feeling is strange, yet perhaps he is merely an exception, nothing more. I in the beginning, when imparting teachings to him, he appeared bewildered that I once thought his aptitude insufficient and felt a tinge of disappointment. It was only later that I realized the fault lay not with him, but with my own teaching methods, that my standards were simply inadequate, rather than him lacking in intelligence. Yes, this junior brother is not unintelligent, but neither is he exceptionally bright. He is not of the type that comprehends instantly. Rather, he resembles an unrefined jade, requiring gradual polishing. Nevertheless, he is the future head of Enlightenment Peak and must diligently cultivate to uphold this legacy. His greatest strength, however, lies not in his cultivation, but in an unexpected domain, cooking. Initially, I merely took over his meals out of boredom. To my surprise, they were quite palatable. That I had not anticipated that he would subsequently choose a niche culinary technique. Perhaps he truly has a passion for it. Eventually, every dish he crafted reached a pinnacle of excellence, and on many occasions, I found myself inexplicably looking forward to hearing him call out, "Senior sister, it's time to eat." Though I never displayed it outwardly, I thought to myself, were he in any other sect, such a top-tier auxiliary disciple would have certainly been fought over fiercely. However, no matter how splendid his culinary skills, they remain auxiliary, insufficient to enhance true combat prowess. He still requires a more formidable primary cultivation technique. Yet, these matters are likely decisions he has already made for himself. If that is the case, I shall not interfere further. What perplexes me is why he insists on calling me to join him every time he prepares a meal. These exquisite dishes are of immense value, yet he is never stingy, always presenting them to me first. That I have questioned myself. Does he not grasp their worth? No, he is well aware. These meals are crafted by his own hands. How could he possibly be oblivious? Alas, he treats me well, and I shall find other means to reciprocate. After all, I am his senior sister, and he is my junior brother. These thoughts crossed Jiang Wan's mind. Her contemplation drifted further. From where did he learn such peculiar things? Swings, reclining chairs, chess, flying chess, such intriguing pastimes. Yet, her junior brother's chess skills were abysmal. He always lost miserably. Perhaps next time, she should intentionally lose a few games to give him a moment of pride. With this thought, a faint smile graced Jiang Wan's lips. Suddenly, Jiang Wan halted, standing upon the boundless sea. The waves beneath surged tumultuously, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Why do I find myself thinking of my junior brother again? Why does it feel this way? Rarely did Jiang Wan succumb to a moment of confusion. This bewilderment resembled the deep, unfathomable waters of the northern abyss. She stood in the air, facing an endless black ocean, where the waves ebbed and flowed, much like her elusive emotions at this moment. Raising her gaze towards the distance, she saw the depths of the northern abyss, where boundless black waters converged into the Soul Sea. It was a place bitterly cold, where all was silent. After a moment, her eyes regained clarity, her demeanor cold and tranquil. If something is beyond comprehension, then let it be, she murmured softly, her white robes billowing as she continued her flight forward. The frigid wind howled past as her figure gradually delved deeper into the icy depths of the Soul Sea. The northern abyss is composed of endless black waters, thus it is also known as the Soul Sea. Upon reaching the depths of the Soul Sea, Jiang Wan's form suddenly halted, her white robes fluttering gently in the biting wind. Not far away, the void abruptly split open with several fissures, accompanied by a surge of spiritual light, from which multiple figures emerged. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, they rushed forward. "Greetings, Dao friend Jiang." The group spoke in unison, their tones reverberating with respect and a hint of urgency. Jiang Wan inclined her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over them with indifference. One of the leading figures stepped forward, cupping his hands in explanation. "In this deep soul sea, a soul whale has harbored a great enmity with our sect. Having devoured one of our elders and several disciples years ago, the sect master was furious and commanded us to come and encircle it." Jiang Wan listened, her expression unperturbed, merely raising an eyebrow. "If that is the case, why has it not been resolved yet?" A flicker of difficulty crossed the man's face, his tone laced with a touch of shame. "Dao friend, you may not know, but this place is bitterly cold. That soul whale thrives in this deep sea environment, its combat prowess so formidable that even ascendant cultivators find it challenging to act against it. We have pursued it for years, exhausting all efforts, only managing to barely contain it. Yet, it remains hidden in these depths, and we are temporarily unable to force it out. In terms of extreme cold, Dao friend Jiang has already reached the pinnacle of this path. Therefore, we must dare to beseech your assistance." Upon reaching this point, he took a deep breath and continued, "Our sect master has given instructions that should you be willing to lend your hand, once this matter is resolved, there shall be ample rewards." Jiang Wan listened quietly, nodding slightly, her expression remaining unchanged. She raised her hand to brush away a strand of sea mist from her sleeve. Her tone composed, "I will handle the matter of the soul whale. As for the reward, I desire the yin-yang heart-guarding bracelet." The leader, upon hearing the words, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and promptly bowed in response. "Certainly." There was even a hint of relief in his tone. Although the yin-yang heart protection bracelet is a top-tier talisman for safeguarding oneself, it still seemed somewhat beneath the stature of a formidable figure like Jiang Wan. Had she requested a more advanced treasure, the sect would undoubtedly have to expend greater resources. The fact that she proactively mentioned this item relieved them of considerable trouble. However, Jiang Wan offered no further explanation, merely acknowledging with a faint before turning towards the sea. Her gaze lowered slightly, her thoughts drifting away momentarily. "The talisman is meant for my junior brother's protection." At this thought, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. After a brief pause, she gently shook her head, seemingly reluctant to engage in further discussion, and declared, "Let us begin. I will lure it out from the depths of the sea. Afterwards, you shall find an opportunity to ensnare it." The leader was momentarily taken aback, then a look of concern spread across his face. "Jiang Daoyu. The nether whale possesses formidable bloodline power and is exceptionally strong within these dark seas, relying solely on you." His words trailed off as he witnessed Jiang Wan execute a swift leap, propelling herself into the inky depths of the ocean. In an instant, her figure clad in white resembled a sharp blade, piercing through the black waters. Chapter 32. Ling Wadao and the onlookers stood in stunned silence, exchanging anxious glances as they gazed into the churning abyss of the nether sea. The leader regained his wits and commanded in a low voice, "Form the array. We cannot allow that beast to escape." Suddenly, powerful waves of spiritual energy surged around them as the binding spirit array began to operate. The light rising from the formation resembled chains, emitting a deep, resonant hum as it extended into the depths of the nether sea. Shortly thereafter, the surface of the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves. The few remaining individuals on the surface exuded an overwhelming aura. United in purpose, they activated the binding spirit array, unleashing a tremendous pressure from within. A deep, resonant sound echoed from the depths of the sea, announcing the emergence of a colossal nether whale. Its gargantuan form leaping from the ocean floor, its immense body crashed onto the surface. Tidal waves surged to heights of thousands of feet from the depths of the nether sea. A chilling aura permeated the air, even causing the void to shimmer with a thin layer of frost. The massive nether whale rose from the abyss, its dark body resembling a moving mountain, blotting out the sun. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing its menacingly white fangs, and let out a roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Causing the binding spirit array to tremble in response, Jiang Daoyu, one of them could not help but exclaim, only to see Jiang Wan's figure already soaring above the water's surface, standing poised in the void. No worries, her voice was icy, as if emanating from the depths of a frigid abyss, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Jiang Wan raised her hand, and the temperature plummeted abruptly, causing even the surging waves to freeze instantaneously. Surrounding her was an endless frost, the chill capable of freezing time itself, manifesting as sharp ice blades that shot towards the nether whale. Roar. The nether whale unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive tail sweeping through the air, colliding with the ice blades and scattering countless crystalline fragments and dark seawater. Deep purple runes illuminated its body. A substantial spiritual barrier formed, blocking most of the ice blades. Following this, it opened its monstrous maw and unleashed a jet of pitch-black light directed at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her hand, a beam of cold light erupted, akin to a celestial blade, cleaving towards the dark beam. Boom. The collision of the blade and the beam caused the void to rupture, resulting in a massive energy vortex. Jiang Wan remained steadfast, her white garb billowing in the tempest, her icy gaze searching for every vulnerability in the nether whale. At this moment, the nether whale had no avenue for escape. Although it could have chosen to plunge into the depths of the ocean in the face of several practitioners from the Miaoxian sect, it was trapped within the confines of the icy sea that Jiang Wan had conjured, significantly limiting its combat prowess. With no other recourse, the nether whale surged back to the surface, and the battle was set to commence. The oppressive aura of the great ascension stage radiated continuously as one human and one beast clashed on the ocean's surface, their duel persisting for over a month, transforming the sea into an expanse of ice, 1,000 miles frozen. Die, she uttered with a soft snort, her surrounding chill intensifying as a long sword forged from ice crystals manifested in her grasp, its blade glistening with a lethal sheen, encapsulating the power to annihilate worlds. In the next moment, her figure transformed into a flash of white light, hurtling towards the nether whale. Sensing imminent danger, the nether whale abruptly twisted its massive body, summoning towering waves in a desperate attempt to obstruct her. Yet, as the waves approached Jiang Wan, they instantaneously froze into ice, which she cleaved apart with a single stroke. Go! Jiang Wan swung her sword, unleashing hundreds of ice blades that erupted from the blade, enveloping the nether whale in a cascade of frigid light. The nether whale roared in fury as the purple rune barrier began to shatter under the onslaught of the ice blades. Finally, with a resounding crack, the barrier fractured, leaving deep, bone-deep gashes upon its immense body. Blood, mingled with the dark seawater, surged forth from the nether whale, staining the surrounding waters a deep purple. However, the creature did not succumb. Instead, it grew even more ferocious in its wounded state. Its eyes turned a furious crimson, and it conjured a more terrifying beam of black light aimed straight at Jiang Wan. Now, the four surrounding practitioners seized the opportunity, activating the binding spirit array in an instant. Four black chains inscribed with ancient runes soared from the formation, firmly ensnaring the nether whale, rendering it immobile. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened as she retracted her sword, her hands tracing an intricate sigil in the air. With a commanding voice, she declared, "Freeze!" Instantaneously, the surrounding seawater crystallized into countless cold, sharp blades, forming a colossal sword array that enveloped the nether whale. As Jiang Wan moved her fingers, thousands of ice blades descended simultaneously, trapping the nether whale within the sword formation. It writhed and roared, yet could not escape the icy confinement. Finally, Jiang Wan slowly raised her hand, her fingertips dancing, as a massive ice crystal longsword coalesced at the center of the sword array. "Kill," she whispered softly, and the ice crystal longsword plummeted from the sky, piercing straight into the nether whale's brow. Boom. As the ice crystal longsword pierced, the nether whale let out one final mournful cry, its colossal form collapsing with a resounding crash, the tumultuous waves gradually calming, and the world fell silent once more. Jiang Wan retracted her longsword, gently descending from the void, her white attire untouched by a speck of dust. The remaining practitioners, still outside the array, finally regained their senses, and swiftly flew to Jiang Wan's side, their expressions alight with excitement. Jiang Daoyu, you truly live up to your reputation as the unparalleled powerhouse at the top of the celestial talents list. We shall forever remember the grace you have bestowed upon us today. Jiang Wan merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged in the void, commencing the recuperation of her expended spiritual energy. Within the Miaoxian Palace, Linghua Daoren strolled through the starry secret realm, surveying his surroundings with a hint of indifference and disdain etched upon his features. His gaze occasionally flitted over the disciples undergoing trials, only to swiftly divert, revealing a trace of disappointment. Such abundant resources and numerous legacies, yet these younger generations showed not a glimmer of remarkable accomplishments. Truly a waste. He shook his head and chuckled. But that is of no concern to me, as they are not my disciples. He had a more pressing task at hand. Harvesting the sacred herb, it should be ripe by now, he mused to himself. Traversing the secret realm until he arrived at a secluded area suffused with spiritual energy. Here, a swirling mist enveloped the space, subtly emanating a rich fragrance of herbs, causing Linghua Daoren to reveal a hint of delight. Quickening his pace, the sacred herb, merely inhaling its scent could elevate one's spirits. That he halted, eyes scanning the vicinity in anticipation of a bountiful harvest. However, before him lay nothing but emptiness, devoid of any treasures. Linghua Daoren's expression faltered, his brows knitting together. Impossible. It must be that my approach was flawed. He murmured, turning around, adjusting his breath, and resetting his mindset. Then, he pivoted back to survey the area once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, Linghua Daoren's countenance gradually contorted into a grimace. Ah! His roar reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Who is responsible? The disciples in the secret realm, startled by his bellowing, trembled in fear, many plagued by unease. Soon, several practitioners skilled in the art of divination were summoned by Linghua Daoren, tasked with discerning the whereabouts of the sacred herb. Eventually, one of them produced a result, revealing the figure of Su Yin materializing in the void, followed by the majestic Jun Xian. Linghua Daoren's eyes glinted with malice. Found you. Prepare to meet your demise. Chapter 33. Confrontation at Jun Xian. Su Yin reclined leisurely beneath an ancient pine, savoring one of the few serene spots he had discovered to appreciate the snowfall. The scenery was exquisite. He murmured to himself, this place is quite pleasant. Such snowy vistas are rare in the southern region. However, if my senior sister were here, she would likely be able to conjure the snow herself. His tone was lighthearted, yet tinged with a hint of longing. It had been over a month since he had seen his senior sister, and he missed her dearly. Yet, before he could fully immerse himself in the tranquil winter landscape, a sudden sense of crisis from his cultivation technique abruptly seized his attention. Before he could react, his Su Xn sword unsheathed itself at his waist, its edge glimmering ominously in the snow's light. Almost simultaneously, he grasped an ice-blue sword talisman in his other hand. The last time he faced Yi Luyun, he had used up all the life-saving sword talismans provided by his sect. Thus, his senior sister had gifted him new ice-blue talismans that a gust of cold wind swept by, and a figure abruptly materialized from the void. Appearing before Su Yan in an instant, Senior, do you require assistance? Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the newcomer, his posture instinctively leaning back in caution. The visitor, however, paid no heed to Su Yan's wariness. Instead, an expression of rage twisted into a cold, mocking smile. Ah, what a splendid disciple you have raised, Feng Jun Xian. In the end, you have produced a traitor of the devil's path. Today, I shall cleanse this filth. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, then his face contorted in confusion. What? He could not comprehend why this person had suddenly appeared and accused him of such an unfounded crime, though the situation remains utterly bewildering. One thing is certain, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Senior, a misunderstanding. I demand to see the Lord of the Hall. Su Yan hurriedly spoke, fearing that the irascible elder before him might act violently. However, the man appeared impervious to his explanations, sneering coldly, with a murderous intent that was blatantly evident. A misunderstanding. Is the theft of the sacred medicine also a misunderstanding? Enough of your prattle. I shall grant you a swift end today. As soon as the words left his mouth, Linghua Daoist unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming it into a colossal palm print of spiritual force, bearing down on Su Yin with overwhelming pressure. Yet, Su Yin was not one to sit idly by. Despite possessing protective talismans, he resolutely chose to strike first. The ice blue sword pellet was instantly activated, and an icy sword aura surged forth like a frigid tide, slicing through Ling Hua Daoist's enormous palm of spiritual energy in an instant. The sword aura continued unabated, hurtling straight towards Ling Hua Daoist. His pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his features that he recognized that Su Yin wielded a sword pellet, but he dismissed it entirely. After all, he was a formidable cultivator at the Harmony stage. How could a mere pellet pose a threat to him? Yet, at the moment the sword aura approached, he suddenly sensed something amiss. No, that sword aura. His expression changed drastically as he hastily summoned spiritual energy to form a shield. But this hastily conjured barrier was utterly insufficient to withstand the glacial sharpness. With a dull thud, the shield shattered instantly, and the biting cold pressed towards his chest. Just then, a melodious phoenix cry resounded from the heavens, and a crimson-gold divine phoenix burst forth from the clouds, transforming into the figure of Feng Junxian amidst the swirling flames. He raised his hand and summoned the Nirvana Fire Shield, placing it before the icy sword aura. With a resounding crash, the sword aura collided with the fire shield, flames roaring fiercely. However, the chill of the sword aura gradually subdued the radiant fire. Ultimately, the fire shield could not endure for long, cracking with a hissing sound, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. The residual sword aura surged forward, striking directly at Ling Hua Daoist's chest. The intense cold invaded his body, knocking him back several paces, leaving him in a disheveled half-kneel, pale-faced and trembling. This injury would not heal for at least 3 to 5 months. Ling Hua Daoist gritted his teeth in pain, his heart filled with an inexplicable dread. Had Feng Junxian not arrived in time, that sword aura would have surely inflicted far graver harm. Su Yin stood rooted in place, his hand clutching the sword pellet trembling slightly. He gazed at the unfolding scene, his emotions a complex blend of astonishment and bewilderment. This sword pellet's power far exceeded his expectations. The sword pellet gifted to him by his senior sister was incomparably more potent than the one presented by the Fire Cloud Peak. Su Yin silently lamented. During a previous conversation with the sect master, he was repeatedly cautioned that this was a sword pellet crafted by the Fire Cloud Peak's master, bearing immense power and requiring careful use. Yet, this one before him was simply terrifying. At that moment, the Junsten Hall was in an uproar. The aftermath of the battle had attracted the attention of nearby stewards and disciples, and hundreds of them flocked to the snow-laden area, forming an impenetrable barrier. Upon witnessing that Feng Junxian had sustained injuries, several stewards displayed expressions of horror. "Lord of the Hall, are you all right?" "No worries, do not fret." Feng Junxian waved his hand dismissively. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, a hint of concern flickering across his face. He approached Su Yin and softly inquired, "Are you injured?" Su Yin shook his head, replying softly, "Brother, I am fine." Feng Junxian nodded, a glimmer of relief crossing his eyes. "That is good." However, at this moment, Ling Hua Daoist stared at the two in shock, his mouth agape as if he had forgotten the pain in his chest. His earlier gratitude for Feng Junxian's timely intervention vanished in an instant. "Am I not human? Am I not human?" Ling Hua Daoist felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. He stared blankly at Feng Junxian, then at Su Yin, his mind swirling with questions. Unable to contain himself, he roared, "Feng Junxian, can you not just die?" Feng Junxian furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly perplexed by the sudden accusation. "Are you mad?" Ling Hua Daoist's expression froze, his annoyance palpable as he gritted his teeth. "Enough of your nonsense. Seize him. He is a demonic thief who has stolen our sect's sacred medicine." Feng Junxian's brow furrowed tighter, his gaze cold as it swept over Ling Hua Daoist, his tone calm, yet imbued with an air of pressure. "The remaining sacred medicines within the sect have long been secured in the treasury. What sacred medicine is there left to steal?" Ling Hua Daoist hurriedly countered, his expression twisted. "It is the sacred medicine from the Starry Luo secret realm. I was tasked with harvesting it, only to discover upon arrival that the sacred medicine had already been stolen. The deductions led to the conclusion that it was this disciple behind you who committed the theft." Feng Junxian's gaze was as deep as an ancient well, devoid of emotion, but the coldness that subtly surfaced caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. He slowly stepped closer to Ling Hua Daoist, his pace unhurried yet laden with the weight of 1,000 pounds. "Tell me, Ling Hua, Why is it that a sacred medicine appeared within the starry Luo secret realm? And neither the sect master nor I nor the elders were aware of it. Yet you alone knew? His tone remained nonchalant, yet every word struck like a dagger, piercing the heart. Or is it that this sacred medicine was merely a manifestation of your own desires, never intended for public knowledge? Moreover, the starry Luo secret realm is a trial ground for the sect. Treasures within are traditionally claimed by those destined to find them, regardless of who harvests them. Including sacred medicines. In your greed to seize a disciple's opportunity, you trespassed into my Junxian hall and even attempted to harm my sworn brother, Linghua. Do you wish for me to directly incapacitate you? Feng Juanxian's voice was laced with an icy chill, his usual warmth stripped away, his eyes now filled with a cold glare, fixating on Linghua Daoist. Therefore, now, Linghua, please provide me with an explanation. Linghua Daoist was both furious and anxious, his face fluctuating between shades of blue and purple. He pointed at Feng Junxian, stammering. Why would you tear your face with me for a mere junior? He is but a disciple. What gives you the right to protect him so fiercely? His thoughts raced, and suddenly a glimmer of insight struck him, narrowing his eyes with a cold laugh. Unless you wish to monopolize the sacred medicine for yourself. Feng Juanxian's gaze grew frigid, his fingers brushing the hilt of his sword, a murderous intent barely concealed. Linghua Daoist, however, remained oblivious, continuing to shout, "Calm down. This disciple is undoubtedly problematic. How could he possibly break through my illusion array? My assertion that he is a demonic spy is not baseless. At the very least, let us split the sacred medicine equally, but this disciple must be handed over to the law enforcement hall for investigation." Before he could finish, Feng Junxian let out a cold snort, his right hand waving as he solemnly called, "Firely." Instantly, a fiery red long sword materialized from his palm, flames roaring along its blade, the tip aimed at Linghua Daoist. Feng Junxian, have you lost your mind? Linghua Daoist was filled with both anger and dread, drawing his sword in response, but the frost still gnawed at his abdomen, causing his movements to slow. Feng Junxian unleashed the fiery sword, each strike imbued with apocalyptic force, forcing Linghua Daoist to retreat step by step. His sword aura resembled a tempest of flames, repeatedly tearing through Linghua Daoist's defenses, leaving behind numerous deep gashes upon his body. "Stop, Feng Junxian. You madman." Linghua Daoist could no longer contain his fury, blood spilling from his mouth that he struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet his strength waned. Feng Junxian, however, remained expressionless, his voice frigid. "You had better not move. I am saving you, saving me. You intend to kill me." Linghua Daoist nearly ground his teeth to dust. Feng Junxian ceased speaking further, his movements with the sword growing more rapid, the sword light falling like a torrential downpour, each strike an expression of his dissatisfaction and warning. Amidst all this, Su Yin observed silently, fully aware of Feng Juanxian's intentions to protect him, unwilling to escalate matters further and trouble his senior sister. Yet, at that moment, the identity token at his waist suddenly glowed, emitting a faint light. Su Yin looked down, picking up the token, and when his gaze fell upon the inscription, his eyes brightened instantly. The token displayed a name he knew all too well. "Senior sister. Jiangwan. Jiangwan. Are you injured?" "Su Yin. Senior sister. I miss you." "Su Yin. I am uninjured. Do not worry." "Senior sister, Jiangwan. Turn around." Su Yin hesitated for a moment, feeling puzzled, yet obediently complied with his senior sister's request to turn around. Behind him stood a young girl, an icy aura emanating from her form. A torrent of words surged within him, ultimately coalescing into two simple words: "Senior sister." Jiangwan nodded slightly, her voice gentle. "I am here." Her gaze fell upon the jade pendant at Su Yan's waist, her tone still calm. "Where is the jade pendant I gifted you?" Su Yan quickly pointed to the jade pendant at his waist, a hint of pride in his voice. "Senior sister, I have worn it all along." Jiangwan nodded, her tone carrying a note of admonition. "Good. Do not take it off." Su Yan pressed his fingers together, raising his hand towards the heavens, solemnly replying, "I will not, senior sister." Suddenly, Jiangwan's gaze landed on another item at his waist, her expression growing slightly colder. "What is that leaf?" Su Yan instinctively touched the leaf, then explained, "This was given to me by brother Feng Junxian. He said it was to prevent any mishaps." Upon hearing this, Jiangwan lifted her gaze to Su Yan, her tone flat, yet resolute. "I have arrived, so it is no longer needed." Take it off. Su Yin was taken aback, sensing something awry, yet he obediently heeded his senior sister's words, removing the leaf and carefully stowing it away in his storage ring. Since your senior sister has returned, it is indeed unnecessary. After all, when the two are out, she has never allowed him to stray from her sight. Jiang Wan observed him diligently gathering the leaves, then turned to walk ahead, while Su Yin obediently trailed behind her. Jiang Wan's gaze gradually shifted towards the half-kneeling Linghua Taoist, her eyes betraying a hint of frostiness. Linghua Taoist trembled all over, a chill seeping through him. Disregarding his pain, he hastily cried out, "Master, save me." At that moment, Feng Junxian had already shrunk into a corner, standing inconspicuously in the distance. A soft sigh echoed, and Hu Qunju slowly emerged from the shadows. Clad in simple white garments, her eyes swept over Su Yin before settling on Linghua Taoist, her brows knitting slightly, seemingly finding the situation before her rather troublesome. She inquired in a deep tone, "Speak, what exactly transpired?" Time rewinds to a month prior. In the elegant courtyard of Junstin Hall, sunlight cascaded gently, illuminating the chessboard adorned with pieces resembling stars. Su Yin was engaged in a fierce match with Feng Junxian. At this moment, Su Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, his heart laden with frustration. Recalling the first time his senior sister had played chess with him, she had decisively crushed him with overwhelming prowess. Now, having arrived at the Piao Miaoxian Palace and facing this newly recognized elder brother, he had anticipated an easy victory. Yet, Feng Junxian, though a novice as well, played with impeccable precision, stalemating the game. Nevertheless, despite his vexation, Su Yin managed to maintain his composure. He took pride in his skills at Gamoku. Stay calm, he silently reminded himself, as memories of his past life's unbeatable Gamoku strategies began to surface. The first piece could be placed anywhere, disregarding how the opponent would play. The second piece should be placed here. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had grasped the key to victory. Moments later, he decisively selected the most ancient formation in his mind, the underwear formation. Indeed, the underwear formation remains unsolvable to this day. This strategy is considered flawless, yet it cannot be rigidly applied. One must adapt to the opponent's moves. As the game approached its conclusion, upon Feng Junxian's recent move, Su Yan's eyes brightened, and he swiftly countered. His finger lightly tapped down a black piece on the board, and then he sat up straight. His gaze filled with certainty. Victory was assured. Feng Junxian looked at the board, his brows knitting and then relaxing, ultimately breaking into a resigned smile as he gathered the pieces. I concede. This game was quite intriguing. It seems I must practice more in the future. Su Yan's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of pride crossing his eyes. He mused to himself, indeed, I am a true expert at Gamoku. Though Feng Junxian was a beginner, he bore the title of Wisdom Immortal within the Piao Miaoxian Palace. Renowned as the foremost intellectual of the palace, the ability to stalemate or even defeat Feng Junxian speaks volumes of Su Yan's exceptional skill. However, the tranquil atmosphere of their match was soon disrupted by the arrival of Hu Qunju. Her figure quietly appeared in the courtyard, gently resting her head upon Feng Junxian's, her hands on his shoulders. Displaying a relaxed demeanor as she curiously observed the chessboard and the two players, Feng Junxian tilted his head slightly, watching his senior sister's antics, shaking his head in exasperation as he regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Yet, Hu Qunju remained oblivious to his gaze, as if nothing were amiss, attempting once more to rest her head atop Feng Junxian's. This time, she failed. Observing this scene, Su Yin couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He felt a semblance of illumination in his presence. Following her failed attempt, Hu Qunju exhibited no embarrassment. Instead, she calmly sat down, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. She quietly watched the two engage in their match, her eyes reflecting a blend of casual curiosity. Once Su Yin departed, she could play chess with her junior brother, and he could teach her. This thought made her feel exceedingly clever, prompting her to exclaim with excitement, "Let's do that!" This sudden outburst caused both Feng Junxian and Su Yin, engrossed in their game, to turn in astonishment towards her. Hu Qunju fell silent under their scrutiny, like someone who had witnessed nothing. Obediently sealing her lips. Chapter 35. Is Jiang Wan the breakthrough point? Only after Su Yin and Feng Junxian completed their match did Hu Qunju leisurely speak. Xiao Yanyin, you have broken through to the core formation stage. Would you be interested in joining my sect's disciples in the upcoming trial? What trial? Su Yan's curiosity was piqued, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The Starry Luo Secret Realm Trial. Hu Qunju explained. Within the secret realm lie numerous opportunities and abundant spiritual herbs. Even our own disciples must pay a considerable sum of spirit stones to enter, while outsiders are strictly forbidden. Su Yan furrowed his brows slightly, suspicion brewing within. Why would the sect leader allow an outsider like him to participate? He had never easily acquiesced to anything, whether in this life or the previous one. Firmly adhering to the belief that free offerings often carry the heaviest price, if this trial was merely a favor due to his senior sister's influence, he would adamantly refuse. He could not allow her to incur debts on his behalf. Seemingly perceiving Su Yan's thoughts, Hu Qunju chuckled. Little fellow, you are quite vigilant. She paused, a teasing lilt to her voice. Fear not. This was indeed arranged by your senior sister. If you doubt it, feel free to ask her yourself. With a shift in tone, she added, as for the entry fee, your senior sister has already covered it. 100 premium spirit stones. After speaking, she sighed, her gaze drifting toward Feng Junxian, who was quietly sipping tea. Your senior sister truly cares for you. Feng Junxian said nothing, merely lowering his head to cradle the teacup, taking a gentle sip. Su Thian did not reach out to contact his senior sister. He understood she was likely preoccupied with slaying demons and dispelling evils. How could he disturb her over trivial matters? He pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Very well. I accept it so. You truly plucked the sacred herb from our secret realm? Hu Qunju's tone carried a hint of disbelief, her eyes shimmering with regret. Since assuming the role of sect leader, nothing had vexed her more than this careless loss of the sacred herb. In that instant, she felt as if the 100 premium spirit stones she had paid as an entry fee had turned into a farce. Why? She had visited so many times. Where had the sacred herb gone? Frustration and indignation churned within her at that moment. The gazes of the disciples of Junxian Hall collectively shifted to the trembling figure of Linghua Daoist in the corner. Hu Qunju's expression darkened further. Her gaze icy as it fell upon Linghua Daoist, Hu Qunju helplessly rubbed her forehead, striving to calm her complex emotions. Her jade-like hand trembled slightly as she pointed at Linghua Daoist. You, seemingly drained of all energy, she finally spread her hands in resignation. All right, Xiao Yin, now you may tell me how you discovered that sacred herb. Standing to the side, Jiang Wan frowned, evidently displeased with Hu Qunju's address. Sect leader, please just call me Su Yin. Very well. Hu Qunju nodded, albeit reluctantly, adjusting her wording. Hearing this, Jiang Wan's brow finally relaxed. Su Yin, too, breathed a sigh of relief. He knew better than to disclose how he had made his discovery. His senior sister wore a stoic expression, unchanged since her arrival, and anyone unaware might mistake her for a lifeless figure. Until her sudden frown earlier, Su Yin, being perceptive, had noticed immediately, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. At that moment, the only thing Su Yin could think of was Hu Qunju's somewhat ambiguous address, as expected. His assumptions were proven correct. Su Yin silently praised himself. Well done. He cleared his throat and continued casually. After entering the secret realm, although I did not achieve any significant gains, there was a fortuitous event where I defeated several silver moon wolves. However, I was pursued by the pack and had to scale 3 mountains to shake them off. Su Yin narrated with ease, as if recounting an adventure. Then, I inadvertently entered the Xianyi forest and found myself ensnared in an illusion. That he paused, seemingly reminiscing about that experience. I was trapped in a mirage until I broke through the obstructing leaves and emerged from the formation. Continuing, he recounted, subsequently, I stumbled upon a hidden cave. Inside the cave was a formation, but leveraging the secret techniques inherited from the Winda Peak, I easily unraveled it and subdued the sacred herb that he summarized nonchalantly. In the end, I departed with the sacred herb. Su Yan's tone was unwavering, clearly at peace with his actions. As if everything he had done was entirely justified. Of course, he did not disclose the complete truth. Nor did he reveal the reality. The cultivators present were skeptical of his seemingly fortuitous claims that in truth, after entering the secret realm, Su Yin activated his purple extreme demon eye, and the radiance of the sacred herb had nearly blinded him. Awakening a deep craving within him, he had indeed encountered an illusion, but he had merely traversed the formation directly and casually plucked the obstructing leaves. This was done to prevent other disciples of the Piao Miao Xian Palace from encountering troubles. It seems I am truly a kind-hearted person, Su Yin mused inwardly, giving himself a mental pat on the back. The sacred herb's accompanying illusion was similarly inconsequential. The innate divine power of the swallowing god-demon art was simply outrageous. As Su Yin recounted his tale, the surrounding cultivators fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions complex. Alright. Hu Kunja found herself at a loss for words. Regardless, securing the sacred herb was a testament to his own capabilities. She could not fault him for it. She could only lament the lack of unity among her own disciples in their inferior skills. However, Hu Kunja quickly donned a gentle smile. So, have you harvested any other spiritual herbs? Su Yin blinked slightly, a hint of guilt flickering across his expression. In what manner should one articulate the notion of luck in relation to extraordinary occurrences? I am currently awaiting a response. As time is of the essence, I have not procured much, merely a few exquisite spiritual herbs, leaving the rest untouched. Hua Qingwei raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Are exquisite spiritual herbs akin to cabbages now? Is it truly that fortuitous? A flicker of doubt crossed her gaze. Spiritual herbs possess sentience and are well concealed. How could you have located them so effortlessly? This is the secret technique of my Dao peak. Jiang Wan paused, her silver hair dancing in the wind, her voice icy. Does the sect leader have any objections? No objections, Hua Qingwei replied. I merely wish to inquire of Su Yin. Do you intend to sell this holy herb? Our immortal palace could procure it at a high price. After all, this herb is of superior quality and will be of no use to you before you achieve unity with Dao. Su Yin shook his head slightly, yet the exquisite spiritual herbs materialized in his palm. Sect leader Hua, perhaps I could return the other spiritual herbs to you. The holy herb is intended for my senior sister and will absolutely not be relinquished. Watching Yue's gaze subtly shifted toward Jiang Wan, yet she discerned no emotion on Jiang Wan's face. She gently waved her hand, refraining from accepting the exquisite spiritual herbs. No need. You may keep them. I was merely inquiring your opinion. If you are unwilling, it matters not. Hua Qingwei gazed into Su Yan's clear eyes, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Faced with such a youth, she found herself not entirely at a loss. She understood that by merely identifying an appropriate leverage point, she could effortlessly sway him. Since he claimed the holy herb was reserved for his senior sister, perhaps this could serve as the breakthrough she sought. Chapter 36. There is something peculiar about this pair of senior siblings. Su Yin, come here. Hua Qingwei gestured lightly, signaling Su Yin to approach, intending to elaborate on matters with him. However, Hua Qingwei soon sensed something amiss. A chill enveloped her, an inexplicable coldness surged forth, causing her body to stiffen slightly as she looked up to meet Jiang Wan's gaze, which bore a hint of frost. Hua Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. Her mind clouded with confusion. At this moment, Su Yin maintained a distance of 10 zhang from Hua Qingwei, never drawing closer. As the chill emitted by his senior sister intensified, he too felt a touch of anxiety, though the coldness was not directly aimed at him. Thankfully, Hua Qingwei, having cultivated for a millennium and served as sect leader for many years, possessed a discerning eye. This pair of senior siblings was undoubtedly peculiar. Hua Qingwei mused internally. Strangely enough, she felt a surge of joy, casting a furtive glance at her junior brother, Feng Junxian, who was huddled in the corner. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her gaze towards Su Yin now bore a hint of approval. Su Shiji, may I first examine this holy herb? She ventured cautiously. If she remained oblivious to the situation, her millennium of cultivation would be for naught. Of course, Su Yin replied with a smile, his fingers deftly moving. A luminous storage ring glimmered, and a section of pure, jade-like white lotus appeared in his grasp. The celestial lotus. The surrounding elders gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with shock and anger. Instantly, every gaze converged upon Su Yin, the elder's eyes seeming to wish to tear him asunder. However, Jiang Wan's chilly demeanor intensified, and the crowd, alarmed, redirected their focus away from Su Yin, turning instead to Ling Wadarin, who was secretly nursing his wounds nearby. No wonder he desires to claim the holy herb for himself. It turns out to be the celestial lotus, an elder exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, the surrounding disciples, unfamiliar with this holy herb, remained somewhat puzzled, unaware of its significance. At this moment, Hua Qingwei felt a deep pang in her heart. She extended her hand to feel it, but alas, her attempt was in vain. The expression of heartache bore a hint of pride. Soon, Hua Qingwei reined in her emotions, regaining her composure. Su Shiji, do you understand why this holy herb is so precious? I had previously inquired of the sect leader, who informed me that this is merely an ordinary holy herb and instructed me to bring it back for sale to the sect. Su Yin replied, his tone nonchalant, as if the item in his hand were simply an ordinary spiritual herb. This is no ordinary holy herb. Hua Qingwei shook her head, to have concealed itself deep within the Xinlu secret realm until now. Its sentience has nearly reached perfection. This is a top-tier holy herb. As you mentioned, it holds great benefits for your senior sister, yet you may not be able to withstand its power. Should this celestial lotus serve as a medicinal catalyst? We could refine 3 creation divine pills, and our sect will provide the remaining alchemical materials to be refined by the most esteemed alchemists. Hua Qingwei paused, her gaze softening. As for the final pills produced, we shall take but one. How does that sound? There would be no need to deceive Su Yin, given that Jiangwan stood right there. Only the current sect leader of Daodian sect, whether out of malice or genuine intent to swindle his own disciple, could concoct such a scheme. Su Yin turned to his senior sister, observing her composed demeanor, and then addressed Hua Qing. As you wish, sect leader Hua. Hua Qingwei finally exhaled a sigh of relief, secretly lamenting that at least this loss was not entirely irretrievable, still yielding some gain. Then, both of you, please stay in my Miao Miao immortal palace for a while. Once the pills are refined, I shall promptly deliver them to you, along with the Yin-Yang heart protecting bracelet. Apologies for the interruption. Sect leader Hua. No trouble at all. Hua Qingwei waved her hand lightly, her tone contemplative. She then turned her gaze to Jiangwan. So, Jiang Daoyu, do you intend to remain in Junstin Hall? A fleeting sense of regret washed over Hua Qingwei. Whether it was her junior brother's hesitance or the subtle relationship between Su Yin and Jiangwan, her resolve only strengthened if they were to act. They must do so thoroughly. She understood that should Feng Junxian release the obsessions that burdened him, he would be able to break through the bottleneck of the ascendant stage. As for the alternative path, Hua Qingwei did not wish to contemplate it. I shall reside in my junior brother's quarters, Jiangwan replied calmly, her gaze unwavering. Oh. Hua Qingwei raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taken aback, yet refrained from further comment. For cultivators, where one resided held little significance, as they did not require rest like mortals. Cultivation was their primary endeavor. Nevertheless, all of this stirred a tempest within Hua Qingwei, especially upon seeing Su Yin and Jiangwan standing so closely together. She was aware of Jiangwan's constitution being repellent, rendering the situation rather unusual. Hua Qingwei set aside these chaotic thoughts and approached Feng Junxian, who had shrunk into the corner. At this moment, Feng Junxian hung his head, and Hua Qingwei sensed that her junior brother's spirits had plummeted to the depths. The reprimanding words she intended to share were swallowed back, her gaze softening, gently patting his head. This time, Feng Junxian did not flinch. Junior brother, come stay with me in the Shangqing Hall for a while, shall you? Your senior sister cannot manage all these affairs alone. Come, join me. She looked at him, a twinge of compassion swelling within her. The onlookers remained silent, all aware that many matters within the Miao Miao Immortal Palace were not secrets. They simply chose not to broach the subject. The air fell into a hushed stillness. Feng Junxian continued to lower his head, silent, watching Yue's expression dimmed in response. Okay. What did you say? I said okay. Feng Junxian murmured in reply. A glimmer of light gradually returned to watching Yue's eyes, her lips curving into a slight smile. Junior brother, do not worry. Your senior sister shall accompany you, aiding you in letting go of all your obsessions. She silently contemplated, her exterior remaining tranquil. Of course, Feng Junxian's acquiescence likely stemmed not solely from Hua Qingyue's request. He was unable to face Jiangwan, much like he struggled to confront the obsessions within his own heart. But what of it? All of this was part of Hua Qingyue's design. Had that factor not been present, she would never have taken the initiative to speak. She did not intend for her junior brother to confront his obsessions directly. Letting go was the optimal choice. Let us depart. Hua Qingwei gently extended her slender hand, grasping Feng Junxian's sleeve, guiding him toward the Shangqing Hall. Junstin Hall, perhaps it is time for a change of leadership. A name change is also in order. As for Feng Junxian, Hua Qingwei had no intention of letting him leave. What followed would naturally depend on fate. Yet within the Shangqing Hall, she would be the arbiter of destiny. As the sect leader departed, those present began to disperse. Before long, only 2 individuals remained. Su Yin cautiously moved, meticulously measuring the distance between himself and his senior sister. 5 zhang now. Jiangwan stood still, quietly observing her junior brother as he moved, measuring the distance. It seems my junior brother is somewhat dazed and a bit foolish. She then lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Senior sister, the familiar voice broke through, accompanied by an unfamiliar sensation. Jiang Wan instinctively pulled away, but quickly halted. The source of the touch upon Jiang Wan's delicate fingers was none other than the hilt of the sword. Su Xian, which she had gifted Su Yin for protection. At this moment, Su Xian, once again in contact with its previous master, gleamed, expressing its delight, perhaps even a longing for its former owner. Senior sister, come with me. Jiang Wan's mind swirled with myriad thoughts, yet she ultimately grasped the end of the sword's hilt. The two moved in tandem, Su Yan's fingers gently caressing the hilt as he turned, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Secrets hidden within his gaze. Senior sister, follow me. His voice was low and tender. A torrent of emotion surged within Jiang Wan, yet she did not refuse. In truth, throughout their acquaintance, Jiang Wan had yet to turn down Su Yan's invitations. She harbored her own preferences for her junior brother. Gently grasping the end of the sword's hilt, her gaze fixed on Su Yin, she silently followed. Two individuals walked leisurely, one preceding the other. Chapter 37. Tea brewing. Sister, please have a seat. Su Yin gestured with a flourish reminiscent of a medieval European gentleman. Jiang Wan glanced at the barren cliff and the snowy ground, but made no move to sit. Her pair of exquisite and captivating eyes blinked gently as she quietly observed her junior brother before her. Here, sister, sit on this. Upon saying this, Su Yin produced a handcrafted rocking chair from his storage ring. Su Yan's expression showed no sign of change. Had his sister chosen to sit directly on the snow, he would have joined her in that position. However, it seemed that she harbored a slight aversion to dirtiness. Su Yin was not particularly surprised by this, for the rejection inherent in her cultivation method hinted at certain issues. Well, in fact, that is rather endearing. Jiang Wan cast a glance at the peculiar chair. Her slender brows slightly furrowing, and for a moment, she fell silent. What is this strange contraption? Though she did not immediately take a seat, her gaze held a trace of curiosity. Yet, driven by trust in her junior brother, she ultimately settled down gently, reclining slowly against the backrest. The rocking chair swayed gently back and forth, and Jiang Wan, with her eyes partially closed, felt the chill around her dissipate, enveloped instead by a hint of unintentional languor and tranquility. Sister, this is the finest snow viewing spot I could find. Within the sect, there are few opportunities to witness such exquisite snowfall. Do you enjoy the snow? Yes, I do. Jiang Wan tilted her head slightly to look at Su Yin, who was now seated directly on the snow, preparing the stove and a small table to brew tea. In the north region, where snow abounds year-round, starting a fire poses a challenge. Yet, the flames found in this region are notably potent. With many spiritual fires originating from the north, the flame Su Yin held was a thread of nirvana fire bestowed upon him by Feng Junxian. Watching the tea water gently bubble and the soft steam rise, Su Yin instinctively glanced at his sister. Sister, please do not release any cold air. This little flame cannot withstand the frost, and it may extinguish with a careless breath. Jiang Wan looked somewhat perplexed. It is just the two of us here. Why would I need to release cold air? Even if I did, I could easily avoid your little flame. Well, sister, please be patient for a moment. Su Yin chose not to pursue the topic further and focused on brewing the tea. A slight mist began to rise, and the fragrant aroma gradually wafted through the air, adding a touch of leisure to the atmosphere. Jiang Wan swayed gently in the rocking chair, gradually succumbing to a light nap. Atop the mountain, the wind stirred, brushing through her hair. Jiang Wan's gaze wandered languidly along with the dancing snowflakes, the ethereal white snow, the serene scent of tea, and her junior brother's busy figure intertwined to create a breathtaking tableau. Suddenly, Jiang Wan felt a wave of drowsiness. She wished to rest for a moment. In the past, when alone, she would never allow herself such indulgence. Sleep felt redundant. Yet, in this moment, something seemed different, though she could not precisely articulate what had changed. Nonetheless, in this environment, she felt a sense of weariness wash over her. Perhaps she had indeed been too weary in her previous life. With her eyes slightly squinted, she occasionally glanced at her junior brother, who was busy brewing tea, feeling a hint of conflict within. Sister, you may rest for a while. Brewing tea takes some time, and I will call you when it is ready. Saying this, Su Yin raised the Su Xian sword in his hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. With this, oh, she lazily leaned back in the rocking chair, and after saying this, Jiang Wan closed her eyes, only to quickly open them again, fixing her gaze upon Su Yin. She earnestly stated, when you call me, do not tap my head. She needed to maintain her image. The dignity of a sister must not be compromised. Without waiting for Su Yan's agreement, She reclined once more, sinking into a deep slumber. After centuries without sleep, this time she found an extraordinary sense of peace. Qian Yuan Shangqing tea, a top-tier tea recorded in the imperial cuisine of immortals. Shangqing tea is a specialty of the North region, quite precious, and its cultivation methods are controlled by the Shangqing Palace, never to be divulged. However, his elder brother, Feng Junstian, evidently had a substantial stock and would often send some to Su Yan, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Nevertheless, with the materials for brewing tea at hand, Su Yan now had the means to attempt crafting Qian Yuan Shangqing tea. Yet, each brewing required several premium spirit stones as catalysts, which indeed pained Su Yan's heart. Feng Junxian became his first test subject for the tea, returning to half a month prior. "Brother, please have some tea." Su Yan presented the freshly brewed Qian Yuan Shangqing tea. His eyes filled with anticipation. Feng Junxian glanced at the steaming tea cup, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "Oh, you can brew tea?" Feng Junxian lifted the cup, savoring a sip, his expression becoming contemplative as he slowly drained it. After finishing, he stared at the empty cup for a moment, lost in thought. "Brother, what do you think?" Su Yan inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes, eager to hear his elder brother's assessment. Feng Junxian gradually emerged from his reverie. Meeting Su Yan's gaze, he spoke solemnly. "One cup is insufficient to discern. Please brew another." Su Yan understood, realizing that the brewing had been successful. "Of course," he replied, indicating the premium spirit stones that had been ground into powder nearby. Without a glance, Feng Junxian waved his sleeve, and over 100 premium spirit stones soared out. 1 cup per day. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "Your culinary arts are of an exceptionally high caliber. The difficulty of cultivation and the resources required are considerable. If you remain at the Wendafing for an extended period, preparing a single immortal dish will require several premium spirit stones, while your sister may bear some of that burden. It is still no easy feat should you wish. You may continue to stay in the Piamiaoxian Palace, and all spirit stones required for your dishes will be provided by our palace. As for rewards, they will certainly be generous." Feng Junshin's tone was earnest, clearly heartfelt. Jiang Wan's concerns echoed in her mind. It was inevitable that Su Yan's culinary prowess would attract attention from other sections. However, at this time, Jiang Wan remained occupied in the fields, soloing the Mingjing dungeon, unaware that her junior brother was being courted by others. Otherwise, it was likely that Jiang Wan's formidable skills would not have been directed at the Mingjing but rather at Feng Junxian. Su Yan shook his head slightly. He could not bear to part with his sister, nor would she agree to it. Moreover, his initial intention had merely been to enhance his culinary skills to nourish his sister, a desire that remained unchanged. If possible, he would prefer to stay at Wendafing, alongside his sister, just as it had always been. That kind of life was delightful, a sense of tranquility akin to the idyllic endings portrayed in novels. With newfound determination, he looked steadfastly at Feng Junstin. "Brother, there is no need. If I truly lack spirit stones, I will naturally seek to sell." "Sell what?" Su Yan blinked innocently. "Sell spiritual food. Open a restaurant at the foot of Wendafing. And then I could support my sister's cultivation." Feng Junshin's expression remained unchanged. This was as he had anticipated. Though his adoptive brother was handsome, he was not so destitute as to resort to selling. However, should he truly wish to pursue that path, with his status as a direct descendant of Daodian's sect, it would likely be a smooth journey for him. Feng Junstin quietly suppressed his mischievous thoughts. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, his calm demeanor finally wavered. After a long silence, he sighed, "I am not as capable as you." Su Yan had his own advantages, a disciple of Wendafing, a direct descendant of Daodian's sect, and the support of his sister provided him with ample resources, rendering Feng Junshin's offer unnecessary. However, the Wendafing master, Jiang Li, often roamed far and wide, neglecting the affairs of the sect. Jiang Wan had not assumed the position of sect master, thus could not access the sect's resources. Although still well off, it was by no means comparable to the wealth of Feng Junxian, a venerable figure who had cultivated for over 1,000 years. Yet, what truly took Feng Junxian by surprise was Su Yan's mention of supporting his sister. Gazing into Su Yan's pure eyes moved him deeply. He gently asked, "No wonder you excel in the culinary arts. Your heart is inherently pure. May I inquire why you chose to pursue a culinary technique?" "To nourish my sister," Su Yan replied without hesitation, stating those 4 words unequivocally. Feng Junxian blinked in surprise. Just like that. At that moment, Feng Junxian experienced a moment of clarity, gaining insights into the culinary path he had been pondering. He took out a jade slip to record his thoughts. Su Yin stood quietly beside him, observing as Feng Junxian wrote. In truth, he had already perceived this long ago. Chapter 38. A thump. On the cliff, the snow wind was biting. Su Yin concentrated on brewing tea. His movements more meticulous than usual. The serene aroma of tea rose with the steam, mingling with the pristine whiteness of the world, appearing exceptionally enchanting. The snowy landscape was picturesque, and his sister lay in peaceful slumber. The rocking chair swayed gently, with Jiang Wan resting serenely, her silky hair fluttering softly in the breeze. Her face was tranquil and lovely, resembling a fairy from a painting lost in slumber. Eggplant. Su Yin traced a circle with one hand while forming a scissors shape with the other, reciting the universal spell for capturing images from his past life, and subsequently activated his technique to imprint this scene on the recording stone. Achievement unlocked. Captured the serene visage of sister in slumber. Swiftly stowing the recording stone, he placed it in the most concealed corner of his storage ring, alongside the sword practice illustration of his sister. Su Yin grasped the Su Xian sword, intending to call his sister awake with affection. The Qian Yuan Shangqing tea should be enjoyed while hot, lest it lose its spiritual essence. Well, primarily, cold tea is hard to swallow. If it gets too cold, I shall leave it for my brother. His sister had once said not to tap her head. Su Yin measured the distance with his sword, the tip just barely brushing against his sister's head. Tap, or not to tap. Now it was he who found himself in a quandary. The senior sister merely instructed him not to knock, yet Su Yin did not acquiesce. The refusal is not a matter to be disregarded. Surely, the senior sister would not be angered, would she? At this moment, his brow furrowed slightly, caught in an internal conflict. Such an opportunity is rare as a comet. To let it slip away would indeed be a lamentable loss. The hilt of the sword was but half an inch from the senior sister's forehead, and Su Yin silently berated himself. Su Yin, how can you be so indecisive and hesitant when action is required? One must act. He ultimately set down the sword and gently prodded the back of the senior sister's hand with the hilt. As if a switch had been flipped, Jiang Wan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a smile that seemed playful yet enigmatic, resting upon the Su Yin, who was feigning nonchalance while bowing his head. My name is Su Yin, and my beloved senior sister is currently asleep. I had intended to rouse her by knocking on her head, fulfilling one of life's greatest feats. Had I not seen her fist clenched, I might have been convinced. What a close call. To forcibly interrupt the spellcasting of senior sister Jiang Wan would have been perilous. Jiang Wan languidly sat up, stretching with a grace that left no room for criticism. Su Yin stole a glance but quickly lowered his head, fearing detection. Junior brother, Jiang Wan's voice was soft yet tinged with a hint of danger. Is the tea ready? Su Yin nodded fervently. Senior sister, please have a taste. He then extended the tea with both hands. Jiang Wan accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip, and the air fell into an immediate hush. Senior sister, how does it taste? Su Yin inquired tentatively. Bitter, Jiang Wan replied, glancing at the remaining tea, setting the cup down. I do not like it. How could this be? After practicing tea art for so long, Su Yan's mind momentarily blanked as he stared at the substantial amount of tea left. Will senior sister not drink it? Bitter, not drinking, Jiang Wan stated flatly, her rejection unwavering. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the leftover tea with a twinge of sympathy as he lifted the teapot. It must not go to waste. It must not go to waste. This is exquisite spirit tea. Senior sister, are you hungry? Su Yin wiped his mouth and asked cautiously. Let's enjoy the snow first. Very well. The two sat together, and in truth, merely sitting in silence sufficed. There was no need for words. In silence, there is a profundity that surpasses sound. To appreciate the snow is also to appreciate companionship. The snowy landscape was indeed beautiful, yet without the presence of the senior sister, it lost much of its allure. Oftentimes, what one truly admires is not the scenery but the company, however. The participants typically remain oblivious to this truth, believing they are witnessing splendid vistas. Perhaps at some later time, one might return alone to behold the same sights, only to feel a profound disappointment, realizing it is merely that. Jiang Wan gazed at the swirling snowflakes, her expression tranquil, her heart devoid of turbulence. Such scenes she had witnessed countless times over the past 3 centuries, and they no longer captured her interest. It was merely snow, and she had never found a reason to linger. Yet, upon glancing at Su Yin beside her, she followed his gaze back to the snowy landscape. Perhaps a brief pause would not be amiss. Just a moment. In truth, at this moment, Jiang Wan understood her intentions better than Su Yin did. She had seen countless snowstorms, and these vistas were utterly mundane to her. Her mind was acutely aware that she lingered for the sake of her junior brother, and she found herself appreciating the snow she had long since grown weary of. Quite beautiful, she mused. Senior sister, please wait. This time it will be quick. Su Yin broke the silence, turning his focus to the preparation of the spirit food. Cooking in this snowy weather bore a unique charm. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze fixed upon Su Yin. She had never observed him cooking so closely before. Typically, she sat as a patron awaiting the culinary delights, even in the cave. They were separated by several dozen yards. Junior brother, is there anything you wish to create? Jiang Wan suddenly inquired. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at her with a smile. Senior sister. What did you just say? Never mind. Jiang Wan shook her head and turned away. Su Yin lowered his head, concentrating on his pots and pans, occasionally checking the flame. While stirring the porridge, he began to speak. There are many things I wish to do. Senior sister, but they seem far off. However, at this moment, what I desire most is to prepare this meal well and then serve it to you. Aside from that, Su Yin pondered for a moment before replying. For now. Nothing else. If there truly is, what would it be? Jiang Wan pressed further. Su Yin lifted his gaze, his eyes flickering. It is nothing, senior sister. Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous smile creeping into her tone. Knock on my head? Su Yan's eyes widened in shock, his stirring of the porridge halting abruptly. Senior sister, how did you know? Upon saying this, he felt a tinge of guilt. Jiang Wan offered no reply, only maintaining a moment of silence. Suddenly, she spoke. Is that what you truly wish to try? Is it permissible? Su Yan asked cautiously, his eyes still alight with laughter. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, falling silent once more. The sound vanished into the howling snow, leaving a profound stillness. This shall not be a precedent. Su Yin froze, doubting his own hearing. Yet, the senior sister never jested when it came to him. He stood rooted in place until Jiang Wan lazily leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes in feigned slumber. Soon, red date and glutinous rice porridge, egg custard, and vinegar-fried crucian carp were laid upon the table. He had diligently studied the celestial recipes, and thus, the variety of dishes he could prepare was vast. Su Yin lifted the silver-white bowl designated for Jiang Wan, deliberately adding a touch of sugar to the porridge before softly announcing, Senior sister, the porridge is ready. It was not by mere chance that he knew of her fondness for sweetness. Rather, it was a pattern he had discerned over the past year. Jiang Wan did not open her eyes. She remained reclined in her rocking chair, feigning sleep, yet her body had begun to tense slightly. A hint of regret flickered within her. Yet, it mattered not. She had already devised a plan for retaliation in her mind. Junior brother, if you do not obey, then you shall be taught a lesson. The imagined knock upon the head never materialized. Su Yin ultimately chose restraint, merely tapping the back of Jiang Wan's hand gently with the hilt of his sword. In truth, it was not a significant matter. Nor was it worth dwelling upon. Jiang Wan slowly opened her eyes, her clear gaze falling upon Su Yin, a hint of confusion evident. She glanced at the back of her hand where he had touched, then looked back at Su Yin, her brow arching slightly. The vengeful plan she had concocted turned to dust, having been interrupted twice in her spellcasting. She was not pleased. However, Su Yin remained oblivious to the shift in her expression. Intent on arranging the spirit food. On the small wooden table, the porridge emitted steam. The aroma of fish wafted through the air, and even the egg custard was adorned with intricate patterns. He placed Jiang Wan's bowl at the edge of the table. The porridge already served. Senior sister, it's time to eat. Su Yin raised his head, revealing a gentle smile, his voice laced with anticipation. Coming. Jiang Wan rose from her rocking chair, lightly brushing off her sleeves. She approached the table, lifting the bowl of porridge to take a sip, just as Su Yan's heart brimmed with joy, and he prepared to partake. A light sound echoed as the hilt of a sword struck his head. Ouch! Su Yin instinctively cradled his head, turning to gaze at Jiang Wan with a look of dismay. Senior sister, what are you doing? Jiang Wan, sword in hand, casually smirked. Just giving you a light tap. Su Yin found himself momentarily speechless, resignedly returning to his seat while mumbling under his breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan sat down, picking up her chopsticks. Let us eat. The extreme cold of the northern region is not akin to the southern. It will cool down soon. Su Yin touched his head, surprised to find it did not hurt. Junior brother, do you wish to join them? In the distance, two figures stood amidst the snow. Hua Qingwei was busily piling snow upon Feng Junxian. Feng Junxian trembled, shaking off the snow from her body. Hua Qingwei pouted, finding it unamusing. Give her a little more time, and the snowman will be finished. Yet, her junior brother paid no heed to her efforts. Hua Qingwei fumed inwardly. As she pondered, she forcefully pressed a snowball upon Feng Junshen's head. Feng Junstian, standing a distance away, quietly observed the duo. Upon having the snowball pressed upon her head, she turned and walked away. Junior brother, wait for me. Hua Qingwei hurriedly followed after her. Chapter 39. The First Heartbeat. Dao Tian Sect. Questioning Sword Peak. Master brother, what brings you such joy? The master of Fire Cloud Peak set down his teacup. Perplexed, Ji Yusheng glanced back at him, snorting derisively. The master of Questioning Sword Peak smiled indifferently. If master brother is pleased, there must be good news. The master of Fire Cloud Peak frowned, sneering. Listening to you is akin to hearing a child's tale. Gu Sheng. Subsequently, the two turned their gazes toward Gu Sheng. Ji Yusheng pretended to cough twice, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is good news, and it is monumental news. Both the master of Fire Cloud Peak and the master of Questioning Sword Peak perked up, in unison inquiring, what good news? Gu Sheng's lips curved into a smirk. Just wait. In a while, I shall conjure a top-tier sacred herb for you to behold. Their eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, Master brother, is there a portion for us? Gu Sheng chuckled coldly. Of course not. Their expressions fell instantly. The master of Questioning Sword Peak, devoid of emotion, stood up. I shall take my leave. He took a few steps before abruptly stopping. Realizing something was amiss, this was Questioning Sword Peak. He was, after all, the Peak Master. He should have been the one to depart. He turned back, adopting a serious expression. Master brother, I shall not see you off. With that, he made a gesture of invitation. The master of Fire Cloud Peak. Master brother, please remain calm. The master of Questioning Sword Peak stroked his chin, murmuring, you should also take your leave. The master of Fire Cloud Peak. Gu Sheng could not help but shake his head. Enough. We are all grown adults. Why do we still behave like children? You are indeed the pillars of the sect. It is your time to shine, so why contemplate competing with the younger generation for resources? Wait, that item is the Divine Transformation Pill. What do you mean by competing with the juniors? The master of Wanjian Peak thought in exasperation. The master of Huayan Peak cleared his throat and tentatively suggested, Brother Zhangmin, this sacred medicine is of great importance. How about Brother Jian? And I set off immediately to escort it back. Gu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. No need. There will be others to ensure its safe passage. Your assistance is unnecessary. At most, when the sacred medicine arrives, I shall allow you a brief glimpse and a whiff. The master of Wanjian Peak sighed in disappointment. How dull. He then simply lay on the ground, feebly asking, which sacred medicine is it? The Heavenly Connection Lotus? Gu Sheng replied calmly. Oh, the Heavenly Connection. The master of Wanjian Peak sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with excitement. The Heavenly Connection Lotus? Do you truly not require my assistance, brother? Gu Sheng smiled lightly. The esteemed disciple Su Yin unexpectedly found this unclaimed sacred medicine within the secret realm. Once they escort it back to the sect, I will personally seek out Master to request the crafting of the Divine Transformation Pill. The Divine Transformation Pill. The master of Huayan Peak murmured softly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Ji Yusheng nodded. A complete Heavenly Connection Lotus can yield 3 Divine Transformation Pills. The first shall be reserved for disciple Jiang Wan, as she is on the verge of a breakthrough to the Great Ascension. The second will be temporarily kept until Su Yin achieves harmony. As for the last one, it will be given to Master, perhaps aiding him in overcoming certain obstacles ahead. Upon hearing this, the master of Wanjian Peak could not help but interject. Brother, you should keep that last one for yourself. It would be of no use to uncle. The master of Wanjian Peak, known for his forthrightness, never shied away from speaking his mind. Today, even if Uncle Guichen were present, he would have voiced the same sentiment. Perhaps it would be useful after uttering this. Gu Sheng fell into a brief silence. The master of Wanjian Peak sighed. Brother, you always shoulder the burden of responsibility. Why make things difficult for yourself? With 3 divine pills, not a single one is set aside for your own use. I imagine you will also have to offer resources as a reward to Su Shidi, leaving you at a loss. Is it any wonder you are the sect leader, my esteemed brother Gu? At this moment, even the master of Huayan Peak remained silent. The atmosphere descended into an odd tranquility. And Gu Sheng suddenly turned his gaze toward the sword practice area of Wanjian Peak. His eyes landed on the talented youth, Su Xingyue. Your disciple is rather impressive. Following his gaze, the master of Wanjian Peak nodded. Indeed, quite remarkable. Though he is rather impatient and ambitious, this child still requires refinement. Ji Yusheng chuckled lightly. Take your time. At that moment, the master of Wanjian Peak suddenly recalled something and inquired, Brother Zhangmin, will Winda Peak participate in the upcoming sect competition? I suppose not. Both of them have ventured far and may not return so soon. However, even if they do, Jiangwan is not permitted to compete. If anyone from her generation manages to defeat her, I shall devour Huiyun's shitty hole. Sister, you have lost. Within the hall of Junstin, where Su Yin resided, which was also Jiangwan's dwelling, Su Yin raised his hand and used his piece, representing the commander, to eliminate Jiangwan's piece. Ultimately, Su Yin achieved a significant victory in his life. Even though the game began with one of his sister's pieces damaged, rendering it a minor loss, such a victory remained of immense value to Su Yin. Jiangwan glanced at her exuberant junior brother and found him rather amusing. A junior like him was indeed quite endearing. Time flew by, and they had spent over half a year within the hall of Junstin. Though this period was serene, it was also fulfilling. Most days, the siblings devoted themselves to training, yet they never neglected their spiritual cuisine. Su Yin would daily prepare various delicacies for his sister, and while life was tranquil, it was not devoid of warmth. During their leisure time, they engaged in chess matches. Occasionally, Jiangwan would recount her glorious past, detailing how she had vanquished her foes step by step. It'd be why brewing tea for his elder sister. Su Yin had obtained a considerable amount of premium spiritual stones from Feng Junxian, allowing him to temporarily avoid utilizing his sister's resources. Nevertheless, every month, without fail, the spiritual stones provided by his sister would arrive punctually. He planned to save these stones, considering them a shared asset between them as siblings. The Yin-Yang heart-protecting bracelet had been completed half a month prior at Jiangwan's request. It was now worn by Su Yin. This bracelet was crafted in the inkwash color frequently used by Su Yin, a shade specifically requested by Jiangwan. However, custom creation required additional time, hence the delay until now. Another month passed. And with the completion of the divine transformation pills, Hua Qingyue cast a pained glance at the two divine transformation pills in her hands. Her eyes filled with indignation as she stared at Su Yin. Thrusting the pills toward him without even offering a jade box. Su Yin, suppressing his guilt, could only accept the divine transformation pills with a forced laugh and hurriedly placed them into a jade box. Such top-tier sacred medicines required dedicated jade boxes for storage, certainly not mere jade vials. Sister, Su Yin waved to his elder sister behind him, revealing the two jade boxes in his hands. Jiangwan merely nodded lightly. Put them away. Here, this one is for you. Sister. Su Yin produced one of the jade boxes and handed it over. I don't need it. Keep it for yourself, Jiangwan replied without reaching for it. Being treated to the exquisite spiritual cuisine crafted by her junior brother was already an extravagant path of cultivation. The divine transformation pills were, of course, meant for him. However, Su Yin showed no intention of relinquishing his claim. His hand lingering in the air. Sister, I mentioned a year ago that this sacred medicine was reserved for you. Now that it has merely transformed into pills, it is still yours. Having said that, he raised his other hand. Look, I still have one. Hua Qingyue, overhearing, became infuriated. If you don't want it, then just give it back to me. She could hardly endure such a scene, her chest tightening with anger as she watched the sibling pair with disdain. Ultimately, Jiangwan accepted it, staring at the jade box for a long moment before stowing it away in her storage ring. This was the highest tier pill she had ever received, without exception. Given by my junior brother. Her voice was soft, cool as moonlight, yet imbued with a hint of subtle warmth. Su Yin, momentarily pausing in his task of organizing the jade boxes, lifted his head to gaze at his sister. Confusion evident in his eyes. What's the matter, sister? Jiangwan's gaze shifted slightly, quietly observing him, her tone calm, yet seemingly concealing something. Do you desire anything else? Su Yin was taken aback for a moment. Then a whimsical smile spread across his face. He blinked and grinned mischievously. Indeed, I do. With that, he leisurely drew the Su Xin sword from his waist, slowly raising the hilt to aim at Jiangwan's forehead. The motion was deliberate, almost exaggeratedly slow. Thud. The hilt gently tapped Jiangwan's forehead, the sound so faint it was nearly drowned out by the surrounding wind, yet in Su Yan's ears, it resonated like thunder. In that instant, Su Yan's smile froze in place. He stared blankly at his sister before him, his hands still suspended in the air, as if trying to confirm whether this scene had truly unfolded. His heart raced suddenly, even the tips of his ears flushed with a faint hue. Gazing at his sister, who appeared momentarily dazed, he felt as if his heart might melt. How could she be so adorable? Adorable yet terrifying. Typically, it was challenging for Su Yin to associate those two words, but today he managed to do so. Sister, Su Yin stammered, his nerves fraying, struggling to articulate. A smile on his face that was more painful than tears. Why didn't you dodge? Jiangwan slightly lowered her head, glancing at the Su Xin sword in his hand, her voice as calm as the melting snow of spring. No need. In that moment, the wind stilled. The snow fell, and Su Yan's mind completely short-circuited. Chapter 40. Returning home, how delightful, truly delightful. Outside the gates of the mysterious immortal palace, Hua Qingwei, having produced some iced melon seeds from who knows where, began to munch as she watched the pair of siblings gradually recede into the distance. Junior brother, come out, they have gone far. Upon the mountain peak, the solitary divine phoenix turned its head, watching the figures for a long while. Then, narrowing its eyes, it remained silent for a considerable time before displaying a look of relief. With a single cry, the phoenix spread its wings, transforming into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the heavens. Junior brother, wait for me. Hua Qingwei lightly leapt, her slender figure following closely behind like a shooting star. Ultimately, she landed gracefully upon the broad back of the phoenix. She gently caressed its fiery red feathers. Saying nothing, simply accompanying it in silence, the divine phoenix ascended higher and higher, breaking through the clouds, piercing into the 9 heavens. The higher it flew, the more intense the chill became. Before long, the phoenix's nirvana divine fire gradually grew ethereal, ultimately extinguishing. Hua Qingwei found herself cloaked in frost, her spiritual shield shattering, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Despite this, a smile lingered at the corners of her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. She knelt upon the phoenix's back, calling out, Junior brother, fly a little higher, to the very top of the 9 heavens. The divine phoenix remained silent, merely flapping its wings in flight, attempting to pierce the celestial dome. At last, a cry of the phoenix resonated, echoing throughout the 9 heavens. In that instant, boundless divine fire ignited above the 9 heavens. The nirvana divine fire blazed like an all-consuming flame, reigniting the entire body of the phoenix, dispelling the surrounding biting cold. Hua Qingwei, seated upon the phoenix, felt no harm from the divine fire. Instead, she experienced a gentle warmth that alleviated the extreme chill of the 9 heavens. On this day, Feng Junxian entered the great ascension stage. Hua Qingwei finds herself in a rather poor state at this moment. Her forceful ascent to the heavens has inflicted considerable harm upon her. Yet, none of this holds any significance. She strives to maintain her composure, pushing herself to crawl a short distance forward, extending her gentle hand to softly wipe away the blood that trickles from the corner of Shenfeng's mouth. My junior brother is, indeed, the foremost in my heart. Upon the vast expanse of the ice plains, 2 figures progress slowly, surrounded by a sea of white snow, the entire world enveloped in a profound silence and desolation. Sister, you are not angry, are you? Su Yan's voice seems somewhat lacking in confidence amidst the swirling snow. No. Jiang responds in a flat tone, betraying no hint of emotion. Then why have you bound me so tightly? Su Yan tugs at the binding rope coiled around his arm, his tone tinged with helplessness. Because I wish to, Jiang replies coolly, her tone leaving no room for debate. At this moment, the two of them walk in tandem towards the direction from whence they came. The snowstorm rages fiercely, as if both bidding farewell and pleading for them to stay. One end of the binding rope is wrapped around Jiang delicate wrist, while the other secures Su Yan's arm tightly. This scene is both comical and familiar. It was the same on their way here, and naturally, it should be so on their return. The only difference is that this time, the distance between them has narrowed. Now merely 3 feet apart. Su Yan glances at his senior sister ahead, his eyes shimmering with burgeoning thoughts. He takes a step forward, quietly matching her pace. The bound hand becomes restless, swinging dramatically, causing Jiang wrist to sway in tandem. Now forward, now back, as if they are engaged in a whimsical duet. Childish, Jiang casts him a sidelong glance, her tone unembellished. Is it permissible? Su Yan asks, his face alight with anticipation, his eyes sparkling. As you wish. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's face blooms into a radiant smile. He grows increasingly reckless, his wrist fluttering up and down, even incorporating an exaggerated twirl of his left hand, mimicking a dance of affection. However, just as he revels in his playful antics, a sudden force yanks him upward, propelling him forward into the air. Sister, slow down a bit, Su Yan shouts, his words muffled by the biting wind. Do you wish to hasten? Jiang glances back at him, a smirk playing on her lips, her tone calm, yet laced with mockery. Before her words fade, her speed increases once more, creating a long trail of air currents in the sky. No, accompanied by Su Yan's exclamation, the two finally come to a halt outside Tianshan City. Jiang retracts her form, turning to observe Su Yan, who is sprawled on the ground, struggling for breath. With curiosity, she inquires, Junior brother, what troubles you? Su Yan rolls over, propping himself on his hands, his expression one of sheer despair. All right, Sister, it seems you indeed bear a grudge. He causes mischief, and she indulges him in his antics. Yet, who can declare who is more mischievous? We have departed, Jiangwan remarks, tugging at the binding rope nonchalantly. Sister, wait. Su Yan, however, does not move. Instead, he retrieves 2 masks from his storage ring. One is a fox mask, and the other a ghost mask. He presses the ghost mask onto his face, emitting a series of eerie cackles. In response, the Su Jin sword sheath lightly taps his head, and more cackling. Jiangwan turns her face away, shaking her head gently, a hint of exasperation evident. Su Yan rubs his head, extending the white fox mask toward Jiangwan. Sister, this is for you. Jiangwan accepts the mask, glancing at it with slightly furrowed brows. Ugly, I refuse. Is it really ugly? Su Yan blinks in surprise, scrutinizing the mask he crafted with great effort. He had thought it rather charming. Su Yan's eyes dim as disappointment flits across his face. Though he conceals it well, just as he prepares to stow the mask away, a sudden pull yanks the ghost mask from his face, sending it flying into Jiangwan's hands. I shall wear this. You shall don the fox mask, she states, her tone indifferent yet firm. Su Yan stands momentarily stunned, staring at the white fox mask in his hands, a nagging suspicion that his sister is being deliberate. In the skies above, the two fly side by side into Tianjin City, one adorned with a ghost mask, the other with a fox mask. Although flying is prohibited within the city, the patrol apparatus turns a blind eye to Jiangwan privileges granted to seniors. It will not attack. Numerous cultivators within the city gaze skyward, witnessing the 2 figures descend with imposing grandeur. Master, who are they? A young girl with twin buns looks up, her eyes sparkling as she gently tugs at her master's gray robe. The elderly man in gray pauses slightly, his gaze following hers to the sky, a glimmer of awe and complexity in his expression. He speaks solemnly. It is evident they are formidable cultivators from top-tier celestial sections. Focus on your training. Perhaps one day you may glimpse such realms. The young girl, however, pays little heed, her excitement unabated as she points to the figure wearing the fox mask. Oh, that sister's fox mask is truly beautiful. At this, the elderly man's expression shifts dramatically, hastily admonishing, silence. He glances warily at the sky, noting that the 2 figures have not halted despite the girl's exclamation, allowing himself to release a quiet sigh of relief. He then gently taps the girl's forehead, speaking earnestly. That is not a sister, it is a brother. Remember, the higher the cultivation, the more peculiar the temperament, we must refrain from reckless discussion to avoid attracting trouble. The young girl rubs her forehead, though she seems only partially understanding. She obediently nods, continuing to gaze at the receding figures, her eyes filled with longing. Ultimately, the 2 arrive before the grand teleportation array. 2 individuals, a total of 100 premium spirit stones, the array guard states respectfully, his tone tinged with curiosity as his gaze lingers on their masked faces, seemingly captivated by a dissonant beauty. Jiangwan reaches out to collect the spirit stones, but the Su Xin sword sheath interjects, positioning itself before her. Sister, allow me, Su Yan asserts, his tone turning serious. Jiangwan appears momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes assessing him before she withdraws her gaze. Stepping back without further comment, Su Yan retrieves 100 premium spirit stones and presents them, then tugs at the binding rope, turning to his sister. Sister, let us go. We are headed home. Upon hearing this, a flicker of tenderness crosses Jiangwan's eyes. She replies softly, yes, home. Into Volume 3, Chapter 41, The Purple Extreme Immortal Lord Su Yan, calling the sect master, Gu Xing. Oh? Su Yan, my sister and I are back. Gu Xing. Oh, wonderful, come to see me immediately. Su Yan, sect master, what do you look like? I feel I have yet to meet you. Gu Xing. No worries. I've seen you. At the very beginning, you were so persistent in pestering my master for teachings. I watched you cause him trouble, and it was rather amusing. Su Yan. Well, where can I find you? Sect master, to be honest, I am not familiar with the way. I only know how to get to the Dao Peak and the market. Gu Xing. Not knowing the way is a tradition of Dao Peak? Su Yan. Gu Xing. Never mind, your sister has been here for over 300 years and still doesn't know the way. Yet, she happens to know how to get to the Ascart Peak. You should have her take you along. Su Yan. My sister is weary from the journey. Let her rest for a bit. I can trouble the sect master to draw a route map instead. Gu Xing. Okay, consider it done. Su Yan carefully stores away the sister token, memorizing the route map provided by the sect master. Suddenly, the binding rope on his wrist quivers slightly, accompanied by a faint sound. Stop chatting. We have arrived. Jiangwan's voice comes from ahead, her tone remaining calm and unruffled. Oh, all right, Su Yin responds, raising his head to look forward, a smile flickering in his eyes. He sees the familiar scenery of Ask Dao Peak. Warm flooding his heart. They are home. Abruptly, he halts, turning to Jiang Wan. Sister, I will make a quick trip to the sect master. I shall return shortly. Jiang Wan furrows her brow slightly, her gaze sharpening. I will accompany you to no need, sister. Be good and wait for my return. Su Yin replies with a gentle smile. All right, understood. As the binding rope loosens, he strides forward with a light heart, calling back, Sister, what would you like to eat? I will go buy some ingredients. As you wish, Jiang Wan responds casually, her gaze lowered. Su Yin nods, a smile gracing his lips, before he turns and vanishes from sight. Su Yin, is the sect master present? Gu Xing, I see you. Come right in. Su Yin, oh, wonderful. Su Yin stores away the sister token and steps into the Yangxin Hall. The hall is quiet, with only a solitary middle-aged man sitting cross-legged. His demeanor composed, as if he had sensed Su Yin's arrival long before. Su Yin approaches with curiosity, softly asking, Sect Master, is it you? Gu Sheng slowly opens his eyes, his gaze profound. Yes, it is I. Sect Master. Weren't you the jovial type? Why do you appear so serious now? Su Yin inquires, genuinely curious. How can a person possess two faces? Yet, at this moment, the reality comes to light. Ji Yusheng. It's a bit nerve-wracking to meet for the first time. Please do not hold it against me. Su Yin joins his palms in an apologetic gesture. What does meet for the first time mean? Gu Sheng asks, intrigued, as he finds Su Yin's expressions of newness fascinating. It means we have never met in person, yet we have conversed for a long time, ultimately agreeing to meet. A bit ambiguous, he coughs. Su Yin did not wish to delve too deeply into this topic. So he went straight to the point. Master, you summoned me for a reason, did you not? It's nothing of great consequence, Gu Sheng replied nonchalantly. I merely wanted to check on the sacred herbs you have collected. Furthermore, I plan to consult your grandmaster to assist in refining them into elixirs. No need for that. Master, Su Yin hesitated slightly, lowering his head a fraction. What's the matter? Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, noticing Su Yin's unusual demeanor. There has been a slight mishap. Su Yin's voice was somewhat subdued. What kind of mishap? Gu Sheng inquired, his tone light yet tinged with an undercurrent of concern. The sacred herbs have undergone some unexpected changes. Su Yin gently opened the jade box in his hand and placed it on the table. After observing the elixir within, Gu Sheng fell silent for a moment. Are you implying that the sacred herbs transformed into an elixir? Not just one, but three. Su Yin clarified. This one is to be submitted to the sect. Do you and your senior sister have any? Gu Sheng's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Su Yan. My senior sister does. Of course, Su Yin replied with a faint smile. I currently have no need for it, so I asked her to keep it safe for now. That's good to hear. Ji Yusheng let out a subtle sigh of relief. However, he soon furrowed his brow and inquired softly, when did the Piao Miao Immortal Palace become so accommodating? They not only took the sacred herbs but are also refining elixirs for you? Perhaps it's to foster goodwill with my senior sister, Su Yin answered playfully. After all, she is a future immortal. Ji Yusheng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement. Indeed. He then looked earnestly at Su Yin and said, Su Shiji, you must understand that your senior sister's ascension is inevitable. You too must strive diligently. When your senior sister ascends, you shall become the new master of the Wind Peak. I assure you. Even Jiang Li's arrival would make no difference. Ascension? Su Yin frowned, feeling a weight in his heart, clearly displeased. What's troubling you? Shiji, are you reluctant to see your senior sister go? Gu Xing regarded him with a knowing smile. Su Yin fell silent for a moment, his tone laced with a complex emotion. Master, I wish to know, how many immortals have ascended throughout history? Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. That question cannot be easily answered. As for the last ascendant, she is known as the Purple Extreme Immortal Master, also referred to as the Devourer of Gods. However, she practiced the demonic path and was once a top prodigy of the Ziyun sect. That was tens of thousands of years ago, and to this day, a prodigy of such caliber has emerged again, only this time, destiny resides with our Daodian sect. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Gu Xing's face. After all, during his tenure as the sect leader, the emergence of an immortal within the sect was a matter of great honor for him. For at least 10,000 years hence, Daodian sect would stand at the forefront of the great sections. Master, I will do my utmost to follow in my senior sister's footsteps, Su Yin declared, his fist clenched with unprecedented determination. Ji Yusheng smiled gently, yet his tone turned serious. I care not for your ascension. However, before you depart, you must ensure that a worthy successor for Winda Peak is in place. Otherwise, even if you ascend, I will drag you back down. Understood, Master. I will not dishonor your command. Su Yin responded. standing at attention and saluting with utmost respect. Return now. The sect will compensate you with an equivalent amount of spirit stones for this divine elixir, distributed over 100 years. There's no need for that. Master, Su Yin shook his head. I request that you exempt me and my senior sister from any sect duties for the next 100 years. Simply distribute our monthly allowances as usual. It was not that he was unwilling to accept the spirit stones. Rather, he feared it might raise suspicion from his senior sister, though he had never intended to claim this creation elixir, partly because he currently had no need for it, and possibly would not in the future. The elixir intended for his senior sister rightfully belonged to her, while the other one given to the sect was merely his way of accounting to the master and the sect. Chapter 42. A sense of ceremony. Su Yin departed, holding a leave of absence stamped by the master, valid for 100 years. How wonderful. 100 years without any tasks, he murmured, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. Then, a thought crossed his mind. Time to go buy groceries and prepare dinner for my senior sister. What should I make tonight? His senior sister had not specified. Aha. Su Yin snapped his fingers in the air, already forming a plan in his mind. Under the old locust tree at Window Peak, Jiangwan sat in her usual tranquility, though her expression was anything but serene. She had initially intended to accompany her junior brother to see the master, but he had declined. She said nothing, merely waiting in silence, yet an inexplicable emotion stirred within her. She was not happy. Unsure of why she felt this way, she found herself unable to calm her mind. Senior sister, I'm back. A familiar voice echoed from the foot of the mountain. Jiangwan's gaze shifted slightly as she followed the sound, watching as the young man approached on his sword, gradually coming into focus. In that instant, her heart unexpectedly settled. So that was it. It was her junior brother's presence that had affected her. Su Yin walked closer, joy illuminating his face. Senior sister, I made you something special today. You will surely love it. Before he could finish, the scabbard of the Sujin's sword lightly tapped his head, seemingly in a fit of annoyance, delivering 2 more taps. Senior sister, why do you keep hitting me? Su Yin asked helplessly, rubbing the spot where he had been struck and looking up at her. Because I want to. Did I offend you in some way? I don't know. Su Yin racked his brain, trying to figure out how he had upset his senior sister. However, it was fortunate that her strikes were not painful. In fact, the last 2 were gentler. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't. The Sujin scabbard remained suspended in midair as Su Yin reached out slightly, giving it a gentle poke. It remained unresponsive, as did his senior sister. His eyes lit up as he carefully picked up the scabbard, affixing a soft pad to its end and tying a cute bow around it, ultimately employing a minor spell to secure it. Since his senior sister enjoyed tapping him, he would simply seal her scabbard. After completing this, Su Yan's expression suddenly turned grave. He lowered his head slightly and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Senior sister, within your scabbard lies the seal of an ancient demon known as Gutana, the god of darkness. Is that so? Jiangwan feigned confusion, watching her junior brother's performance with quiet amusement. Yes, indeed. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mystery, but you need not worry now. I have just exhausted most of my magic to successfully seal it completely. This bow is the key to the seal. Senior sister, please remember not to open it lightly. Oh, I understand. Jiangwan, though slightly exasperated, adopted a serious expression and nodded. She seemed accustomed to her junior brother's occasional flights of fancy, yet she was still willing to indulge him in these childish antics. After all, he was her junior brother. Su Yan's face broke into a beaming smile. Senior sister, please wait a moment while I prepare dinner. It may take a while, and you are not allowed to use your spiritual sense to peek. Not allowed to peek with my spiritual sense, Jiangwan queried, intrigued. Are you going to perform some secret technique? Chill. I can't say that. Su Yin winked at her. Wait for me. Jiangwan did not press further. Since her junior brother had asked her not to peek, she honored his request and withdrew her spiritual sense. Sitting quietly beneath the tree as the gentle breeze swept by, time ticked by, and as dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow across the mountains, illuminating Jiangwan's features. If Su Yin had been present to witness her then, he would have been utterly astonished. At that moment, Jiangwan appeared less cold and more graceful, her eyes shimmering with a gentleness akin to the evening glow. She ceased to observe the scenery or listen to the leaves as they drifted down with the wind. Instead, she quietly fixed her gaze on the door of the wooden cabin. She would wait there until her junior brother emerged. Finally, the wooden door creaked open slightly, and Su Yin poked his head out, their gazes locking. Su Yin waved his hand. Senior sister, come. I'm here. What is this? She curiously extended her hand, lightly tapping the object. Soft, isn't it? This is a cake, to celebrate our return home together. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiangwan raised an eyebrow, regarding the cake before her. What is there to celebrate? We merely went out to train. Yet Su Yin shook his head, his gaze tender. Senior sister, this is what we call a sense of ceremony. With that, he retrieved a specially crafted match from his storage ring. Igniting a wisp of nirvana fire and gently placing it in the center of the cake. Su Yin lowered his head, intently watching the small flickering flame atop the cake, then raised his gaze with a hint of expectation. His voice soft yet resolute. Senior sister, make a wish. May all your desires come true. Jiangwan momentarily paused, then nodded, her attention shifting to the tiny flame as she softly uttered, yes, and may my junior brother's wishes come true as well. Great. Does making a wish require any special ceremony? Yes, indeed. Senior sister and I must do it together. Su Yin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pressed his palms together, reciting an ancient incantation from memory. Oh, Santa Claus who slumbers in the void, come now, ride your camel and heed my wish. After finishing, he spun around 3 times, filling the air with an atmosphere of joy and whimsicality. After completing his twirl, he slyly opened one eye to sneak a peek at his senior sister. However, Jiangwan remained unmoved, gazing at him as if he were a fool. The exquisite sword sheath of Sujin appeared in her hand, the tip gently tapping against Su Yan's head. The soft cushion remained bound atop it, yielding a delightful touch. It did not hurt, merely a gentle pressure. No yelping. Jiangwan's tone was slightly stern yet laced with a hint of softness. Su Yan hastily shielded his head with both hands, feigning pain and casting a mournful gaze at her. Senior sister, you've struck me again. Upon witnessing Su Yan's sorrowful expression, Jiangwan's hand froze midair. Her heart stirred by a flicker of uncertainty. She couldn't help but question herself. Although her junior brother often feigned such expressions, had she been too harsh on him? Would he be angry? What if he was? Would he retaliate? Then you can hit back. Really? Su Yin picked up the Sushin sword sheath, scrutinizing his senior sister closely before breaking into a smile. At that moment, Jiangwan had already turned away. Awaiting her junior brother's response, the Sushin sword sheath fell, yielding a soft sensation, not painful at all. She glanced back to see a similar cushion affixed to the sheath. All right, senior sister, the ritual is complete. Make your wish quickly. Remember, don't say it out loud. It won't work if you do. Together with you, junior brother. The two clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and began to make their wishes. Then, they simultaneously opened their eyes, locking gazes as if sharing a silent understanding, and blew gently towards the flickering flame. Senior sister, enjoy your cake. And you too, junior brother. As night deepened, Jiangwan and Su Yin returned to their respective rooms. Over the past 2 years, aside from her journey to Baiming, they had been inseparable, their presences woven into the fabric of their daily lives. Yet at this moment, both felt an inexplicable emptiness, as if something within them had been abruptly withdrawn, leaving a lingering sense of loss. They couldn't help but reminisce about their earlier wishes. May my junior brother be safe and joyful, and may my senior sister's heart's desires be fulfilled. With a soft creak, the wooden door opened gently, revealing Jiangwan at the threshold. She lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes devoid of any emotion, her tone flat yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Senior sister, is there something you need? Jiangwan extended her delicate hand, pointing outside, and said softly, my wooden house is damaged. Damaged? Su Yin raised an eyebrow, immediately moving closer. Senior sister, let me take a look. As he stepped outside and beheld the inexplicable large hole atop Jiangwan's cottage, he fell into contemplation. Chapter 43. Senior sister, let me treat you to candy. Senior sister, are you implying that the wooden house fell into disrepair due to age? Su Yan's gaze lingered on the conspicuous hole in the roof as he asked softly. Jiangwan nodded faintly, her expression contemplative. Perhaps. Su Yan furrowed his brow lightly, shifting his gaze from the roof to Jiangwan's face, his tone imbued with concern. It truly cannot be lived in any longer. What if the beams collapse and hurt you? At this moment, Jiangwan's emotions were somewhat complicated. Her eyes reflected a mix of conflict and regret, yet predominantly, there was tranquility. She herself could not comprehend why she had just told such a minor untruth. At this moment, she could only repeatedly reassure herself. It truly was due to age, or else how could she have failed to withstand even a fleeting glance? There would be no next time. Only this once. Just once. Junior brother, she hesitated, suddenly choking on her words as she met Su Yan's bright gaze. Their eyes locked, and the air was charged with a moment of tenderness and mutual understanding. If you don't mind, would you like to stay with me? Su Yan extended his hand, gripping the hilt of the Sushin sword. Jiangwan's gaze faltered slightly, a hint of surprise gracing her features. before she nodded gently, her delicate hand reaching to grasp the other end of the hilt, her voice soft yet warm. All right. After a moment, she realized she had omitted something and quickly added, if you don't mind. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with a smile. Will senior sister be staying with me always? Yes, Jiang Wan replied simply, without a hint of hesitation. I will also stay by your side, senior sister. Good, senior sister, let me treat you to candy. Candy, a bright red candy dangled before Jiang Wan, suspended by a fine thread tied to a stick that Su Yan held. Junior brother fishing for senior sister, those willing may take the bait. Jiang Wan huffed lightly, turning her head away to ignore him. Does senior sister not like it? I merely intended to bring you joy. Su Yan gently reeled in the line, his gaze suddenly fixated on the candy, his eyes blinking slightly. Senior sister, how does it taste? Jiang Wan responded nonchalantly while softly chewing. I don't know. Sweet. Sour. Su Yan pondered for a moment before chuckling. Then I shall make you a sweet one tomorrow. How does that sound? Jiang Wan paused slightly, replying softly. All right. At the Daodian sect's martial arts arena, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with thousands of disciples gathered, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The sect's grand competition, held once every century, was taking place today, and all disciples under 1,000 years of age were eligible to participate. As one of the 9 great sects, Daodian sect's competition was not only a test of the disciples' abilities but also a stepping stone on their path to enlightenment. Should any disciple stand out in this competition, it would not be impossible for them to ascend the ranks of the elite in the future. This grand competition lasted a full month, with shifting fortunes and fierce rivalry also giving rise to a cohort of dark horses. I hereby declare that the champion of the core formation stage in this sect's competition is Su Xingyue, an inner disciple of the Wanjian Peak. Following this victory, she shall be promoted to a personal disciple. The elder on the martial arts stage read out the results with a stoic expression. Hold on. Su Xingyue stepped forward once more. Sect Master, I have an unusual request. Standing on the stage, Su Xingyue's gaze was calm. Despite being beneath the high platform, she held her ground with poise, meeting the sect master Gu Xing's eyes directly. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow slightly and replied coolly, What do you wish to say? Although he could see through Su Xingyue's intent to provoke, as the sect master, he decided to grant her the opportunity to speak. In the sect competition, each peak should send disciples to compete, and refusal is not permitted. Am I correct? Su Xingyue's tone was resolute as she posed the question. Oh, that is typically the case, but when a peak is exempt, Gu Sheng, a cunning fox of 1,000 years, regarded Su Xingyue as a mere child. Despite her actual youth, from the moment she spoke, he anticipated her next words, borrowing a phrase Su Yan had once uttered during a game of chess using the sect's token. The early bird catches the worm, then why does wind? Su Xingyue's words were abruptly cut off. Why? At this moment, confusion and a hint of bewilderment settled upon her as she stood on stage. Because they are on vacation. Gu Xing's expression remained impassive as he stated this with a flat tone. Sect Master, I request a duel with junior brother Su to determine the strongest core formation practitioner within the sect. Su Xingyue's voice was firm, her challenge unmistakable. Gu Xing's gaze was as tranquil as water as he replied, No, why not? Su Xingyue faltered momentarily, evidently dissatisfied. Gu Xing smiled faintly, his tone calm. Because they are on vacation. Su Xingyue was momentarily speechless, rooted in place. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her rising frustration. All right, then I request a duel with him once his vacation concludes. Gu Xing nodded, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. That is acceptable. You may leave and await further notice. Su Xingyue felt as though she had struck a wall of cotton. Yet thankfully, the sect master had ultimately acquiesced to her request. This moment, the youthful and spirited disciple approached Jian Ziyi, the peak master of Wanjian Peak. His eyes brimming with confidence. He earnestly declared, Master, I will undoubtedly become the strongest core formation practitioner in the sect. I will defeat Su Yan, and ultimately, I will conquer his senior sister, standing atop the pinnacle of the continent. Jian Ziyi listened in silence for a moment but ultimately chose not to dampen his disciple's spirits. He nodded gently, his tone neutral. Trained diligently. He also refrained from informing Su Xingyue that Winda Peak's schedule was already full. Her quest to duel the strongest core formation practitioner would have to wait a century. Had he told her directly, the outcome would undoubtedly have been unfavorable. It was better for her to realize this on her own. A century of vacation. Jian Zi suddenly found himself envious of Su Yan. Upon learning of the situation, Jian Zi had attempted to request a leave of absence from his senior brother, inquiring whether he could also be granted 100 years off. The only response he received was a terse and unequivocal, Go die. A month later, Su Xingyue stood before Jian Ziyi, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly impatient. "Master, may I inquire?" Jianzi looked up, responding coolly, "Wait a moment." Unwilling to relent, Su Xingyue pressed on. "I wish to know how much longer I must wait to duel junior brother Su and determine the strongest core formation practitioner." Jianzi sighed, his tone still composed. "Just a little longer. Focus on your training first." The Su Xingyue furrowed her brow, finally suppressing the urge to continue her inquiries, and whispered, "All right." A year later, Su Xingyue reappeared before Jianzi, carrying a hint of unease. "Master, I would like to ask." Jianzi turned to her, his gaze indifferent, still uttering the same phrase. "Wait a little longer." Oh, since that time, for a long while, Su Xingyue never broached the same question again. Gradually, Jianzi even began to believe that she had let go of her obsession with that duel. When to peak. "Sister, just a moment longer, it will be ready soon." Su Yin looked at Jiang Wan, who stood at the kitchen door, feeling both amused and exasperated. It must be said, such a senior sister was truly endearing. "All right," Jiang Wan replied softly, then quietly reclined in the rocking chair, patiently awaiting. Even during her moments of rest, Jiang Wan's gaze inevitably lingered on her junior brother. "Yes, this is quite wonderful. Having my junior brother by my side. If I could maintain this way of life indefinitely, what would ascending even mean?" Gradually, Jiang Wan closed her eyes, intending to take a brief nap. She knew that once her junior brother finished cooking, he would call for her, though she was aware that she might receive a light tap on the head. She decided to let it be. After all, she could always retaliate. Chapter 44. 10 years. The stages of cultivation are divided into chi refining, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit nurturing, divine transformation, returning to void, harmonizing with Tao, and great ascension. Life at Wanda Peak, though tranquil, was also warm and comforting. Time flowed like water, and the years sang a gentle tune. Su Yin had spent a full decade in this stable existence alongside his senior sister. Until one fateful morning a decade later, while immersed in his cultivation, Su Yin slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed, a sense of inexplicable unease stirring within him. Tomorrow he would break through to the nascent soul stage. Yet why did he feel so unsettled? He murmured to himself, pondering the uniqueness of his cultivation method. He then shook his head. "Never mind. Let us prepare breakfast. His senior sister must be hungry." As he stepped out of his room, he was gently halted by a soft little hand. Though they were but a hair's breadth apart, Su Yin still found himself unable to truly reach his senior sister. "Junior brother, you are not happy." Jiang Wan gazed at Su Yin with her beautiful eyes, her tone calm, yet laced with conviction. Her delicate hand remained firmly in front of Su Yin, unwavering. Su Yin was taken aback, his unease dissipating significantly. "Yes, senior sister is truly wonderful." He then revealed a light smile. "It's nothing, senior sister, just a bit nervous about breaking through to the nascent soul tomorrow." Jiang Wan's expression remained unchanged, her brows slightly lowered, her tone softening. "With senior sister here, there is nothing to fear." Su Yin gently nodded. "With senior sister present, I am naturally not anxious." He stepped out of the wooden cottage, gazing into the distance. Although Winda Peak was often solitary, he cherished the days spent in the company of his senior sister. Su Yin took out the token given by his senior sister, which still bore the names of only 3 individuals. He had previously taken a look at his own token in his senior sister's hands, which only bore his own name and that of the sect leader. As if in mutual understanding. To this day, they had continued to use each other as tokens, though his senior sister's token still held a considerable amount of sect points. Aside from purchasing groceries, Su Yin had not utilized it. Suddenly, a thought sprang to mind. For the first time, he used his senior sister's token to send a message to his master. Master, guess who I am?" Su Yin sent, Master, where are you? I am about to break through to the nascent soul." Su Yin continued, "Master, are you there?" After a joss stick's worth of time passed, the token remained unresponsive. Su Yin, feeling helpless, put the token away, just as it began to emit a faint glow. Elated, he quickly retrieved it once more. "Jiang Wan, I'm here." Su Yin turned to see his senior sister sitting beside him, currently holding the ink-colored token. He found the situation somewhat amusing and pulled out a skewer of candied hawthorn. Lightly tapping her delicate lips, "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Jiang Wan took a bite of a candied hawthorn, saying, "With me here, everything is fine." "What?" She finished the first skewer and proceeded to the second. "As long as I am here, it is enough." As night fell, Su Yin entered a state of seclusion, while Jiang Wan quietly sat beside him, never leaving. For the past decade, they had lived this way, sharing meals and living together, inseparable. With the breakthrough imminent, Su Yin's emotions grew increasingly tumultuous. He furrowed his brow, turned his focus inward, and suddenly shouted, "All illusions, be shattered." Violet light blossomed, and the devouring demon art activated on its own. Eliminating his scattered thoughts, Jiang-Wan observed the purple glow emanating from her junior brother's eyes, her gaze calm. Over the past years, she had witnessed the purple light manifest in her junior brother's eyes multiple times. Yet, even so, a hint of worry lingered within her for him, as the absorption of spiritual energy reached completion. The devouring demon art surged wildly. A crack slowly appeared in the purple core formation within Su Yan, and a jade green, fully purple nascent soul burst forth from within. Thus, the nascent soul stage was achieved. Su Yan sighed in relief, slowly opening his eyes. His demonic pupils seemed to have undergone slight mutation. "Senior sister, I'm here." However, in that instant, Su Yan's gaze abruptly halted, a flicker of incomprehensible shock crossing his features. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. He saw Su Yan's voice trembled rarely, the purple light in his eyes surging like a tide, radiating brilliance. At that moment, the blood red in his eyes deepened, accompanied by an uncontrollable pain and panic. He cried out, "Senior sister," though she did not understand why her junior brother suddenly became so uncontrollable. Jiang-Wan instinctively drew a little closer to him. If it were possible, she would long to extend her hand, embracing him gently, softly reassuring him in his ear, "With senior sister here, you need not fear." Yet, she knew she could not. Although the rejection from her physique and cultivation method had become negligible, it still existed self-reproach, helplessness, guilt, and unease intertwined into an unbreakable shackle, tightly wrapping around her heart. Yet, despite this, Jiang-Wan's gaze remained steadfast. She looked at her emotionally unstable junior brother, took a deep breath, and softly said, "With senior sister here, you need not fear. Senior sister, I am fine." He instinctively reached out to touch her, the closest he had ever come to her in all these years. Without a hint of hesitation, in the next moment, he grasped her delicate hand. An extreme chill instantly pierced his soul, causing Su Yan to be momentarily at a loss for words. This was still under the condition that the coldness had been significantly weakened. Had it been earlier, the moment of contact would have been enough to strangle him. Nevertheless, he did not release her hand. Jiang-Wan's expression was far from calm. She had contemplated saying many things, but ultimately glanced at her junior brother's pained expression. She could only coldly say, "Let go." "I will not." A surge of force flung Su Yan apart. Jiang-Wan stood up, her gaze gradually regaining its icy demeanor. Yet, her coldness lasted but an instant. The purple light illuminated the entire room. Within Su Yan, the purple nascent soul began to manifest swirling black mist. Ultimately, it transformed into a pair of eyes, purple eyes. To this day, the devouring demon art had evolved into his second inner demon. Why was there another inner demon? Jiang-Wan's emotions fluctuated, yet her grip tightened. This moment, the facade of coldness in her eyes vanished. "Senior sister, trust me." Su Yan's eyes shone with purple light, his expression regaining a semblance of calm. Jiang-Wan sat cross-legged, close to her junior brother, her gaze never leaving him. The long unused binding immortal rope reappeared, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the ends of the rope were tied to their wrists. "Junior brother, have some candy." Jiang-Wan gently retrieved a candy as white as jade from her bosom, slowly bringing it to Su Yan's lips. Her actions were unusually tender, as if she wished to soothe her junior brother's emotions with this piece of candy. Su Yan stared at the candy, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes, and then he slightly parted his lips, taking a bite. His consciousness manifested above the nascent soul, transforming into a diminutive version of Su Yan. Before him loomed a pair of enormous purple eyes. Voices began to invade his sea of consciousness. "Dig out those eyes, dig them out, dig them out. Dig out those eyes, and everything will be fine." Su Yan's consciousness stood like a statue, expressionless as he gazed at those purple pupils. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled upward in a faint, cold smile. The tale finished. The purple mist morphed into a divine platform. Pressing down, as black soul chains pierced into the purple eyes. As a mere ingredient. One must have the awareness of an ingredient. Isn't it about digging out the eyes? He stared intently at the massive purple pupils of his inner demon, a strange smile emerging on his face for the first time. "I will fulfill your wish." Chapter 45. The choice as the sun and moon revolved. A month had swiftly passed. Ever since Su Yan suppressed his inner demon, time flowed quietly. Jiang-Wan remained by Su Yan's side, the binding immortal rope tightly connecting their wrists, becoming their unspoken pact. During this period, Su Yan's cultivation underwent remarkable changes. advancing from the early stage of nascent soul to the current perfection of the nascent soul in merely a month. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of consumption. Finally, after completely defeating and devouring his inner demon, Su Yin opened his eyes for the first time. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of tranquil gazes. "Good morning, senior sister." Su Yan's voice was gentle and soft, imbued with a hint of clarity. "It's not early." Unconsciously, Jiang Wan's palm produced another piece of candy, which she brought to her junior brother's lips before slowly speaking. "What have you been doing this past month? Your cultivation has soared so rapidly." Su Yin extended his fingers, gently waving them before his senior sister, a mischievous smile gracing his face. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, and suddenly, Jiang Wan closed her eyes and turned her head away. A sense of mischief lingered, observing his senior sister's reaction. Su Yin felt his heart race uncontrollably once more. "Senior sister, has anyone ever told you that you are truly adorable like this?" Su Yan's gaze was earnest and sincere. "I have only heard you say so," she replied, adding, "When I ventured out, those who recognized me began to flee." Su Yin raised his hand, indicating the binding talisman he held, and in the next moment, it was retracted by Jiang Wan. "Are you hungry, senior sister?" he inquired. "I am." Jiang Wan nodded, her voice tinged with an unusual hint of dependence. "Then allow me to prepare a meal. What would you like to eat? The braised pork noodles and jade paste you made before?" "I want them both." "Very well, it shall be ready shortly." Su Yan's eyes brightened as he waved his hand to summon a rocking chair. "Senior sister, please take a seat." However, Jiang Wan did not move. Gently shaking her head, "We shall sit together." Seeing her serious demeanor, Su Yin felt a twinge of apprehension. Tentatively, he asked, "Senior sister, you won't accidentally blow up the kitchen, will you?" Jiang Wan's fingers curled inward, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes. "What did you say, junior brother?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Su Yin hastily waved his hands. "Having you help me is the best." Jiang Wan snorted softly. "It better be." The two dined as they usually did, but once they were within a foot of each other in the chilly atmosphere, they instinctively shifted from sitting opposite one another to sitting side by side. After finishing their meal, Jiang Wan took the initiative to wash the dishes. She was not unreasonable, feeling a pang of guilt for the minor inconvenience her cooking had caused her junior brother. She sought to make amends. After watching her tidy up, Su Yin remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Senior sister, I need to discuss some matters with the sect leader." "All right, let us go together." Jiang Wan replied casually, then placed the clean dishes into her storage ring. Su Yin turned, paused slightly, and added, "Wait for me to return." Jiang Wan halted, and the air fell into an eerie stillness. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound, and her robe swayed gently with the breeze. Her voice floated in the wind. "Come back soon." He descended the mountain, his gaze unusually calm. There were matters he needed to clarify personally. At this moment, the person he most yearned to consult was his long-absent master. He pondered deeply, recalling the time when he was at his lowest and a celestial being appeared before him. He remembered the secret he had shared with his master and the admonitions he had received. Gradually, he began to gain some insight. He must find his master. Within the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, Gu Xing regarded the suddenly appearing Su Yin with a hint of confusion. "Nephew, it's not yet time for the monthly stipend. Why have you come so early?" Observing Su Yin alone deepened his perplexity. For the past decade, this pair of senior and junior siblings had been inseparable, even when collecting resources for cultivation. Now, Su Yan's solitary arrival broke that pattern, stirring a sense of unease within Gu Sheng. After all, the rupture of a long-standing norm could bear either good or ill tidings, and given Su Yan's expression, Gu Sheng did not believe it was good news. "Master, I have some questions I wish to pose," Su Yin stated directly. "Ask away," Gu Sheng replied, still harboring some skepticism. You know where my master is gone." Gu Sheng paused, taken aback. "Did he not take you up the mountain before embarking on a journey?" Su Yin shook his head. "I can no longer reach my master." Gu Sheng's brow furrowed deeply. "It's nothing to worry about. If you have any cultivation issues, you may always come to me." Su Yin shook his head again, a hint of desperation in his eyes. "Master, can you summon my master back?" Never before had Gu Sheng witnessed Su Yin display such emotion. He finally regarded the gravity of Su Yan's question. "Have you encountered some trouble?" Su Yin nodded. "Very well, I shall assist you." Gu Sheng was decisive in his actions, and after speaking, he arranged a set of battle flags within the grand hall. Su Yin stood quietly by, waiting. Hours passed without a hint of movement from the flags, and Gu Sheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite employing the sect's battle flags, he still could not establish contact with Jiang Li. At that moment, he realized that something unknown might have transpired. While he was uncertain of the specifics, as the sect leader, he possessed a keen instinct. The unknown is often the most terrifying. Come, I shall take you to find your grandmaster. He seized Su Yin and began to leave the hall. I am right here. Where do you plan to search for me? The voice of Gui Chen echoed from above the beams of the hall of nurturing the heart. Master, when did you arrive? Gu Xing turned abruptly, astonished as he looked up into the air. I have been here for some time. I saw you wielding the battle flags and calling out, so I refrained from interrupting. Gu Sheng replied, Master, I cannot reach junior brother Jiang. Gui Chen fell silent for a moment. I am aware. Then you. Gu Sheng wanted to say more, but Gui Chen's gaze silenced him. Elder, Su Yin looked at the figure who had once guided him into the fold. His eyes gradually clearing. The elder seemed to be awaiting his arrival. At least that is a good sign. Perhaps. Su Yin shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Elder, can you tell me where my master is? His voice was resolute and clear, each word imbued with unwavering determination. Gui Chen regarded him with a complex gaze. Do you truly wish to know? I must know. Without a flicker of emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Gui Chen sighed softly. I will give you two choices. The first is to turn back and inherit the teachings of the Winda Peak in the future, with your talent and the support of the Dao Tian sect. Achieving greatness in the mortal realm is merely a matter of time. I choose the second option. Before Gui Chen could finish, Su Yan's voice rang out. Think it over. No need. Gui Chen uttered no further words. Merely gestured gently. Come with me. All right, I in the next moment. Su Yan prepared to follow Gui Chen. Just then, Gu Sheng's towering figure blocked Su Yan's path, shielding him behind himself. He resumed his stern expression, showing no signs of yielding even in front of his own master. Master, where do you intend to take him? If you mean to harm junior brother Su, I shall never agree. You can come along too. Gui Chen cast a casual glance at his disciple and slowly walked toward the hall's exit. The three of them walked together for quite some time, the other disciples along the way seemingly oblivious to their presence. As they continued, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, the atmosphere more oppressive. The further they went, the fewer people appeared, until finally, no disciples of the Dao Tian sect were in sight. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, mirroring Su Yan's heart. Ultimately, they arrived before an ancient stone door. Gui Chen stood silently before the door, his aged hand gently caressing the intricate patterns etched into its surface. I will give you one last chance. His deep voice resonated. Return now and inherit the teachings of Winda Peak, maintaining the legacy of the Dao ancestor. Su Yin took a deep breath, preparing to speak, but at that moment, the token from his senior sister glowed faintly. It bore only her brief message. Junior brother, it is dark. Come home. Su Yin gazed at the message from his senior sister for a long while. As if turned to stone, his eyes softening with tenderness. He replied with a single sentence, Senior sister, wait for me. Slowly, Su Yin tucked away the token and turned to bow deeply to Gui Chen. Elder, let us enter. Chapter 46. Confrontation. Senior sister, wait for me. Jiang Wan stared at the token from her junior brother, her gaze unwavering until his brief reply materialized. The air around her felt as if it had solidified. And the wind in the mountains grew eerily still. Moonlight poured down from the treetops, cascading onto her snow-white robes and illuminating her with a soft glow. Why must her junior brother bury his feelings so deeply? Why would he not confide in her? Why was he reluctant to voice even a single word? As his senior sister, the one closest to him throughout his journey, did she not deserve the right to share his burdens? In that moment, her heart suddenly sank. Jiang Wan did not understand, nor did she need to. The Su Jin sword gripped firmly in her hand trembled slightly. Bathed in moonlight, she appeared as cold as frost. Her exquisite features illuminated. A flash of determination flickered in her eyes, and in the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light, teleporting down the mountain. She was Jiang Wan, and she would not wait. Although she was unaware of the trials her junior brother faced, she resolved to confront whatever lay ahead herself. A barrier suddenly materialized, obstructing her path. Jiang Wan's gaze sharpened, the aura of a harmonious path cultivator exploding forth. Her surrounding chill intensifying as if the very earth were frozen, radiating fiercely outward. Though she was in the harmonious path stage, she had been a formidable fighter for years. Her presence surged like a tempest, overwhelming all in her vicinity. Pointing the Su Jin sword toward the void, her voice rang out, cold and clear. Get out of my way. In an instant, the void distorted, and a red-clad elder staggered into view. A hint of resignation in his eyes. He sighed. Go back. Jiang Wan's gaze hardened, unwavering as she retorted. Who are you? Am I? The old man chuckled softly. I am a Yunjin, merely an elderly soul forsaken by the tides of time. Since I have been abandoned by the era, I might as well find a place to await my demise. As for the present, kindly leave me be. Her voice, sharp as a biting winter wind, erupted with an aura of lethal intent, instantly freezing the atmosphere around them. The old man regarded her with her fierce demeanor, yet showed no trace of anger. Instead, he gestured as if recalling something, his expression turning wistful. In your youth, I, your ancestor, was your staunchest protector. Those others were indecisive and hesitant, mere opportunists, clearly incapable of achieving great deeds. Memories surged like a tide, and he sighed, never anticipating that he would ultimately stand in opposition to you. Jiang Wan offered no reply, merely wielding her Sujin sword, its blade shimmering like frost, radiating a chilling aura as it transformed into a piercing beam aimed directly at He Yunjin's face. The sword's intent was fierce, akin to a glacier cascading from the heavens. The old man's gaze sharpened, and with a mere flick of his hand, a torrent of crimson flames surged forth to meet the sword's brilliance. Roaring like an angry tide, clashing violently with the cold, producing a deafening cacophony. The collision of ice and fire sent tremors through the barrier, the air seeming to fragment into countless shards, waves of energy sweeping in all directions, as if the very void were on the brink of collapse. Child, despite your celestial potential, your years of cultivation are ultimately too shallow, He Yunjin remarked with a faint smile, shifting his stance, his figure vanishing like a phantom. In the next moment, he appeared above Jiang Wan, striking down with a palm. Jiang Wan's eyes turned to ice, and she swiftly raised her Sujin sword in defense. The fiery force crashed down, causing her wrist to shudder slightly. Yet she did not yield. Seizing the moment, her form spun sharply, the Sujin sword slicing through the air with a bone-chilling intent, targeting He Yunjin's throat. A cold smile curled at the corners of He Yunjin's mouth, his figure again transforming into an afterimage, dissipating into thin AI. In the spot where he had stood, flames erupted violently, rushing towards Jiang Wan. Kill! Jiang Wan scoffed, her Sujin sword vibrating slightly, the cold air rapidly coalescing into an ice sword several feet long, sweeping outward and cleaving the flames in two. The fire was devoured by the frost, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The old man reappeared, this time his expression no longer carefree, replaced by a grave demeanor. He inhaled deeply. Child, you are indeed formidable. It seems I can no longer underestimate you. His tone remained calm and unwavering. Suddenly, a crimson spear manifested in his hand, radiating a molten glow, and with a casual sweep, the spear's shadow rushed towards Jiang Wan like a fiery dragon. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated. Jiang Wan's gaze fixated upon the blazing spear. The cold aura of her Sujin sword deepened, forming a realm of frost. Less talk. Let us continue, she commanded coldly, her figure darting forth, sword light arching like a rainbow, accompanied by an overwhelming chill aimed at the old man. A flicker of intensity ignited in He Yunjin's eyes. As he swept the spear outward, the fiery dragon surging forward, the clash of sword and spear, of cold and fire, resonated with thunderous power. The brilliance of their techniques illuminated the entire barrier, rifts in the void resembling a spider's web fracturing outward. They appeared to forget their fatigue, exchanging blows on this battlefield, the residual force causing the very heavens to tremble. After countless exchanges, Jiang Wan's white robes were stained with several streaks of blood. The red-clad old man's garments were in tatters, now half kneeling in the void, the cold encroaching upon his body, his aura disheveled. Her gaze remained icy, the chill emanating from the Sujin sword intensifying, aimed squarely at He Yunjin. It is time to end this. Her voice was frigid and resolute, laced with an intensity of suppressed fury. The old man chuckled bitterly, his spear drooping slightly, his aura gradually waning. I am, after all, growing old. But in the next moment, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes, suppressing his injuries by sheer force of will. The fiery essence within him surged forth once more, transforming into a realm of flames that ensnared Jiang Wan. In my youth, I did not retreat. Today, I shall not yield, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across the heavens. Jiang Wan scoffed in response, raising her Sujin sword high, the frost realm erupting instantaneously, clashing violently with the fiery domain. Intertwining flames and frost within this space. Behind the stone door, Su Yin and his companions ventured deeper into the shadowy expanse. It was vast and ancient, with intricate formations etched into every corner. Enduring the ravages of time and scathe, here lay the cave of secrets painstakingly forged by the venerable ancestors of the Daotian sect, one of its absolute forbidden zones. Crossing a broad clearing, their view gradually narrowed. The atmosphere thickening with a sense of oppression. The ground was dotted with tombs, gravestones standing in dense clusters, nearly obscuring the horizon. Kneel and pay homage to our ancestors, Guochen spoke, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Suyin showed no hesitation. Kneeling upon the altar, bowing deeply he gazed upon the countless graves. A whirlpool of complex emotions swelled within him, rendering his words momentarily elusive. You too, kneel. Guochen casually glanced at Gu Sheng, who stood nearby, his voice remaining calm. With a thud, Gu Sheng knelt alongside Su Yin. This ground held the remains of countless fallen sages, heroes, and elders of the Daotian sect since its inception. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The three spoke no further, save for the flickering flames upon the central altar, which danced softly, occasionally breaking the stillness with faint sounds. After a while, Guochen finally shattered the silence, fixing his gaze upon Su Yin, his voice low and laden with significance. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to voice them. But Su Yin lifted his head, bloodshot eyes betraying his trepidation, his voice trembling slightly. Senior, I wish to know, where exactly is my master? Upon hearing this, Guochen stepped forward slowly, his gaze settling on a blank tombstone before him. He gently caressed its surface, his fingertips brushing against an indescribable memory, a flicker of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. You inquire about him. Guochen's voice held an air of nonchalance, yet it resonated with profound depth at that moment. Is he not right before you? Chapter 47. Jiangli Part 1. Jiangli strolled along the riverbank, his gaze landing upon a swaddled infant who was wailing nearby, his eyes involuntarily shimmering with delight. That old coot from the Tianji pavilion managed to divine something, claiming I am destined for calamity and should refrain from venturing out for the time being. A smile tugged at Jiang Li's lips, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. The more he warns me, the more I feel compelled to see for myself. Indeed, that old Taoist is nothing but a charlatan. What calamity could there possibly be? Only an extraordinary genius that I happened to find. His gaze softened as he beheld the infant, who radiated a faint chill, yet appeared remarkably tranquil and pure beneath the moonlight. Throughout my journey in search of enlightenment, I have yet to find a suitable disciple. Yet, here I have stumbled upon one. Jiang Li chuckled softly, bending down to gaze at the baby. Do you have a name? If you remain silent, I shall assume you do not. The infant cooed, the delicate sounds reminiscent of an ethereal melody, echoing through the night. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt a stir in his heart, murmuring from this moment forth, You shall be named Jiang Wan. A smile graced Jiang Li's lips, his eyes glimmering with rare joy and relief. As the 32nd generation disciple of the Dao ancestor lineage, he bore the weight of countless predecessors' hopes. Since ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, the elders of each peak had subtly urged him to find a sufficiently exceptional and compatible disciple to carry on the legacy. At last, he had found one. The sect master, Gu Sheng, stood before the peak, his expression darkening upon seeing Jiang Li's return, his tone laced with reproach. Junior brother, did we not agree that you should refrain from going out recently? Why did you venture out alone? Jiang Li, however, remained unfazed, proudly raising the infant in his arms, his face alight with triumph and ease. Do not blame me, senior brother, that old Taoist said I was destined for calamity. And I was simply curious to discover what this so-called calamity entailed. He paused, a note of cheerfulness entering his voice. And what did I find? No calamity whatsoever, but instead, I brought back an unparalleled prodigy. This child is destined to forge a connection with the Wenda Peak, and I have decided to accept her as the 33rd disciple of Wenda Peak. Jiang Li smiled, looking down at the infant in his arms. His eyes filled with determination and anticipation. She will undoubtedly become a legend in the realm of cultivation. Are you truly unscathed? Gu Sheng scrutinized Jiang Li from head to toe, doubt flickering in his gaze as he scrutinized every detail. After several thorough checks, confirming that Jiang Li was indeed unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze then fell upon the infant in Jiang Li's arms, astonishment flashing in his eyes. A hint of brightness emerging. Such potent cold energy. What is this child's constitution? Jiang Li, hearing this, shrugged with a hint of helplessness. I do not know, but she certainly appears strikingly impressive. That is not the point. He suddenly straightened, his expression earnest. Senior brother, I believe it is far more crucial that we seek out that old Taoist to reclaim the fee for the divination. Gu Sheng paused, then burst into laughter. You are still so earnest. He shook his head, his gaze returning to the infant, softness evident in his eyes. However, the child is too young. It may be unwise to raise her at Winda Peak. Perhaps it would be better to entrust her to junior sister Yuehua for the time being. Such is the delight. Mingyue Peak, the Moonlight Palace, the residence of the Moonlight Master at this very moment. A clear and melodious voice echoed from outside the palace. Is junior sister Yuehua present? Inside, the Moonlight Master, with her eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them upon hearing the voice. A smile, radiant as the full moon, graced her lips, eyes sparkling with joy. Senior brother. I'm here. She swiftly reined in her aura and hurriedly opened the grand door, her face alight with a beaming smile. However, in the next instant, when her gaze fell upon the swaddled infant in Gu Sheng's arms, her entire being froze in shock. Ji Yusheng, oblivious to her peculiar reaction, continued with an air of calm. Junior sister Yuehua, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Are you free? The Moonlight Master stared blankly at the child, her expression a tumult of emotions, tears welling in her eyes. Biting her lip, a sense of inexplicable sorrow washed over her. Why? I was the one who came first. I refuse. I want to listen. The words escaped her lips before she could think, turning her head away, her tone tinged with defiance. Junior sister? Gu Sheng was taken aback, utterly bewildered. This turn of events was far from what he had anticipated. He had thought she would readily agree. Clearing his throat, he patiently explained, Junior sister, I apologize for not consulting you beforehand. However, you were the first person I thought of, which is why I came to seek your assistance. The Moonlight Master felt a pang in her heart, her voice dripping with bitterness as she replied, Senior brother, why must you seek my opinion? It is your freedom to choose whomever you wish. What right do I have to criticize you? Well then, Gu Sheng scratched his head. If you are unwilling, I shall consult the other junior sisters. Stop. The Moonlight Master suddenly raised her voice, glaring at Gu Sheng. Her eyes filled with a hint of accusation. You intend to seek out other junior sisters. Senior brother, how far have you fallen? Gu Sheng was utterly flummoxed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally realized that the conversation had taken a wrong turn. He quickly waved his hands to clarify. Junior sister, there has been a misunderstanding. This is the disciple newly accepted by junior brother Zhongli. Since the child is still very young, we thought to entrust her to you for a few years. If that is inconvenient for you, it is no problem. I will think of another solution. Upon hearing this, the Moonlight Master was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. She cleared her throat and inquired, Senior brother, this child is not yours. Gu Sheng's eyes widened in earnestness as he replied, How could that be? I am wholly devoted to the Tao and have never had a partner. Where would this child come from? Finally, a relieved smile graced the Moonlight Master's face, though her tone remained cautious. In that case, I shall agree. However, I have one condition. Please, junior sister, speak. Gu Sheng said, breathing a sigh of relief that I fear I may not care for her adequately. So I must trouble you to visit me at the Moonlight Palace thrice a month to see if there is anything requiring correction regarding the child. Ji Yusheng nodded earnestly. No problem at all. Junior sister, I trust you to handle this. The Moonlight Master smiled gently and then lowered her gaze to the infant in her arms, softly asking, By the way, senior brother, what is her name? Jiangwan. Taking the surname from junior brother Zhongli. Jiangwan. The Moonlight Master echoed softly, her gaze tenderly resting on the child's delicate face, a warm smile blooming on her lips. What a lovely name. Senior brother, I must tell you, I dealt with that old man from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion quite thoroughly. What? Gu Sheng's voice rose sharply, his expression one of disbelief. Please do not be angry. Let me explain. Zhongli waved his hand innocently. That old rascal deceived me out of my divination fee. When I approached him to return my spirit stone, you won't believe what happened. Not only did he refuse to return it, but he also cursed me, claiming my calamity had arrived, and that if I did not avoid it, I would surely die. And then, Gu Sheng's face darkened, as if he had already guessed the outcome. I was enraged and took action, giving that old man a good thrashing. As a result, a horde from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion immediately expelled me. Zhongli shrugged nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Gu Sheng, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. How old are you now? Can you not be a bit more composed? The sect still has a reputation to uphold. Senior brother, I understand, and I will be more careful next time. Chapter 48. Zhongli, Part 2. Senior brother, I know, and I will be more cautious in the future. Jiangli laughed, his demeanor light and carefree, showing no sign of remorse. Ji Yusheng sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I've grown accustomed to it. Jiangli raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, by the way, Yi Changkong left me a message, saying he wants to battle me again. I simply cannot understand. He should practice more instead of challenging me. Does he not know his own limitations? He can only ever be a perennial second. Ji Yusheng smiled helplessly. Very well. Go and show our Daotian sect's might. If anything happens, I will back you up. Jiang Li's face lit up with a grin. Then I shall not hold back, senior brother. In the eastern region, Xianyi mountain range, the mountain winds howled, and the spiritual energy surged through the heavens and earth. The aftermath of battle causing the surrounding peaks to nearly crumble. Boom! With Jiang Li's final palm strike, Yi Changkong was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Changkong's complexion turned pale. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, utterly disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with despair and resentment, as he roared. Why? Why? If there is to be a Changkong, why must there be a Li? His voice was hoarse and mournful. In that moment, all his emotions poured forth like a flood. Both he and Jiang Li were the unparalleled prodigies of this era, far surpassing their peers. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, he was always a step behind Jiang Li, unable to surpass this naturally gifted summit. Now, both stood at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, with further advancement nearly impossible. He was utterly despondent. Father, a frantic voice broke through, as Yi Luyun rushed over, lifting Yi Changkong from the ground. Upon seeing his son, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Yi Changkong looked at Jiang Li's retreating figure, suddenly calling out, Jiang Li, though I cannot defeat you, my son Yi Luyun possesses even greater talent than I. If you have disciples, he will surely surpass them in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Li paused, slowly turning his head back, a faint smile playing on his lips, his voice calm, yet brimming with confidence. Let us wait and see, brother Changkong. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a silent battlefield. At that moment, the sect's token suddenly illuminated. And Jiang Li glanced down, his brow furrowing slightly. A message arrived. Junior brother, return quickly. Jiang Li raised his hand in response, succinctly uttering a single word. All right. He gently stowed the token away, his figure flickering before vanishing into the horizon. At 1 year of age, Jiang Wan was already able to run and jump, her steps light and agile, yet her gaze remained unusually profound for one so young, as if concealing unfathomable secrets. However, within the Moonlight Palace, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The Moonlight Master sat within, her face betraying evident anxiety, her eyes red-rimmed, as she repeatedly lifted her gaze to speak, only to lower her head again. Senior brother, I do not understand why this is happening. Her voice was choked with emotion, unable to meet Gu Sheng's eyes. As if bracing for reproach, Ji Yusheng sighed softly, stepping forward to pat her shoulder. His tone gentle. Junior sister Yuehua, this is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. I have already sent a message to junior brother Jiang, and he will arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a clear voice rang from outside the palace. Senior brother. What has happened? Jiang Li rushed in, his gaze swiftly locking onto the small figure of Wanner in the corner, his expression turning grave. Junior brother, there is something amiss with Wanner. Gu Sheng's tone was unusually solemn, the chill emanating from the Moonlight Master stronger than before, and it seemed as if two distinct auras resided within her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li quickly approached, carefully sensing the situation, his brow furrowing deeper. The Moonlight Master, witnessing this, burst into tears, her voice trembling. Junior brother Jiang, I am so sorry. I truly do not know why this is happening. Jiang Li paused momentarily, then offered a warm smile. Yuehua, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. I believe I know where the issue lies. He glanced at Jiang Wan's small face, his tone lightening. I will take Wanner away for a while. Once I have resolved the matter, I shall return her to you. Do not worry. The Moonlight Master looked at him with tearful eyes. Junior brother Jiang, will she truly be all right? Of course, Jiang Li replied, his smile unwavering. I am her master. How could I allow her to come to harm? A full day later, Jiang Li returned to the Moonlight Palace with Jiang Wan once more. The child was now completely well. Jiang Li smiled as he placed the lively Jiang Wan on the ground, saying, I must trouble junior sister Yuehua to continue caring for her. The Moonlight Master hurriedly approached, squatting down to embrace Jiang Wan. Examining her closely, her frown finally easing as a hint of joy surfaced. Junior brother Jiang, is she really all right now? Absolutely, Jiang Li affirmed, his demeanor relaxed and his voice firm. If you do not believe me, just ask her. Jiang Wan embraced the neck of the Moonlight Master, giggling joyfully, the once overwhelming chill dissipating entirely, leaving only a lively and adorable little girl. The Moonlight Master exhaled in relief, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jiang Shixiao. Thank you. Rest assured, I will take good care of little Wan. Jiang Li regarded her, nodding. With you here, I am at ease. Within the cave dwelling before them, the atmosphere was as heavy as a mountain. With dozens of figures surrounding them, as Jiang Li stepped inside, all eyes turned toward him, seemingly awaiting his words to determine their fate. Gu Chen stood at the forefront, his gaze somber, breaking the silence. Jiang Li. Are you certain? Jiang Li nodded slightly, his voice low yet resolute. Yes, I am certain. Upon hearing this, a palpable sense of oppression fell over the crowd. After a moment, Gu Chen posed another question. Then, what is your plan? Jiang Li scanned the assembly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable determination. I have consulted the ancient texts left within our sect, and can confirm that the demonic energy within her is indeed of the same origin as that of the purple extreme immortal lord. However, the other chill emanating from her has never been documented in the records of the Daotian sect. Hui Yunfeng's patriarch, He Yun, knitted his brow deeply and spoke first. If that is the case. Shitty, how do you intend to handle this? Jiang Li paused for a moment before replying softly. I have temporarily sealed the demonic energy within her, allowing her to focus on cultivating that chilling essence. Silence enveloped the cave, each person's expression revealing a tinge of complexity. Finally, He Yun sighed and shook his head. If what you say is true, and her demonic energy is indeed of the same source as the purple extreme immortal lord, combined with that strange chill, then she truly is the destined one of this era. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, his tone growing more grave. Jiang Li, do you have a method to resolve this? Jiang Li offered a wry smile, his voice tinged with helplessness. I have tried. It cannot be separated. These two forces are intertwined like yin and yang. Forcibly extracting one would only result in her destruction. At this revelation, the gravity of the situation deepened for everyone present. Gu Chen inhaled deeply, speaking in a solemn tone. If fate is indeed unalterable, you might consider taking on another disciple. Regardless, the inheritance of our Dao ancestor must not end with you. Jiang Li lowered his gaze slightly, his voice husky yet resolute. Allow me some time to ponder further. The eastern region may hold relevant records that could offer a glimmer of hope. With that, he turned and departed the cave, his silhouette solitary yet resolute. His departure marked the beginning of 100 years that a century later, atop the Windafing, the wind howled mournfully, the pines swaying like waves. During this century, a new unparalleled prodigy had emerged. She was Jiang Wan this moment. Within the grand hall, the sect leader Gu Sheng sat at the head, an expression of unmistakable pride gracing his features. Jiang Shiji. With your presence, our Daotian sect shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the immortal gates. Jiang Wan, clad in an ice-blue robe, maintained a demeanor both cool and respectful, offering a slight bow. Your praise is unwarranted. Sect leader Ji Yusheng laughed heartily, waving his hand. No need for such formality. Here, I have prepared cultivation resources for you. Having requested an additional allocation from my master, feel free to utilize them and inform me directly of any shortages. Jiang Wan accepted the storage ring, lowering her head as she murmured, Thank you, sect leader. Noticing her calm demeanor, Gu Sheng hesitated briefly before speaking. Shiji, do not harbor resentment toward your master. I suspect he may have had unavoidable circumstances. Jiang Wan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Sheng's, a complex emotion fleeting across her icy eyes. After a moment, she gently shook her head. I do not resent my master. Ji Yusheng paused. Then smiled in understanding, his tone gentle. That is good. You are a fine child. With you here, the future of the Daotian sect is secure. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, her voice as soft as a whisper. Thank you. Sect leader. Chapter 49. Jiang Li, Part 2. Gu Sheng gazed at the resolute yet serene young woman before him, his eyes filled with appreciation and anticipation. Suddenly, Gu Sheng's token glowed, and he looked up. His eyes widening in surprise, his voice was laced with urgency. Shitty, where have you been? Why have you been away for so long without returning to the sect? I've left you messages, yet have received no response. The familiar yet composed voice sounded from behind. Xixiang, I have returned. Ji Yusheng spun around abruptly, his gaze landing on the young man who had appeared in the hall unnoticed. He paused momentarily, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Shitty, what has happened to you? Why do you seem aged? Jiangli chuckled softly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Aged? In what way? Gu Sheng frowned, responding earnestly. Your heart has aged. Jiangli arched an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Does Xixiang prefer this version of me? Gu Sheng shook his head, a note of resignation and nostalgia in his voice. I do not. I still prefer the playful, optimistic Shitty who always gave me a headache. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's smile widened, his tone softening. I apologize for worrying you. Ji Yusheng stepped forward, patting Jiang Li's shoulder with a mixture of camaraderie and gentle reproach. Enough of these formalities. Come, let us see your disciple. You left without a word, hardly befitting a master. Jiang Li followed Gu Sheng's gaze to a young woman standing within the hall. She was a girl of icy demeanor, her brow marked with serenity and sharpness, her eyes cold yet clear. Upon seeing Jiang Li, she offered a slight bow, her voice crisp yet respectful. Greetings, master. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a satisfied smile, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, good. The young woman straightened, her expression remaining composed, imbued with a maturity beyond her years. Jiang Li's smile reflected a hint of pride as he waved his hand. Go now. Cultivate diligently. I will come to see you once I settle my affairs. The young woman nodded and turned to depart, her figure gradually fading from view. Once she had left, Gu Sheng directed his gaze back to Jiang Li, hesitating as if he wished to speak. What is it, Xixiang? Jiang Li observed him with a sly smile, his tone light, yet tinged with hidden fatigue. Ji Yusheng withdrew his gaze, speaking softly. Shitty, now that you have returned, please dedicate more time to guiding little one. I hope you can shoulder your responsibilities. Xixiang, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Within the cave, the atmosphere was tense as the patriarchs of the Dao Tian sect convened once more, all wearing solemn expressions. Gui Chen sat at the forefront, fixing his gaze on Jiang Li, leading with the first inquiry. Jiang Li, after your 100-year absence, have you made any progress? Jiang Li nodded slightly, his demeanor unfazed. Yes, I have uncovered some clues in the eastern region. Are those clues of use? He interjected, a hint of urgency in his voice. Jiang Li paused briefly, then offered a bittersweet smile. Useful. Yet not entirely so. Everyone fell silent in surprise, and Gui Chen pressed on. What do you intend to do? Jiang Li met Gui Chen's gaze earnestly. I implore you, Shishu, to contact the Heavenly Master Bureau of the Western region, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion of the Southern region, and the Elder of the Su family in the Eastern region. Gui Chen's brow furrowed slightly. What do you wish to contact them for? To divine. The crowd expressed their astonishment, and Gui Chen took a deep breath, nodding. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. In the Daotian secret realm, a disquieting silence permeated the air, evoking a sense of foreboding. Su Yin and Gu Sheng knelt before the nameless gravestone, remaining in that position for an extended period. Su Yin raised his gaze slightly, complexity etched in his expression as he looked toward Gui Chen, softly asking, So, was I fated to be here? Gui Chen did not respond directly, instead speaking as if to himself. Initially, in search of answers, we visited both the Heavenly Master's Bureau and the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Yet we uncovered nothing. Su Yin was taken aback, inquiring softly. And then? Gui Chen continued. In desperation, we signed a sacred contract with them, leaving us with no choice but to allow them to depart. All our hopes ultimately rested upon the elder of the Su family. That year, within the Dao Tian sect's cave, He Yun's expression was as dark as water as he kicked the third elder of the Su family, shouting, What? You cannot divine. If you fail to provide an answer today, I shall end you. Before he finished speaking, a crimson spear had manifested, poised against the third elder's brow. The elder of the Su family maintained a tranquil demeanor, replying calmly, Even if you kill me, I still cannot divine. Cease. Gui Chen's furious shout resounded from the cave's opposite side, his eyes flashing with intensity. Hearing this, He Yin snorted coldly, retracting his spear and stepping back. Noticing Gui Chen's unyielding expression, he reluctantly muttered, I apologize. The elder of the Su family remained unperturbed, nodding gently. No harm done. Jiang Li stepped forward, clasping his hands. Su Daoyu, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. The third elder of the Su family returned the gesture. You flatter me, Jiang Daoyu. Jiang Li spoke earnestly. The Heavenly Master's Bureau excels in divining the past. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion specializes in the present. But only your Su family in the eastern region can predict the future. Would you be willing to assist me in this? The third elder of the Su family regarded him with a profound gaze. Slowly nodding. Since you have asked, I shall do my utmost to assist. What would you like to divine? Jiang Li's expression remained calm as he uttered words that left everyone astounded. Please. Su Daoyu, divine when I shall meet my end. As soon as these words were uttered, the cave fell into an immediate silence, with all eyes fixated upon Jiang Li. Gui Qin's expression darkened as he admonished sternly. Jiang Li, do not act recklessly. The patriarch of the Su family was momentarily taken aback, hesitating before inquiring. Fellow Taoist, are you truly intent on pursuing this matter? Jiang Li nodded, his tone resolute. Yes, let us proceed. Taking a deep breath, the Su patriarch sighed. The future is unpredictable. While there are certain fates, there are also variables that Tianyin method can only deduce the fixed fates, but it cannot pierce the veil of the variables. If there are any discrepancies, I hope you will be forgiving. With that, he produced the Tianyin Dao disc, his hands moving swiftly through intricate gestures, as beams of light shimmered and danced within the cave. Exuding an eerie aura, after a considerable time, the Su patriarch opened his eyes, his countenance grave. The threads of your future are exceedingly chaotic. The extent of change is extraordinary. The other threads bear little significance. But from them, I have deduced your earliest date of demise, that if you continue down this path, you may meet your end in the year of flourishing light. The year of flourishing light? Gui Qin frowned. Murmuring softly, the Su patriarch nodded. What this path entails, I do not know, nor can I ascertain the exact timing of the year of flourishing light. Throughout the southern domain, all sects, large and small, uniformly employ the Dao Tian era, which currently marks the year 4300 of the Eason cycle. Flourishing light may very well refer to the calendar of a mortal dynasty. Jiang Li clasped his hands in gratitude, earnestly stating, Thank you, fellow Taoist. While the answer remains ambiguous, at least I now possess a direction. With those words, he turned and departed once more, his figure gradually fading into the distance, upon his return a century later. No one knew what he had endured in that span. Time had etched its marks upon him, transforming the once spirited youth into a composed middle-aged man of the Tao. This time, he did not linger long. He did not seek out anyone, merely conveying a brief message to Jiang Wan. Focus on your cultivation. There were no further words, no excessive admonitions. He turned once again to leave, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. Vanishing into the mists of the sky. On Dao Tian Peak, the winds howled, recounting a century of vicissitudes, while the new peerless prodigy, Jiang Wan, had already elevated the sect back to the pinnacle of power. As time flowed, Jiang Li's final return came after another 120 years. That year, he brought back a young boy. The story abruptly halted at this juncture. Ji Yusheng's eyes had grown misty, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. His shoulders trembled slightly. I do not know. I truly do not know. Gu Sheng murmured softly, his gaze vacant as he stared at the nameless tombstone before him. He finally comprehended that his junior brother, the one he had once chastised for being frivolous and irresponsible, had borne such a heavy burden alone. Time and again, he had teetered on the brink of danger, subjected to the torment of fate's backlash, yet had never alluded to any of it. Junior brother Ji Yusheng's voice choked as he struggled to speak, trembling with emotion. I am sorry. Truly, I am sorry. Lowering his head, he clenched his fists tightly, the nails embedding into his palms without his notice. Su Yin stood beside him, his face etched with restrained sorrow. He fought to suppress the bitterness in his chest, preventing tears from spilling forth. He understood he could not allow emotions to sway him. He had come here to rescue his senior sister. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a determined gaze upon Gui Qin. Then, Senior, I can save my senior sister, correct? Gui Qin's piercing gaze locked onto Su Yin, his voice cold. Did you see something? Su Yin pressed his lips together, remaining silent for a moment before quietly responding. Yes. Gui Qin's expression grew even more frigid. What did you see? Su Yin, however, turned away, sealing his lips in silence. Gui Qin snorted disdainfully. Suit yourself. His tone was somber, his gaze shifting to the nameless tombstone. A hint of barely perceptible sighing lacing his voice. After Jiang Li brought you back, he suffered immensely from fate's backlash and perished. Before he died, he mentioned that your senior sister is likely not from this world. Perhaps other things accompanied her. Su Yan's fist tightened slightly as he raised his head to inquire. Celestial medicine. Is it? Gui Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Have you seen it? Su Yan shook his head. His expression complex. I cannot be certain. However, in both texts and historical records, I have never encountered any mentions of herbs capable of transforming into human forms. Gui Chen's voice deepened. Where did you see it? In Dali, my homeland in the mortal realm, Su Yan replied, his voice low, as if lost in recollection. But now, it should have been taken away by Yi Lu Yun. Su Yan's gaze grew profound. A chill creeping into his tone. Can consuming that celestial medicine save my senior sister? No, Gui Chen replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Your senior sister has yet to overcome her calamity. Forcibly consuming the celestial medicine would only exacerbate her existing issues. Gui Chen regarded him with a complex expression but chose not to elaborate further. Su Yan took a deep breath, bowed, and spoke with gratitude. With this matter settled, I shall set forth to the eastern domain in search of answers. Gui Chen nodded, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. Dao Tian sect will do its utmost to assist you. Su Yan bowed once more, his voice firm. Thank you. Senior. As Su Yan and Gu Sheng departed, only Gui Chen remained, sitting quietly before the nameless tombstone. The mountain wind swept through, rustling his robes, enveloping him in a profound silence. Suddenly, a faint voice resonated from the void, tinged with confusion and ire. Why did you not tell him? His journey to the eastern domain will be utterly futile. He will gain nothing. Those things were already brought back by Jiang Li over 200 years ago. Gui Chen's expression remained calm, his voice low but tinged with weariness. I burned them. The voice from the void rose sharply, conveying shock and disbelief. You burned them? Gui Chen, do you realize what you've done? Those were the things Jiang Li risked everything to retrieve. How could you burn them? Gui Chen lifted his gaze, weariness and a semblance of relief reflected in his eyes. It was his last request before he died. He said that rather than dying with clarity and despair, it may be kinder to die unaware. The voice in the void faltered, suppressed anger laced through its inquiry. Are you so certain he will die? What if he succeeds? Gui Chen closed his eyes, as if burying all emotions within boundless memories, and softly replied. But Jiang Li is already dead. He died with awareness and despair. The voice fell silent, seemingly on the verge of uttering something more. Yet choked by those words, for a moment, the air was enveloped in silence, with only the mountain wind swirling within the cave, bringing with it an endless sense of emptiness and chill. Gui Chen slowly rose, gazing at the nameless tombstone, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. That he murmured, Su Yan, regardless of whether you ultimately find the answers, I hope you are luckier than he was. The winds whispered lowly, as if in response to something, yet also as if saying nothing at all. Chapter 50. Junior brother, have you wept? At Dao Tian sect, the barrier space shattered with a thunderous crash, and with a resounding bang. Master He Yun was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. His complexion was ashen, utterly disheveled, while Jiang Wan hovered in the air, her expression cold, blood dripping from her fingertips, staining the delicate sword in her grasp. Her gaze was as frigid as frost as she surveyed the crowd, poised to depart into the void. Stand down. A deep, resigned voice resonated as four patriarchs of Dao Tian sect materialized from the void, blocking Jiang Wan's path. They did not strike, but silently obstructed her, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This entire situation had far surpassed their expectations. Who could have anticipated that He Yun would be so utterly defeated? He could not even fend off a junior. The existence of a patriarch had been vanquished by a mere junior. Such an event was simply appalling to recount. The four patriarchs exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of relief. Thankfully, it was not they who faced this debacle. Otherwise, they would likely have lost even the remnants of their dignity, though at this moment, their collective intervention had already diminished their prestige. It was still preferable to He Yun's predicament. They could at least claim to have outnumbered him. On the ground, He Yun gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, his body enveloped in a bone-chilling cold. Every movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, turning his complexion a ghastly shade. Lifting his gaze, he caught sight of a plump figure cowering behind several peak masters in the void, igniting a furious blaze within him. You fat fool, get down here. In the void, The head of Huayun Peak turned pale, reluctantly stepping forward, a forced smile plastered on his face as he bowed to Hiyun. Old ancestor, greetings. Get over here and help me. Hiyun cursed, his face growing increasingly grim. Huayun Peak Master hurriedly trotted over, but before he could assist Hiyun, he was kicked away to the fourth layer of harmonization. How have you trained so poorly? How can you still have the audacity to be a Peak Master? Huayun Peak Master wore a look of grievance, softly defending himself. Old ancestor, I have been the most outstanding disciple of the Huayun lineage in recent years. Outstanding? Hiyun felt as though the sky had fallen at those words to this moment. The air thickened with an eerie silence. The coldness emanating from Jiangwan intensified, her murderous intent palpable. She spoke icily. Get out of my way. Jiang girl, calm yourself. Among the four venerable ancestors, the eldest attempted to dissuade her, yet his tone was laced with a hint of trepidation. However, Jiangwan did not respond, nor did she halt her advance. She raised her hand to summon her spiritual energy, the Su Jin sword radiating with a blinding brilliance, its fierce sword intent soaring towards the heavens. Shao Wanner, do not. A familiar yet complex voice resonated from the void. A name that had not been spoken in years. The figure of Master Yuehua gradually materialized, unable to bear the sight any longer, choosing to appear on the battlefield, her gaze filled with concern and reluctance. Please, do not continue fighting. Yuani. Jiangwan's motion faltered slightly, yet her gaze remained frigid. In the next moment, her resolve solidified once more. Boundless coldness emanated from her, manifesting as tangible ice blades. Beneath her feet, a colossal sword formation began to take shape, profound symbols tracing from her fingertips, an oppressive force enveloping the entire space. Jiang Shiji, cease at once. The several Peak Masters could no longer contain themselves. Emerging from the void, their expressions were one of astonishment. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, they had watched Jiangwan grow up, aware of her formidable prowess, and equally cognizant of the devastating strength of this technique. It was her signature move, capable of annihilating worlds. 11 years prior, she had used this very sword to slay a creature on par with the strength of the Great Ascension, the Infernal Whale. At this moment, should the sword formation be completed, it would signify a battle to the death with the four venerable ancestors. The four ancestors standing in her path felt a sudden chill. Their hair standing on end. We came out too soon. Had we known, we would have stayed away. Just as the sword formation was nearing completion, a deep voice echoed from afar. Senior sister, do not. At this moment, Gu Sheng was racing towards the battlefield with Su Yan. Jiangwan's movements stilled, the coldness abruptly halting. The sword formation beneath her gradually dissipated, and the radiance of the Su Jin sword dimmed. She turned, her gaze landing on the young man she had long been concerned about. He had returned. Step by step, Jiangwan approached Su Yan, her eyes still icy, though not directed at her junior brother. She had envisioned their reunion, believing she would chastise him vehemently and then bind him with the celestial binding rope to bring him back. Yet now, her thoughts had shifted to silent chill radiated from her, enveloping the surroundings, the bone-chilling cold forcing the ancestors and Peak Masters to retreat in succession. They could not comprehend why, despite Su Yan's return, Jiangwan's coldness had become so formidable. Jiangwan stood before Su Yan, looking down at him, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Junior brother. Su Yan lowered his head, his voice somewhat subdued. Senior sister, I am sorry. Jiangwan silently regarded him, reaching out as if to touch his head. But her hand halted midair. The coldness surged with her uncontrollable emotions, threatening to freeze the very heavens and earth. The soft and calm voice broke the silence. Junior brother, you have cried. The scene gradually froze, the air thick with an eerie stillness. Though Jiangwan's voice was calm, its deep timbre pierced through the hearts of all present like a sharp blade. Her tone remained steady, yet everyone could sense the tempest raging beneath. Su Yan paused, lifting his head to meet Jiangwan's gaze. Her eyes were bright and earnest, as if capable of seeing through everything, delving deep into his soul. Jiangwan did not urge him. Merely standing there quietly, awaiting his response. Su Yan slightly turned his head away, tightly shutting his eyes. He gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him, yet tears cascaded down uncontrollably. He desperately told himself to be strong, to feign indifference before his senior sister, determined not to let her worry, no matter how heartbroken he felt. Yet, a single gentle word from her struck him like a dagger, piercing through all the defenses he had erected. He had tried so hard to mask his emotions. He had concealed them well enough, but now, the facade crumbled, and his vulnerability was laid bare. Tears streamed down his face unrestrained. His feelings no longer hidden, like a flood breaching its dam, sweeping away all defenses he had built. Jiangwan remained silent, merely standing by his side, offering her quiet companionship. She lowered her head, tearing a piece from the corner of her sleeve. A patch of fabric untouched by blood. With that soft cloth, she gently wiped away the tears on Su Yan's face. The coldness was silently expanding, the air thickening with frost. The onlookers chose to remain silent. The Peak Masters exchanged glances, then looked towards the venerable ancestors, and finally at the pair of senior and junior siblings. No one spoke, nor did anyone intervene. Su Yan, in tears, and Jiangwan, tenderly wiping away his sorrow, became the sole focus of the scene. After a long while, Su Yan's tears gradually ceased. Jiangwan's hand halted as well, lifting her gaze to speak in a tone that was soft yet resolute, akin to a vow. Junior brother, do not fear, senior sister is here. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's lips trembled slightly, murmuring, senior sister. Jiangwan did not respond, yet the chill in the air intensified. She raised her head. Her profound and frigid gaze fixed ahead, her voice as cold as steel, imbued with a repressed intent to kill. Who has bullied you? She paused, her tone growing increasingly somber, each word freezing to the bone. Tell me, right now, senior sister, no one has bullied me. Please do not act rashly. Su Yan spoke softly, urgency threading through his tone. After venting his emotions, he seemed markedly bettered. He grasped Jiangwan's sleeve tightly, his other hand resting on the Su Jin's sword, attempting to soothe his sister's tumultuous feelings. Jiangwan's gaze fell upon his face, the coldness lessening slightly, but her eyes remained steely, as if awaiting a satisfactory explanation. It was senior brother Guqin who brought me and the sect master to the ancestral grounds to pay respects to our forebears, Su Yan said, his head bowed, his voice husky, seeing the tombs of our ancestors. I could not help but weep. I am sorry, senior sister, for causing you worry. After saying this, he pointed to Gusheng behind him, seemingly attempting to divert the topic. The sect master cried as well. At the mention, Gusheng turned slightly, closing his eyes. I did not. Just then, Master Yuehua descended from the void, landing beside Gusheng. She looked up at him, concern mingled with complexity in her eyes. Master brother, you have cried as well, she said softly, taking his hand and gently wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Ji Yusheng trembled slightly, his gaze drifting. I did not cry. I merely got some sand in my eyes, Master Yuehua sighed, choosing not to press the matter further, instead gripping his wrist gently, her voice soft yet firm. Master brother, come, I will take you away. In the next moment, she turned and soared towards Mingyue Peak, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on their retreating figures. Upon hearing Su Yan's explanation, the chill in Jiangwan's gaze finally dissipated. Replaced by a subtle sense of relief, she lowered her head, observing her tense junior brother, softly saying, well, it is good that you are fine, junior brother. The cold air gradually warmed, the atmosphere regaining a semblance of tranquility. Jiangwan's gaze slowly swept over the venerable ancestors before her, her voice icy. Why did you stop me? The ancestors exchanged glances. One of them solemnly replied, the path of heaven and earth is not to be trifled with. Even we must act with utmost reverence when entering. Another added, his tone somewhat softened. Paying respects to the ancestors is paramount for our sect. Naturally, we cannot allow you to act recklessly. Jiangwan closed her eyes briefly, turning her head away. They are all lying. Her gaze remained frigid, yet she chose not to engage them further. Senior sister Su Yan, seeing her emotions stabilize, gently grasped her sleeve and shook it. What is it? Senior sister, can you dispel the coldness from Master He Yun? Yes, Jiangwan replied with a slight nod. With a flick of her hand, the lingering coldness on He Yun dissipated entirely. He Yun cast Su Yan a knowing glance, and Su Yan blinked slightly, the two exchanging a silent understanding. In the next moment, he tapped the head of the Fire Cloud Peak Master. Take me back. The Fire Cloud Peak Master rubbed his head and then led his ancestor away. Seeing the matter resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangwan turned to her junior brother, her wrist moving as the celestial binding rope flew out, instantly binding their wrists together as she softly said, come, let us return home. All right. Su Yan showed no resistance, quietly acquiescing as the rope wrapped around his wrist. He inched closer, walking alongside his senior sister, though the binding rope connected them. Jiangwan still motioned for her junior brother to hold onto her sleeve. Yet in the next moment, Su Yan gently took her delicate hand. Jiang Wan's body stiffened slightly, glancing down at their clasped hands, yet she ultimately did not pull away, merely slowing her pace to walk beside him. Moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows, and in the tranquil night, the only sound was the gradual fading of their footsteps. Jiang Wan glanced at Su Yan, her tone softening. Does it hurt? It does not. Su Yan replied softly. His gaze fixed ahead, he gently retrieved ointment from his storage ring, beginning to apply it to the wounds still lingering on his senior sister's hand. The silhouettes of two individuals gradually receded into the night. Bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight, they had walked for quite some time, until Su Yan's complexion grew increasingly pale, prompting Jiang Wan to gently withdraw her hand. Although the chill within her had diminished to its utmost, it lingered nonetheless. She glanced down at her palm, her tone imbued with a barely perceptible tenderness. Today, let us leave it at this. After a brief pause, she added, next time, I shall allow you to hold my hand again. Su Yan lifted his gaze to her, replying softly, all right. After a moment of silence, Su Yan suddenly spoke, Senior sister, shall we not return on our swords? Jiang Wan tilted her head, contemplating that I am somewhat lost. Please lead me around. I do not wish to return just yet. Su Yan hesitated, rubbing his forehead, and murmured, Senior sister, truth be told, I am also unfamiliar with the way. The atmosphere fell into a brief stillness, the night breeze carrying a hint of coolness. Is that so? Jiang Wan seemed to ponder earnestly for a moment, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Then let us return to the Dao Peak. Just as she prepared to turn, Su Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. Senior sister, I actually know the way to Fire Cloud Peak. We could sneak up and catch a spirit chicken. I shall prepare you a beggar's chicken tonight. Indeed, with my junior brother. And perhaps we could have a feast. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled as she gently brushed aside Su Yan's disheveled hair. Very well, let us go together. I in the night breeze, Jiang Wan's simple garments fluttered, hinting at a sense of anticipation and lightness. And Su Yan's steps quickened slightly as they moved towards Fire Cloud Peak, the back mountain of Fire Cloud Peak. The night was deep and the spiritual energy palpable. Su Yan observed Jiang Wan, who was diligently engaged in her task, hesitating for a few seconds before finally speaking. Senior sister, this should suffice, right? If we continue, there may be no chickens left at Fire Cloud Peak. Before him stood a neat row of spirit chickens, numbering in the thousands, trembling under Jiang Wan's imposing presence, unable to move, not even capable of uttering a single cluck. Jiang Wan glanced at him. Her tone indifferent, not enough. With that, her consciousness surged like a tide across the back mountain, occasionally gesturing as strands of spiritual energy ensnared several spirit chickens hiding in the corners, bringing them securely to the ground to join this growing assembly. Jiang Wan was fully engrossed, her expression focused, while Su Yan stood idly by, observing the army of spirit chickens. With a slight smile, he declared, listen to my command. Once my senior sister is in a good mood, I shall let you go. Jiang Wan quietly listened to her junior brother conversing with the flock, casting a glance back at him, finding his behavior childish. However, with the pressure slightly eased, the chickens, despite their inability to vocalize, were still too afraid to move. All right, Su Yan repeated 3 times. Now, extend your left wings and wave them forward. A flash of golden light darted from the depths of the back mountain, revealing a spirit chicken with a colorful tail. The gazes of the two locked onto the chicken, the air thickening with tension. Moments later, the spirit chicken averted its gaze, and, as if unleashing a small universe, it bolted away at an astonishing speed. Its feathers trembling in the wind. Su Yan's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, Senior sister, it's the Chicken King. Quick, catch it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's expression sharpened. In the next instant, a wave of cold swept through the air, seemingly freezing it. A streak of icy light dashed forth, its speed dazzling. In almost an instant, the fleeing Chicken King was overtaken by the chill, before it could emit a complete cry of despair. It was ensnared by the cold spiritual energy and delivered firmly into Su Yan's hands. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as he cradled the Chicken King, gazing at it as if it were a rare treasure, the finest ingredient. The Chicken King seemed to sense the intense gaze directed at it, its feathers bristling in alarm. It struggled desperately, attempting to emit a cluck of protest, but under Jiang Wan's oppressive aura, it could not even make a sound. It turned its gaze towards the back mountain, its eyes filled with despair. The army of spirit chickens remained eerily silent, dutifully following Su Yan's commands, who was visibly pleased. Senior sister, let us forget about the spirit cranes. Su Yan, noticing Jiang Wan's eyes fixated on a crane among the mountains, hurriedly reached out to stop her. Jiangwan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased by his interruption, just as she was about to summon her spiritual energy. The plain heart sword unexpectedly appeared in Su Yan's hand, lightly tapping her forehead. Senior sister, that is not permissible. The spirit cranes are the messengers of our Daotian sect. We cannot capture them. Jiangwan paused her motion, a hint of bewilderment crossing her features as she regarded her junior brother, before the realization dawned on her. Junior brother, you are taking advantage of me. Su Yan remained unfazed, gently blinking his eyes and producing a piece of candy from nowhere, offering it to her. Senior sister, have some candy. Jiangwan shot him a fierce glare, her eyes reflecting a hint of defiance, yet she leaned forward slightly and took a bite of the candy. The sweetness melted on her palate, and she huffed softly, a touch petulantly. Not enough. Su Yan's gaze remained serene as he replied warmly. When we return, I shall let senior sister have her way. That is more like it. Now, regarding a few queries, allow me to elucidate certain matters from the latest chapters. Recently, some have remarked that the senior sister's demeanor towards those other than the protagonist is excessively cold. Perhaps my narrative skills have faltered slightly, leading to this misinterpretation, but my intention was never to convey such a sentiment. To clarify, regarding the matter of the calamity, it is a top-secret event within the Daotian sect, known only to the founding elders present at that time in Jiangli. The diviners from the three families are aware as well, but they are bound by a sacred contract to silence. Even the sect master is oblivious to this. The senior sister is entirely unaware, and it is imperative that she remains so. She does not know the Master Hiyun, and the earlier statement about Master Hiyun protecting her means that at that time, the founding elders were divided into two factions, the Abandoned Immortals and the Preserve Immortals. Gu Chen initially belonged to the Abandoned Immortals, believing that the calamity could not be resolved. He had advised Jiang Li to take on another disciple to preserve the Taoist legacy. In contrast, Master Hiyun stood firmly with Jiang Li's faction, the Preserve Immortals. Thus, when the Su family's three ancestors claimed they could not discern anything, he became particularly agitated. Master Hiyun criticized them as a bunch of hypocrites, targeting the indecisiveness of the Daotian sect's elders during critical choices, contrasting sharply with his own resolute stance. Later, when the senior sister sensed something amiss and sought Su Yan, she was confronted by Master Hiyun. As he was the only one who could do so, he was the most eager for Jiangwan to break the calamity, hence he would not permit her to disrupt their plans. The Daotian sect's elders were not united. Few truly supported Jiang Li. If the senior sister were to go after Su Yan at that moment, their years of planning would nearly be undone. Thus, as an extremist, Master Hiyun chose the most radical approach, to confine Jiangwan until Gu Chen and Su Yan completed their tasks. However, he grossly underestimated Jiangwan's combat prowess and ultimately fell to her. Furthermore, Su Yan's spiritual food is an excellent tonic, which Jiangwan had consumed for 12 years. Yet, due to her high cultivation level, its effects were not prominently displayed. The senior sister is not cold-hearted. She genuinely does not know Master Hiyun and is unaware of the efforts he has made behind the scenes. In truth, she is quite intelligent and keenly sensed that her junior brother might be in danger. The reality is, he indeed faced peril, but it was Su Yan's own choice. With her junior brother's prolonged absence, she felt a twinge of unease and chose to seek him out, only to be obstructed from leaving. At this point, she understood that her junior brother was in trouble, for she herself had been intercepted. The essence I wish to convey is her deep concern for her junior brother's safety, her singular focus on finding him swiftly. Thus, when the four elders blocked her, her patience reached its limit, for she knew her junior brother was truly in trouble if she did not unleash her full power. She would be unable to breach the defenses of the four elders. The senior sister's combat strength has its limits. She cannot contend with all four elders simultaneously. To save her junior brother, she must resort to her ultimate move. Regarding her disregard for Yue, it is not neglect. Initially, she was indeed moved. However, her junior brother's safety was her paramount concern, and she could not abandon her efforts to rescue him simply because Yue requested her to cease. Additionally, concerning her ultimate move, I have depicted it as specifically targeting the four elders. She had previously used it against the Ming whale, and it is not a widespread attack but rather a single-point high-damage strike, meaning it would not harm the surrounding peak masters. Moreover, the moment the senior sister exhibited intent to kill, I described her gaze directed forward, intentionally avoiding the crowd. This murderous intent was aimed at the one who harmed Su Yan, the one who bullied him. In reality, this individual does not exist, and no one has harmed Su Yan. Lastly, Jiangwan's character is shaped by her solitude as a disciple of the Tao ancestor. She is the sole representative of her lineage on the peak. In her past years, apart from her excursions, she rarely left the Dao Peak. She enjoys sitting quietly beneath the old locust tree, and her admission of being lost is genuinely true. For 300 years. Jiangli sought answers elsewhere, neglecting her. She spent the past 300 years in solitude at the Dao Peak, and her past years have been marked by loneliness. She harbors no emotional ties with the other peak masters. Rather, it is her domain of chilly solitude that keeps all at bay, amplifying her isolation. One undeniable truth is that Jiang Wan is, in my eyes, a formidable heroine. She possesses the courage to embrace solitude while simultaneously welcoming the light. Yet, there exists one exception, the sect leader. For the past 3 centuries, Gu Xing has shouldered the responsibilities of Jiang Li, guiding Jiang Wan in her cultivation and providing her with resources. Thus, Wuxing Peak remains the sole direction Jiang Wan is aware of. However, I have deliberately sent the sect leader away, allowing him to join Su Yin in uncovering the past incident. In the absence of the sect leader, Jiang Wan can truly let loose. Her senior sister has always maintained a cold demeanor, rebuffing anyone who approaches. Yet, beneath this frosty exterior lies a warmth that gradually thawed, thanks to a junior brother who treats her with unconditional kindness. At this juncture, she has spent 12 years inseparable from her junior brother, making his protection her utmost priority. Chapter 52. The Swing in the Grand Hall of Huayan Peak. Yunduan occupies the central seat, the atmosphere thick with oppressive tension. A row of elders stands below, while the master of Huayan Peak stands respectfully at the forefront, though unable to mask his unease. Yun casts a cold gaze over the assembly, his voice low yet laden with authority. I have merely retreated to the background, not departed from this world. Now, tell me, why is it that none of you have reached the great ascension stage? As his words hang in the air, the hall descends into a profound silence. The gathered individuals rendered mute. The master of Huayan Peak can no longer contain himself. Ancestor, it's not that they're isnt one. Including yourself, isnt they're just one. The moment those words escape him, the elders below tremble, disbelief mingling with a hint of admiration. Truly, the peak master has a way with words. Yun's expression darkens suddenly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raises his thumb in mock praise, saying, "You are indeed clever." Before the words have fully left his lips, he rises and delivers a sharp kick to the master of Huayan Peak, the motion swift and decisive. The master stumbles back, yet dares not voice a complaint. Starting tomorrow, you shall go to the back mountain to raise chickens. Observe how they strive harder than you. The master of Huayan Peak clutches his leg, a look of resignation on his face. Very well, I shall tend to the chickens. However, Yun's fury remains unabated. His gaze sweeps across the others in the hall, his tone chilling. And you lot. Some of the more senior elders have already shielded the younger ones with their own bodies, standing protectively behind them. 3,000 years. If, within this span, Huayan Peak does not produce a single great ascension master, you all shall join me in the back mountain to raise chickens for a full century. Yun's voice booms like thunder, striking fear into the hearts of those present, their faces paling, not daring to breathe. Yet, in that moment, the master of Huayan Peak envisions a scene of the elders squatting down to feed chickens, and a flicker of anticipation stirs within him. I wouldn't mind seeing that. All right, I declare you all to be a qualified chicken guard army, having successfully passed the test from me and my senior sister. This time, I shall spare you. Su Yin raises an eyebrow at his senior sister, presenting her with a rudimentary wooden token he has crafted. Jiang Wan gazes at the token, unable to suppress the urge to thump her junior brother on the head. Yet, upon seeing his expectant expression, her heart softens. What can she do? After all, he is her junior brother, deserving of her affection. Very well, just this once, and let it be the last. She sighs helplessly, raising the token gently to reveal the marked approval side. Nodding slightly to the assembled chicken guard army standing in formation before her, she declares, "You have passed." Su Yin gently knocks out the chicken king, stashing it in his storage ring before quietly leaning towards his senior sister, whispering in her ear, "Senior sister, when the chickens start to crow, you must grab my hand and run. Oh, understood." Jiang Wan, curious about her junior brother's intentions, watches as he extends his left hand, performing a familiar gesture. Chicken guard army, now form up and crow. In an instant, a cacophony of clucking erupts, resounding like a tidal wave, filling the air. The cries of the chicken guard army echo throughout the back mountain. Simultaneously, Jiang Wan dispels the barrier and steps into the air, the binding ropes propelling Su Yin forward. The two of them surge forth like a flash of cold light, swiftly traversing the back mountain until they vanish into the distance. The tranquility of the forest is shattered in an instant. leaving only the reverberating clucks and their receding figures behind. The clamor of the chicken guard army carries all the way to the grand hall of Huiyun Peak. For a moment, silence envelopes the hall. Go and see what is happening. Why are the chickens crowing at this late hour? Huiyun instructs the master of Huiyun Peak. As the master departs, Huiyun's voice of reprimand fills the hall once more. At this moment, the master of Huiyun Peak is reluctant to return, thinking it best to wait until the ancestor has left. With this in mind, he strolls leisurely towards the back mountain, his steps dragging. Attempting to prolong his absence. As he ambles along, he witnesses one of the most bewildering spectacles of his life. Thousands of spirit chickens are lined up in a perfectly organized formation, facing him as one. Their uniformity and resolute gazes suggest a desire to join a sect. The master of Huiyun Peak blinks, suspecting he has wandered into an illusion. The next moment, they all extend their left wings, waving them at him. Huiyun. At this moment, confusion stirs within him. Is this really Huiyun Peak? No. Who has transformed my spirit chickens into this? After much effort, he manages to disperse the chickens. Yet, he cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. An ineffable sense of loss. Shaking his head, he decides to push the thought aside. Senior sister, this chicken king is a prime ingredient. You rest for a moment while I prepare beggaress chicken. I'll call you when it's ready. With that, he retrieves a rocking chair and places it before his senior sister. Jiangwan glances at the rocking chair, shaking her head slightly. I want to sit on that. She gestures towards the swing in front of Su Yan's wooden cottage. These swings were constructed during Su Yan's first month in the sect, and they have endured 12 years of the elements since then. Jiangwan walks slowly to the swing, looking at Su Yan before pointing to it. Junior brother, it's too high. I can't get up. Su Yan approaches her side, his brows slightly raised as he advises. Senior sister, remember to temper your chill. Jiangwan nods gently, a smile gracing her features. All right. The two stand beneath the swing. Su Yan estimates the distance before winking at her, his tone gentle. Senior sister, close your eyes. Even if I close my eyes, you mustn't bully me. Jiangwan playfully warns. I would never. In the next moment, Su Yan steadies his hands on her slender waist, lifting her high above his head with ease. He then gently places her onto the swing, which bears the character 1. However, at the instant he releases her, Jiangwan deftly leaps off the swing, pointing to another swing engraved with the character yen. I want to sit on that one. Su Yan, momentarily taken aback, grins even wider. Shall we do it again? Jiangwan nods, responding softly. Close your eyes, Su Yan gently instructs, his eyes filled with seriousness. Got it. Jiangwan pretends to pout but complies, closing her eyes once more. In the next moment, Su Yan carefully lifts her again, raising her high above his head, his movements even more cautious this time. He gently places her onto the swing marked with the character yen. Using a small spell, a gentle breeze wafts through, carrying a refreshing chill in the air. Jiangwan sits quietly on the swing, swaying gently with the caress of the wind. The feeling of tranquil time is truly delightful. I wish it could last forever. Chapter 53. Bitter, sweet. Senior sister, be good. I'll come call you once the beggaress chicken is done. Understood. Jiangwan lazily replies, her gaze lingering on the gentle sway of the swing, exuding an air of leisure and serenity. Su Yan smiles faintly, turning to enter the kitchen, beginning to prepare dinner. This chicken king must surely be delightful. His senior sister will undoubtedly enjoy it. He murmurs softly, anticipation lacing his voice. This moment, the moon begins to rise, casting a silvery glow across the courtyard. Yet, the kitchen remains dim, Su Yan showing no inclination to light a lamp. With his current cultivation, night and day hold no distinction. Amidst the darkness, he moves with ease. Suddenly, a glacial blue spiritual energy quietly gathers outside the window, transforming into a translucent ice lotus. The ice lotus radiates a soft glow, illuminating the kitchen in a dreamlike manner. Su Yan pauses, looking up at the dazzling ice lotus, a gentle smile gracing his features. He cannot help but glance back outside, where Jiangwan remains seated on the swing. Swaying gently in the wind, her figure bathed in moonlight, resembling a painting. Senior sister, he whispers softly, then turns back to focus on preparing dinner. The token belonging to his senior sister glows faintly, and Su Yan reaches out to take it, revealing a brief message inscribed upon it. Gu Xing. Su Shiji, remember to come collect the spirit stones at the end of the month. Su Yan. All right. He gazed at the sparse words for a moment of silence before gently stowing the token away. Is there still half a month left? He murmured softly, his tone somewhat ethereal. Then, shaking his head, he buried that complex emotion deep within his heart. It's fine, this is enough, casting aside the distractions swirling in his mind. Su Yan refocused on the beggar's chicken before him. His movements were deft, yet a tinge of heaviness lingered in his expression. The final half-month. He silently contemplated, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Yes, just spending time with my senior sister is enough. Cultivation, spirit stones, they no longer hold any significance. If I'm not descending the mountain, I shall remain on Windafing. Here, it is just the two of us. Though his voice was soft, it seemed to bear the weight of a profound determination. Suddenly, a tear slipped down his cheek, falling from the corner of his eye. He paused, gently wiping it away with his fingertip. Then tasted it. Bitter, he whispered, his voice almost inaudible. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of candy from his storage bag, placing it in his mouth and savoring the sweetness that spread across his tongue. The candy was sweet. The fire crackled, and moonlight poured through the window, illuminating his countenance with a soft glow. He lowered his head, continuing to prepare the dish, as all sorrow melted away in the sweetness of the candy, leaving only focus and warmth. By the late hours of the night, the beggar's chicken was finally complete. Su Yin looked at the golden, glistening roast chicken before him and frowned slightly. This is not convenient for my senior sister to eat, he murmured to himself before taking out his knife and meticulously carving the chicken into bite-sized pieces. The bones were meticulously extracted, and the head and tail were removed. Moments later, the entire chicken was neatly arranged into evenly sized morsels. This will do. Su Yin looked at his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. He brought the sliced chicken to the dining table and glanced toward the nearby swing. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Wan's figure appeared dreamlike. The swing swaying gently, reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Senior sister, it's time to eat. Su Yin set down his bowl and chopsticks, calling out to her softly. The figure on the swing paused for a moment before gracefully leaping down. Coming, Jiang Wan replied, her voice laced with a hint of languor. The two sat at the dining table, momentarily speechless. Su Yin gently picked up a few pieces of chicken and placed them in Jiang Wan's bowl. Senior sister, you should eat more. Jiang Wan looked at the chicken in her bowl, yet did not move her chopsticks, her tone slightly stubborn. No, Su Yin was taken aback, lifting his gaze to her, confusion and unease flickering in his eyes. Senior sister, is it that my cooking does not suit your taste this time? Jiang Wan, observing her junior brother's dazed expression, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Junior brother, how foolish, she lightly chided. She poked at the chicken in her bowl with her chopsticks. If I eat more, one tea you get less, that one tea do. Upon hearing this, Su Yin froze for a moment, his brows lifting in amusement. Indeed, his senior sister was forever the most adorable, for a moment. The night was clear, and the moonlight gentle. After some thought, Su Yin changed his approach, softening his tone. Senior sister, I can't eat so much. Could you help me share a bit, please? Jiang Wan was slightly taken aback, then rolled her eyes at him in resignation. Fine. She picked up her chopsticks, delicately lifting a piece of chicken, but instead of placing it in her own bowl, she held it up to Su Yin. Here, junior brother, eat this. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, looking at the chicken held so close, then at her slender, fair hand. Senior sister, those are your chopsticks. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow. What, are you disgusted? Su Yin immediately shook his head. No, not at all. With that, he obediently opened his mouth, taking a bite. The chicken was tender and juicy. He chewed a few times, nodding to himself in approval. It's indeed easier to eat once it's deboned. Jiang Wan watched him savoring the meal and couldn't help but ask, is it delicious? Delicious. Su Yin nodded vigorously, answering without hesitation. Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Then tell me, is it better when you serve yourself, or when I serve you? Su Yin paused for a moment, his tone earnest. Of course, it's better when you serve me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's smile deepened. She gently leaned closer, lifting another piece of chicken from her bowl and presenting it to him with a tone that brooked no refusal. Junior brother, open your mouth. This time, Su Yin did not hesitate. He obediently opened his mouth and took a bite, just as Jiang Wan was about to serve him again. Su Yin, quick as a flash, seized a piece of chicken and offered it to her. Senior sister, you should eat too. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced her lips. She gazed at the piece of meat held to her lips but hesitated to take it. She neither reached for her chopsticks nor accepted it, instead fixing her bright eyes upon Su Yin with a calm expression that implied it was only natural. After a moment, she slowly parted her lips. Waiting silently, Su Yin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, his tone tinged with exasperation. Senior sister, how old are you now? Jiang Wan shot him a sharp look. What does my age have to do with you? Hurry up. All right. I'll do as you say. Su Yin fed her in a manner akin to nurturing a child. Only then did Jiang Wan, satisfied, take a gentle bite, savoring it and allowing her brows to relax. Thus, for the remainder of the evening, The two exchanged bites in a charming display of mutual feeding. By the time the last piece of chicken was shared, the plates and bowls lay empty. Su Yin surveyed the table's aftermath, a smile gracing his lips. Achievement unlocked. Successfully fed senior sister. The horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, the morning glow casting a gentle hue as it spread across the sky. Atop the mountain peak, Jiangwan and Su Yin sat side by side. She declared she would accompany her junior brother to watch the sunrise. Chapter 54. My senior sister is the best in the world. The horizon gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, the morning glow casting a gentle hue as it spread across the sky. At that moment, beside Su Yin, a delicate hand stealthily reached over. Its movements awkward yet endearing. Here, do you want to hold hands? Yes, Su Yin answered without hesitation, his voice betraying an unmistakable joy. Jiangwan shot him an exasperated glance, feigning indifference. If you can't handle it later, remember to tell me. I want to say. Hearing this, Jiangwan frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction tugging at her lips. Then I want to hold your hand. Just as she finished speaking, she pretended to withdraw her hand. However, Su Yin was quick-witted, grasping her hand firmly, not allowing her to pull away. Jiangwan struggled a few times, but her junior brother's grip was too strong, leaving her no choice but to relent. With her head down, she huffed softly. Fine, do as you wish. At this moment, the crimson clouds in the sky grew ever more vibrant, and the sun slowly peeked over the horizon, enveloping the earth in a veil as light as gossamer, rendering the mountaintop dreamlike. Jiangwan's gaze followed the rising sun, quietly observing the distant scenery, her expression soft and serene as if she were a painting. Su Yin, however, did not gaze at the sunrise. His eyes remained fixed on Jiangwan's profile, which was his true scenery. Jiangwan seemed to sense this, turning her head to glance at him, her eyes twinkling with a smile, watching the sunrise. Your senior sister is right here. When can't you look? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze lowering, a heavy sigh passing through his heart. Can I look whenever? But I have no time left. He fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Just then, a gentle touch on his hand pulled him from his chaotic thoughts. It was his senior sister's hand softly squeezing his palm, drawing him back to the present. Jiangwan observed him, a hint of discontent in her gaze. What are you daydreaming about? Su Yin scratched his head, replying softly. I was just thinking. What were you thinking about? Tell me. She turned slightly, fixing her earnest gaze on him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Does senior sister want to know? Yes, I do. Jiangwan nodded eagerly, her face alight with curiosity. Su Yin leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper as if afraid the mountain winds would carry it away. I was thinking that you and we are the best in the world. Jiangwan was momentarily stunned, then a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling. Then you and we are the best in the world. Su Yin beamed at his senior sister's radiant smile, a wave of warmth washing over him. He gently squeezed her hand, murmuring, Senior sister, for the next half-month, I don't want to cultivate. I'll focus on that later, all right? Jiangwan lifted her gaze to him, momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. Okay, I'll accompany you. Su Yin's eyes were deep yet gentle, inadvertently revealing a sincere warmth. Senior sister, let us stay on Windafing. I've learned all the dishes from the Celestial Cookbook, and you can just order from the recipe later. I also know how to make dishes outside the cookbook. So whatever you fancy, I'll prepare it. If we lack any ingredients, we can have the Celestial Crane fetch them for us. How about we go to Huiyin Peak and rent a Celestial Crane to bring back? Su Yin pondered for a moment before lifting his head, his tone filled with anticipation. Senior sister, I want to see snow. When the time comes, could you use your spiritual energy to summon a snowfall? He continued, and I want to brew tea for you again. You said you find Qianyuan Shangqing tea too bitter, right? Actually, I can also brew Yingshu at Chun, which is sweet. I'm sure you'll love it. Su Yin spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his tone steady, yet unable to conceal the joy that seeped through his words. A glimmer flickered in his eyes, a rare opportunity to articulate the thoughts he had long harbored. As for Go, I have an array of formations yet to unveil before you. If I were to reveal them all, you would undoubtedly be unable to best me. Oh, by the way, I also know how to play Wei Qi. Though I hesitate to teach you, for once I do, I fear I shall never win against you again. Seeing him speak increasingly animatedly, Jiangwan extended her delicate hand, gently pressing it against Su Yin's lips. Her tone tinged with playful reproach. Speak of one matter at a time. If you say too much, senior sister won't be able to remember. After a brief pause, she softly added, moreover, not just now, but at any moment in the future, senior sister will always be by your side. So you cannot leave me. Su Yin raised his head, replying earnestly, I do not wish to leave senior sister either. No. Jiang Wan slightly furrowed her brow, intensifying her tone. It is not merely a matter of desire. It is a matter of impossibility. Understand this well. It is impossible. Su Yin nodded seriously. Understood. I cannot leave senior sister. Jiang Wan, satisfied, nodded in agreement, a hint of mischief dancing in her smile as she added. Also, I do not care for tea. I only wish to drink the juice you make. Of course, if junior brother enjoys tea, I shall reluctantly learn the art of tea making, and we can drink tea together. Then Su Yin momentarily paused, then lowered his head with a soft chuckle, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. His fingers unconsciously grazed the table, his tone tender. I too do not favor tea. I prefer to drink juice with senior sister, so today, we shall have juice. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with an undeniable certainty and warmth. His gaze remained fixed on her, imbued with a trace of mirth. As long as he was with senior sister, everything felt right. Jiang Wan tilted her head, a glint of playfulness in her eyes. I've changed my mind. I now enjoy tea. So today we shall have tea, and tomorrow we will have juice. After a moment, she continued, let me taste that Ingshua-chun of yours. Senior sister, this tea is meant to be savored amidst a snowy landscape for it to truly capture its essence. Very well. Jiang Wan shot a glance at her junior brother's slightly pale complexion, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes, yet she feigned nonchalance as she withdrew her hand. Allow me to create the snow first, and then I shall lead you through it. All right. In an instant. A bone-chilling cold emanated from Jiang Wan, freezing everything in its path. However, this chill deliberately avoided the young man beside her, sparing him any harm. Moments later, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the sky above Wendafing, falling like feathers. Gradually, the snowfall intensified, and thick flakes swirled freely across the heavens and earth. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Wendafing was blanketed in a thick layer of white snow, transformed into a realm of silvery elegance. Junior brother, is this sufficient? Senior sister, it is enough. You may lessen the snowfall now. Very well. Jiang Wan nodded lightly, waving her hand, causing the heavy snowfall to transform into fine, delicate flakes, swirling dreamily through the air. How wondrous it is that the snowy landscape of Wendafing could be so breathtaking. Chapter 55. The embodiment of love. The two stood in quiet admiration of the snow for a while until Su Yin retrieved his tea kettle from his storage ring. He seldom brewed tea, as senior sister did not enjoy it. Thus he rarely employed his tea set. Only when the sect leader visited Wendafing to check on his cultivation progress did he brew a cup of Qianyuan Shangqing tea to offer. Su Yin could tell that the sect leader genuinely relished the tea he crafted, though the leader always feigned indifference, as if it were of little consequence. Consequently, whenever the sect leader visited Wendafing, Su Yin would prepare a cup of Qianyuan Shangqing tea. It must be said that, as a practitioner of the top-tier culinary cultivation technique, Su Yin's skills were indeed impeccable, garnering universal admiration. Although the sect leader never openly acknowledged it, he secretly bestowed upon Su Yin numerous premium spirit stones, all of which Su Yin dutifully deposited into the little treasury shared by the disciples of the 33rd generation of Wendafing. Returning to the present, Su Yin took out the remaining Ingshua-chun tea leaves, turning his gaze to senior sister, his tone earnest. Senior sister, please gather a few snowflakes for me. I shall prepare Ingshua-chun for you. Is this enough? Jiang Wan approached, cradling the snowflakes. Su Yin glanced down, nodding with a smile. Just right. He continued with his task, not lifting his head, saying, Senior sister, please wait a moment. Brewing tea requires some time. However, Jiang Wan simply moved to sit beside him, as if it were only natural. No problem. I shall wait right here for you. Having said that, she casually pulled out a storage bag and placed it before Su Yin. Here. Use this. If it's insufficient, let me know. Su Yin looked up, momentarily taken aback, and quickly replied, Senior sister, I have plenty of spirit stones. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, interrupting him with a hint of irritation. Take it and be grateful. Whether you have many spirit stones or not is of no concern to me. You need not report to me. Su Yin scratched his head, both helpless and amused, thinking to himself that it was indeed relevant, as it pertained to the shared property of all disciples at Wendafing, of which senior sister was entitled to her share. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan's lips curled into a smile, looking at him with a teasing expression. Oh, is that so? Then junior brother, you must work hard. After all, you are currently the least accomplished disciple among us at Wendafing. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, casting her a pained glance. Jiang Wan chuckled softly, her eyes filled with affection. But do not fret too much. After all, You have the most accomplished senior sister looking after you. Rest assured, I am here for you. Yes, I understand. I will strive to improve. Su Yin nodded earnestly, though he couldn't help but pout. Striving aside, he was still at the bottom. Putting such thoughts aside, Su Yin focused on brewing tea for his senior sister. He took out 3 premium spirit stones, gently crushing them until they transformed into powder, the rich spiritual energy gradually melting into the tea. Above, the clouds drifted leisurely, and a solitary cry of a wild crane echoed from afar. Before long, the water reached a boil, and the aroma of tea spread through the frigid air. Su Yin lifted the teapot, carefully pouring the tea into a specially crafted silver-white jade cup, which he then presented to senior sister. A hint of pride lacing his voice. Senior sister, it's ready. I made you Yingxue-chun, a premium spirit tea. Do give it a taste. Jiangwan accepted the teacup, lowering her head to savor a sip. The tea was fragrant and sweet, warming her like spring. Senior sister, is it to your liking? Su Yin looked at her with anticipation. Jiangwan lifted her gaze, a smile playing on her lips, and nodded slowly. It's delicious. Sweet. Yes, senior sister enjoys sweet tea, so I added a touch of sugar to the original blend. Jiangwan glanced at him, suddenly filling her cup again and gently offering it to him. Junior brother. Let us drink together. Su Yin was momentarily stunned, but soon broke into a smile, without hesitation parting his lips to sip from the cup she offered. The tea, sweet and refreshing, felt like the winter snow melting away. The warmth of spring coursing through him. He gently smacked his lips, smiling as he said, sweet. This flavor embodies not only the sweetness of the tea, but also the sweetness of senior sister. After finishing the tea, Su Yin took out senior sister's token, channeling his spiritual energy to contact the sect leader. Su Yin, is the sect leader available? Gu Sheng. Yes, what is it? Su Yin, could you assist me in contacting the master of Huoyun Peak? I wish to rent a celestial crane from Huoyun Peak. The fee can be deducted from my monthly stipend. Gu Sheng. Just a moment. Setting down the token, Su Yin turned to Jiangwan beside him. His tone softening. Senior sister, may I rest my head on your shoulder for a while? Jiangwan raised an eyebrow at him. Leaning on me? Won't the cold hurt you? Not at all. It's pleasantly cool, quite comfortable, and not painful at all. You're just being stubborn. Jiangwan shot him a sidelong glance, then slightly turned, adding, just for a moment. Any longer won't be permitted. Su Yin contentedly leaned against senior sister's shoulder, his eyes gazing at the snowy scene outside, his demeanor relaxed and at ease. Meanwhile, Jiangwan leisurely sipped the remaining Yingxue-chun, occasionally pouring a cup and bringing it to her junior brother's lips. At that moment, love had taken on a tangible form. Suddenly, she raised her hand, her delicate fingers playfully flicking Su Yin's forehead. Hey, aren't you getting up? How long do you plan to lean like this? Su Yin lifted his head, a casual smile gracing his lips, his tone languid. For a lifetime. Oh, a lifetime? Then today is out of the question. As for tomorrow, Jiangwan paused, her eyes glinting mischievously, the corners of her mouth curling into a playful smile. I shall consider it. As they chatted, the distant sky resonated with the cries of cranes. Before long, 2 celestial cranes descended from the clouds, landing beside them. Upon seeing Su Yin, the crane's eyes brightened, rushing eagerly toward him. Su Yin raised his hand, gently stroking the heads of the cranes, retrieving 2 tokens from around their necks. Upon seeing them, he paused in surprise, as the tokens bore inscriptions. Here, this is a gift for you, crane, and here. Actually, this one is also a gift for you. Cloud. Su Yin couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. So, Master Heian enjoys a bit of humor too. It seems that age truly brings wisdom, though it also renders one endearingly whimsical. He spoke with a hint of awe and a touch of bashfulness. However, given how kind the master is, it seems I can no longer pilfer from Huoyun Peak in the future. Well, before I resort to stealing, I could first invite Master Heian and the master of Huoyun Peak for a cup of tea. Next time, I shall prepare roasted chicken for my senior sister. He waved away the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and his gaze settled upon the 2 cranes nestled closely together before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he couldn't resist teasing. Oh, you 2 are quite the pair, aren't you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the cranes nodded vigorously, proudly spreading its wings as if to show off. The other, however, gently tucked its head beneath its partner's wing, exuding an air of affection. Oh dear, flaunting your love in front of me, how distasteful. Su Yin chuckled, though a hint of playful sarcasm tinged his tone. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes flitted between the 2 cranes, and he clapped his hands lightly. All right then, since it is so, I shall name you. He pointed at the proud crane with outstretched wings. Chuckling, you shall be called Shao Qi. Then he turned to the quiet, snuggling one. And you shall be Shao Ba. Xiaoqi, take your beloved on an outing. You need not assist us for the time being. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi nodded fervently, while Xiaoba playfully pecked at its partner. The two cranes then extended their left wings simultaneously, waving goodbye to Su Yin, as if to say, farewell, in an instant. They soared into the sky, circling gracefully above the windafing, their feathers dancing in the air. In the snowy backdrop. They flew side by side, gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 56, Romance Progress at 99. Senior Sister. Would you play chess with me? Su Yin gently shook his senior sister's arm. All right, she replied, reaching out to tidy the chessboard. Her gaze fell upon the neatly arranged pieces, her brows arching slightly, a teasing lilt in her voice. Oh, will my chariot not break today? Su Yin chuckled at her words, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. Regardless, I am bound to lose in the end. If you let me win even one piece. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing for me? Jiang Wan raised her eyes to him, a faint smile playing at her lips. Junior brother, not necessarily. You should have confidence in yourself. In the future, you may surpass your senior sister. Such words might charm a child, but they were rather ineffective when soothing Su Yin. All right, senior sister, let us begin. I take the first move. Su Yin ceased his chatter, his focus now entirely on the chessboard. He slowly advanced the second pawn, then moved a knight. The two engaged in a battle of wits and strategy, the game reaching a stalemate. As time passed, they finally arrived at the climactic moment. Su Yin made his final move and lifted his gaze to Jiang Wan. Senior sister, you have lost. Jiang Wan nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Junior brother, you were quite impressive this time. Su Yin scrutinized her expression for a moment. His brows slightly raised. Senior sister, did you perhaps let me win? Not at all. Jiang Wan feigned innocence, blinking her eyes, her demeanor appearing earnest and natural. How could I possibly lose to you? Su Yin regarded her with skepticism. Clearly unconvinced, Jiang Wan smiled softly, her gaze softening. Well, that is for you to guess. Guess. I doubt I could figure it out. In truth, it is evident that senior sister let me win. Su Yin chose not to pursue the matter further and shifted the conversation. Inquiring, senior sister, what would you like to eat today? Coriander egg pancake and sesame walnut porridge. Very well. Su Yin replied, raising his voice to call out. Xiaoqi, Xiaobia at his summons. The two cranes swiftly descended from afar, landing gracefully before Su Yin. Flapping their wings. Su Yin retrieved a basket and took out paper and pen, writing down the ingredients needed, then placing a high-quality spirit stone inside. He lowered his head to instruct. Remember to have the shopkeeper return the spirit stone. Do not let him swindle you. Any excess spirit stones can be saved for purchasing some dried fish for yourselves. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the two cranes, a smile gracing his lips as he jested. Who will carry this basket? Xiaoqi, why don't you take it? You ought to shield your beloved from the wind and rain. At these words, Xiaoqi immediately spread its wings, nodding in agreement. Just as it was about to lean in to take the basket, Xiaoba preemptively inserted its head into the basket. Xiaoqi let out a protesting call, promptly following suit and thrusting its head into the basket as well. Su Yin shook his head in exasperation, observing the two cranes competing with each other, and advised, you two should take it together. How will you fly otherwise? Xiaoba, be obedient. Let Xiaoqi take it. However, the subsequent actions of Xiaoqi and Xiaoba left him momentarily speechless. Both cranes intertwined their wings, one on the left and one on the right, flapping their remaining wings in unison, transforming into a pair of harmonious cranes. Su Yin gazed at this scene, unable to help but ask, won't this be more exhausting? Xiaoqi nodded, then shook its head. Xiaoba merely shook its head in denial. Off you go. Su Yin waved his hand, tacitly granting approval for their unique method. The two cranes, with the basket in tow, flew off in a somewhat unsteady manner, gradually disappearing into the distant sky. Watching their retreating figures, Su Yin fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly, murmuring, I am again indulging in crane delicacies, and they are fresh too. Jiang Wan stood beside him, observing her junior brother's helpless expression as he was amused by the two cranes, a smile tugging at her lips. What is it, junior brother? Are you envious? Are you looking for a partner? Su Yin glanced at his senior sister and then shook his head, his tone calm. Not at all. I simply wish to be with you, senior sister. Jiang Wan paused slightly, her gaze softening. I see. These warm days, Su Yin cherished for 14 consecutive days. Junior brother, there is only one day left. Jiang Wan's voice was gentle yet carried an undeniable seriousness. After tomorrow, remember to cultivate. No more indulging in play. Understood? Su Yin obediently nodded, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes, yet accompanied by a gentle smile. So, what would my junior brother like to do today? I do not wish to do anything. Today, I only want to quietly accompany my senior sister, doing nothing at all. Jiang Wan's eyes flickered with motion, and a smile graced her lips, since it is so. Let us follow my arrangement. I happen to have something in mind for us to do together. All right, Su Yin replied without hesitation. Clad in white, Jiang Wan's silver hair danced lightly in the breeze, giving her an ethereal appearance. She lifted her delicate hand, slowly reaching out to Su Yin. Junior brother, take my hand. Su Yin looked at her, a ripple of emotion surfacing in his eyes. Their hands clasped gently, warmth spreading quietly between them. Senior sister, where are we headed? Shoo, quiet, Jiang Wan whispered, her fingertips lightly grazing the back of Su Yan's hand. She lowered her gaze slightly, a gentle smile gracing her features, hand in hand. They walked in serene silence, the mountain breeze gently caressing them. He did not inquire further, nor did she offer more words. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the mountains. After an indeterminate period, Su Yin lifted his eyes, and in the distance, a pavilion faintly emerged from the depths of the back mountain. Although the surroundings appeared somewhat desolate, there was an air of solemnity to it, the ancestral hall of Wendafing. Su Yan's gaze fell slightly. This was the most sacred place of Wendafing, housing the tablets of the ancestors of Wendafing throughout the ages, and the highest tablet belonged to the Dao ancestor. Jiang Wan approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, raised her hand to unlock the formation, then turned to Su Yin. Junior brother, follow me. Su Yin silently complied, stepping into the hall. The fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, the surroundings tranquil and solemn. Jiang Wan took 3 incense sticks from the burner and lit them, then softly instructed, Junior brother, kneel. Su Yin said nothing, slowly kneeling on the altar, respectfully receiving the incense from Jiang Wan. Joining his hands in prayer and placing it in the burner, Jiang Wan knelt beside him, her movements meticulous, as they both paid their respects to their ancestors. Within the hall, only the delicate smoke of sandalwood spiraled upwards. They spoke not a word. In this silence, more was conveyed than 1,000 words. Jiang Wan's delicate hand reached out once more, bringing with it that familiar chill. Su Yin said nothing, quietly taking her hand, gently squeezing it to encompass that slight coolness within his grasp. For some reason, he felt the chill emanating from his senior sister growing weaker, as if the progress that once stood at 90% had now climbed to 99. It truly does not hurt at all now. Let us hold on a little longer. Chapter 57. I love you. I yield. Thus, they remained quietly kneeling in the ancestral hall, allowing time to flow gently by, their hands never parting. Su Yin gazed down at their clasped hands, remaining silent, while Jiang Wan did not speak either, simply accompanying him with her usual demeanor. The night deepened, the remaining incense smoke lingering in the air, the stillness in the ancestral hall seemingly isolating them from the world. Hand in hand, they knelt throughout the entire night, neither mentioning fatigue. It was only with the first light of dawn filtering through the window that Jiang Wan slowly rose. Su Yin, mirroring the natural gesture from the previous night when they had held hands. Junior brother, you must always stay by your senior sister's side. Jiang Wan turned, her gaze imbued with a mix of seriousness and softness, her voice gentle. Su Yin blinked in surprise, looking up at her, then nodded slightly. Just as he was about to rise, Jiang Wan's voice rang out again. Kneel. Su Yin was taken aback, looking at Jiang Wan with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Had they not already paid their respects to their ancestors? Why kneel again? Although he was puzzled, he did not question further, silently kneeling on the altar once more, his movements as respectful as the night before. Jiang Wan offered no explanation, following suit as she knelt beside him, an unprecedented gravity and calmness gracing her expression. She gently unfastened the hairpin adorning her head, allowing her silvery tresses to cascade down, her figure remaining as ethereal as a celestial crane amidst the bamboo grove, graceful yet imbued with a serene coolness. Her hands rested steadily upon her knees, her expression solemn, with an air of calmness and tranquility gracing her brow. Her voice, measured and resonant, echoed clearly within the ancestral hall, as if the Dao ancestor bore witness, alongside the revered ancestors. Jiang Wan, disciple of the 33rd generation of Wendafing, stood forth to pledge, in this life and the next, I vow to protect my fellow disciple Su Yin with utmost diligence, never to forsake him. Should any harm befall him, I shall use my body as a shield to eliminate the threat. For any conundrum that arises, I shall employ my strength to provide resolution, ensuring his peace of mind. This heart and intent, may heaven and earth bear witness, may the sun and moon attest, shall remain steadfast and unyielding. Su Yin, standing nearby, felt a tumult of complex emotions surge within him. His gaze lowered slightly, revealing the faint tremor of his fingertips. At that moment, his heart raced violently, each word reverberating within his chest. In the next breath, his voice emerged in kind, With the Tao ancestor above and the ancestors as witnesses, I, Su Yin, disciple of the 33rd generation of Windafeng, solemnly vow, I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding my senior sister Jiangwan, ensuring her safety and alleviating her worries. Regardless of the trials ahead, should enemies arise, I shall vanquish them. If difficulties present themselves, I shall exert my utmost to dispel them. My sole wish is for my senior sister to find peace, for her to know she has someone to rely upon. This heart is eternal, this vow unwavering. May the Tao ancestors and ancestors grant their blessings. May the divine bear witness. Thus, the ceremony concluded. The two rose, their hands still intertwined. Junior brother, come practice a sword fight with me and let us see the extent of your prowess, Jiangwan said with a gentle smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Very well, Su Yin replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding slightly. Let us employ the Wendajian technique. The Wendajian technique, a lineage of swordsmanship from Windafeng, was one of the precious gifts bequeathed to him by his master. Indeed, let us proceed. Although Su Yin had practiced this sword technique for over a decade, facing his senior sister, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. With sword in hand, he felt the blade tremble slightly. A flicker of azure light emerging. He stepped lightly, channeling his breath, as his swordplay flowed like a stream, unleashing waves of cool, radiant sword light. While his sword's ferocity was not overwhelming, it exuded a tranquil steadiness akin to jade. Jiangwan, on the other hand, appeared even more composed, her white attire billowing in the air, her silver hair dancing in the wind of their duel. The edge of her sword gleamed with a cold light, her strike swift yet graceful. As their swords clashed, with the final strike, Jiangwan's blade was sent flying. A silvery arc traced through the air before embedding itself in the ground, the tip of her Su Xin sword halting before Jiangwan. Stumbling slightly, she was on the verge of falling, but Su Yin, swift as lightning, caught her securely. Senior sister, you must have held back once again, Su Yin remarked softly, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Jiangwan lifted her eyes slightly, a faint smile gracing her features. No, this time, I truly gave it my all. Then would you care to explain why you lost to me? Su Yin's tone was light, yet a seriousness lingered beneath. Jiangwan's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, her lips curling into a smile as if she were contemplating deeply, before she slowly replied, because I love you. I willingly concede. Su Yin's breath hitched, and he felt as if he were frozen in place, his mind blanking out in an instant. I said, I love you, Jiangwan repeated gently, her voice soft yet piercing, each word striking directly to his heart. Su Yin felt a lump in his throat, wanting to articulate something, yet finding all words caught in his throat at that moment. He could only gaze vacantly at his senior sister, as if something within him had quietly burst forth, akin to the melting of the first snow. Junior brother, for a long time, I did not comprehend what love truly was, what it means to love someone, and what it feels like to be loved. Jiangwan's voice was soft and tender. I pondered over this for quite some time. Only later did I realize that you are the greatest gift bestowed upon me by the heavens. Appearing in my life. I truly thank you. You have shown me that time can hold such significance. Each day spent with you is filled with hope, every second brimming with joy. Yet, the days without you are unbearably difficult. I have fared poorly on my own. Junior brother, do you know what I love about you? I adore every dish you prepare. I cherish the sight of you relying on me. I relish the tea you brew. I enjoy the juice you make. I delight in each of your smiles. I treasure every word you utter in admiration of me. I love playing chess with you. I find joy in your gentle ramblings. Her tone lifted slightly, as if fearing her emotions might spiral out of control, yet infused with a lightheartedness. I truly, truly love you. I love how you have entered my life and changed it forever. At this juncture, her tone shifted. But I dislike seeing you furrow your brow, dislike witnessing your sorrow, and especially dislike seeing you shed tears. I do not appreciate when you conceal your troubles from me. Nor do I like you getting close to other women, and I certainly cannot bear the thought of others consuming the dishes you prepared. She slowly closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her bright gaze fixed intently upon Su Yin, resolute and fervent. Thus, I now understand. This is not mere affection. This is love. What is love? Jiangwan pondered for a long time. Love is in the details. Love is in promises. Love is in companionship. Love is in desire. Love is in fondness. Love is simply love. I, Jiangwan, love Su Yin. Her voice grew increasingly firm. Disciple of the 33rd generation of Windafeng, Jiangwan loves disciple Su Yin of the 33rd generation of Windafeng. She took a gentle step forward, gazing up at Su Yin, her eyes sparkling like a clear spring reflecting the starlight, her voice soft yet unwavering. Therefore, junior brother, will you become my Tao partner? From this day forth, let me protect you, shall we? Su Yin looked at the earnest expression of his senior sister, as if something lodged in his throat. Rendering him speechless, he turned his head slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that he truly longed to cry. Why today? Why now? Seeing Su Yin fall into silence, the light in Jiang Wan's eyes gradually dimmed. Junior brother, do you not like me? A pang of bitterness flickered in her heart as memories of their time together flooded her mind. Was it because I often teased him, bullied him, and provoked his anger? Or is it that he is wholly devoted to the Tao, unconcerned with finding a Tao partner? Her thoughts churned like a tumultuous tide, and she couldn't help but entertain another possibility. Was he worried that I might ascend and leave him behind? Fearing he would ultimately succumb to the unyielding cycles of fate, the more she contemplated, the more her heart became entangled, as if caught in countless invisible threads, each taut and difficult to escape. However, in an instant, the light rekindled in Jiang Wan's eyes. No, Jiang Wan, you must not give up. How can you waver when your junior brother is so wonderful? She bit her lip, striving to calm the tumult within her chest. Her gaze growing increasingly gentle and resolute, as if silently encouraging herself. If I lack even this modicum of courage, how can I call myself his senior sister? If there isn't enough sweetness, then let us add sweetness. She gently lifted her gaze, her tone infused with a touch of warm amusement. Junior brother, I actually haven't finished speaking. She paused slightly, her eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and trepidation. I have so much more to say to you. In the future, I can learn to cook, diligently practice culinary techniques, and then I too can prepare meals for you, sparing you from always having to do so. Jiang Wan's voice was soft, yet underscored by an unyielding determination. She paused, a glimmer of light sparkling in her eyes, her tone growing increasingly earnest. Moreover, I will never choose to ascend unless it is alongside you. As she spoke, her expression grew more devoted, as if making a solemn vow. If you were to fall, I would never live on alone. A shadow of sorrow flickered in her lowered gaze, and she continued, should I encounter misfortune in the future, should I perish amidst the realms, you may seek anew. Before she could utter the words Tao partner, Su Yin swiftly covered her mouth. At that moment, tears streamed down his face, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His tear-filled eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, gratitude, heartache, and an indescribable resolve. Junior brother, please let me speak first. Su Yin's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. In this moment, all hesitation vanished from his heart, and he cast aside all thoughts of the future. At this instant, he only wished to respond to his senior sister, to reciprocate her every heartfelt word, even if everything else in the world were to dissolve into nothingness. He could not betray her standing before him. Su Yin, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling yet heavy with meaning, spoke to Jiang Wan. Senior sister, you will never need to learn to cook, for I shall prepare meals for you for a lifetime. I will strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to ascend alongside you, never to hold you back. I will clear all obstacles on your path to immortality, be they human, demon, celestial, or Tao. Moreover, you shall never fall. Should that day indeed come, I shall not seek a new Tao partner. If you are no longer here, his voice choked, yet remained resolute, I would not wish to live on. He gazed deeply into Jiang Wan's eyes, pouring forth all his affection and courage. Senior sister, I truly, deeply like you, so very much. Su Yin took a deep breath, summoning all his strength to utter the most significant words. Therefore, senior sister, let us become Tao companions for the remainder of our lives. Let us accompany and cherish one another, never depart. At that moment, Jiang Wan pouted slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing on her face. Clearly, I was the one who asked first. However, this minor grievance was swiftly replaced by a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with joy as her voice, gentle yet tinged with pride, declared, I accept your proposal. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Su Yin and, feigning seriousness, continued, so, junior brother, you have yet to formally agree. Tell me your answer. Su Yin, gazing at the soft smile gracing his senior sister's face, felt a warmth envelop his heart. He inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with utmost gravity. I am willing to become Tao companions with senior sister, to cherish one another for a lifetime. Jiang Wan's smile deepened, her voice like silver bells resonating in the crisp morning air. Excellent. Junior brother, let us vow as Tao companions. As her words fell, she slowly raised her hand, her fingertips tracing an intricate formation in the air. Radiance flowed, resembling the gathering of stars. Junior brother, recite it with me. She began, her voice clear and resolute. I, Jiang Wan, the 33rd disciple of the Wendafeng, vow to become Tao companions with junior brother Su Yin. To share this life together, never to part. Su Yan's gaze grew profound as he followed her lead, word by word. I, Su Yan, the 33rd disciple of the Wendafeng, vow to become Tao companions with senior sister Jiangwan. To share this life together, never to abandon as their declarations echoed. The brilliant formation in the air began to rotate slowly, ultimately transforming into a splendid rainbow light that enveloped the two of them. Su Yan felt as though he were in a dream, the surreal nature of it all causing him to doubt his senses. Yet, when he looked down at his soft, adorable senior sister nestled in his embrace, feeling her warmth and breath, he truly believed that it was all real. He and his senior sister had become Tao companions. On the eve of their impending separation, Su Yan cherished every moment spent with her. Since they had become companions, the previously noticeable chill emanating from Jiangwan had completely dissipated. Yet, proximity still revealed a refreshing coolness, both invigorating and comforting. Now, Jiangwan clung to Su Yan more than ever, spending nearly half the day nestled in his arms, her hands wrapped around his waist like a languid little cat, occasionally nuzzling her forehead against his chest in a playful manner. Su Yan gazed down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. He quietly held her, savoring the delicate floral fragrance that lingered around her, soothing to his soul. Jiangwan's form was soft and cool, leaning against him, as though filling his heart to the brim. Su Yan had never imagined he would experience such blissful days. This happiness was more intense and genuine than any other moment. He had the best senior sister in the world, and at this moment, that very senior sister lay in his arms. Senior sister, I will go prepare dinner. Will you lie down for a while? Su Yan spoke softly, his tone gentle yet earnest. Jiangwan lifted her face, shaking her head, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playfulness. No, I won't lie down. I'll just watch you cook. Su Yan chuckled helplessly, his voice laced with coaxing. Actually, I have prepared something new tonight. A little surprise for you. Jiangwan blinked, seemingly convinced, and nodded. All right, but hurry up. Once it's ready, you have to come back and lie in my arms, and I will feed you. Su Yan chuckled softly. Okay. But remember not to peek with your divine sense. Jiangwan mischievously raised 3 fingers, her expression a mix of seriousness and playfulness. Okay. Su Yan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Senior sister, you have the gesture wrong. It should be the last 3 fingers raised. Jiangwan pouted. I know, but I'm showing you that I love you. The thumb, index, and little finger raised, the ring and middle fingers bent. I love you. I assentee it like this? Su Yan looked at her earnest little face. Unable to suppress his laughter, he raised his hand, mimicking the same gesture, his voice gentle yet firm. Yes, senior sister, I love you too. Jiangwan smiled, her eyes sparkling. All right. Junior brother, hurry and cook. I will. Wait for me. Su Yan turned and walked toward the kitchen. Behind him, Jiangwan remained in the rocking chair, gazing at Su Yan's retreating figure, a satisfied and happy smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself. In this lifetime, being with junior brother is truly wonderful. Chapter 59. The top spot. As Su Yan closed the kitchen door, he fell into silence. Standing in place, he took a deep breath, only to find the ache in his chest unrelenting. His trembling hand retrieved his senior sister's token, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to send a message to the sect master. Su Yan, is the sect master available? Gu Sheng. Yes. Su Yan. Sect master, may I have a little more time? Just a bit. Gu Sheng. All right, how long do you need? The preparations for your journey have all been made by the sect. Gu Sheng, if you have changed your mind, I can explain to the ancestors. They will likely agree. Su Yan. No need. I will depart in a day. Regardless, I shall tread the path that my master could not complete, aiding senior sister in overcoming her calamities and safeguarding her immortal journey. Gu Sheng. Understood. I will issue a task to your senior sister to keep her occupied temporarily. Su Yan. No need for that. Sect master. If you do so, senior sister will resent you. Let me handle it myself. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a succinct reply came. All right. Su Yan sighed softly, raising his hand to completely erase today's chat history, then slowly closed his senior sister's token. He stood in the kitchen, surrounded by a silence so profound that even his heartbeat was distinctly audible. What should he do today? He pondered, his gaze sweeping over the countertop, ultimately arriving at an answer in his heart. Let's make dumplings. The new year was approaching, and although there was no custom of eating dumplings here, surely senior sister would enjoy them. He whispered softly, a gentle light appearing in his eyes, as he envisioned the adorable sight of senior sister savoring the dumplings. After today, According to the calculations of the southern region, it would be the year 4633 of Eason. He inhaled deeply, softly declaring, "Let us share a reunion meal together." Within the Yangxin Hall, Gu Sheng silently stored away the token in his hand. A slight ache surfaced in his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh. In the end, all the burdens fell solely on Su Yan's shoulders. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and hurriedly left the Yangxin Hall, heading straight for the Dao Tian Ancestor Hall. Upon entering the hall, Gu Sheng immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually desolate hall was now filled with dozens of ancestors, including the late master. Standing solemnly beneath their memorial tablets, each bore a silent expression, hardly exchanging a word. Jiu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, his heart tightening, yet he still respectfully bowed. "Master, esteemed ancestors, I apologize for the intrusion." Gu Chen lifted his eyelids to glance at him, his tone indifferent yet tinged with pressure. "Indeed, you have interrupted." Jiu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, yet he did not dare to be negligent, continuing, "Master, I wish to report a matter. Su Yan has requested a delay due to unfinished business. I have granted him a day's reprieve before departure. If this disrupts your arrangements, I, Gu Sheng, sincerely apologize." Gu Chen fell silent for a moment before coldly replying, "It has indeed disrupted matters, an unforeseen occurrence." This statement left Gu Sheng puzzled, standing there with a bewildered expression. Was the master being overly particular? It was merely a one-day delay. Moreover, the issues that Jiang had sought to resolve for over 300 years were now thrust upon Su Yan. Was it truly necessary to be so harsh with him? While he was deep in thought, Gu Chen coldly interjected, "I am not referring to that matter." Gu Sheng was taken aback, hastily asking, "Master, then what do you mean?" Gu Chen's gaze was piercing, his voice laced with an undeniable inquiry. "I simply wish to know, why?" Gu Sheng grew increasingly perplexed. "Master, what has caused you such anger?" Gu Chen waved his hand, and a luminous screen materialized in the air, displaying the real-time rankings of the Tianjia list, with the name at the very top causing Gu Sheng's pupils to contract in shock. Dao Tian sect Wendafeng Su Yan. Gu Chen fixed a frosty glare at Gu Sheng, his voice frigid as ice. "You tell me, Gu de Zhongzhu, how did Su Yan secure the top spot on the Tianjiao list?" Gu Sheng stood there, completely stunned, his eyes glued to the screen, murmuring instinctively, "Ah, just beneath that top name." The second name also left Gu Sheng momentarily speechless. Dao Tian sect Wendafeng Jiang W. And at that moment, Gu Sheng's mind went blank, his shocked expression bordering on comical. Observing this, Gu Chen's tone grew even colder. "Gu de Zhongzhu, do you have anything else to say?" Above Wendafeng, the moonlight flowed like water. Jiang Wan beamed as she saw him approaching with a plate, her smile lighting up her face. Unable to resist, she extended her delicate, jade-like hands to gently pinch Su Yan's cheek. "Junior brother's face is still so soft. It feels delightful to pinch. Sister, stop teasing. I made dumplings for you." Jiang Wan blinked, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "Junior brother, didn't you make these dumplings for me 3 years ago?" Su Yan paused for a moment, scratching his head. "Really? I had completely forgotten." "Humph. And you claimed you would prepare mysterious new ingredients for me." Jiang Wan turned her head away, feigning displeasure. Yet, as Su Yan set the dumplings on the table, she immediately nestled against his chest, her voice softening. "I'll forgive you this time." Then, lifting her little face, she mischievously smiled. "However, junior brother, as a punishment, you must obediently lie in my embrace and let me feed you." Su Yan, caught between laughter and tears, replied, "Where is the logic in such a punishment?" Jiang Wan raised her chin defiantly and declared, "If I say it exists, then it exists." The moonlight cascaded down, and the two were close together. According to this so-called punishment, Su Yan now found himself enveloped in Jiang Wan's embrace. His body was slightly stiff, with no escape in sight, while Jiang Wan wore a radiant smile. One hand gently wrapped around Su Yan, while the other held chopsticks. "Junior brother, open your mouth, here comes your first bite." She tenderly brought the dumpling to his lips, her movements exceedingly gentle. Su Yan, resigned, had no choice but to comply. "The second one is for me." Jiang Wan whimsically picked up another dumpling, her eyes sparkling with joy, looking utterly adorable. "Here, the third one is still yours." In the distance, a figure quietly appeared and then quietly departed. Yu Xing observed the intimate scene of the two before him and turned away without a shred of hesitation. He had intended to inquire about the sudden rise of Su Yan to the top of the genius rankings. However, the sight before him provided all the answers, needing no further explanation. Yu Xing glanced down at the two cranes nestled closely together, their heads tucked beneath each other's wings in slumber, and shook his head. He began to suspect whether the Crane Cloud Patriarch had a peculiar sense of humor when he gifted these two cranes. Truly, the title of the genius rankings belonged rightfully to Su Yin. It was simply an inconceivable occurrence. The sole method to surpass Jiang Wan in attaining the first position on the genius rankings had been discovered by Su Yin, achieved in a manner that left Gu Sheng astounded. Imagining the scenario, Su Yin merely needed to exert a modicum of effort in a duel, and then Jiang Wan would softly tumble into his embrace, sweetly calling out, "Junior brother, you've won." Thus, Su Yin effortlessly claimed the crown of the genius rankings. Ji Yuxing halted in his tracks, pressing his hand to his temple, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, his mind in disarray. Indeed, love can cloud one's judgment. He sighed deeply, gazing up at the resplendent moonlight in the night sky, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. He must remain steadfast in his pursuit of the Tao. Chapter 60. Paying respects to Lord Su Yin in the Western regions. The spirit-sacred heavenly dynasty, Tiandu. The gaze of the spirit-sacred emperor was fixated on the spirit-sacred heavenly rankings before him. This ancestral holy artifact, carrying the glory of the spirit-sacred heavenly dynasty for countless millennia, serves the sole purpose of listing the top 100 geniuses under a millennium in age. While fluctuations in the rankings are common, they typically occur at the lower or middle tiers. Geniuses surpassing the age limit automatically drop off the list. Newcomers fill the lower ranks, and stronger individuals displace weaker ones, a routine occurrence. However, today's rankings utterly shattered the emperor's understanding. First place, Daotian sect. 1 Dao Peak, Su Yin. Second place, Daotian sect. 1 Dao Peak, Jiang Wan. The names on this list struck like thunder, shattering his tranquility. Truly, they are the direct descendants of the Tao ancestor, with generations of unparalleled geniuses. Yet this generation is exceedingly extraordinary. The ranks of all cultivators on the genius rankings dropped by one position, while the 100th genius was completely ousted from the list. Such drastic upheaval sent ripples through the 4 great domains. The 9 great sects and countless first and second-tier sects and cultivation families in the blink of an eye. The name Su Yin spread throughout the 4 domains, stirring the winds and clouds. Daotian sect. 1 Xian Peak, Yang Xian Hall. Gu sect master. Xianyi has come from the Daoxian sect to pay New Year-esque greetings to the Daotian sect. Gu Sheng sat within the hall, observing the distant visitor with an unruffled demeanor. Xianyi, as cultivators, we differ from the mundane. Our cultivation over centuries is but a fleeting moment, so what significance does New Year hold? Xianyi laughed heartily. Seemingly unfazed, Gu sect master, please don't dampen the festive spirit. Our Daoxian sect enjoys celebrating the New Year. Haha. I have also brought gifts and wish to pay a visit to your esteemed sect Su Senior. Gu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Are you referring to Sect Master Su? He has just broken through to the 7th rank of the Great Ascension and coincidentally defeated Jiang Wan's nephew. So he can barely be considered the number 1 on the genius rankings. Xianye's smile froze instantly, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. What? A 7th rank of the Great Ascension under a millennium? How is that possible? He took a deep breath, tentatively asking, "May I inquire, Gu sect master, how many years has Su Senior been in the sect?" Gu Sheng casually glanced at him. "Su Yin? I cannot quite recall." Xianyi was taken aback. "Gu sect master, is that truly so?" Gu Sheng responded nonchalantly. "I cannot be certain. These are merely rumors I heard from my junior, Huiyun." An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Just then, a series of voices echoed from outside Young Xian Hall. The Xianyu sect from the southern region comes to pay their respects. The Yun family from Qinzhou comes to pay their respects. The Wind Thunder Sword sect comes to pay their respects. The spirit-sacred heavenly dynasty's envoy arrives. The sounds of greetings cascaded one after another. A grand spectacle. A multitude of names surged forth, overwhelming Gu Sheng's senses. First and second-tier forces, even several from the other 8 great sects, had arrived. These factions, some of which had made contact in a millennium, now flocked to Daotian sect to pay their respects. Yet, the so-called greetings were merely a pretext. The next statement would invariably be seeking an audience with Su Yin. However, Gu Sheng was not entirely unprepared when Jiang Wan ascended to the top of the genius rankings. He had experienced a similar scene. Back then, Jiang Wan had fought her way to the top through sheer strength. Far from the overwhelming spectacle seen this time, Su Yan's rise, akin to a miraculous event, had stunned the 4 domains. Consequently, the number of visitors now far exceeded those who had come for Jiang Wan. Ji Yuxing observed the throng outside the hall, a frown creasing his brow. With so many outsiders converging, Those forces capable of opening cross-domain super teleportation arrays must have profited immensely. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of discontent. No, I must demand a share, at least 3/10, at this moment. Yang Xin Hall was nearly brimming with people. Cultivators squeezing in one after another, their gazes filled with reverence and fervor. This was merely the initial wave. The subsequent arrivals would only increase. Jiu Xing understood well that Su Yan's cultivation level could not remain concealed for long. Once his true realm of the nascent soul was revealed, countless cultivators would be poised to challenge him, eager to seize the title of #1 on the genius rankings, even if it were only for a few hours. That honor would suffice to immortalize their names across the 4 domains. For now, he could only continue to navigate through this throng, employing a series of cunning tactics to buy time, attempting to extricate Su Yan from as many predicaments as possible. Yet, deep down, Gu Sheng knew that ultimately, the truth could not be hidden forever. In that moment, he rubbed his temples, unable to suppress a grimace. What on earth did Jiang Shiji do? What benefit could possibly arise from this? He could not believe that Jiang Wan was unaware of these matters. As someone who had once fought her way to the top, she understood the rules of the genius rankings all too well. Su Yan's ascent in this manner was bound to cause a stir. Jiu Xing closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. The headache was unbearable. Not far away, Baiyu from the mountain and Sea Sword sect of the eastern region stood outside Dao Tian sect's mountain gate. Gazing at the bustling Yang Xin Hall, words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but were abruptly stifled. It seemed unnecessary to speak further. Within and around Yang Xin Hall, thousands of cultivators surged forth. Despite the crowd being densely packed, not a single person dared to hover in the air. Even those who had traveled from afar did not overstep their bounds, refraining from soaring above the grand hall of the Dao Tian sect's master. Baiyu surveyed the situation and felt a wave of despair wash over him. How could one even attempt to pay a visit in such chaos? Lacking a permit, he, as an outer sect disciple, had no right to enter the inner peak. Yet, if he didn't enter, wouldn't his journey be in vain? After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'll sneak in. After all, I came bearing gifts. If discovered, I could at most apologize and pay a few spirit stones as a fine. Better to suffer a financial loss than to face disaster at this moment. Within one Dao peak, the dumplings had long been consumed, and the two were once again entwined. Jiang Wan rested her head on Su Yan's shoulder, occasionally nuzzling his ear, a look of pure contentment on her face. Without raising her gaze, her tone turned serious. In 3 breaths, either come out or perish. The ripple in the void heralded the arrival of a figure, appearing in a disheveled state. Jiang Fairy, wait. It is I. I have come to pay my respects. Haha. Baiyu clasped his hands and repeated apologies, his expression one of sheer panic. I sincerely apologize for intruding without prior notice. It was truly unavoidable. The Yang Xin Hall was far too crowded. And Gu Sect Master seems rather busy. His voice trailed off, his gaze not daring to settle on Su Yan and Jiang Wan. He could hardly believe his own eyes the moment he first laid eyes upon them. It nearly sent his soul soaring from his body. What had he just witnessed? Previously the top of the talents ranking, Jiang Wan now resembled a mere ornament, sprawled across the figure of a young man in the nascent soul stage. My life is over. Chapter 61. Companionship. Baiyu's face turned ashen, as he was almost certain he was destined to die, but he could hardly fathom that the ice fairy Jiang Wan, the unparalleled prodigy, ranked first on the talents ranking. An existence whose cold aura repelled all proximity could be in such a state. You dare trespass my Wendafing, seeking death, are we? Jiang Wan's voice was frigid. Jiang Fairy, please spare me. I came to pay a visit to Lord Su Yan. I even brought a gift. In his panic, Baiyu hurriedly produced his storage bag and offered it. Moreover, I swear I saw nothing. Truly, I can sign a sacred covenant, vowing to never reveal a single word. Su Yan regarded the disheveled cultivator before him, his face a mask of confusion. You seek me? Do we know each other? Jiang Wan remained lounging on Su Yan, lazily refusing to even glance at Baiyu. Baiyu nodded repeatedly, a forced smile plastered on his face. So you were Lord Su. Heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, the Dao Tian sect truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am a cultivator from the Shanhai Sword sect in the eastern region, here to admire Lord Su's prowess as the first on the talents ranking, and to present a humble gift. As he spoke, he respectfully extended the storage bag. Su Yan took it, and his eyes brightened slightly. 500 top-grade spirit stones. The Shanhai Sword sect cultivators are indeed remarkably hospitable. Wait, it seems the guest is actually him. Jiang Wan spoke coolly, since the Shanhai Sword sect, one of the 3 great sects of the eastern region, has come to visit. Why not seek the sect master for an official endorsement? Bai laughed awkwardly. It's just that there are too many people outside, and I couldn't squeeze in. Jiang Fairy. Su Yin waved his hand dismissively. First? What first? Did he not know? Bai trembled, his gaze laden with complexity as he glanced at Su Yin, and then at the still-draped Jiang Wan, as if grasping an understanding. Is this how one attains the first position on the talents ranking? A thought flashed in his mind. If one cannot seize the first position, then one might as well take the first position directly. The more he pondered, the more terrifying it seemed. He shook uncontrollably. His voice slightly pitched. My lords, I truly can sign a sacred covenant. I guarantee I will not divulge. Seeing his state, Su Yin hurriedly reassured him. After all, he was here to present a gift. Do not panic. My friend, the visitor is a guest, and besides, my senior sister is not fierce. Jiang Wan shot a glance at her junior brother and said placidly, I appreciate the gift from the Shanghai Sword sect. Windafing is not suitable for guests. If you are afraid, you may leave first. Bai was taken aback, then elated. All right, the sentiments of the Shanghai Sword sect have been delivered, so I shall not disturb the two esteemed lords any longer. Su Yin watched Bai vanish into the distance, falling into silence. Senior sister, what is going on? What first on the talents ranking? Jiang Wan finally rose from Su Yan's side, gently shaking his hand. Mitchum, senior sister, it cannot be. Su Yan's expression stiffened, a bad premonition washing over him. Jiang Wan smiled, both tender and earnest. Yes, it is exactly as you suspect. Was it during sword practice? Su Yan questioned. Why? Let my husband take the first position. Jiang Wan declared with conviction. Who dares challenge you? I will annihilate them. Su Yin replied helplessly. But why go through all this? Jiang Wan enunciated each word with gravity to proclaim to the world, Su Yin belongs to Jiang Wan. Then she softly added, and Jiang Wan belongs to Su Yin. Meanwhile, within the Yangxin Hall, Gu Sheng rubbed his temples, gazing at the throngs outside the grand hall, his head pounding. Aside from the slight joy he felt while receiving gifts, the rest was an endless irritation. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the sect token suddenly illuminated, signaling a message from Jiang Wan. Sect Master, let them come in to admire the new talents ranking first. Gu Sheng replied, what if someone challenges Su Yin? Do you expect to protect him at all times? Jiang Wan responded firmly, I intend to protect him at all times. Gu Sheng pocketed the token. Speechless, sighing inwardly, you can only protect him for a day. After that, the sect will have to clean up the mess. Yet, for now, let Jiang Wan handle this mess herself. After all, as the sect master, he must uphold civility. But Jiang Wan need not at this moment. His spiritual energy transformed into thousands of endorsement slips, distributed one by one. These slips were only valid for an hour, and before the time elapsed, all were requested to leave to avoid disturbing the ancestors' quiet cultivation. Watching the crowd gradually disperse, Gu Sheng finally revealed the happiest smile he had borne in days, eyeing the thousands of storage bags before him. On Windafing, Su Yin watched as more figures descended from the sky, letting out a deep sigh. Jiang Wan leisurely rose from Su Yan's side, yet their hands remained interlaced. She gently pulled him behind her. Junior brother, hide behind your senior sister for now. Then, an icy aura emanated from her, causing all newcomers to retreat. Su Yin rested his hands on his senior sister's shoulders, slightly peering out. Curiosity etched on his face as he surveyed the sea of visitors. A slightly respectful envoy stepped forward. Jiang Fairy, we mean no harm. We merely wish to pay our respects to Lord Su Yin and have brought gifts. Gifts, with so many cultivators each bearing offerings. Su Yan's heart raced. Senior sister, the visitors are guests. Do not frighten them away at this moment. The visiting cultivators feigned ignorance, averting their gazes elsewhere. What did they see? How could anyone break through Jiang Wan's icy domain and stand so close to her? And why did they appear so intimate? At that moment, Jiang Wan gently ruffled her junior brother's hair, replying with warmth, we all listened to my husband. A profound silence enveloped the air, an absolute stillness. Ahem. Su Yin coughed lightly. The crowd finally regained their composure, forcing themselves to ignore the earlier scene. They respectfully spoke. Ha ha ha. We come on behalf of our respective sects to pay homage to the newly ascended first on the talents ranking, Lord Su Yin, and hope to deepen the friendship and cooperation with Dao Tian sect. Su Yin stood aside, his gaze steady, a calm smile gracing his face. You have met me. I, Su Yin, express my gratitude for your visit. As for deepening friendship and cooperation, the sect master would surely be pleased to discuss it with you. You are Su Yin? What? Do you have an objection? Jiang Wan's icy tone resonated once more. And no, this is a congratulatory gift prepared by my Luyun sect for the two esteemed lords. Once all had departed, Jiang Wan regarded Su Yan, who looked like a treasure hunter, eagerly opening every single one of the thousands of storage bags. She couldn't help but laugh. What belongs to the senior sister is yours. All of this is yours too. So put it away. I'll take half, and senior sister takes half. As you say. Junior brother Su Yan gazed at his senior sister, who once again nestled into his embrace, softly uttering, Senior sister, let us watch the sunrise one more time. Junior brother, it's deep night. There's no sunrise. I know. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Then let us find a good spot to wait for the sunrise. That Su Yan spoke. Senior sister, I'll carry you. Jiang Wan's face flushed slightly. All right, and in the next instant, Su Yan lifted his senior sister. And as they reached the peak of Windafing, they began their wait in the dead of night. Rather than waiting, it was more about companionship. Jiang Wan accompanied Su Yan, the senior sister, by the junior brother's side. This companionship commenced atop Windafing at midnight. Jiang Wan fell into a deep slumber, resting against her junior brother's chest, while Su Yan remained awake, cherishing every moment. Thus, they lingered until dawn. Gently, he caressed the girl's cheek in his arms. Senior sister, the sun has risen. Jiang Wan stirred slightly, lying against her junior brother, quietly gazing at his profile. Junior brother, I only need to see you. The sunrise pales in comparison to your beauty, if senior sister wishes to see it. Then see it. That Su Yan turned his gaze to the dawn, occasionally brushing his senior sister's long hair. This time, he observed the sunrise with utmost seriousness, yet his grip on her tightened ever more. Jiang Wan, sensing the shift in her junior brother's emotions, remained softly nestled against him, allowing him to hold her. Senior sister is always here. If junior brother wishes to hold on, he may do so for as long as he likes. As for now, junior brother, look at me. Do not gaze at the sunrise any longer. I am getting jealous. Upon hearing her voice, Su Yan slowly turned his head, his eyes still bright, murmuring, I only look at senior sister. Not at the sunrise. That's how it should be. Senior sister's voice was like heavenly music, gently resonating in Su Yan's ears. Senior sister, shall we play a game? All right. What game? Jiang Wan inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This game is called hide and seek. Senior sister will wait in the room for 2 hours. Once I am hidden, you may come find me, but you must not use your divine sense to spy, nor employ spiritual power or any mystical arts. Chapter 62. Youthful Innocence. Disbelief in parting from the mortal realm. Junior brother, if I find you, is there a reward? She asked playfully, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, if senior sister finds me, you may request one condition. Thus, it is settled. You shall remain concealed on Windafing and shall not descend the mountain as for me. I shall refrain from employing any divine perception or cultivation. Jiang Wan earnestly added, Understood. Su Yan nodded. Then, junior brother, please carry me back. Jiang Wan slightly lowered her head. Nestling closer into her junior brother's embrace, Su Yan gently lifted his senior sister and returned to their modest abode. Since her arrival, Su Yan had undertaken renovations to the place. However, Jiang Wan seldom lingered in her own quarters. Most of her time was spent cultivating alongside her junior brother, as was customary. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at him. Today was no different. Jiang Wan quietly pointed to her junior brother's room, indicating her desire to wait there. Love is indeed a curious phenomenon. It enables Jiang Wan to unconditionally accept Su Yan's childish games. Yet, she finds herself ensnared in its embrace. Unable to extricate herself, Su Yan gently placed his senior sister on the bed and produced 4 pieces of candy. Senior sister, consume 1 piece every half hour. This one is sweet. Jiang Wan slightly parted her lips as Su Yan fed her 1 piece, placing the remaining 3 in her delicate hands. Senior sister, the game has commenced. I am heading out. Jiang Wan pouted, lamenting the prospect of not seeing her junior brother for 2 hours. Could we not shorten it to 1 hour? After a brief silence, Su Yan's voice responded, Very well. I shall heed my senior sister's wishes. Observing her junior brother's departing figure, Jiang Wan's heart tightened inexplicably, a twinge of anxiety washing over her. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. She had promised her junior brother, and she never failed to honor her commitments. Shao Qi, Xiao Ba. Su Yan approached the 2 celestial cranes. Shao Qi and Xiao Ba flapped their wings in response. I am leaving now, uncertain of when I shall return. Here, take these spirit stones. Procure some dried fish for yourselves. Remember, 1 pound of dried fish costs 1 inferior spirit stone. Do not allow those unscrupulous merchants from Daotian's sect to deceive you again. They prey on gullible cranes like you. When my senior sister emerges, be sure to keep your distance. That he seemed to recall something and produced 2 strips of cloth that he inscribed upon them. On Windafing, Jiang Wan and Su Yin jointly raised celestial cranes. Do not disturb. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, extend your feet. The 2 cranes simultaneously stretched out their left feet. Su Yin then tied the strips around their bodies. He left behind his jade pendant, Su Xian, the yin-yang heart-protecting bracelet, the sword pellet, and all the spirit stones gifted to him by his senior sister at Windafing. He dared not gamble on whether his senior sister could rely on these items to ascertain his location. Once everything was settled, he activated the grand teleportation talisman and departed from Windafing, materializing in the Yangxin Hall. Ji Yuxing had been stationed there, and upon Su Yan's arrival, he expressed some confusion. Why have you come down now? You still have a day to spend with your senior sister. If I linger with my senior sister any longer, I fear my emotions shall become uncontrollable. Ji Yuxing said nothing more but retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Su Yan. Within, there are 100 sword pellets of the Great Ascension stage, crafted overnight by the ancestors, and protective treasures are also adequately prepared. Additionally, there is a top-grade spirit sword. Its blade sealed with 9 strands of Great Ascension sword energy, along with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and 100,000 superior spirit stones. Should that prove insufficient, do not hesitate to contact me. He paused, his tone growing slightly grave. The ancestors have collectively cloaked your heavenly secrets. No one will know your whereabouts, including your senior sister. He casually retrieved a mask from the storage ring and presented it to Su Yan. Wear this mask. From now on, you shall be Jiang Yan. Your current identity is far too sensitive. Strive to remain inconspicuous. Next, he produced a sect token inscribed with the name Jiang Yan. This as well. Your identity has been prepared. Ji Yusheng's gaze turned serious as he fetched a flag from the side, extending it to Su Yin. This is the Daotian battle flag. Should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, deploy it, and let them witness the depth of our sect's heritage. Upon finishing, he inhaled deeply, his voice lowering. The ancestors instructed me to convey a message. Do not overly concern yourself with clues and intelligence. For you yourself are the greatest clue. Su Yin respectfully nodded. Thank you. Sect leader Ji Yusheng did not linger, retrieving a jade box from his robes and placing it in Su Yan's hands. This creation of the divine elixir. Take it back with you. I have inquired with the elder executing tasks in the northern region. The Piaomiao Immortal Palace has taken the last one, and it is not in your possession. You ought to keep this carefully. It may prove invaluable in the future. He paused, his gaze distant, as if both warning and comforting. I have informed Sword Junior Brother of the situation. He shall serve as your protector and assistant, accompanying you through this journey. Su Yan, reaching this point has not been easy. If circumstances prove insurmountable, relinquish your pursuit. Return to Windafing and assume the position of the new peak master. Rest assured, I shall bear the remaining burdens. Su Yan's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. Sect leader, I shall succeed. Gu Sheng nodded, signaling to Jian Shi, who immediately seized Su Yan and, with a wave of his hand, propelled them outward. Off we go. Kid, the two ascended the flying vessel. Heading towards the eastern region, Su Yan cast a final glance back at Windafing. Senior sister, I am leaving. Take care of yourself. I could see this moment within Windafing. Merely a quarter of an hour had elapsed since the waiting began. Yet, the 4 pieces of candy in her hand had already been consumed. Strangely, they bore no sweetness, completely devoid of their previous flavor. For reasons unknown, Jiang Wan felt a tumult within her heart, a rising panic. She stared at the wooden door, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness for the first time. She could no longer wait. In the next moment, she pushed the door open. Junior brother, where are you? I no longer wish to play. I concede. In an instant, she froze in place. On the stone table not far away lay all the items she had gifted her junior brother, neatly arranged. And there was also a letter, following closely. Jiang Wan unleashed her peak cultivation, her divine perception enveloping all of Windafing. Nothing, there was nothing. She could not find her junior brother. Silence, an absolute silence. Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, upon hearing her voice. Xiaoqi and Xiaoba flew over in haste. At that moment, Jiang Wan's expression darkened ominously, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Where has my junior brother gone? Xiaoqi pointed towards the outside of Windafing. After a moment of silence, she trembled as she opened the envelope. the touch of the paper cold yet imbued with a resolute chill. Senior sister, I am sorry, but I must fulfill the unfinished business. The words within the letter struck her like sharp blades, piercing deep into her heart, inflicting unbearable agony. She gently bit her lower lip, the pain indescribable. Why could he not take her along? He could have protected her. Why leave her behind alone, if given the choice? I would wish to stay with my senior sister at Windafing for eternity, but this time, I have no choice. When I return, I shall atone to my senior sister, accepting any punishment. The letter fluttered in the wind, swirling in the air until it was lightly touched by her gaze, instantly turning to dust. Jiang gently closed her eyes, the pain within her heart surging forth. Before long, tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes, softly tracing her cheeks. Why? She whispered, her voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. Junior brother, why? Her fingertips turned pale, her heart trembling violently. As if everything was collapsing in an instant. He knew full well that she could never return to the past. He had promised her, promised that he would always be by her side. Her eyes opened slightly, revealing an indescribable pain and helplessness. He had promised to share a lifetime with her. She could not suppress her trembling, tears cascading down, unable to be restrained any longer. She had never imagined that in her lifelong pursuit of cultivation, she would encounter such fragility. In the past, even when scarred and facing countless life-and-death situations, she had never shed a tear. She gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, yet the fervent pain in her eyes remained. Jiang gaze gradually settled, the traces of tears in the corners of her eyes not yet fully dissipated. But she bore the weight of her emotions, refusing to let more tears fall. After weeping, Jiang eyes turned a fiery red. She uttered no superfluous words, quietly returning the jade pendant to her waist, then retrieving the token she had yet to reclaim, storing the spirit stones. Lastly, she donned the yin-yang heart-protecting bracelet, stowing away Su Jin and replacing it with Su Exine. She softly called out, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba. The two celestial cranes flew over. Despite sensing a hint of unease, they complied with her command and perched beside her. Guard the house, she instructed coolly, her tone calm yet icy. Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba immediately nodded in acknowledgement. She did not look back at them, her gaze fixed ahead, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet she said nothing more. There would be no next time. Her steps were steady as she descended the mountain, her pace composed and resolute. This time, having found you, you shall not be permitted to leave again, she murmured softly, as if speaking to herself or perhaps to the future. As she turned, her voice deepened. So, have you hidden well? A gentle call pierced the still air. Junior brother, the game begins. End of Volume 4. Happy New Year. Apologies for the mix-up in posting. I will re-release the main text shortly. It seems I can no longer modify it during editing, so I will treat this page as a New Year-esque greeting. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Apologies. I extend my sincerest apologies, an abundance of apologies. I find myself compelled to express my regret repeatedly that I have uttered apologies 100 times in succession, all in an effort to reach 1,000 words. So, let me casually converse with everyone. Two individuals shall not remain apart for too long. A continuation of the plot will signify their formal meeting. However, I am still contemplating when this encounter shall take place. The 5th volume has encountered a bit of a creative block as it transitions into a new chapter, and I hope everyone will bear with me as we introduce new scenes and characters. In the forthcoming narrative, the senior sister will experience a phase characterized by a certain Yandra disposition. Though I am still deliberating on the specifics of this portrayal, personally, I have an affinity for Yandra characters, yet I do not favor an excessive depiction. I may opt for a softer rendition of a Yandra, ensuring it does not become overwhelming. Characters previously introduced will gradually make their appearances, as many are interconnected. For now, let us briefly discuss Lin Kuo from the initial 2nd chapter. While writing her, I realized something was amiss, as this tale features dual purity with a singular female protagonist, compelling me to swiftly retire her role. Hence, her appearance merely served as a narrative bridge before I redirected the focus onto the senior sister. This was unavoidable, as I must consider the emotional state of the senior sister, even if their relationship at that juncture was simply that of elder sister and younger brother. Furthermore, there are not many female characters penned in this story. Those depicted in detail are predominantly secondary characters, still aligning with the theme of dual purity. Consequently, I have made the master a male character, with the plot involving the sect leader and the uncle being more prominent. Ultimately, I wish to allow the protagonist some respite from the complexities of relationships. Of course, the senior sister is the most manageable, as she possesses her own domain, preventing others from encroaching. In this context, the distance between the senior sister and the younger brother may embody a metaphorical relationship progression meter, albeit a rather abstract one. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to write it sweetly as for the future direction of the plot. I am still contemplating. Rest assured, there will be no drastic turns. While there may be minor twists, the overarching trajectory will remain steady. Additionally, the narrative carries a hint of mystery, implying that certain elements may not be explicitly articulated. However, do not worry. By the conclusion, everything will be made clear. The emotional arc and the main storyline can be considered two separate lines. They are related but not significantly intertwined. Yet, I aim to utilize the main storyline to highlight the charismatic allure of the senior sister and the younger brother. I believe I have addressed all other concerns. There is little else to convey, so I wish everyone a joyous new year, filled with prosperity, fulfillment of wishes, and family bliss. Chapter 63. The Chronicles of the Senior Sister. On the first day away from the senior sister, I find myself yearning for her profoundly. I had once imagined a simple life spent together on Mount Wendafing, but I never anticipated that such a blissful existence would eventually transform into an unattainable dream. What is the senior sister doing now? Will she remain on Mount Wendafing, waiting for my return? I suspect not. The truth is, I feel deeply saddened, though I believe the senior sister must be feeling even more so. In the Chronicle of Cultivation, Senior Sister's arc, upon the flying vessel, Jianzi deftly maneuvered it while simultaneously extending a thread of divine awareness to review the records penned by Su Yan. As he perused the text, a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. What is it? Dear nephew, are you missing your senior sister? Jianzi inquired with a teasing lilt in his voice, but Su Yan turned, his expression gentle as he nodded slightly. Indeed, uncle, I miss her dearly. The glimmer of knowing light flickered in Jianzi's eyes as he continued to pilot the vessel that I have already mentioned, when outside. You must refer to me as second uncle. You are now the illegitimate child of my elder brother, lost in the world, and I have brought you home to reclaim your heritage. Understood, second uncle. Su Yan paused, then inquired, by the way, what prompted you to choose the name Jiangyan? It seems rather unsafe. If someone with ill intentions draws a connection, it could lead to trouble. Jianzi chuckled and added, in my opinion, the name Jiang Erden would suffice. No one would suspect a thing. That Su Yan shot his uncle an exasperated glance, feeling a twinge of complexity within. He had initially contemplated adopting a different name, but every time he considered it, it felt as if he would sever his connection with the senior sister altogether. Ultimately, he chose Jiang Yan, a name that maintained a faint bond between him and the senior sister. However tenuous it may be. Su Yan sighed softly, his gaze warm. For within this name lies the bond one share with my senior sister. I understand, Jianzi replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. The sect leader has remarked that you are quite the romantic, and indeed, you seem to be hopelessly so. He chuckled, his voice lowering conspiratorially. Allow me to let you in on a secret. I have long since deduced that junior sister Yuehua is also infatuated. She has harbored feelings for the sect leader for centuries. Su Yan instinctively placed a hand to his forehead, inwardly lamenting that he should never have encouraged the sect leader's uncle in such frivolities. From the outset, the use of emoticons should have raised red flags, yet it spiraled into an uncontrollable situation. Who would have thought that the boomerang he once flung would now return to strike him squarely between the brows? By the way, dear nephew, what is the status of your relationship with your senior sister? You both appear quite intimate, Su Yan reminisced, a tender smile gracing his features. Well, my senior sister enjoys being close to me, and I equally relish being near her. Before parting, we pledged ourselves as Tao partners, with heaven and earth as our witnesses. Jianzi raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. Have you shared a room? Perhaps a little Su Yan to carry on your legacy? Su Yan rolled his eyes at his uncle, a hint of exasperation on his face. Uncle, could you possibly be more serious? Your current demeanor is rather alarming. Jianzi laughed with even greater delight. How dull. I had thought you two had already achieved consummation. Su Yan couldn't help but retort. If you were genuinely interested, why not seek out a Tao partner for yourself instead of fixating on me? That simply will not do. Jianzi shook his head. Other people's love stories cannot compare to yours. I, like the sect leader, am wholly devoted to the Tao. Moreover, Many of your ancestors never had Dao partners. The curiosity in Jian Zi's eyes remained unabated, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Su Yan. Show me your cultivation chronicle. There's nothing particularly noteworthy. Regardless, I wish to see it, Jian Zi insisted. Taking the chronicle and flipping through its pages, his brow furrowing deeper with each turn. Wait a moment. Are you certain this is your cultivation chronicle and not that of your senior sister? Su Yan paused, suppressing a laugh. What do you mean? I have been reading for a while, and it appears to be entirely about your senior sister, Jian Zi exclaimed, perplexed. And why is your senior sister perpetually hungry? She has already achieved the state of fasting. She can walk, yet insists on being carried. She is capable of flight, and with her abilities, she could traverse the void. Su Yan smiled slightly, mischief glimmering in his eyes. If one day, second uncle suddenly gains enlightenment, you will surely understand. For now, your sole responsibility is to return my cultivation chronicle, that I cannot comprehend it. Return your senior sister's chronicle to you, Jian Zi mumbled. Flipping through several more pages, evidently finding little of significance to be by the way, Uncle, Su Yan changed the subject, curiosity evident in his gaze. Where are you planning to take me? To the eastern region, Jianzhou, and Shengjing City. Jian Zi replied, a hint of mystery lacing his tone. Shengjing City? Where is that? Su Yan inquired, clearly unfamiliar with the place. It is my hometown. Jian Zi revealed with a peculiar, yet anticipatory smile, that I will bring you home to meet my family. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before asking, will your relatives accept me? Jian Zi's smile deepened, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I have heard from the sect leader that you are skilled in tea brewing. And you craft top-tier spiritual tea. When the time comes, prepare a fine cup for them, and I shall speak a few good words on your behalf. Su Yan nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. I in the southern region. Within the Tianji pavilion, the elder of Tianji was engrossed in calculations, his brow furrowed in concentration. Not far away, Jiang Wan stood quietly, awaiting the outcome. However, as his calculations progressed, the elder's expression grew increasingly grim. Each time he attempted to probe Su Yan's location, a cacophony of voices echoed in his mind. I calculate your horse. The weighty Guichen accent caused him to falter several times, nearly breaking his composure. Whenever he tried to concentrate, the clues he sought were invariably interrupted by that phrase. Finally, as he reached the conclusion of his calculations, a second result flashed in his mind. He was in the western region. The elder of Tianji murmured, still that familiar Guichen accent. That on one side stood Jiang Wan, and on the other, an old friend of many years. After a brief silence, the elder of Heaven's Secret sighed deeply and spoke slowly. The outcome revealed by Heaven's Secrets points to the western regions. Jiang Wan said nothing further, merely nodding gently and responding coolly. Thank you. What is the cost of the divination? 1 piece of low-grade spirit stone, the elder of Heaven's Secrets replied quietly, his gaze slightly evasive. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of silence, she produced a piece of high-grade spirit stone and handed it to him. I do not possess low-grade spirit stones. There is no need to seek them. As her words faded, her figure swiftly vanished from the spot, soaring towards the western regions in search of her destiny. Chapter 64. A meeting of minds. She was unclear as to why her junior brother had ventured into the western regions. Nor could she comprehend his current intentions, but she knew that finding him and binding him would suffice. Since he had become her Dao companion, he would not be able to escape this lifetime. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wan's speed involuntarily quickened. Her form resembled a fierce wind, slicing through the sky with breathtaking velocity. However, abruptly, she halted. An object below caught her attention, her gaze fixated, her body trembling slightly as a familiar warmth surged from the depths of her memory. Senior sister, I can still make Ingxue Chun. It's sweet to at that moment. On Mount Wudao, her junior brother's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Ingchun tea, Ingxue Chun. My junior brother loves to drink it, Jiang Wan murmured softly. A warm smile briefly gracing her lips, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming chill. What does my junior brother's fondness for tea have to do with me? Once I catch him, I'll break his legs. Below, at the border of the western regions, a secluded small state had taken on a rather delicate name. Lingzhou. A middle-aged cultivator stood in the sky, his voice resonating passionately. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Today, our Lingzhou Lu's Cultivators Alliance is grandly hosting this martial arts tournament. aimed at providing an opportunity for all talented youths to showcase themselves and spar in martial arts. As his words fell, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, the atmosphere instantly surging with excitement and anticipation. Regarding this tournament, we have prepared a series of prizes. The first prize will be an entire collection of premium Incheon tea, while the second to fifth prizes will respectively consist of Starfall Iron, Silver Sand, a mid-grade spirit sword known as Wushuang sword complete with a scabbard, and a low-grade storage ring. Of course, other participating cultivators will not leave empty-handed. Each participant will receive a pot of our Lingzhou's signature beverage. The host briefly introduced the prize details, and the scene grew even more vibrant. Of course, how many had come solely for the signature drink remained uncertain. On the martial arts stage, the sect leader of Yuhua sect, Imo Chenkong, stood before a young man, earnestly saying, "Fair, although we are merely a second-rate sect, we are fortunate to have you. You are the most outstanding talent our sect has seen in a millennium, and your life is destined for brilliance." That he glanced at the prizes suspended in the sky and continued, "Though the Loose Cultivators Alliance's prizes may seem modest, that Incheon tea remains exceedingly precious." He paused, his eyes filled with expectation. "I end this battle. If you do not soar, then you shall soar to the heavens." Fair, do you have confidence? At this moment, the young prodigy of Yuhua sect, Chen Fei, stood resolute, answering without hesitation, "Master, I will certainly secure the first place. This small Lingzhou cannot confine me. In the future, I shall step into the heavenly capital, becoming a general of the heavenly capital, appearing before the esteemed emperor." Imo Chenkong nodded, his eyes revealing deep approval. "Good, you shall be the first to take the stage and fight your way through." Just as Chen Fei prepared to take the stage, an icy aura suddenly surged forth. Jiang Wan, clad in black and masked, had already taken her place at the center of the arena. Her arrival caused a slight pause in the atmosphere. Chen Fei frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "How dare this person steal my spotlight?" Jiang Wan spoke coolly. "You may all attack together. I am pressed for time." Arrogant, Chen Fei could no longer contain himself, leaping onto the stage with aggression. "Who do you think you are?" Jiang Wan remained in the center, offering no reply, not even glancing in his direction. The host hurriedly interjected, "Now, may the two contestants announce their names and ages. Those over 1,000 years old may not participate. I am Chen Fei, the current holy son of Yuhua sect, age 430, cultivation at the first tier of transformation. Today I shall represent my sect in this inaugural battle. Fellow cultivator, please guide me," Chen Fei declared with confidence. "Jiang Su, age 333, Jiang Wan's voice was as calm as water, revealing no emotion beneath her mask. "Humph, Jiang Su, prepare to receive my strike." Chen Fei scoffed, eagerly launching his attack. The host in midair appeared somewhat excited, having not anticipated that the atmosphere would escalate so quickly. The event was not in vain. "Look, the holy son of Yuhua sect has made his move. Let us see how this masked fellow will respond." My heavens, the holy son of Yuhua sect has been sent flying. He couldn't even withstand a single strike. This masked cultivator is truly formidable. The host's expression was beyond mere astonishment. Yet even amidst his shock, he continued to narrate. The cultivators present collectively inhaled sharply, and soon the scene fell into profound silence. Only the sect leader of Yuhua sect, after a brief moment of shock and confusion, swiftly flew to retrieve his son, his back appearing somewhat weary. Jiang Wan's voice rang out calmly. "I will say it once more, you all should strike together. For I am in a hurry." Of course, Jiang Wan was not being overly arrogant. She truly was pressed for time. Were it not for the sight of the Incheon tea that reminded her of her junior brother, she would not have lingered even for a moment. This moment, everyone was stunned, including the host, who could not react in time. The audience fell into a deathly silence, followed by an uproar, as all cultivators revealed expressions of deep apprehension and astonishment. The host, locked in Jiang Wan's icy gaze, was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively shivering. "Fellow cultivator, you are first. I kindly ask you to step down. The tea leaves, please." Jiang Wan's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. The host's face showed signs of distress. He felt helpless, yet he too recognized the terror of this masked woman and could only hand over the suspended Incheon tea leaves, with the tea leaves in hand. Jiang Wan did not linger, gracefully stepping into the air and vanishing from sight in an instant. The spectators remained in shock. Even the host of the Loose Cultivators Alliance fell silent. They had intended to enhance the alliance's notoriety through this tournament. Yet just as it began, the grand prize was effortlessly claimed by this mysterious woman in a mask. Watching Jiang Wan soar away, the host's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his composure. Just a minor hiccup. Everyone need not worry. The competition continues. Regarding our Lingzhou martial arts tournament, the Loose Cultivators Alliance has specially prepared the first prize, Starfall Iron. Ha! How exciting does that sound? He smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His demeanor still radiating positivity. Now, esteemed youths of Lingzhou, let the competition officially commence. In the eastern region, at Shengjing City. Boss, how much for this Ingchun tea? Su Yin inquired as he stood before a stall. Fellow cultivator, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones for 1 tael. And this portion is 10 taels, totaling 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner replied with a smile, that I'll take a portion. Su Yin nodded and retrieved 500 high-grade spirit stones. Jianzi, standing nearby, squinted and smiled. Nephew, do you have a fondness for this Ingchun tea? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering. Senior sister enjoys it. I'll save some to make Ingshu a chun for her later. Jianzi's smile deepened as he looked at the tea leaves being stored. I've heard from the sect leader that not only do you excel at crafting exquisite spirit food, but your tea-making skills are also exceptional. Why not let your second uncle verify this? Su Yan's gaze flickered slightly as he softly replied. Senior sister does not like me cooking for others. Jianzi was momentarily stunned, then coughed lightly, his lips twitching. What about the spirit tea? That's fine. Senior sister does not mind me making tea for others, Su Yin responded, lost in reminiscence, a tender light glimmering in his eyes once more. Jianzi looked at Su Yin with a hint of disdain. You love-struck fool. Get lost. Chapter 65. The tea sage Jiang Yin observing Su Yin, who was completely enraptured by love. Jianzi could not help but let out a long sigh. A mix of helplessness and teasing evident in his expression that he crossed his arms, slightly turning to the side. The sharpness in his brows and the almost smirking curve of his lips intertwined, leaving one uncertain whether he was jesting or sincerely lamenting. Let us not digress. Come back to the Jian clan with me later, and remember to brew 2 cups of spirit tea before we meet my elder brother. The clan leader, his voice was lazily casual, imbued with a playful nonchalance. Yet beneath it lay a flicker of excitement and anticipation. Su Yin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, his gaze contemplative. How should I address him? Senior, or adoptive father? Upon hearing these words, Jianzi's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. He gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. There's no need for that, by all accounts. As his illegitimate son whom he neglected all those years ago, you ought to harbor resentment towards him. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Why not try pretending to be aggrieved in front of my elder brother, and then exclaim, I do not have a father like you? Wouldn't that be far more entertaining? Su Yin hesitated, his lips twitching slightly, unable to keep pace with Jianzi's whimsical thoughts. After a moment of silence, he earnestly inquired, Uncle, is this truly advisable? Noticing Su Yan's uncertainty, Jianzi's smile deepened, his gaze relaxed. If I am unafraid, why should you be? Even if he is not your biological father, he is still my elder brother. Address me as uncle, and he will undoubtedly acknowledge you. Though his words were casual, they did not come across as jest. Rather, they stirred a flicker of emotion within Su Yan the next instant. Jianzi's demeanor shifted from jest to seriousness, his gaze profound and his tone steadier. I understand your concerns. You wish to leverage the power of the Ziyun sect to uncover the secrets surrounding the Ziji immortal lord, do you not? Su Yan's eyes momentarily flashed, betraying no denial. Jianzi fixed his gaze upon him, his voice low and resonant. But have you considered that my Jian clan is the most powerful cultivation family in the entire Jianzhou, with far-reaching influence in the eastern domain, with the support of the Jian clan? Your journey would be significantly easier than venturing forth alone. After all, the Ziyun sect, as the foremost of the demonic sects, poses a considerable threat to you. His tone grew unusually serious, imbued with an unyielding authority. The sect master sent me to assist you precisely because of this. He paused, his eyes as sharp as a blade, radiating a resolute brilliance. Nephew, above all, I wish for your success in unraveling your senior sister's tribulation. Yet, both the sect master and I hope for your safety as well. Whether from the perspective of the one Jian Peak master or as an elder of the Jian clan, the fortunes of this era must belong to my Dao Tian. His words struck Su Yan like a blade drawn from its sheath, resonating deeply within him. Jian Zi's tone softened suddenly, a smile reappearing as he gently patted Su Yan's shoulder. I promised the sect master that during this time with you, regardless of what transpires, I will unconditionally assist you. Su Yan remained silent for a moment, his expression gradually solidifying with determination. The violet hue within his pupils surfaced, transforming into a clear radiance. He nodded gently, a warm yet resolute smile gracing his face. Very well. Uncle, let us proceed to the Jianzhou of the Eastern Domain. One of the most distinguished regions, the Jian clan stood as the foremost clan to this moment. However, the atmosphere within the Jian clan side hall was somewhat grave. Within the hall, the current clan leader, Jian Zhixing, sat upright in the main seat, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze deep as he scrutinized Su Yan before him. The room was eerily silent, and Jian Zhixing's eyes occasionally darted towards Jian Zi, revealing an undeniable confusion and disbelief. Are you saying that he is my illegitimate son whom I have never met? Jian Zhixing's brow arched slightly, his voice tinged with equal parts incredulity, amusement, and silence. Jian Zi maintained an air of nonchalance, nodding lightly, a smirk once again gracing his lips. Indeed, elder brother, I have verified it. Jian Zhixing's gaze settled on Su Yan, and he responded softly, I have no partner, and I have hardly left Jianzhou in my lifetime. Pray tell, how could there be an illegitimate son? Jian Zi replied leisurely, his tone laced with jest. Well, now you do have one. Nephew, bring forth the tea. Su Yan fell silent for a moment, bowing his head in respect as he gently lifted a cup of verdant Qianyuan Shangqing tea, approaching Jian Zhixing. Senior, please enjoy the tea. Jian Zhixing regarded the spirit tea presented before him. Pausing momentarily before accepting the cup, he could not help but sigh inwardly at his brother, who had wandered for years, returning home only to bring back a son. Though a hint of resignation lingered in his heart, he merely smiled faintly. Jian Zhixing lifted the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip. His brow suddenly raised in surprise, an astonished glimmer in his eyes as he recognized the exceptional craftsmanship behind this spirit tea. His gaze sharpened as he murmured, there are traces of culinary cultivation techniques. Although this is the Shangqing tea from the misty immortal palace, its spiritual essence is far more potent. His expression softened as he regarded Su Yan, realizing he was indeed a rare culinary prodigy. What is your name? Junior Jiang Yan, at your service. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Su Yan departed from the Dao Tian sect, embarking on his journey in the Eastern Domain, ultimately finding his way into the Jian clan. During these 2 years, he had leveraged his exceptional culinary skills and talent to break through the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Successfully entering the spirit-nurturing stage at this moment, he had firmly established himself within the Jian clan, earning a renowned title, the Tea Sage Jiang Yan. The name of Tea Sage Jiang Yan echoed throughout Xinjiang, with his exquisite spirit tea sought after by cultivators far and wide. Meanwhile, in the Western Domain, in Tiandu, the Lingxing Emperor observed the woman before him, adorned with a ghostly mask, with a mix of apology and helplessness in his gaze. Daoist Jiang, we have exerted ourselves to the utmost, yet to this day, we have found no trace of your esteemed husband. Jiang Wan stood silently, her figure unwavering. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling her silken hair. But her deep-set eyes, hidden beneath the mask, revealed no anger or despair, only a profound dedication and unspoken sorrow. She had spent 2 whole years in the Western Domain, tirelessly searching for her junior brother's whereabouts, yet had found no leads. The passage of 2 years felt long and burdensome, yet it had not diminished her resolve to find him. The contemporary celestial master, Xiaoyu, sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Fairy Jiang, forgive my inadequacy. Your husband is shrouded in a veil of mystery, and the conclusions drawn have only led to curses, likely from your Dao Tian sect's ancestors. I have endured their reproaches for 2 years. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Although it mentioned our Western Domain, I suspect it is most likely an illusion left by your Dao Tian sect's ancestors. As for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, being situated in the Southern Domain and having maintained a good relationship with the Dao Tian sect for generations, they may find it difficult to speak. Xiaoyu's weighty words deepened Jiang Wan's silence. She closed her eyes, her voice barely a whisper. So, my junior brother is not in the Western domain. Chapter 66. Destined therefore, my junior brother is not in the Western domain. Xiao Yu hesitated before nodding slowly. That is my conjecture. In that moment, Jiang Wan felt an invisible pain wash over her. Her chest tightened as if something were silently tearing at her heart. She could even sense a faint feeling of grievance spreading within her. Why was everyone concealing the truth from her? Why was even her junior brother unwilling to tell her what had transpired? Jiang Wan let out a soft sigh, her voice faint. I apologize for the intrusion. She turned to leave, her figure gradually receding, leaving behind an air of sorrow and solitude. Taoist Jiang, please wait. The celestial master's voice resonated behind her. If your husband is not in the Western domain, he likely is not in the Southern domain either. The Southern domain is the territory of the Daotian sect. They have no need to conceal their intentions. The possibilities lie predominantly in the Northern and Eastern domains. Perhaps you should consider venturing to the Eastern domain. Jiang Wan paused, turning her head slightly. The Eastern domain. Celestial Master Xiao Yu nodded, speaking slowly. The Su family in Tsangzhou of the Eastern domain possesses profound mastery in the art of divination. Should you seek their assistance, they may be able to deduce further clues. That a glimmer of gratitude flickered in Jiang Wan's eyes. Thank you for the information. She refrained from saying more, turning away with resolute determination. She was bound for the Eastern domain, to Tsangzhou, to uncover her junior brother's whereabouts. First, to Tsangzhou, to seek out the Su family's elder for divination. Junior brother, where exactly are you? Jiang Wan silently pondered, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. No matter where you are, I shall bring you back. Her pace quickened, her form slicing through the void like lightning, each stride causing the air to tremble violently. In Jianzhou, within the Jian clan's tea house, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement. Do not miss out. Our esteemed tea sage has just crafted a limited edition of Jian Daoqing Yuan tea. Only 10 servings available, 30 exquisite spirit stones per cup. While supplies last, upon hearing the title of tea sage, the surrounding gazes converged. 10 steaming cups of exquisite spirit tea were neatly arranged on the table, their spiritual energy wafting through the air. The crowd below had already swelled, and although the price was exorbitant, none could resist the allure of the titled tea sage. I want a cup. Today, I aim to break through to the God transformation stage, and I must secure a cup of the tea sage's spirit tea. Among the throng, Su Kuan's gaze was resolute. Fixated on the 10 cups of spirit tea, he silently vowed that today, to attain the God transformation stage, he would rely on this spirit tea for assistance. He gritted his teeth, ultimately resolving, I shall offer 40 exquisite spiritual stones. Bring me a cup at once. A glimmer of delight flickered in the eyes of the waiter. Recognizing his generosity, he promptly presented a cup of spiritual tea. Young master, here you are. Su Kuan received the cup of spiritual tea with both hands, his eyes gleaming as if he had acquired a priceless treasure, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you. If I can break through to the transformation of spirit today with this tea, I shall undoubtedly present a substantial gift to the esteemed tea saint in the future. With that, he cradled the tea and hurried away, his steps brisk on the top floor of the tea house. Su Yin sat quietly, surrounded by mountains of meticulously organized clues and materials, each stack containing legends and records about the Purple Extreme Immortal Lord. These documents were collected by the Sword Clan over the past 2 years through various channels, consisting of top-secret information. He gazed at the materials, his brow slightly furrowed. Jianzi fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Are these materials entirely useless? Su Yin gently shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. They are useful, but not significantly so. To this day, I still have no leads on how to unravel the calamity afflicting my senior sister. The only thing I can think of is the devouring demon art within me. How did it enter my body, and how can I rely on it? I had originally thought that by uncovering relevant records about the Purple Extreme Immortal Lord, combined with the devouring demon art, I might find a solution. He paused, pondering. Perhaps there indeed exist related records, but they must be core information that the Ziyun sect has yet to disclose. Jianzi furrowed his brow. Then, what shall we do now? Su Yin remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly. We must continue to gather information, but if possible, I will contact the founder of the Ziyun sect to exchange for more secrets regarding the Purple Extreme Immortal Lord and the devouring demon art. Su Yin slowly rolled up the scroll in his hand, his tone steady. though his eyes sparkled with profound light. Jianzi's gaze suddenly sharpened as he swiftly placed a hand on Su Yan's shoulder. His tone urgent, yet subdued. You cannot go. The devouring demon art is unique to the purple extreme immortal lord. If they discover you can cultivate it as well, not even the Sword Clan could protect you. Let alone the Daotian sect. Su Yan smiled faintly, a subtle yet elusive curve gracing his lips, yet his deep violet eyes showed no sign of wavering. What if I were to use this as proof to join the Xian sect? They should be willing to accept me, shouldn't they? Jianzi's gaze turned icy, like a sharp blade piercing Su Yan's eyes. You wish to betray your sect? Faced with such a piercing inquiry, Su Yan maintained his calm demeanor, shaking his head gently, yet his voice carried a note of resoluteness. When I broke through to the nascent soul, through these eyes, I beheld the calamity left for me by my senior sister. The time remaining for me is limited. If I cannot find a way to resolve this, I have no choice. The Xian sect must harbor ancient records from the immortal lord, and perhaps there I might find the answers. He inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance as if penetrating layers of void, finally focusing on his senior sister's ethereal figure, just as I left my senior sister to venture into the eastern domain. I once vowed to the Tao ancestor that I would carve a path forward for her as for the hardships along the way. I shall bear them alone. That he paused, his tone growing heavier. If I had a choice, I would not have come to this point, but it seems now I have no alternatives. Jianzi pondered for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. After a while, he lifted his head, his expression complex and grave. Perhaps you have overlooked something. It is not imperative to tread this path. Su Yan sighed softly at these words, the violet in his eyes swirling quietly, ultimately transforming into a shadowy glimmer. Perhaps. Silence lingered in the side hall for a moment before Su Yan slowly spoke. Second uncle, I would trouble you to make arrangements. I wish to visit Sangzhou. Jianzi raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone tinged with curiosity. You intend to visit the Su family? Su Yan nodded slightly, his expression earnest. Indeed, I wish to pay a visit to the third ancestor of the Su family, as one of the witnesses from that time. He may provide some different clues. He paused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Additionally, I have an old acquaintance within the Su family. I promised him that if I set foot in the eastern domain, I would certainly pay him a visit. Jianzi regarded him intently before ultimately refraining from further words. He raised his hand lightly, summoning a flying vessel. Let us depart at once. I shall take you there. The vessel floated in the air, surrounded by spiritual light, heading towards Sangzhou. In Sangzhou, within the stone chamber where the third ancestor of the Su family resided, he sat in quiet contemplation, attempting to block out the phrase that echoed in his mind. Am I calculating your horse? Jiang Wan still wore her ghostly mask, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders as she stood silently beside him, her gaze profound. She had exhausted every means to trace her junior brother's whereabouts, yet to no avail, and her growing unease weighed heavily on her heart. My apologies, Dao friend Jiang. The third ancestor of the Su family spoke gravely, tinged with a hint of regret. The heavenly mechanisms surrounding your husband are too deeply concealed. Seeking him through the art of heavenly divination may prove exceedingly challenging. Jiang Wan bowed her head, her eyes steadfast beneath the mask, yet her disappointment was unmistakable. She clasped her hands slightly, her voice a whisper carried on the cold wind. I apologize for the intrusion. Though she had prepared herself to some extent, the disappointment nonetheless pierced her heart like a shard of ice. Dao friend Jiang, please wait. The third ancestor of the Su family mused for a moment, his gaze flickering. Perhaps I could cast a divination for you. If the omen is favorable, you may soon find your esteemed husband. Jiang Wan was taken aback for a moment, then after a brief silence, she nodded. Very well. That a spark of curiosity flickered in the third ancestor's eyes. He was among the few who knew the secrets of the Daotian sect's calamity, yet due to his sacred contract, he could not disclose these secrets to uninformed third parties. However, this did not hinder his curiosity about Jiang Wan's calamity. Over 200 years have passed. Jiangli, have you found a solution? Allow me to see. He mused silently to himself, as the heavenly divination scroll in his hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The scroll gradually unfurled in the air, its light cascading like daylight, enveloping Jiang Wan. That he felt the powerful concealment of the heavenly mechanism once more and could not help but shudder. In that moment, he hesitated no longer, biting his tongue to draw blood, letting a drop fall into the scroll. The blood mingled with the scroll, Images began to unfold in his mind, the brilliance of the heavenly divination scroll intensifying. Just as he felt everything might plunge into oblivion, the images suddenly shifted violently. The previously empty scene began to reveal a shadow, which gradually coalesced into a vague figure. It is no longer blank. The third ancestor of the Su family raised an eyebrow, shock and confusion flashing in his eyes, clearly astonished by the unfolding events. Could it be that Zhongli has truly found a solution? Let me see what it is. He gritted his teeth, biting his tongue once more. 3 drops of blood swiftly merging into the scroll as the blood flowed in. The hazy figure began to clarify, gradually revealing its true visage. In the end, the figure fully materialized, strikingly clear. It was none other than Su Yan. The third ancestor of the Su family raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of astonishment coursing through him. It appeared that the calamity was indeed connected to Jiang Wan's junior brother. He murmured to himself softly. Yet the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. An occurrence appeared within the heavenly divination scroll that he could scarcely comprehend. Su Yan's coordinates miraculously revealed themselves. Despite his earlier efforts, the third ancestor of the Su family had been unable to find any clues. But now, driven by curiosity, he probed further into Jiang Wan's calamity. The result was not a solution, but Su Yan's coordinates. This revelation struck him as somewhat ironic. To plant flowers with intent, yet find none. To unwittingly sow willows that flourish. Where could he possibly be? The third ancestor of the Su family felt a surge of curiosity. Desperate to uncover Su Yan's whereabouts, he followed the trajectory of the divination, only to be taken aback the next moment. In my Su family, he was about to inform Jiang Wan, but suddenly noticed a thread of blood appearing quietly on his hand. In that instant, the sacred contract activated silently. He swiftly closed his mouth, inwardly sighing. Over 200 years ago, he had signed a sacred contract with the founder of the Dao Tian sect. Any information gleaned through divining calamities related to this contract also fell under its jurisdiction, rendering it unspeakable to the uninformed. Thus, the information regarding Su Yan, revealed through the calamity divination, was equally unable to be disclosed. He ultimately sighed in resignation. Fate is fated. It cannot be defied. Jiang Wan furrowed her brow slightly, keenly sensing the anomaly. Dao friend Su, it seems you have something to say? The third ancestor of the Su family gently shook his head, forcing a smile. Dao friend Jiang, I have completed the divination. The omen is auspicious that it appears that someone's arrival has altered your fortunes. That I deduce that you shall soon reunite with your esteemed husband. Jiang Wan visibly relaxed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. How much is the fee for the divination? The third ancestor of the Su family remained silent for a moment before providing the same answer. 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Jiang Wan immediately retrieved 200 exquisite spiritual stones from her robe, placing them gently on the table. That I shall not disturb you further. With that, she turned to leave. Just then, a respectful voice echoed from outside. Grandfather, a guest has arrived from the Sword Clan. It is the renowned Saint who has gained fame in recent years, and he wishes to seek your divination. The third ancestor of the Su family nonchalantly wiped a trace of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone indifferent. He suggested that the elder should seek other elders for divination, as he was not in good spirits that day. Grandfather, are you sure you won't divine for us? I have heard that the spiritual tea crafted by the tea sage is exceptionally renowned. We haven't had the opportunity to taste it even in Sangzhou. Su Wanner's delicate voice chimed in, laced with a hint of playfulness. As the stone door gradually opened, the third ancestor of the Su family cast a somewhat helpless glance over. He couldn't help but chuckle, his tone tinged with fondness. All right, grandfather will divine for you, my little greedy cat. Just as Su Wanner displayed her delight, she suddenly caught sight of a woman wearing a ghostly mask. Her expression changed abruptly, and she exclaimed, Grandfather, this is tearing, so cold. Wanner. Su Dowling swiftly stepped forward to pull her away, admonishing, this is a senior. Do not be disrespectful, doe. Understood. Though Su Wanner pouted, she obediently retreated. Jiang Wan left with grace, not even casting a glance in their direction. Wanner, you stay here. I will go fetch Taoist Jiang Yan. Su Wanner, sulking, clutched Su Dowling's arm, pleading, we should go together. You aren't allowed to vanish from my sight. Su Dowling sighed in resignation. Alas, why are you becoming more clingy? Jiang Wan paused in the void, quietly observing the Su siblings below. She softly murmured the name, Jiang Yan, Taoist Jiang Yan. How fortunate it is to meet you. I am Su Dowling. Grandfather has already agreed to divine for you, so please follow me. Thank you. Su Yin nodded slightly, his voice gentle and calmed. No need for thanks. Su Dowling replied with a smile, curiosity flickering in his eyes. By the way, when I first heard your name, it reminded me of a friend who once used that name, though it was a pseudonym. Su Yin, standing to the side, paused slightly, an unexplainable wave of emotion coursing through him. Then it seems we share quite the fate, he replied evenly, his gaze dropping slightly to avoid Su Dowling's eyes. Perhaps. Chapter 68. A glance through the ages. Su Dowling refrained from further conversation, leading Su Yin towards the stone chamber of the third ancestor of the Su family. Meanwhile, Su Wanner couldn't help but steal more glances at Su Yin. Her innate sensitivity revealed a hint of confusion in her eyes. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with the person before her. Noticing his sister's unwavering gaze on Su Yin, Su Dowling gently cleared his throat and tugged at her sleeve. That I've told you already. It is impolite, Su Wanner pouted but ultimately withdrew her gaze, softly stating, if you won't let me look at others, then I will gaze upon you. Su Yin exhaled a quiet breath of relief. Su Wanner's scrutiny had made him uncharacteristically tense. Although the illusionary sky mask he wore was a top-tier treasure granted by his sect, capable of concealing his appearance, it could not alter one's aura, posture, or gaze. Soon, they arrived at the stone chamber of the third ancestor of the Su family. The chamber was simply decorated, with a middle-aged man seated in the center, his aura calm and profound. The third ancestor of the Su family glanced at Su Dowling and Su Wanner at the entrance and spoke in a detached manner. You may leave for now. Su Dowling and Su Wanner silently retreated, leaving only Su Yin and the third ancestor of the Su family within the chamber. Su Yin stood with his head bowed, calm, yet subtly tense. The third ancestor smiled slightly, observing Su Yan's visage with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Even with a pseudonym, you still carry your master's surname. That I cannot discern whether you are infatuated or merely foolish. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting slightly as disbelief washed over him. Senior, how could you recognize me? The third ancestor of the Su family remained quiet for a moment. He would not disclose that he had, through a series of fortuitous events, calculated Su Yan's coordinates via the heavenly divination technique. After a brief pause, the third ancestor smiled gently, retrieving an exquisite tea set and a selection of top-grade tea from his storage ring. Let us brew some tea first. I have heard your tea art is quite remarkable. Allow me to sample it today. He said casually, though a hint of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Su Yin nodded, accepting the tea set and leaves, skillfully taking out 3 pieces of top-quality spirit stones to begin the brewing process. The third ancestor waited quietly as the fragrant aroma of tea filled the air. After a while, Su Yin presented a cup of verdant Qianyuan pure tea before the third ancestor. Senior, please enjoy this tea. Su Yan's tone was steady, his eyes clear and focused. The third ancestor accepted the cup and took a sip, his gaze brightening slightly, a trace of approval evident. Indeed extraordinary. This tea is excellent. He then cast a fleeting glance around, his voice low and steady, as if speaking to himself. Is your master well, or has he already passed? Su Yin froze momentarily, as if something had lodged in his throat. After a brief silence, he said, My master has indeed passed away. The third ancestor furrowed his brow, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Did he truly embark on that path? When exactly did the year of flourishing light occur? And what transpired then? Su Yin sighed softly, his voice low yet clear. That was in my hometown of Dali. I had only joined the sect for a month when the new emperor ascended the throne, renaming the era to Flourishing Light. My master died that year, suffering the backlash of heavenly secrets. Backlash leading to death. The third ancestor of the Su family echoed quietly, his gaze flickering slightly, seemingly perplexed. That shouldn't be. He raised his hand slightly, gently brushing the heavenly divination scroll in his possession, doubt creeping into his mind. While the path of divination does indeed harbor backlash, it had been refined over countless years by predecessors, rendering the backlash minimal. Even when he forcefully calculated Jiang Wan's fate, it had only resulted in a minor injury. Yet, Jiang Li, this unparalleled prodigy at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, had perished due to divination. He fell into deep contemplation as his thoughts began to churn. Another possibility emerged in the mind of the third ancestor of the Su family. Either the founder of the Daotian sect had deceived Su Yin intentionally, Or Jiang Li had deceived all the founders of the Daotian sect. He did not die due to divination, but rather for other reasons. Regardless, Jiang Li was already deceased. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharply towards Su Yan. Softening yet tinged with reluctance, "Do not be too harsh on yourself. If you wish to do something, then go ahead." Su Yan was slightly taken aback, then respectfully bowed to the third ancestor of the Su family. "Thank you for your concern." Senior, he took a gentle sip of the Qianyuan pure tea, then smiled slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Did you come to seek my divination?" "Indeed," Su Yan nodded, his tone somewhat grave. "That I hope the senior can divine my future path. I am currently at a loss about where to proceed." The third ancestor of the Su family remained silent for a moment, then nodded, retrieving the most precious star disk stone from his storage ring. This time, he intended to conduct a serious calculation. Gently shaking the star disk stone, it rolled slowly from the bamboo tube. And he carefully observed the stone's trajectory. After a moment, 3 oddly shaped stones fell onto the table, lying silently there. His fingers lightly grazed the stones, his brow furrowing increasingly. "Down, down, death." The 3 words fell like a heavy judgment, causing the air to freeze instantly. The third ancestor's spirit grew exceedingly heavy, a sense of bitterness swelling within him as he pondered. Why must fate be so cruel to this pair of siblings? Su Yan observed the suddenly silent third ancestor of the Su family, an uneasy feeling creeping into his heart. "Senior," he inquired softly, "have you divined something?" The third ancestor slowly regained his composure, forcing a smile that concealed deep-seated helplessness and worry. "Your fortune, down, up. Life. It appears that after enduring this tribulation, you will turn misfortune into fortune, and the road ahead will be smooth." Unconsciously, he raised his eyes, his gaze subtly drifting towards the stone door. Sighing internally, how the future unfolds, only heaven knows. Su Yan bowed his head slightly, gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, senior. And what of the divination fee?" The third ancestor pointed to the teapot before him, his tone flat. "I will accept this tea. Later, brew another pot for Dao Ling and the others, and consider it the fee." Su Yan nodded, responding calmly as he stood. "Very well, that I shall not disturb you any longer." He turned to push open the stone door, preparing to leave. However, as the door swung open, he froze in place. Time seemed to stagnate before him, for standing there was a silver-haired woman clad in a black robe, her face obscured by that familiar, ghostly mask. The moment he laid eyes upon the mask, Su Yan's heart jolted, as if time had reversed. He felt that familiar aura once more, memories flooding back to that year in Tianshu City. His senior sister had once taken this very mask from his face. Through the mask, he caught sight of his senior sister's eyes, slightly reddened. Jiang Wan stood before him, her gaze lowered, quietly observing her dazed junior brother. Her eyes held no words, but seemed to transcend time itself. Chapter 69. A reunion. Before Jiang Wan could utter a word, Su Yan had already leapt into his senior sister's embrace. Jiang Wan's heart tightened instantaneously, her entire being frozen, nearly forgetting to breathe. Over the past 2 years, she had envisioned this moment countless times, filled with a whirlwind of complex emotions. She had considered scolding her junior brother, perhaps even ignoring him until he confessed his mistakes. Or, she might have berated him severely before ultimately bringing him back to the Winda Peak. Yet now, standing before her junior brother, all she desired was to inquire why he had chosen to leave. Yet, the moment Su Yan plunged into her embrace, all the thoughts in her mind shattered into oblivion. She extended her arms, holding her junior brother tightly, as if she wished to meld him into her very being, never to part again. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, the air filled solely with the warmth of their bodies and the rhythm of their heartbeats. "Senior sister, I miss you so much." Su Yan's voice was low and gentle, laced with a long-forgotten dependence. "So do I." Jiang Wan's voice was soft yet choked, and before she could finish her words, tears brimmed in her eyes and spilled forth. Gently, she caressed Su Yan's face, her fingertips brushing against the illusory mask he still wore. With a sudden tug, she yanked it off, her brows arched slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing her lips. This mask was utterly hideous. After a moment's thought, she removed her own ghostly mask, revealing a visage as cold as frost, yet imbued with a touch of tenderness. Once more, she clung to Su Yan, seemingly wishing to pour 2 years' worth of longing into that fleeting moment. "Senior sister, it hurts," Su Yan murmured softly. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Wan hesitated, a flicker of pain crossing her eyes. Does it hurt? Then do you have any idea how much my heart has ached over these past 2 years? Her words trailed off, her grip on her junior brother loosening slightly. How could she bear to hurt the one she cherished most? At this moment, Jiang Wan's eyes were red-rimmed, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Throughout her cultivation journey, Jiang Wan had cried only twice. Once when her junior brother left, and again when she found him. She finally reclaimed her junior brother, her slightly reddened eyes brimmed with endless grievances. Staring intently at Su Yan, she felt as though she might shatter. She longed to ask him why he had left, why he had abandoned her, why? However, Su Yan was not in a position to offer explanations. At that moment, he gently wiped away the tear stains on her face with his sleeve, his other hand tenderly patting her back. Words seemed superfluous. What mattered most was their presence together. Jiang Wan unleashed the emotions she had suppressed for 2 years. Soaking Su Yan's sleeve with her tears, Su Yan paid no heed. He simply stayed by her side, allowing her to weep and share her feelings. After a long while, her tears gradually subsided, though her eyes remained red. Filled with grievance and exhaustion, she still clung tightly to her junior brother, unwilling to release him. Observing his senior sister's pitiful expression, Su Yan quietly retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket. "Senior sister, have some candy." "I won't." Jiang Wan shot him a glare, her grip tightening even more at Su Yan's side, remaining silent, then gently raised the candy to her lips, using his finger to pry her mouth open and place the candy inside. Jiang Wan gazed at him quietly, yet did not resist, gently biting down on the candy. Su Yan, feeling a bit guilty, couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, is it sweet?" "Bitter. It's unbearably bitter." "Not sweet at all. Is this candy spoiled?" Having been around for years, she chewed the candy with evident dissatisfaction. "Bitter? I just made it yesterday. How could it possibly be spoiled?" Su Yan feigned innocence, then produced a second piece of candy to taste himself. However, before he could bring it to his mouth, it vanished from his hand, his fingers even slightly damp. Instinctively, he placed his fingers in his mouth to taste. Sweet. "The candy is mine." Jiang Wan's gaze bore into her junior brother fiercely. Her mouth still occupied with chewing the candied in that fleeting moment. Su Yan found his senior sister incredibly endearing. Even in her anger, the tender glimmer flickered in his eyes as he chuckled softly. "Yes, it's all yours, senior sister, and you are mine. You are not allowed to run away." Jiang Wan waved her hand, and the binding ropes reappeared, securely fastening their wrists together. Her eyes, filled with grievance, fixed intently on her junior brother as she enunciated. "From now on, I will not allow you to leave my sight, not even for a moment." Su Yan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "Yes, I won't leave. I will stay with you, senior sister, forever." If I let you run away again, I shall no longer be called Jiang Wan." She shot him another glare. Suddenly, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes as she coldly inquired, "In the 2 years I was absent, did you associate with any other women?" "Did you?" Before Su Yan could respond, she began to sniff him, checking for any traces of another's scent. Only upon confirming that he bore her scent did she relax and lay back down. Su Yan blinked, gently stroking her hair, and replied, "Senior sister, I did not meet or associate with any other women during these 2 years." Barely passing. Jiang Wan nestled into Su Yan's embrace, remaining still as if she wished to freeze their world in that moment. At this time, her possessiveness towards her junior brother reached its zenith. She would not allow anyone to disturb them. Su Yan's sole task today was to soothe his senior sister, though how long it would take remained uncertain. After all, she was not easily appeased. The Su family's ancestral gate had been shut tight, blocking out all external sounds. Out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Su Dowling and Su Wanner were quietly observing the scene from a distance. Su Dowling had envisioned reuniting with Su Yan, yet he had never anticipated that their meeting would unfold in such an abstract manner. Despite having lived over a century, he still found everything too surreal. Almost unbelievable that as for Su Wanner, her excitement was nearly overflowing. She desperately wanted to leap up, but Su Dowling firmly restrained her. She had never witnessed such a scene, and her exhilaration was beyond words. Her gaze turned once more to her brother, filled with a sense of frustration, her eyes fixed on him intently. Seeing his sister in such a state, Su Dowling felt quite helpless, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. He spoke softly, "Jin Xiao." Instantly, a figure appeared before him. Yes, Take the young lady back to her room. Su Dowling's tone was authoritative. Without another word, Jin Xiao seized Su Wanner and vanished in an instant. Su Dowling sighed, his gaze returning to the two who remained tightly embraced. Memories flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but marvel at his own foresight in recognizing Su Yan's extraordinary nature. Deeming him a worthy brother-in-law, he had intended for him to establish a betrothal with his sister, only to have a senior sister disrupt everything. But a smile played on his lips, though he slightly pouted, realizing that the two of them had united to conspire against him. Then, it seemed he came to a realization, his expression brightening with a smile, wishing them a lifetime of companionship. Chapter 70. Reunion with old friend senior sister. Let us move on. We're still in someone else's home. Jiang Wan lowered her head, huffing stubbornly, still refusing to relinquish her hold, nestled in her junior brother's embrace, her voice tinged with petulance and obstinacy. It's not good. Not good at all. Not good enough. Still not enough. Her eyes, softened by tears, reflected a blend of stubbornness and unease, as if no matter how tightly she clung, it could never fill the void within her heart. Yet, her hand gently brushed against her junior brother's face, a flicker of concern illuminating her eyes. Junior brother, you've lost weight. Su Yin was momentarily taken aback, looking down in confusion. Have I? Jiang Wan did not answer. Her gaze still locked onto his, deep and penetrating, her voice lowered, tinged with introspection. When we were at the Dao Peak, your eyes always sparkled with light. But now, they bear a sense of obsession and fatigue. Lacking that original brilliance, her expression dimmed slightly. You must have had a difficult time over these past 2 years. Not at all. Not difficult in the slightest, Su Yin replied softly. Jiang Wan let out a gentle sigh. Placing a hand on her shoulder, her tone soft yet firm. If you've suffered any grievances, remember to tell your senior sister. She looked at her junior brother with warmth in her eyes. Your senior sister's shoulder will always be there for you to lean on. It's fine, senior sister. With Sword Master protecting me, I've been very well in the Sword Clan these past 2 years. They all call me the Tea Saint now. Su Yin felt a surge of warmth in his heart, believing himself to be the luckiest person in the world to have such a wonderful and loving senior sister. After a brief pause, he shifted the topic. Senior sister, may I go meet my old friends first? Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes, raising her hand to wave the binding ropes. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Then let's go. Carry me. Without waiting for Su Yan's consent, Jiang Wan leapt onto his back. Su Yan adjusted his posture to securely hold her, then walked towards the rear. Su Xiong, have you two made up? Su Dowling poked his head out from behind a tree, his eyes filled with clear anticipation, tinged with teasing. Yes, it's been a long time, Su Xiong, Su Yin replied, smiling at his old friend. Su Dowling chuckled. How long do you plan to stay in Sangzhou this time? I want to properly host you. After today, I must return to Jianzhou. There are still matters that require my attention, Su Yin replied, his tone slightly apologetic. Since you must leave today, I won't take the fellow Taoists around Sangzhou. Let us just catch up instead. With that, he gestured towards the stone table nearby, inviting Su Yin to sit and chat. Su Yin retrieved a set of tea utensils, a gift personally bestowed upon him by Jian Zhixing, the patriarch of the Sword Clan, during his time when he was revered as the Tea Saint. I have long admired the tea of the esteemed Tea Saint, Su Dowling remarked teasingly as he observed Su Yin preparing to brew tea. His gaze then shifted towards the back. Jin Xiao, bring the young lady over to join us for tea. Soon, the 5 of them were gathered together. The reunion between Su Yin and Su Dowling, old friends, was filled with an abundance of conversation. Meanwhile, Su Wanner quietly sipped her tea, occasionally casting displeased glances at her brother. After taking a cup of tea, Jin Xiao fell silent, sitting quietly to the side without uttering a word. However, Su Dowling frequently refilled her cup, urging her to drink more. She complied, albeit slowly. As for Jiang Wan, after her junior brother settled down, she gently descended from his lap, choosing not to return to her own seat, but instead sitting directly on his legs. She abstained from drinking the bitter Qian Yuan Shangqing tea, opting instead to watch her junior brother with soft, affectionate eyes that bore a hint of dependence. Su Yin, perceptive to his senior sister's feelings, turned his gaze towards Su Dowling. Su brother, do you have any fruits? Of course, he replied, promptly retrieving a communication token. Within mere seconds after his message was sent, a maid arrived carrying a large platter of fruits. Su Yin selected a few, channeling his energy once more. Before long, A cup brimming with spirit-infused juice was ready, accompanied by a specially crafted straw labeled Master Su for his senior sister. Sister, drink this. Jiang Wan skillfully caught it with both hands, taking a bite of the straw, her pearly teeth just grazing the delicate characters of Su Yin. Her eyes brightened as she drank the juice, her previous melancholy dissipating. This was undoubtedly the best thing to drink. She looked up at Su Yin, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Thus, the mission to cheer up his senior sister was a resounding success. As dusk approached and their tea conversation drew to a close, both Su Dowling and Su Yin felt a sense of reluctance. For Su Dowling, this gathering was a long-awaited reunion with an old friend, marked by laughter and joy. For Su Yin, this moment represented the most relaxed time he had experienced in 2 years, engaging in heartfelt discussions with an old friend, while his senior sister quietly nestled beside him. Sipping on juice, if happiness could be encapsulated in a moment, it would undoubtedly be this one. That the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle glow across the land, creating a shadow that merged the two figures, his junior brother carrying his senior sister, into one. As if time had come to a standstill, Jiang Wan removed a jade pendant from her waist and gently reattached it to her junior brother's side. Then she took off the yin-yang heart-protecting bracelet from her wrist and placed it on his hand. Finally, she returned the Su Xin and a silver-white identity token. In the distance, Jianji, he was playfully teasing passing birds from his flying vessel when he suddenly sensed his nephew's arrival. However, upon seeing the figure behind his nephew, Jianji, he smacked his forehead and looked up at the sky in despair. It's all over. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, he felt as though the sky had fallen. On the flying vessel, a slight silence enveloped the three of them. With Jianji at the helm, he refrained from asking Su Yin any questions, for any inquiry at that moment would seem rather futile. Su Yin remained equally silent, as the arrival of his senior sister had completely disrupted his plans. His intention to defect from the sect and infiltrate Xianmen to acquire the secrets of the immortal lord was now utterly thwarted before it had even begun, leaving no room for possibility. Yet, the determination in his eyes did not wane as he gazed at his senior sister, who lay asleep against him. His gaze gradually sharpened, and no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would carve through all obstacles. Chapter 71. Reward. The flying vessel sped forth, and gradually, the outline of Shengjing City became clear in the distance. Su Yin watched as the tea house drew near, gently reaching out to touch the soft, creamy face of his senior sister. Sister, may I have the Huan Tian mask back for a while? I still have use for it. Jiang Wan remained nestled in her junior brother's embrace. Her eyes still closed, a languid aura enveloping her. She stirred slightly, yet deftly retrieved the mask, placing it in his hand. Here you go. Her voice was soft and gentle, imbued with a hint of drowsy dependence. Su Yin accepted the mask and donned it once more, instantly transforming back into his second identity, the eldest son of the Sword Clan, T. Saint Jiang Yin. That he grasped his senior sister's delicate hand, his consciousness delving into her storage ring to retrieve her ghostly mask, gently placing it upon her face. Although Jiang Wan possessed the cultivation to conceal her identity, having it placed on by her junior brother surely would yield even better results. Su Yan's fingers lightly squeezed her palm. Sister, it's ready. Jiang Wan held onto him tightly, lazily responding, I know, I don't want to move. Su Yan found her response amusing. My sister addicted to hugging. Nevertheless, he was more than happy to oblige. If his senior sister enjoyed embracing, he would gladly indulge her for a while longer. Unbeknownst to them, the flying vessel had already returned to Shengjing. As they approached the Sword Clan's tea house, the streets were abuzz with cultivators eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon catching sight of the flying vessel, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with excitement. T. Saint, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for so long. Indeed, esteemed one, I have just managed to gather enough spirit stones, eagerly awaiting your return. However, the crowd suddenly fell silent, their faces etched with shock and confusion. What is happening? Why is the Tea Saint holding a woman? Heavens, if the Tea Saint has found a partner, won't that mean endless spirit tea? Another cultivator chimed in, and an unending supply of spirit stones. This revelation sparked a flicker of jealousy and resentment in the eyes of the crowd, their gazes inadvertently turning towards the mysterious masked woman. Tinged with a hint of hostility, go away. My master's choice of partner is his own freedom. It is not your place to feel envious. Jian Yuanji stood at the forefront of the crowd, his gaze steadfast in defense of his tea saint. Ever since he had fortuitously tasted a cup of the tea saint's exceptional spirit tea, Jin Yuanji had become utterly enamored with Su Yan. Constantly pondering how to assist him, I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Today, I have prepared a total of 10 cups of Zihong chicken crown robe. Su Yan's voice, calm yet measured, resonated. Tea saint, please make a few more cups. 10 cups will hardly suffice. Damn it, I won't have enough to drink, and you still dare to ask for more? Jin Ji, frustrated with nowhere to vent his anger, glared at the crowd, unceremoniously silencing them. The cold domain of Jiang Wan still lingered around her. Upon noticing this, Su Yan swiftly maneuvered away from the crowd, leading his senior sister into the tea house. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze slightly, a shadow of deep contemplation crossing her eyes as she scrutinized her junior brother. It seems our tea saint is quite popular. She pouted, a hint of jealousy evident in her tone. Su Yan, upon hearing this, immediately lowered his head, his expression remaining calm. If my sister dislikes it, then I shall cease selling tea and only brew for you and a few senior friends. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I appear so unreasonable. I did not come here to cause you trouble. She lightly bit her lip, a teasing smile glimmering in her eyes. No, I am quite serious. Su Yan smiled gently, winking at her, his tone tender. The world is vast, but my sister reigns supreme. All right, fine. Jiang Wan sighed softly, then shifted the topic. Junior brother, I am hungry. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat as he straightened up, earnestly asking, what does my sister wish to eat? Jiang Wan chuckled lightly, a playful glint in her eyes. Let us see how well you perform. If you do well, my sister will reward you. Reward? Su Yan's heart raced involuntarily. Sister, is this reward serious? Jiang Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. Guess. Her smile blossomed even brighter as she gazed at her junior brother's silly expression, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. So adorable. Please wait a moment. Sister, Su Yan took a moment to compose himself, retrieving a familiar set of cooking utensils. This set had been gifted to him by the new emperor of the Great Li dynasty during his past diplomatic mission. Su Yan held great affection for this set of utensils, having used it ever since. However, without his senior sister by his side, he lacked the motivation to cook and had devoted more time to studying the art of tea-making. But now, everything was different. With his sister back, Su Yan felt invigorated. He recalled the dishes his sister loved, but soon found himself in a dilemma. It seemed that no matter what he prepared, she would enjoy it without complaint. Yet, she likely preferred congee. Yes, sweetened congee, red bean and koik seed congee, accompanied by a few side dishes. Having decided what to cook, Master Su promptly began his culinary endeavor. Sister, is the congee tasty? Su Yan's voice carried a hint of nervousness, concern etching his heart. Over the past 2 years, he had been preoccupied with various matters, fearing his neglect might have led to a decline in his culinary skills. Jiang Wan took a small sip, her lips curving upward, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. It's delicious, just as good as before. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart finally eased. He let out a sigh of relief, yet his gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Then, sister, does the reward you mentioned still stand? Jiang Wan's eyes narrowed playfully, a hint of mischief sparkling within. Of course, junior brother, come a bit closer. Upon hearing this, Su Yan instinctively moved closer, resting his head gently on his senior sister's shoulder. The warmth of their breaths mingling in the air. Sister, is this close enough? Just wait a moment. Jiang Wan lowered her head, summoning the Sujin sword with a graceful wave of her hand, deftly severing a strand of silver hair. The silver locks cascaded down like moonlight, gently slipping through her fingers. Senior sister, Su Yan's heart tightened, a flicker of concern igniting in his eyes as he instinctively shielded the remaining loose strands of silver hair around her. All right, just this one strand. I won't allow any more. Jiang Wan reassured him with a smile, producing a red cord and tenderly entwining the silver strand with it, with a deft twist of her wrist. She fashioned it into an exquisite bracelet. This will be your reward. Will my junior brother be disappointed? How could I be? Su Yan's voice was low, yet his gaze sparkled brightly. This is the finest gift I have ever received. Bar none. As long as my junior brother is pleased. Jiang Wan replied softly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, her voice barely a whisper. Actually, if my junior brother wishes to cultivate together, that could be arranged. Returning to Wendafing with senior sister, Su Yin paused, blinking in surprise, suddenly recalling the initial jest of the ancestor Guichen. Do not seek your senior sister as a Dao partner. Otherwise, would it become a popsicle? Chapter 72. From this moment, the rain falls in Shengjing. One person holds an umbrella while two walk together. Su Yin contemplated for a moment, his expression softening. Senior sister, we are already Dao partners. Once we return to Wendafing, we shall cultivate together. When does my junior brother plan to return? She inquired softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Yin fell silent for a moment before revealing a warm smile. Senior sister, very soon. It won't be long. Jiangwan nodded gently, appearing somewhat reassured, yet she could not help but ask, I understand. However, my junior brother has yet to disclose what brings you to the Eastern Domain. After a brief silence, Su Yin gestured towards the table, slowly speaking. What am I doing? Collecting some useful information, attending to necessary matters. So, because of this you left me? Jiangwan's voice carried a teasing lilt. Or is there something my junior brother has not told me? Su Yan's gaze sharpened slightly. He understood that his senior sister was quite perceptive, aware of what to believe and what to dismiss. However, one fatal flaw of hers was her unconditional trust in her junior brother. It's nothing, senior sister, Su Yin said in a low, gentle tone, that I merely wish to handle what I can. Jiangwan studied her junior brother, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions, but ultimately, she sighed softly, setting aside her questions and leaning into his embrace. So, junior brother, this is related to me, is it not? Her tone was calm, almost imperceptible, yet Su Yin could sense a silent pressure emanating from her gaze. He remained silent for a moment, finally nodding gently. So, junior brother, I will die, will I not? Her expression remained largely unchanged, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Yet, Su Yin was struck dumb, as though this statement had pierced the most vulnerable part of his heart. Confusion filled his eyes as he stared at her. Why? Sensing the turmoil within her junior brother, Jiangwan lightly extended her delicate finger to hush his slightly parted lips, because her voice was soft. Yet a trace of mirth lingered in her eyes. I have never doubted your love for me. She lowered her head slightly and continued in a hushed tone. I simply cannot fathom any possibility that would lead you to leave me silently, to depart alone. For 2 years, I have pondered this question without resolution, but the moment you leapt into my arms yesterday, I thought I should have understood. Her words fell. Tears unknowingly slipped from the corners of Su Yan's eyes. He truly regretted not acting sooner, lamenting the lost opportunity. Had he gone to Xianmen earlier, he would not have encountered his senior sister, and he might have unearthed more crucial information about the immortal sovereign, potentially altering her fate and averting her calamity. Now, it seemed all was too late, and every effort appeared futile. Junior brother, do not cry. Jiangwan gently wiped away his tears, her voice soft and warm. Let us return to Wendafing together. I do not wish for you to take risks for my sake. Gazing into her gentle eyes, Su Yan's heart ached even more, and he unusually refused her. No, I will not return. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the air, and Jiangwan's lips curled slightly in discontent. Yet she remained silent. If you will not return, then stay by my side. Wherever you go, I shall follow. As night deepened, Su Yin remained seated at the table, diligently organizing the newly arrived intelligence reports on his left wrist. He wore the Yin-Yang heart protection bracelet gifted by his senior sister, while his right hand adorned the silver chain she had woven for him. Jiangwan rested her head on his shoulder, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She watched her junior brother meticulously sorting through the materials, occasionally reaching out to press points on his back or gently massage his shoulders. Junior brother, why is it all information related to the purple extreme immortal sovereign? Does this concern me? She asked, her tone laced with confusion. Yes, it does. She chose not to press further, instead remaining quietly by his side. As long as her junior brother was near, any place felt like home. How wonderful. Time slipped away unnoticed. Ever since her arrival, Su Yin had grown increasingly anxious. He had nearly abandoned tea brewing, immersing himself entirely in research and documentation. Jiangwan sat quietly beside him, observing his weary eyes and tireless demeanor, a pang of compassion swelling within her. All right, junior brother, you should rest for a while. You haven't taken a break in a month. She gently urged. Su Yin raised his head slightly, fatigue evident in his eyes, yet he shook his head. I'm fine, senior sister. You are not fine. she asserted firmly, leaning in closer. Did I worry for you? Su Yin was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless, Jiang Wan's delicate hand brushed against his brow, the soft touch coaxing him into relaxation. Hurry, take a nap, she encouraged, patting her chest. Before Su Yin could react, Jiang Wan effortlessly pulled him into her embrace. Snatching the scroll from his hands, that a subtle fragrance enveloped the air, emanating from her, causing Su Yan's heart to race as he felt the warmth of her embrace. Almost immediately, a soft, comforting sensation graced Su Yan's forehead. He gently closed his eyes, savoring the touch. So soft. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed a faint pink as she draped a plain white robe over his shoulders. Junior brother, sleep quickly. Tomorrow, when you feel refreshed, let us explore Shengjing City together. Su Yin nodded lightly. All right. Jiang Wan tenderly caressed his back, aiding his slumber. And throughout the night, no words were exchanged. Shengjing City, the largest city in Jianzhou, the home of the Jian clan. The streets bustled with life. A cacophony of activity. Yet at this moment, two figures strolled leisurely side by side. Junior brother on the left, senior sister on the right, resembling a heartwarming ink painting that in that moment. Jiang Wan was like an inquisitive child, her eyes darting around at the sights, tugging on her junior brother's arm and occasionally pointing at the curious wonders around them. With her junior brother by her side, she fully embraced her childlike curiosity. Junior brother, look at that sugar painting. It's beautiful. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at a stall by the roadside, where exquisite sugar paintings seemed to come to life. Su Yin followed her gaze, smiling as he nodded. When we return, I'll make one for senior sister. He was well aware that she only consumed the spiritual food she prepared herself. He had promised to cook for her for a lifetime. So he naturally had to learn everything. That a gentle drizzle began to fall, softly pattering on the streets of Shengjing City. The raindrops hit the ground, creating delicate ripples. Senior sister, it's raining, Su Yin softly reminded her. Oh, it is indeed, Jiang Wan replied, coming back to her senses, gazing at the gentle rain with a smile in her eyes. Su Yin took out an oiled paper umbrella from his possession, tilting it slightly towards Jiang Wan. Shall we head home? Yes, let us go home. Chapter 73. Elixired in the northern domain. Amidst the biting cold and perpetual snow cover, for figures trudged through the vast snowy expanse, leaving long footprints in their wake. The howling wind whipped through the air, swirling snowflakes, rendering the world a desolate white, yet their voices echoed through this icy realm. Xian Yi was the first to speak. Is the demon emperor seeking to establish a demonic alliance? Walking ahead, Yi Changkong caught a snowflake on his hand, smiling slightly, his tone calm yet imbued with an inexplicable confidence. This era ultimately belongs to my Zionmen. The three companions frowned at his words. Your Excellency, the demon emperor, that statement may be somewhat inappropriate. Z interjected that it is well known that the destiny of this era belongs to Daotian's sect, and with Jiang Wan alone, she is sufficient to suppress an entire epoch. Not necessarily. Yi Changkong maintained his smile, gently flicking away the snowflake from his fingertips. According to the records of the immortal sovereign, the destined ones must endure the tribulation of ascension, and those who truly survive are but 1 in 10. Huang pondered for a moment before frowning and suggesting, in that case, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. It is merely a matter of a few millennia. Why do you all believe the destined child is Jiang Wan? Am I the only one who thinks the destined one is actually Jiang Li? Yi Changkong's voice slowly emerged. Jiang Li? Upon hearing this, Xian Yi could not help but retort, but Jiang Wan is the chosen one. This is an almost universally acknowledged truth across the 4 domains. Moreover, Jiang Li has been absent for a full 300 years. Indeed, Yi Changkong murmured, a flicker of confusion passing through his gaze. Where have you truly gone? Just as he spoke, a humble wooden cabin materialized ahead. The dwelling stood solitary amidst the howling wind and snow, its wooden beams encrusted with frost, exuding an air of desolation. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Yi Changkong smiled faintly and said, We have arrived. The 3 companions exchanged glances, their eyes filled with perplexity. Before them stood merely an ordinary small cabin. Why would the demon emperor bring them here? Their questions were soon answered. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a pair of eyes tinged with apprehension peering through the crack. Yet, upon recognizing the 4 figures outside, the occupant's pupils dilated, and her face turned ghostly pale. Her breath quickened, and with an instinctive thud, she slammed the door shut once more. An ordinary person. Hua Yin frowned, her gaze laced with confusion. My Lord Demon Emperor, what exactly are your intentions? Yi Changkong remained noncommittal, his smile deepening as he stepped toward the cabin to eye in the snowy expanse. His footsteps were slow and leisurely, as if he were not traversing a wintry landscape, but rather entering a game. Approaching the door, he raised his hand and gently tapped, his voice warm and polite. Hello. However, there was no response from within, only the faint sound of hurried breathing behind the door. Yi Changkong showed no signs of irritation. Maintaining his composed smile, just as he was about to knock again, a flash of crimson light suddenly pierced the air, aimed directly at his arm, yet the blood-red beam halted just shy of his sleeve. As if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to advance further, above in the sky, a formidable figure stood upon the snow, exuding a chilling aura, his gaze sharp and unyielding, fixated on the man before the cabin. Yi Lu Yun had arrived. What is it? Yi Changkong looked up at his son, a slight smile gracing his lips, his voice leisurely with a hint of mischief. My dear son, do you wish to spar with your father? Yi Lu Yun's eyes burned with fury, his voice low and frigid. You all get away from me. Yi Changkong's smile did not waver. Instead, he took a few steps back with the three others, seemingly allowing space while also mockingly savoring the impending drama. Now, is it time? Yi Lu Yun paid no heed, and in the next moment, he leapt in front of the cabin door. Inside, a trembling woman cautiously pushed open the wooden door. She appeared frail, her snow-white gown insufficient against the chill, her skin pale as snow, slightly quivering. Timidly, she hid behind Yi Lu Yun, clutching his sleeve tightly, fear evident in her eyes. Observing this, Yi Changkong sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret. Lu Yun, I am truly disappointed in you. That he shook his head slightly, his gaze profound, his tone slow and deliberate. I have granted you decades to make your choice. Yet, you have still failed to act. His eyes fell upon the woman behind Yi Lu Yun, the corners of his mouth curving upward into a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze. If that is the case, then your father shall lend you a hand. The brows of the three companions furrowed deeper, unable to comprehend why this father and son would turn against each other. My Lord Demon Emperor, what exactly do you intend to do? Yi could not help but inquire. What do I intend to do? Yi Changkong chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Naturally, I wish for my dear son to embrace the gifts of destiny. The gifts of destiny? It was undoubtedly the elixir behind her. The three were taken aback, confusion flickering in their eyes. An elixir? Xianyi frowned. Isn't that a person? Moreover, the finest herbs in this world are merely top-grade sacred medicines. What could possibly constitute an elixir? Yi Changkong's gaze deepened, his voice low. If you do not believe me, you may cut open her hand. A slight smirk played on his lips, his tone imbued with an almost obsessive excitement. Then you shall see. Her blood is golden. The three were instantly shaken, their gazes converging on the woman behind Yi Lu Yun. Her complexion had turned even paler, her delicate fingers gripping Yi Lu Yun's sleeve tightly. Her body trembling, eyes filled with terror and despair. However, they were all cultivators at the great ascension stage and quickly regained their composure. Xianyi glanced at the Demon Emperor Yi Changkong beside him, his expression stiffening slightly, a sense of unease rising within. Then allow me to congratulate you, my Lord Demon Emperor, on acquiring the elixir. Despite this, the three dared not reveal any hint of greed. They certainly did not believe that the so-called elixir was meant for them. Moreover, since Yi Changkong had brought them here, it was evident that his intentions were far from benign. The three exchanged glances, each perceiving the same wariness in the other's eyes. Nevertheless, their gazes could not help but linger on the woman behind Yi Lu Yun. The ability to transform into human form was unheard of for herbs. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a thing existed, just as they were lost in speculation. Yi Changkong's voice rang out, tinged with a casual tease. You desire this elixir? Xianyi and the others' hearts jolted, their expressions shifting. We desire it. Of course. Yet they knew better than anyone that this was not a chance that belonged to them. Xianyi steadied himself, smiling as he clasped his hands. My Lord Demon Emperor, why do you say such things? We naturally hope that you will consume the elixir, aiding you in furthering your cultivation and leading our demonic path back to its pinnacle. Yi Changkong chuckled lightly, his gaze lingering meaningfully on the three. You are quite humble. His tone was leisurely, yet there was a hidden significance. However, I never said it was to be divided among you. At his words, the three's hearts sank. The true purpose for which the Demon Emperor had brought them here was likely far from simple. The next moment, Yi Changkong's gaze returned to Yi Lu Yun, amusement and mockery glinting in his eyes. That my dear son, if you truly do not wish to consume the elixir, then I shall have to share it with these three companions of mine. Chapter 74. Opportunity. Upon uttering this, the expressions of the three transformed drastically, alarm bells ringing in their minds that Yi Changkong was not merely offering to share the elixir. He was clearly intending to use them as weapons to coerce Yi Lu Yun. As for the notion of sharing the elixir, how could they, as fellow practitioners of the demonic path, possibly believe that Yi Changkong would be so generous, rather than trust that he would generously distribute the elixir to them? It would be more prudent to believe that a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise on this day. Xian Yi made a swift decision, bowing with a forced smile. My Lord Demon Emperor, I shall not covet this elixir. I happen to have some matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude upon your father-son reunion and will take my leave. With that, he feigned turning to depart. However, do not be hasty, Yi Changkong interjected lightly, his tone still laced with amusement, yet it caused Xian Yi's steps to falter, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. That I would not do anything to you. As soon as the words left his lips, he waved his hand casually, an invisible aura instantly spreading, forming a transparent barrier that quietly enveloped Yi Lu Yun and the flower fairy within. Yi Lu Yun's expression darkened as he raised his hand to break it, but upon contact, it was as if a stone had been thrown into the sea, causing not even a ripple. Yi Changkong wore a meaningful smile, his voice soft. My dear son, his tone was tender to the point of indulgence, yet every word carried a chilling sense of oppression. This barrier will only last for the duration of an incense stick. He narrowed his eyes, as if relishing the spectacle about to unfold. If you wish to consume the elixir, you should do so quickly. Otherwise, when the time is up, if you do not consume it, others may. With that, he turned without hesitation, striding away into the distance, his figure growing more distant, leaving behind a languid voice that echoed through the swirling snow. That moment, Hua Yin, Zi, and Xian Yi, still remaining in place, were left in shock. Yi Changkong at his left, the three extended their spiritual senses, sweeping the surroundings, yet found nothing but emptiness, unable to perceive anything. However, they dared not take this at face value. The intentions of the Demon Emperor Yi Changkong were inscrutable. Even if his aura had dissipated, it did not mean he had truly departed. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Yi Lu Yun's gaze was as cold as ice, emanating palpable murderous intent. The three could not help but tighten their hearts, hastily reining in their thoughts, forcing smiles, and attempting to lower their postures. Young Master Yi, we harbor no intention of coveting the elixir. This matter has nothing to do with us. Hua Yin spoke first, her tone earnest and hurried. Fearful of provoking Yi Lu Yun, he nodded repeatedly, signaling her lack of hostility. Nevertheless, the murderous intent in Yi Lu Yun's eyes did not wane. His expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Get lost." His voice was deep and restrained. Hua Yin and Zi stiffened slightly. Though they did not retreat, there was already a hint of wariness in their gazes. They discreetly continued to scan their surroundings, trying to ascertain whether Yi Changkong had truly left, while also attempting to soothe Yi Lu Yun's emotions to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. At this moment, Xian Yi, with his cautious demeanor, gritted his teeth and cast a complex glance at Yi Lu Yun before bowing deeply. Young Master Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me. Before coming here, we were all invited by the Lord of the Demon Empire, who spoke of forming a demon alliance, which is why we came. He paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his words, and then decisively stated, since this is not the case, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than he turned on his heel and left without hesitation. The allure of the celestial elixir was immensely tempting. Just the act of consuming it could offer a glimpse into the threshold of the immortal path. An opportunity that no cultivator in the world could resist. However, Xian Yi had never trusted a single word from Yi Changkong. He possessed the unique intuition of a demon cultivator. If he did not depart now, he would surely perish today. In comparison to his life, no celestial elixir was worth mentioning. Among demon cultivators, each was more ruthless than the last. As he watched Xian Yi depart, Hua Yin and Zi exchanged a glance, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in their eyes. With the strongest among them, Xian Yi, now gone, the situation had become much clearer. A shared look between Hua Yin and Zi dispelled their final hesitations. Replaced by a burgeoning greed, time flowed slowly. Their gazes towards Yi Lu Yun shifted from initial wariness to growing complexity, ultimately being entirely consumed by avarice. The celestial elixir was within reach. Who could remain indifferent? Until that translucent barrier finally shattered. Hiss! The two of them focused intently, unhesitatingly channeling their internal powers, the force of their great completion fifth stage erupting like thunder, launching towards Yi Luyun with ferocity. Yet, Yi Luyun was quicker to act. Almost instantaneously, as they made their move, he had already gathered his lethal strike. A flash of crimson sword light suddenly blossomed at his fingertips, radiating sharpness. However, his cultivation was ultimately limited to the peak of harmonization. Even if he could temporarily elevate his strength to great completion, it was still merely that of the first or second stage. Above the icy plains of the northern domain, the wind and snow howled. Permeated by an aura of slaughtered, Yi Liyun's eyes turned crimson, his killing intent boiling as the sword light surged forth, aimed directly at the advancing Hua Yin and Zi. In an instant, the myriad sword lights transformed into a cascade of overlapping images, sweeping towards the two like a roaming dragon. The sword chi was chilling, imbued with a soul-seizing murderous intent. Each sword shadow seemed capable of tearing apart the void, tracing scarlet arcs through the storm. Hua Yin's expression darkened as he swiftly summoned his demonic energy, a jet-black flame erupting from his palm, rapidly morphing into a shield ablaze with ghostly fire. Positioned before him, boom, the sword light descended, and the demonic flame shield trembled violently, sparks flying. Yet ultimately, a gap was still torn open. Hua Yin staggered slightly, his brow furrowing, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Yi Liyun's strike. Zi, however, showed no hesitation. Seizing the moment as Yi Liyun's sword momentum began to wane, he instantly invoked a secret technique. The pitch-black demonic energy coalesced in his hands, forming an exceptionally sharp claw shadow that tore through the air, aimed directly at Yi Liyun's heart. Yi Liyun's gaze turned steely as he swiftly retreated, flipping his blood sword in hand, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows, sweeping outwards. Break for me! Clang! The blood sword clashed fiercely with the demonic claw. The sword chi and demonic energy intertwining, erupting in a thunderous explosion. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, instantly shattering the surrounding ice and snow as a wild gale howled. Yet, under the impact of this strike, Yi Liyun's body abruptly faltered. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Hua Yin's eyes as he thrust his right palm forward, demonic energy surging like a tide, coalescing into a pitch-black chain that coiled towards Yi Liyun's right arm like a venomous serpent. Humph! Yi Liyun scoffed coldly, twisting his wrist as the blood sword sliced out, attempting to sever the demonic chain. However, at that moment, Zi let out a cold laugh, forming seals with his palm and unleashing a second lethal move. A long, jet-black thorn materialized from the void, possessing astonishing penetrating power, thrusting towards Yi Liyun's chest. Yi Liyun's heart raced in alarm as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the fatal blow, yet the thorn still grazed his shoulder, piercing through flesh in an instant. PFF. Blood sprayed, staining the snow crimson. Yi Liyun let out a muffled groan, kneeling on the ground, his face paling slightly. That strike was not merely superficial damage. It contained Ziyi's demonic secret technique, eroding his meridians and causing his breath to spiral into chaos. Ha! Young Master Yi, how Navi you are, Hua Yin remarked, his expression laced with mockery as he waved his right hand, the demonic chain tightening instantly, constricting Yi Liyun's arm, rendering him immobile. Zi also sneered coldly. Did you think you could contend against us alone? Stop struggling. This celestial elixir is ours. Yi Liyun clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet his spiritual power was rapidly waning, the wound on his shoulder allowing the demonic energy to frantically ravage his flesh, inflicting him with unbearable pain. He had lost. Chapter 75. Snow stopped as Yi Liyun lay powerless to resist. Hua Yin and Ziyi's gazes slowly shifted towards the flower fairy, Hua Xian'er, behind him. The woman appeared pale, her body trembling slightly, her hands gripping Yi Liyun's garment tightly, her eyes filled with terror and reluctance. Do not fear, it will not hurt for long, Hua Yin said with a smile, slowly extending his hand, the demonic energy swirling in his palm, as if envisioning the exquisite sensation of the celestial elixir entering his mouth. However, just as he was about to touch Hua Xian'er, stop! A violent sword chi erupted, soaring into the sky, stirring up the swirling snow that Yi Luyun forcibly summoned the last vestige of his spiritual power, his eyes blazing red with madness. Yet he was utterly drained of strength. The glimmer of disdain flickered in Hua Yin's eyes as he lightly waved his palm, a surge of demonic energy crashing into Yi Luyun's chest. Bang! Yi Luyun's body was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the snow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his breath exceedingly weak. Hua Xian'er widened her eyes in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks as she frantically rushed to Yi Luyun's side, trembling as she reached out to staunch his bleeding. However, Hua Yin and Ziyi's gazes had already fully locked onto her. In that moment, the prey had finally fallen into their grasp. Greed filled Hua Yin's eyes as he slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if he could already touch the coveted celestial elixir. The celestial elixir is mine. Yet, just as his hand was about to descend, his movements suddenly froze as a pitch-black hand silently pierced through his chest. Agonizing pain coursed through his body as the demonic energy devoured his flesh like a venomous serpent, consuming his life force. With great difficulty, Hua Yin turned his head, disbelief filling his eyes as he beheld Ziyi's grotesque and frenzied smile. My friend, may you journey well." Ziyi's voice was cold and composed, as if bidding farewell to the most ordinary of items. Hua Yin's gaze gradually dulled, the last flicker of light vanishing amidst the snowstorm. He was dead. He, however, showed no sign of pause, not even glancing at Hua Yin's corpse. In the next moment, his gaze fixed firmly on Hua Xian'er beside Yi Luyun. The celestial elixir is ultimately mine. He would not waste a moment of time, his throat slightly convulsing, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of menacing fangs. His bloodthirsty maw opened wide, seemingly intent on directly swallowing Hua Xian'er whole. No! Yi Luyun's eyes turned crimson, nearly descending into madness as he exerted every ounce of strength to break free. Yet, the injuries throughout his body rendered him immobile, helplessly watching as Ziyi's fangs descended upon Hua Xian'er. At that moment, Ziyi's body suddenly froze, suspended in midair, unable to advance a single inch. He looked down in horror, realizing that dozens of pitch-black chains had ensnared his limbs and torso, etched with profound demonic runes that devoured his spiritual power, rendering him incapable of escape. What is this? An indescribable fear surged within him. In midair, a figure slowly emerged, clad in a flowing black robe, with icy eyes gazing down, resembling a deity descending to the mortal realm. Yi Chong Kong had arrived. Yi Chong Kong shook his head slightly, his tone calm, yet imbued with profound disappointment. "It seems you have ultimately let me down beyond belief." His gaze fell upon the gravely injured Yi Luyun on the ground, his expression frigid, as if looking at a worthless waste. "How could I have given birth to such a useless son?" Yi Luyun's body trembled violently, his teeth gritted tightly, yet he could utter no words. At this moment, Ziyi finally understood that he was at a dead end, his eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by a frenzied ferocity. Yi Chong Kong, I curse your ancestry, since death was inevitable." He vented all his fury, shouting curses without restraint. However, Yi Chong Kong merely tilted his head slightly, still wearing that faint smile, as if he were entirely unconcerned by Ziyi's profanities. "Curse away." His tone remained flat, even carrying a hint of pity, merely the lamentations of a waste. In the next instant, black flames erupted from Ziyi's body, engulfing him as if consuming a mere scrap of paper. The flames swiftly enveloped him, incinerating his flesh, bones, and soul entirely. Ziyi's screams echoed through the snowstorm, and moments later, he was reduced to nothingness. The wind and snow continued to swirl, and the world bore no trace of Ziyi, as if he had never existed at all. Yi Chong Kong lifted Hua Xian'er's petite figure, his expression placid, a hint of a smile still gracing his lips, as if he were merely sighing. "Since you do not want it, allow it to be taken by your father." Yi Luyun's eyes turned bloodshot, his roar akin to that of a wild beast, filled with madness. "Stop!" His voice rent the vast expanse, imbued with boundless fury. Yet Yi Chong Kong merely cast him a fleeting glance, the smile gracing his lips tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "My son, is rage your only recourse?" However, just as Yi Luyun was on the brink of utter despair, a gentle yet resolute voice pierced the air. "My lord, may I have a moment more?" Yi Chong Kong raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, but soon, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "Of course." In the next instant, He released his grip. Hua Xian'er's form plummeted from midair, leaving a faint impression in the snow below. Yet, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, she staggered to her feet, slowly making her way toward Yi Lu Yun, her eyes brimming with tenderness. With a soft smile, she sliced her fingertip, golden blood trickling down to mingle with Yi Lu Yun's wounds. Each drop of resplendent golden blood, glimmering like the dawn, seeped into his injuries, and astonishingly, they began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, as if he had never been harmed at all. Hua Xian'er gazed at him, her eyes gentle as a flowing stream, tinged with faint reminiscence. "To know you, my dear Leaf, is the greatest joy of my life." She chuckled softly, her voice imbued with a sense of relief and gratitude. "These years, your company has brought me immense happiness. I once hid alone for nearly 3 centuries, feeling profoundly lonely and weary, until that day when I saved you. That was my wisest decision." Her gaze trembled slightly, the golden blood continuing to fall, while her complexion grew increasingly pale. She murmured softly, as if talking to herself, or perhaps confessing a long-delayed love to him, "I am sorry for the burden you bore, hiding alongside me all these years. But from now on, you must take good care of yourself. You shall become the mightiest warrior in this world. You will stand atop the pinnacle of existence." She smiled gently, her gaze resting upon Yi Lu Yun's face, filled with deep affection. "I love you. In the end, consume me." Yi Lu Yun trembled all over, tears finally cascading down his cheeks. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. "No." His anger shattered in that moment, transforming into an abyss of sorrow. He looked at her in agony, then turned to his father beside him, his eyes pleading for understanding. Yet, Yi Changkong was miserly. With even a glance, he spoke languidly, his tone calm, yet it resonated like the countdown to death. 10.9.8. The snow gradually ceased, the wind fell silent, and the world was engulfed in a profound stillness. Yi Lu Yun knelt, his entire being surging with chaotic energy, his spirit power swelling like a tempestuous sea around him. His aura ascended steadily, reaching its zenith, the peak of great ascension. Chapter 76. The arrival of fate's calamity. Observing Yi Lu Yun, who had reached the peak of great ascension, Yi Changkong's eyes glimmered with intrigue, his smile growing increasingly pronounced, revealing approval. "Excellent, just like that. Now, you must reclaim your first. Go, defeat Jiang Wan." "But, you are mistaken." Yi Lu Yun's voice was low, yet laced with an inexorable killing intent. In the next moment, a blood blade cut through the air, carrying with it an unmatched murderous aura, hurtling toward Yi Changkong. Yi Changkong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the smile upon his lips unwavering, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the lethal blood blade. He sighed lightly, his voice gentle yet tinged with a near-pitying tone. "Do you think that by breaking through to the peak of great ascension, you can best your father? There exists a vast chasm between the peaks of great ascension." As his words fell, he extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blood blade. In an instant, the wind and snow swept across the heavens once more. With a gentle squeeze of his fingers, the blood blade shattered, transforming into a mist of crimson that dissipated into the air. Foolish. Yi Changkong shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. His figure flickered slightly, and in the next moment, he was upon Yi Lu Yun. Yi Lu Yun summoned his power to its utmost, the strength of the peak of great ascension erupting like thunder. He clasped his hands together. Torrents of blood energy surged forth from within him, transforming into a sea of crimson, roaring as it surged toward Yi Changkong. Yet, Yi Changkong merely smiled serenely, flicking his finger dismissively. The blood sea erupted instantly. The frenzied energy crushed as if by a more formidable force, scattering into oblivion. "Your path is too shallow." Yi Changkong shook his head slightly, then raised his palm, casually pushing forward. The void trembled. A colossal black hand descended from the heavens, imbued with inexorable demonic might, crashing down upon Yi Lu Yun. Yi Lu Yun gritted his teeth and roared, both palms thrusting forward, a torrent of demonic energy surging forth as he attempted to withstand this blow. A blood-red beam shot skyward, striving to tear apart the demonic hand, but beneath its weight, all resistance was futile. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red beam shattered, and Yi Lu Yun was sent crashing down. Akin to a kite with severed strings, plummeting into the earth, the entire snowy expanse shook, the towering ice layers fracturing, sending clouds of snow dust spiraling into the air. Yi Lu Yun's body sank deep into the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion as pale as a specter. You are far too weak. Yi Lu Yun gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, forcing himself to rise. His fists were tightly clenched, nails piercing into his palms, blood dripping onto the pristine white snow. Yi Chong Kong raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. But soon, a playful smile graced his lips. I suppose there is a hint of interest. He slowly raised his hand, fingers curling in a grasp, causing the surrounding space to warp and collapse. Two extremes of power collided amidst the snow and wind. The savage energy rampaged, twisting the very void, as the pristine snow was instantaneously vaporized, revealing cracks in the earth that had been frozen for a millennium. Yi Lu Yun's form surged forth like a streak of lightning, blood energy roiling around him, resembling a blood-colored war god. His eyes blazed with fervent intensity, the blood blade in his grasp extending to several meters, cleaving through the void. Yi Chong Kong remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, observing his son's desperate struggle, a peculiar smile curving at his lips. Yi Lu Yun's speed had surpassed all limits, closing the distance to Yi Chong Kong in an instant, the blood blade slashing horizontally, the air erupting with a piercing sound as a black fissure was rent in the space. Yi Chong Kong finally raised his hand, fingers curling slightly, casually grasping forward. An invisible force enveloped Yi Lu Yun's blood blade like a cage, the terrifying demonic energy sweeping across the heavens, causing the blood blade to shatter inch by inch. Yi Chong Kong's palm descended slowly, seemingly devoid of any flamboyant techniques, merely a casual downward strike. This strike, appearing slow, was in reality akin to the heavens collapsing, carrying the weight of annihilation, aimed directly at Yi Lu Yun. Yi Lu Yun crossed his arms, exerting every ounce of strength to resist, but before absolute power, his defense crumbled like parchment, shattering in an instant. Blood gushed forth as he was violently slammed into the ground, the earth yielding to create an unfathomable pit, glaciers fracturing, snow-capped mountains collapsing with a thunderous roar. All fell into a profound silence. Is this all? Yi Chong Kong spoke nonchalantly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. I had expected you to provide me with more anticipation. Within the dark chamber of the Xian sect, the returning Yi Chong Kong sat cross-legged in the pitch-black confines, demonic energy circulating around him, accentuating the depth of his features in the dim light. A smile graced his lips, as if he were in a rather pleasant mood, akin to having just concluded a satisfying game of chess. However, beside him, the demonic attendant and Yu wore a furrowed brow, harboring a trace of confusion and perplexity. Finally, and Yu could no longer contain himself and inquired, "My lord, why do you wish for the young master to venture to Xinjing? If he intends to challenge Jiang Wan and Su Yin, should he not proceed to Daotian sect instead?" Yi Chong Kong maintained his smile, seemingly oblivious to Yu's question, instead speaking at his own leisure. 2 years ago, the Sword Clan began extensive intelligence exchanges with my Xian sect, all pertaining to the esteemed Master Ziji. Ultimately, this intelligence fell into the hands of that enigmatic T-Sage. And Yu paused momentarily, still not comprehending the implications. Yi Chong Kong continued. Around the same time, Daotian sect abruptly announced that Su Yin was in closed-door training. Yu's heart jolted, instinctively questioning, what does this have to do with Su Yin and Jiang Wan? Yi Chong Kong chuckled lightly, his gaze profound. If my conjecture holds true, what they seek is the core notes of Master ZJ. Yu's heart stirred. The core notes? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, frowning as he remarked, but even if they gather ample information, they cannot obtain the core notes. Hasn't the only copy always been held by our sect's ancestor? Indeed. Yi Chong Kong sighed softly, a glimmer of meaningful light flashing in his eyes. But that is precisely the crux. Yu's mind was awash with doubts. But how does this relate to Su Yin and Jiang Wan? Yi Chong Kong slowly raised his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his voice low and laden with significance. It is inherently connected. If my hypothesis is correct, the fated individual from Daotian sect should be undergoing tribulation, and the one secretly gathering information on the master, T-Sage Jiang Yan, actually is Su Yin. Yet, what puzzles me is whether the one undergoing tribulation is Jiang Wan or Jiang El. Yu's heart raced, disbelief etched across his face. He inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. However, my lord the Demon Emperor, all the cultivators of the 4 domains firmly believe that Jiang Wan is the destined one. Why do you persist in believing it to be Jiang Li? In response to the doubts of Yu, Yi Chong Kong fell silent. After a long while, he sighed softly, his gaze dimming slightly. as if caught in an unusual hesitation. If there were anyone in this world who understood Jiang Li best, it would undoubtedly be him. Yi Changkong. It was precisely for this reason that he stubbornly believed Jiang Li to be the true child of destiny. Yet at this moment, he found himself rarely questioning his own judgment. Was destiny truly not Jiang Li? In this instant, even he felt a flicker of uncertainty within his heart. But soon, he reined in his thoughts, his eyes regaining their calmness and sharpness, with a casual wave of his hand. A shimmering screen appeared in the void, illuminating the distant Xinjiang. His gaze sharpened slightly, a glint of excitement passing through his eyes, and a smile slowly curled on his lips, laced with anticipation and mockery. Never mind, Jiang Li, do take a good look at how your two disciples are defeated by my son. You have triumphed over me countless times, but this time, he gently closed his eyes, the smile deepening. You, after all, are losing to me. I in the highest tier of the tea house in Jianzhou. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the wind chimes at the eaves to sing softly. Su Yan's hands trembled slightly. His fingertips pale, as a strange purple light suddenly erupted from the depths of his eyes, fixating on his senior sister before him, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Why has the calamity come early? His voice trembled, as if he were murmuring to himself, or perhaps questioning the heavens. Blood trickled from the corners of his eyes, cascading down his pale cheeks and staining his collar with a vivid scarlet. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of gravity crossing her gaze. With a delicate touch, she placed her finger on Su Yan's forehead, instantly severing his spell. In the next moment, she gently embraced her junior brother. Holding him tightly in her arms, her voice soft yet resolute, "Junior brother, be at ease." Yet, Su Yan's body continued to tremble, the fear within him more intense than ever, as if he were ensnared in boundless darkness. Struggling to breathe, Jiang Wan said nothing further. Her warm palm caressed his eyes, her fingertips gently wiping away the bloodstains, her embrace tightening a fraction more. Her voice was slow and soothing. "Junior brother, fear not, for I am here." Su Yan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with his senior sister's tranquil, water-like eyes. His lips quivered slightly as he whispered, "Senior sister, you must leave quickly and return to the Dao Tian sect." However, Jiang Wan remained unmoved, her embrace unwavering. Her gaze was warm, her tone steady. "If I leave, what will become of you? Abandon you? That I cannot do." She gently patted his back, as if soothing a frightened little beast, her tone as usual. "Be good. Do not fear." Su Yan stared blankly at her, the turmoil within his chest gradually calming. Jiang Wan smiled gently, her gaze drifting toward the distance, her voice soft yet insistent. "Junior brother, stay close to Uncle Jian and await my return." Su Yan gazed at her in silence, the turbulence in his eyes settling layer by layer until it returned to a profound tranquility akin to the night. After a long while, he gently nodded. "All right." Jiang Wan's brows curved into a smile, a hint of gentle mirth shimmering in her eyes. She lowered her head and softly kissed her junior brother's lips. This kiss was like a breeze sweeping across a snowy expanse, silent and ephemeral. After a long moment, their lips parted. She looked at Su Yan, her smile tender. "You were truly obedient, junior brother. This is a reward from your senior sister." Su Yan fell silent for a moment, his fingertips slowly pressing against his lips, avoiding his senior sister's gaze. Yet Jiang Wan extended her hand, gently cradling his face, drawing his gaze back to her. "Junior brother, look at me." Her eyes fixated on Su Yan, the warmth within them nearly overflowing. Her brows remained adorned with a smile. "Junior brother, wait for your senior sister to return." Before her words could fade, Jiang Wan's figure vanished in an instant, as if a gentle breeze had swept by. Already 1,000 miles away, Wei Lu Yun stood quietly in the high sky, clad in black, silver frost covering his shoulders. His aura was deep, his cultivation evidently at the pinnacle of the great ascension. However, his eyes were dull and devoid of light, as if he had lost all emotion, leaving only a void of silence. Jiang Wan walked with poise, her expression calm, seemingly unfazed by Yi Lu Yun's suddenly surging cultivation. All she knew was that she would clear away all adversaries threatening her junior brother. The Sujin sword quietly unsheathed, its blade glinting coldly, reflecting her snow-like visage, the ultimate frost aura permeating the heavens and earth. Wei Lu Yun slowly raised his head, the darkness of his pupils reflecting Jiang Wan's form, amidst the wind and snow. The two stood in a silent standoff, the surroundings eerily stilled. In the next moment, a flash of sword light erupted, cold frost enveloping the air. Their figures flickered, clashing in an instant, Chapter 77. Su Yan's resolve in the highest tier of the tea house of the Sword Clan. At this moment, only Su Yan remained. He sat quietly, eyes tightly closed, a brilliant purple light emanating from his gaze as the divine transformation technique surged fiercely within him. Boundless spiritual energy churned within his body, akin to a deluge overwhelming the shores, shaking his limbs and bones. However, his mind had already drifted far beyond. Fixated on the distant battlefield, as the purple essence flowed, it projected the void realm, where sword energy crisscrossed. And the aura of slaughter surged up. That moment, a hand gently descended upon his shoulder. Su Yan trembled slightly, returning to his senses. The visitor was Jianji. His gaze was steady, his tone gentle. Do not worry. The protections laid by the ancestor upon Jiangshi Zi are beyond your imagination. Even against an opponent at the pinnacle of the great ascension, she can retreat unscathed. Yet Su Yan showed no sign of relaxation. His eyes still locked onto the distance, his voice low and grave. But the seal of our master is about to break. Jianji's demeanor changed abruptly, the calmness on his face vanishing in an instant. Replaced by a look of astonishment, he swiftly turned to Su Yan, disbelief lacing his voice. Are you saying that? Su Yan slowly articulated a few words, his tone heavy as a bell. The calamity is about to erupt. In that instant, Jianji froze in place, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a long pause, a bitter smile crept onto his face, his gaze solemn as he looked at Su Yan. So we have failed. Haven Tiwi. No, uncle, there is still a path we have yet to traverse, is there not? Jianji, he furrowed his brow slightly. What path? Su Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly extended his hand, revealing a pill radiating a mysterious glow in his palm. The divine creation pill. The appearance of this pill caused the air to feel momentarily stagnant. Jianji's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze turning sharp. Su Yan. Su Yan gently caressed the pill, murmuring to himself. The ancestor once said, all information is insignificant. What truly matters is myself. He fell silent for a moment, his fingertips tightening slightly, as if he had finally made a resolution. I believe I know what I must do. However, just as he was about to swallow the pill, a sharp sword energy sliced through the air. The divine creation pill in Su Yan's hand was instantly snatched away. He jerked his head up to see Jianji standing there, his expression frigid, his hand tightening slightly, the pill now resting in his palm. Jianji's gaze was profound, his voice icy. Su Yan. Attempting to forcibly consume the divine creation pill at the initial stage of spirit cultivation. How many lives do you think you possess? Su Yan's expression shifted, extending his hand, his tone low. Uncle. Please return the pill to me. Jianji sneered. Not a chance. Since we have failed, you should return to the Dao Tian sect and inherit the legacy of the one Dao Peak. You have already done your best. Su Yan's hand trembled slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. Uncle, please return the pill to me. Jianji scoffed, preparing to refuse again, but suddenly halted, his gaze freezing in place. Su Yan sank to his knees before him, his eyes filled with an unprecedented plea. Uncle, please return it to me. At this moment, Jianji was taken aback. He had never witnessed Su Yan so humbly beseeching him. Even willing to kneel. He opened his mouth, but no words came forth, as if his throat had been blocked, uncertain how to respond. Just then, a gentle voice resonated. Shi, give it to him. Jianji's body trembled slightly. He turned abruptly, only to see Jianji Xing approaching with measured steps. The patriarch of the Sword Clan looked deeply at Su Yan, his gaze a complex interplay of love, compassion, and affirmation. Yin air. Su Yan froze, slowly raising his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips trembling as he spoke. Godfather. Jianji Xing nodded gently, his expression warm. Jianji closed his eyes, ultimately falling silent. After a moment, he sighed softly, flipped his hand, and actually tossed the divine creation pill to Su Yan. The pill sliced through the air, landing in Su Yan's palm. However, in that fleeting moment, Jianji's gaze turned icy, his tone calm yet resolute. Su Yan met his gaze. Jianji clasped his hands behind his back, his voice measured. If you die, I will bring your body back to the Dao Tian sect and turn it into a puppet. Then, I will adopt Su Xingyue as your disciple, allowing him to inherit the teachings of the Dao ancestor. His gaze was piercing, locking onto Su Yan. Do you agree? Above the tea house, the wind stirred slightly. An oppressive silence enveloping the air. Su Yan slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, the purple light swirling, his gaze resolute as a sword. I will follow uncle's orders. In the next instant, Su Yin swallowed the celestial transformation divine pill. The overwhelming medicinal power erupted instantaneously, transforming into a tempestuous energy that surged through his limbs and bones. Jian Jixing sat cross-legged behind him, his cultivation of the third rank of great ascension being unleashed without reservation. As his robust spiritual energy flowed into Su Yan's body, clearing his meridians. Yet, even with Jian Jixing's assistance, the terrifying potency of the celestial transformation divine pill still exceeded Su Yan's limits of endurance. In mere moments, his blood began to pour from the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and even his pores, staining him entirely in crimson. Agonizing pain swept over him like a tidal wave. His mind roared, teetering on the brink of complete darkness. However, the Devourer of Gods technique surged into action at that moment, voraciously consuming the medicinal power like an abyss, while simultaneously, his cultivation soared, mid-spirit nourishing, late spirit nourishing, early divine transformation. Just as he was about to break through to mid-divine transformation, the last vestige of clarity in his consciousness threatened to shatter. Jian Jixing's brow furrowed deeply, his hands rapidly forming seals, spiritual energy morphing into concentric halos, enveloping Su Yan tightly. Wake up! A low shout erupted like thunder. Su Yan's body trembled slightly, his awareness regaining a modicum of lucidity. Yet, when he opened his eyes, he was met with the grim visage of Jian Zi. Su Yan offered him a faint smile, extending his hand, his voice weak and hoarse. Shu, please help me. Jian Zi's pupils constricted sharply. He turned his head away, tears silently trickling from the corners of his eyes, as a sword net slowly coalesced in his palm. Su Yan's body was thoroughly soaked in the blood that had erupted, resembling a figure of pure crimson. Yet, he remained unperturbed. The remnants of his will urged him to raise his hand, directly reaching into the sword net. With a hiss, the sword chi sliced through, flesh and blood stripped away. The excruciating pain surged through him, jolting his consciousness awake. Su Yan's face grew even paler, yet his gaze became increasingly frenzied. Where the sword net passed, his right hand was nearly severed, leaving only stark white bones. Does it hurt? Surely it does. But, what of it? A brilliant purple light erupted. Su Yan's cultivation surged once more. Mid-divine transformation, late divine transformation, pinnacle divine transformation, early void return. At that moment, Jian Jixing's expression had become gravely serious. His jaw clenched tightly as spiritual energy poured forth ceaselessly to stabilize Su Yan's realm. Finally, the onslaught of the medicinal power began to subside. Jian Jixing's hands trembled slightly as he softly called out, Yenner? After a long interval, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, his voice as soft as a whisper. I am fine. It was as if he were speaking to himself, his gaze profoundly deep. I understand. At this moment, within his mental realm, purple chi surged like an endless ocean, vast and profound. Above his foundation of Tao, strands of black chi began to manifest, slowly coalescing into form. Su Yan's eyes shifted slightly as he slowly uttered two words, Heart Demon. The black chi churned, coalescing like a vortex, ultimately transforming into a stunning figure. Cold and ethereal, it was unmistakably the visage of Jiang Wan. However, unlike typical heart demons, this manifestation of Jiang Wan displayed a hint of confusion upon perceiving Su Yan's consciousness. She exhibited no greed, no malice, but rather furrowed her brows, gazing quizzically at Su Yan. Her voice crisp and frigid. You are my junior? Then, I am Jiang Wan? Su Yan's expression remained calm as he slowly shook his head. You are not my senior sister. You are the heart demon. My heart demon. In an instant, his gaze became resolutely firm. The purple chi surged downwards with tremendous force. Hundreds of soul chains descended from the heavens, bearing down upon the heart demon Jiang Wan, aiming to thoroughly suppress her. Yet, the heart demon Jiang Wan merely raised her hand slightly, her voice calm and indifferent. Demon God intent. Purple chi arise. In the next moment, torrents of purple chi surged forth, akin to a colossal wave, bearing down upon Su Yan. Boom! The two waves of purple chi collided violently, entangled in a fierce struggle, neither side yielding an inch. The heart demon Jiang Wan spoke again, her voice flat and detached. Demon God thought, soul binding rope. Hundreds of soul chains surged from behind her, intertwining fiercely with Su Yan's soul chains, clashing with intensity. A balance of power. Chapter 78, Death Struggle Combined. The two waves of purple chi intertwined in the void, resembling two heavenly tribulations battling against one another. With each collision, the mental realm trembled. Su Yan's gaze grew ever more resolute, his hands forming seals as the purple chi surged like tumultuous waves. thrusting forward with vigor. Yet, a glint of coldness flickered in the heart demon Jiang Wan's eyes. Her form was light as she slightly retreated, while the soul chains in her hands moved with serpentine grace, instantaneously coiling around Su Yan's body. The deafening explosions reverberated in all directions. As the purple chi clashed, the shock waves of energy nearly tearing apart his consciousness. Their auras alternated, neither side showing any sign of retreat. The heart demon Jiang Wan smiled gently, coalescing the purple chi, her eyes glinting with an unusual light. In an instant, the clash of purple chi produced a piercing sonic boom, as if the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. A mere incense stick's worth of time felt akin to centuries passing, yet the battle showed no sign of resolution. Their purple chi continued to intertwine in the air, depleting one another. Colliding fiercely, they gradually ceased their movements, the air thick with dense purple chi, and both bore expressions of fatigue. Su Yin gasped for breath, his gaze slowly regaining clarity, while the heart demon Jiang Wan regarded him with resignation. Su Yin closed his eyes, allowing the purple chi within him to gradually calm. The battle still had no victor. Their gazes met, both sensing the other's exhaustion. The heart demon Jiang Wan finally sighed. Withdrawing her purple chi first, "Junior brother, shall we have a chat? Call me Su Yin." "All right, Su Yin, let us converse." The Su Yin before her showed no hesitation, nodding in agreement. "All right." Far away from Shengjing City, another fierce battle raged silently. At this moment, Jiang Wan knelt partially in the void, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze remained as frigid as ice, despite having reached the pinnacle of harmonious Tao. She found herself somewhat overwhelmed against Yi Luyan, who had already attained the peak of great ascension. With each clash, she felt her strength rapidly depleting. While Yi Luyan maintained his usual deadpan demeanor, his onslaught relentless, mercilessly advancing toward Jiang Wan with blood-laden blades that carried a lethal intent. Her brows knitted tightly. Though her body felt heavy, her resolute heart harbored no intention of retreat. A flicker of cold light flashed in her eyes, and blood spilled from her lips, yet she pressed forward with unwavering determination, fiercely swinging her silken ribbon against Yu Yun's blood blades. Blood trickled from her palm, followed by icy blades formed from the chilling air. Striking fiercely at Yu Yun's form, he showed no inclination to evade, allowing the icy blades to slice into him. Then, his blood blades surged towards Jiang Wan with a fierce aura, just as the blood blade was about to strike her. An ethereal divine lotus quietly emerged from within her. The divine lotus radiated a faint light, effortlessly deflecting the incoming blood blade with a gentle motion. "Tao Heaven's sacred artifact, Chaos Divine Lotus," Yi Luyan's voice echoed through the void, still shrouded in that lifeless tone. "You have lost. Next, I shall defeat your junior brother." With that, he turned to leave. However, Jiang Wan before him offered no response. The air was eerily silent. A wisp of demonic energy quietly surged from within her, followed by a second wisp as purple began to glimmer in her eyes. Subsequently, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from Jiang Wan, a force suppressed for over 300 years, surging forth like a flood, instantly engulfing the entire void. With the eruption of this demonic energy, the extreme cold power within Jiang Wan was momentarily suppressed, shaking the very fabric of the void. She stood in the void as if a demon god had descended, her overwhelming aura distorting the surrounding space, intertwining cold and demonic energies. The two powers clashed violently within her, Jiang Wan's complexion paling, blood seeping from her lips once more, yet she paid it no heed. Her gaze grew increasingly cold and resolute. "My time is running short," she murmured softly, her eyes fixed on Yi Luyan, a fierce killing intent gradually surfacing within. Regardless of life or death, all obstacles must be cleared for her junior brother. In the next moment, the ultimate demonic energy and the extreme cold power erupted simultaneously from her, the pressure of heaven and earth warping dramatically. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber of the Purple Cloud sect, Yi Changkong observed the battle within the light screen, his brow furrowed, his expression increasingly grave. Jiang Wan's transformation had completely surpassed his expectations, yet he quickly realized that the two opposing energies would inevitably lead to her demise. However, what transpired next confounded him. At this moment, Jiang Wan, exuding overwhelming force, found Yi Luyan charging towards her without any attempt to evade, his intent to battle unwavering. "Fool, run now!" Yi Changkong's furious voice thundered in Yi Luyan's mind. Yet, Yi Luyan showed no inclination to retreat, growing increasingly fierce in his assault, relentlessly advancing towards Jiang Wan. He left himself no escape, his gaze cold and merciless, revealing a profound resolve to die for him. Living held no meaning. Death perhaps was the only liberation. As for now, it was merely a matter of dying a little earlier. It was all the same. Damn it. Yi Changkong was instantly consumed with rage. This esteemed demon emperor, standing at the pinnacle, rarely displayed such an anxious demeanor. His fists clenched tightly, nearly overwhelmed by fury. The shadows in his eyes deepened as he fixated on the light screen, realizing that the battle had entirely slipped beyond his control. Whether it was the bizarre surge of demonic energy within Jiang Wan or Yin's seemingly death-seeking demeanor, both were entirely beyond his expectations. He had initially believed that if his son Yi Luyun could vanquish Jiang Wan and Su Yan, reclaiming the top position on the talents list, everything would proceed smoothly. Yet, he could never have anticipated the existence of such overwhelming demonic energy within Jiang Wan. The eruption of this power catapulted her combat prowess to an unprecedented zenith, far exceeding any forecasts. The intertwining forces of extreme cold and demonic energy clashed upon Jiang Wan, nearly sealing her fate. However, what left Yi Changkong even more bewildered was why Yi Luyun chose to confront the challenge at this moment. Why did he not heed his instructions to retreat? At this moment, the dying Jiang Wan emanated a palpable killing intent. This was beyond all of Yi Changkong's plans that he could not comprehend. His furious voice reverberated once more in Yi Luyun's mind, tinged with rare panic. Fool, I commanded you to escape. Cease fighting at once. Yet, the scene within the light screen remained unchanged. Two pinnacle cultivators clashed fiercely in the air, the pressure of heaven and earth erupting like a deluge. The two forces rolled like monstrous waves, unsettling the very fabric of the void. The overwhelming demonic energy surged forth as Jiang Wan's power continuously accumulated, her might growing stronger by the moment. Simultaneously, Yi Luyun refused to be outdone. An endless sea of blood coalescing behind him, blood blades taking form, their glimmer sweeping across everything. The two powerful auras collided violently, the aftermath of the battle threatening to tear the entire void asunder. Within the ancestral hall of Dao Tian's sect, numerous ancestors gazed intently at the light screen before them, the unfolding scene rendering every ancestor's expression gravely serious. Gui Chen furrowed his brow tightly, repeatedly glancing at the elder of heavenly mechanisms beside him, whispering, "Where's the turning point?" A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, all the ancestors collectively muted, their eyes devoid of answers. They could provide protection for Jiang Wan through the chaotic divine lotus, but they were utterly powerless against the calamity that had already erupted within her. The inescapable fate left them feeling desolate and impotent. The heavenly mechanism's elder's compass radiated a blinding light. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he persisted in his calculations, his fingers deftly tracing the compass's runes. As his profound computations deepened, the atmosphere within the ancestral hall grew increasingly tense. Gui Chen's gaze became more tranquil as he spoke again, his tone calm yet resolutely firm. "Let us see where Su Yin is." As his words fell, the image within the light screen shifted, gradually revealing Su Yan's figure. However, the next moment, the scene within the screen left everyone stunned. Where Su Yan's silhouette should have been, there instead stood a figure drenched in blood, every pore seeping crimson. Resembling a walking corpse, his eyes shone with a brilliant purple light, his expression frigid, slowly scanning the void. Through the light screen, the blood-soaked figure revealed a chilling smile, his lips moving to utter three words, "Leave it to me." These words struck like thunder, instantly plunging the entire ancestral hall into silence. With this scene's emergence, the compass in the elder's hand stabilized, the runes upon its surface returning to calm. Simultaneously, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, his lips moving as he murmured, "The turning point has appeared." At this moment, the battlefield in the sky was nearing its final moment. Both Jiang Wan and Yi Luyun were covered in wounds, their breath shallow, blood staining their forms. Despite this, neither displayed any signs of halting. The flames of battle blazed fiercely in their eyes, as if there were no end in sight. "The time is near." Jiang Wan murmured softly. She gently raised her hand, revealing a crystal-clear piece of candy, its sugary coating glistening in the setting sun. She gazed at the candy, the corners of her mouth curving upward, a fleeting tenderness flickering in her eyes. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, she placed the candy in her mouth and took a gentle bite. Sweet. She softly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as if pondering something. Then, she reopened her eyes, her gaze drifting afar as she whispered, her voice laced with a slight tremor, unbeknownst to herself, "Junior brother, in the future, you must live happily alone. Remember to find a partner better than me." Pausing, a hint of reluctance and subtle jealousy flashed in her eyes. "However, thinking about you cooking for someone else in the future makes me a bit unhappy." She lightly shook her head, seemingly attempting to cast aside such thoughts. Her smile unwavering. Forget it. I won't dwell on this. Junior brother, farewell. Instantly, an explosive force of extreme frost and demonic energy erupted from Jiangwan. Around her, formations swiftly materialized, and the sky was filled with countless ice blades and demonic blades. At the center, a colossal sword formed from the intertwining cold and demonic energy emerged. She concentrated all her strength, resolute in her decision to perish alongside her opponent with this final strike. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Luyan unleashed his strongest attack, the sea of blood coalescing once more. Blood blades took form, ultimately transforming into an enormous blood moon, hurtling towards Jiangwan. The two formidable assaults erupted almost simultaneously. An aura of death enveloping the entire battlefield, but a flicker of relief passed through Yi Liyun's eyes, as if he were finally able to conclude everything that as for Jiangwan. Her expression was peculiar, a blend of reluctance, regret, and attachment, yet devoid of any remorse. To protect her junior brother, she bore no grievances. However, just as their attacks were on the verge of clashing, a blade of energy stealthily approached, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Su Yan, wielding the ancestral sword granted by the elders, unleashed all 9 sword energies in one fell swoop. The 9 energies erupted in an instant, the overwhelming force shattering both Jiangwan's and Yi Liyun's assaults. The explosive shockwave sending them both flying. Su Yan stepped forth into the void, his eyes glowing with a brilliant purple light. Behind him, a vast sea of purple energy roiling like an ocean. He advanced gracefully towards his senior sister, and in the next moment, he firmly caught her in his embrace. The Dao Tian battle flag hovered in the air, a massive energy shield materializing instantly to block the chaotic winds generated by the explosion, safeguarding the two of them. The atmosphere of battle immediately froze, both sides' assaults temporarily halting, while Yi Liyun was flung back by the shockwave, momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such a sudden shift in the battle's tide. Jiangwan looked up, her gaze landing on her junior brother, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This place was perilous. Her instincts urged her to prevent him from coming closer, yet his arrival brought her immeasurable joy. At this moment, Su Yan stood before his senior sister, gently holding her in his embrace. Jiangwan's gaze lingered on him, her heart aching as she beheld his multitude of wounds, her concern nearly overflowing. Though the blood on Su Yan's body had been cleared away, the myriad of wounds remained evident. Her hand tenderly brushed against his face, her voice trembling. "Junior brother, how did you sustain such severe injuries?" Su Yan gently shook his head, forcing a smile. "Senior sister, I'm fine." "Still saying you're fine? What a fool." Jiangwan felt a wave of heartache, nearly brought to tears, her face adorned with a tender fury. Witnessing her senior sister's injuries, and sensing the two auras still raging within her, Su Yan couldn't help but retort. "Senior sister is the bigger fool." Jiangwan shot him a glare. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing." Su Yan quickly shook his head. "I meant to say senior sister is cuter." Jiangwan couldn't help but chuckle, the weariness in her eyes seemingly eased for a moment. She reached out to ruffle her junior brother's hair. Her brows and eyes filled with mirth. "If you dare speak ill of me again, I will beat you." Just then, Yi Luyan, suspended in midair, found his gaze involuntarily drawn to them, observing Jiangwan and Su Yan before him. It felt as if something within his heart had been stirred. He then fell into a brief daze, recalling not long ago when a girl had shown him such concern. His eyes gradually dimmed, as if overwhelmed by some emotion, suffocating him. Eventually, he slowly closed his eyes, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. After a moment of stillness, he finally sheathed his long sword, turning away, his silhouette appearing solitary and resolute. He suddenly no longer wished to fight. He sought a quiet place to await his demise. Chapter 79. The Celestial Medicine Weight. Su Yan's voice resonated low and clear, piercing through the oppressive atmosphere. Yi Liyun's figure hesitated slightly, yet he did not turn around, still facing away from Su Yan. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Su Yan's eyes shimmered with purple light, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Yi Luyan. "The celestial medicine, you only consumed half, did you not?" Yi Luyan remained silent, slowly turning to face Su Yan, his icy gaze meeting Su Yan's. Su Yan's voice was calm as he spoke. "Do you wish to save her?" Yi Liyun's body trembled slightly, his pupils constricting, his heart racing. "What did you say?" Su Yan said nothing more, simply holding his senior sister firmly in his arms, his form tilting slightly as he began to stride forward. his step steady and his presence formidable. Ye Luyan stared at Su Yan's retreating figure, his gaze flickering momentarily, yet without the slightest hesitation, he stepped lightly, following closely behind. Silently, he removed the jade pendant from his waist. His expression resolute, his fingers tightening around it. The sound of the jade pendant shattering echoed. The light screen before Yi Changkong shattered explosively, tearing into countless fragments, within the secret chamber of the Purple Cloud sect. Yi Changkong remained in shock, still unable to recover from the astonishment of moments prior. The situation before him left him gasping for breath. His chest heaved violently, a torrent of emotions roiling within, rendering him momentarily speechless, his complexion as pale as paper. Had it not been for Su Yan's intervention, Jiang Wan and Yi Luyun would have perished together in that battle. This moment, Yi Changkong's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of emptiness. He gasped for breath, his breathing erratic, and almost instinctively murmured to himself, "Am I wrong?" He remained silent for a long time, his gaze lost in a haze. Slowly, Yi Changkong turned and trudged toward the ancestral grounds of the Ziyun sect. There were certain matters he needed to comprehend thoroughly. He wished to uncover what exactly was inscribed in the notes of the immortal Lord. He yearned to know what was recorded regarding the destiny. In the eastern region, 3 figures soared through the skies. 2 flew ahead, while one lingered behind. Su Yin securely cradled his senior sister in his arms, his expression grave, his steps resolute and composed. At this moment, the demonic energy and chill still ravaged Jiang Wan's body, yet she forcibly suppressed it. Su Yin lowered his head slightly, his gaze settling on the face of the person in his embrace, and softly inquired, "Senior sister, does it hurt?" Jiang Wan's eyes flickered slightly before she gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. That smile bore a hint of fatigue, yet remained as tender as ever. "Not at all." Su Yin gazed at her quietly, his eyes deep and contemplative. After a moment, he spoke again. "Senior sister, how much longer can you endure?" Jiang Wan maintained her calm demeanor, responding with a smile. "If I exert myself to suppress it, I should be able to hold on for over a month." Upon hearing this, Su Yin fell into silence, ripples of emotion surfacing in his eyes. He said nothing more, merely tightening his hold on the person in his arms and silently continuing to fly forward. Jiang Wan lowered her head, observing her junior brother's silent demeanor, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. "I'm sorry, junior brother, but in the end, I cannot accompany you for eternity." She paused briefly before gently adding, "Junior brother, let us return to the Wendafing together. We shall go nowhere else. When the time comes, I will accompany you in dual cultivation. Whatever you wished." Su Yin remained unresponsive for a while, before finally giving a slight nod. "Senior sister, I will ensure your safe return." Moments later, Su Yin brought his senior sister to a desolate mountain. Yi Luyun followed closely behind. Maintaining a distance, Su Yin lowered his head, gently caressing his senior sister's cheek. A flicker of tenderness crossing his brow. Jiang Wan puffed out her cheeks, giving him an indignant glare, clearly displeased. Observing her demeanor, warmth surged within Su Yan's heart. His senior sister was truly adorable, he softly said. "All right, senior sister, nestle into my embrace for now. No matter what sounds you hear, do not move." Jiang Wan nodded, snuggling closer to her junior brother. Understood. At this moment, Su Yin finally turned his gaze toward Yi Luyun. Their eyes met in the air. Su Yan's expression was devoid of emotional fluctuation, calm as water. Yi Luyun stood silently, patiently awaiting Su Yan's words. As the catalyst for his senior sister's calamity. Su Yin felt no fondness for him. However, certain matters still required his completion. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in an unwavering tone, "I can help you revive that half of the immortal herb, but I can only guarantee a 50% chance." A glimmer of light flickered in Yi Luyun's eyes, yet he did not interrupt Su Yin. "Additionally, my intention to save her is merely to conduct an experiment before rescuing my senior sister. Therefore, if I fail to revive her, you must not attack me or my senior sister in any way. Thirdly, if I successfully revive her, I will require you to unconditionally perform one task for me." Su Yin articulated the 3 conditions with resolute clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity. Yi Luyun showed no hesitation, nodding in agreement. Even if there were only a 1% chance, he was willing to attempt it. "Very well, I agree." Within Su Yan's spiritual realm, his inner demon could not help but chuckle at his actions, a strange gleam in her eyes. She softly remarked, "Do you not trust me, senior sister? How could I deceive you? If I say I can save her, then I surely can." Su Yin did not immediately respond to his inner demon's question. In his heart, Saving his senior sister was paramount. Yi Lu Yun was undoubtedly a perfect subject for experimentation now, a prime candidate to test the capabilities of his inner demon. Unable to restrain himself, Su Yin posed his first question. How do you know so much? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Wan's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but soon the purple hue spread anew. She gently shook her head, her gaze devoid of fluctuation. There is no reason that Su Yin fell silent for a moment, a heaviness settling in his heart. He took a deep breath and quickly exited the realm of consciousness. At this moment, he looked toward Yi Lu Yun, his tone still calm, carrying an air of authority. Let us first sign the sacred contract. Yi Lu Yun seemed prepared, almost instantaneously beginning to inscribe the contract runes in the air as Su Yan's words fell. As the array diagram materialized, intricate runes intertwined in the air, forming a complex formation that a sense of familiarity flickered in Su Yan's eyes. It seemed he had seen a similar array before. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. Once the contract was established, it could not be altered. Yi Lu Yun's finger trembled slightly as he cut his fingertip, letting his blood drip into the formation. Su Yin hesitated not at all. He also cut his finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall into the array. In this mingling of crimson, the blood contract within the sacred agreement was formally established. This was Yi Lu Yun's sole chance at redemption, as well as Su Yan's only opportunity. Once the contract took shape, it bound the actions of both parties, remaining in effect until the contract's conclusion. Bring forth the half of the immortal herb that still resides within you. Su Yan's voice was low, tinged with calmness. Yi Lu Yun said nothing further. He silently tore open his chest and extracted the half of the immortal herb from his body. The half-herb appeared nearly withered. Its vibrant hue having faded significantly, Su Yin remarked indifferently, I will also need to extract the undigested medicinal power from your body. This process may be somewhat painful. His words were devoid of embellishment. Straightforward and cold, and no matter how painful, it is of no consequence. Yi Lu Yun's gaze remained icy, and without hesitation, he nodded, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, remaining utterly stilled. In the spiritual realm, Su Yin and his inner demon Jiang Wan's gazes met once more. Su Yan's consciousness gently spoke, Let us begin. The inner demon Jiang Wan responded with an enigmatic smile, Let us begin. Chapter 80. I only wish to observe my senior sister in this desolate mountain. The few individuals remained silent. The half of the immortal herb lay quietly in Yi Lu Yun's palm, motionless. The entire barren mountain had been enveloped by the Daodian battle flag, rendering any external interference impossible. Time flowed slowly, and the purple light in Su Yan's eyes grew increasingly radiant as the soul chain surged forth from within him, materializing into tangible chains that delved into Yi Lu Yun's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, the soul chain began to draw the undigested medicinal power from Yi Lu Yun's body, which rapidly flowed back into the half of the immortal herb through the chain's conduit. Each extraction was accompanied by intense fluctuations within Yi Lu Yun's body. He gritted his teeth, suppressing every ounce of pain. This was a unique operation, almost beyond conventional explanation. The guiding physician was the inner demon, the attending physician was Su Yin, the patient was the frail immortal herb. And Yi Lu Yun was one of the components in this operation. At least, that was Su Yan's perspective. Under the inner demon's guidance, each step was executed, and the pressure on Su Yin as the operator was immense. Fortunately, the purple pupils amplified the details, revealing the illusions, alleviating much of his burden. To avoid disturbing her junior brother, Jiang Wan voluntarily withdrew from his embrace, quietly finding a corner to close her eyes and feign slumber. She remained silent, offering no interruptions, yet the turmoil within her heart never settled. As time ticked away, this exceptionally unique operation finally approached its conclusion. Yi Lu Yun endured excruciating pain without uttering a single groan. Remaining completely still throughout, his gaze was fixated ahead, locked onto the immortal herb before him. Su Yin could not help but admire him. In this regard, Yi Lu Yun's resilience was impeccable, truly deserving of being called a devoted soul. Ultimately, as the medicinal power was entirely absorbed, the residual life force of the herb began to recover slowly. Gradually, the fragmented herb regained its shape. Though imperfect, one could sense a hint of vitality. However, Yi Lu Yun's cultivation began to waver. The violent backlash of power causing him to plummet from the peak of the Great Ascension stage to the 7th tier of Great Ascension. The sharp pain coursing through his body rendered him nearly incapable of standing. Yet he remained stubbornly upright, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. Su Yin, however, maintained an expressionless demeanor, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ethereal herb before him. His mind tranquil as water. He reached for a set of exquisite tea utensils. His movements composed. Everything remained under his control. He intended to brew a cup of unparalleled spiritual tea, a tea he called Qian Yuan Xian Qing Cha. Gently, he picked up Yulu Yun's storage ring, extracting all the finest spirit stones within. Over 5,000 sparkling spirit stones were laid out before him. He was neither hurried nor flustered, preparing everything meticulously. For brewing tea, he would only use the finest spirit stones. As 5,000 premium spirit stones were simultaneously crushed, spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire cave with a haze of spiritual essence. An invisible pressure cloaked the air, rendering the spiritual energy dense and stable. Su Yin waved his hand lightly, skillfully binding the spiritual energy, concentrating it within this small space. As time flowed, the spiritual energy coalesced into droplets of spiritual liquid, slowly forming on the rock walls. Each drop of this spiritual liquid was exceedingly precious, the essence of the essence, and Su Yin collected it with utmost care. Subsequently, the Ui Xian Gong within him activated quietly, initiating the brewing of this unprecedented pot of Qian Yuan Xian Qing Cha. 3 hours passed, and Su Yin remained utterly focused, his consciousness never straying from the pot of tea. Tea long last. The aroma of the tea wafted through the air, filling the surroundings with its enchanting fragrance. The pot of Qian Yuan Xian Qing tea has finally been perfected, with each drop resembling crystal-clear amber, exuding a delicate fragrance. Su Yin gently lifted the teapot, his gaze as tranquil as still water. He remained unhurried and composed, quietly allowing the tea to drip, drop by drop, into the elixir. With a flash of radiance, the essence of the elixir surged with fervent energy, emanating a dazzling brilliance. Its form gradually became more complete, radiating an incomparable celestial grace. In the next moment, the elixir began to undergo transformation. Just as it was on the verge of completion, Su Yan's vision abruptly darkened as a pair of soft, delicate hands stealthily covered his eyes. In the next instant, he was pulled away from the desolate mountain by Jiang Wan. Her hand slowly released its grip, and Su Yin turned slightly, meeting his senior sister's gaze, which held a hint of danger. Jiang Wan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. The junior brother eager to witness the elixir's transformation, or perhaps, is he more curious to see me in a state of undress? Su Yin swallowed hard, momentarily taken aback before responding. Senior sister, I didn't think that far. Indeed, he had not anticipated that both the healing of the elixir and the brewing of this unprecedented tea would nearly exhaust all his energy. Jiang Wan tilted her head slightly, snorting dismissively. Just excuses. You only want to see. Su Yin couldn't help but retort, his tone laced with sincerity. I only wish to see you. This caused Jiang Wan's face to flush instantly, her gaze flickering shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Let us talk about it when we return to Wendafeng. Su Yin couldn't resist raising an eyebrow, gently caressing his senior sister's cheek, tenderly turning her face toward him. The sensation was cool and soft. His voice, tinged with playful intrigue, broke the silence. Senior sister, I merely wish to see you by my side, as always. What were you just thinking about? Jiang Wan did not respond, merely gazing intently at her junior brother, her eyes subtly shifting. In the next moment, her left hand shot out, deftly pinching the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it sharply. Ouch! Su Yin gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked at his senior sister, who wore a playful smile, unable to suppress his curiosity. Senior sister, where did you learn that move? Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a mischievous arc. Oh, I taught myself. Su Yin replied earnestly. Senior sister, you must forget it. That move is not to be learned. Why not? She inquired, arching her brow in curiosity. Su Yin pondered seriously for a moment before stating solemnly, for the happiness of both you and the junior brother in the future. Jiang Wan paused, momentarily taken aback, then huffed lightly, pursing her lips. Fine, I'll forget it. Yet Su Yin shook his head, insisting, no, we must perform a ritual. Otherwise, you might remember it again. What kind of ritual? Jiang Wan blinked, her face a mask of curiosity. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. Senior sister, close your eyes. Although puzzled, Jiang Wan obediently complied. Su Yin extended his hands, gently tapping 3 times on her head, then playfully rubbing her small face. All right, the ritual is complete. You may forget now. Jiang Wan slowly opened her eyes, her gaze penetrating as she fixed her eyes on her junior brother. Suddenly, she bit down on his hand, her lips moving in a huff. Daring to tap your senior sister's head, I'll bite you to death. Su Yin quickly withdrew his hand, seizing the opportunity to pull Jiang Wan into his embrace. Chuckling, all right, I won't bully my senior sister anymore. Jiang Wan struggled slightly, but then melted into her junior brother's arms, gently nuzzling her forehead against his chest. Su Yin cradled her in his arms, softly patting her back, while with the other hand, he conjured her silver teacup into the air. The last cup of Qianyuan stenching tea from the teapot was poured slowly into it, and he subsequently added a piece of fruit candy. Senior sister, drink the tea. It will replenish the spiritual energy you consumed earlier. Jiang Wan cast a sidelong glance before returning to the safety of her junior brother's embrace. Bitter. I want to drink it. You drink it yourself. Senior sister, I've already added sugar. It's sweet, he coaxed gently. Not drinking, not drinking, not drinking. Jiang Wan repeatedly refused, shaking her head like a rattled. Su Yin sighed in exasperation, finally deciding to employ his trump card. The Taoist trump card. Mouth to mouth, he gently adjusted Jiang Wan, their eyes locking. Then, Su Yin slowly took a sip of the tea, leaning in to kiss her lips. The tea flowed through the gaps of their teeth, gradually transferring into Jiang Wan's mouth. Outside the desolate mountain, the night breeze blew softly, and the aroma of tea lingered in the air. Su Yin glanced down at the empty teacup in his hand, then turned to look at his senior sister beside him, a hint of inquisitiveness in his eyes. Senior sister, did you just stick out your tongue? Jiang Wan paused slightly, blinking, and subtly avoided her junior brother's gaze. Her demeanor somewhat awkward. No, I didn't teat out really. Su Yin pressed. Truly? Yes, truly that I don't believe you. Su Yan's eyes held a note of certainty as he drawled. Senior sister definitely did. I distinctly remember biting a piece. The air suddenly turned cold. Su Yin sensed a hint of danger creeping in, only to see the cold smile on Jiang Wan's lips. In the next moment, before he could react, Jiang Wan had seized his collar, pushing him down onto the ground. Su Yin felt a powerful force overwhelm him, landing flat on his back, while Jiang Wan now straddled him, her demeanor exuding a sense of superiority. Junior brother, I think it's necessary to re-establish the authority of being a senior sister. Jiang Wan looked down at her junior brother, her voice calm and leisurely. Otherwise, at this rate, you might just ride on top of your senior sister. Su Yin gazed at her quietly, offering no resistance, but instead comfortably reclining. His expression calm and composed. He reached out, gently holding Jiang Wan's delicate hand, their palms pressed together, his tone earnest yet gentle. I will follow my senior sister's lead. However, he hesitated slightly, his gaze sweeping over her features. Senior sister, the demonic energy within you has yet to stabilize completely. Do not utilize your cultivation until it is. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback, meeting her junior brother's clear and earnest eyes. Her heart softening slightly, her tone unconsciously lightening. I understand. As she spoke, she indeed withdrew her entire cultivation, yet even so, she remained seated on her junior brother's waist, showing no intention of getting up. She huffed lightly, raising her small fist and waving it in front of Su Yin, her tone laced with pride. Humph. Even if I don't utilize my cultivation, you still have to listen to your senior sister. Su Yin smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Instead, he reached out, gently pressing her small fist against his cheek. When we return to Wendafing, I will naturally listen to everything my senior sister says. Su Yan's lips curved upward, his voice carrying a hint of mirth. But for now, while we are out here, senior sister should listen to her junior brother. All right? Jiang Wan pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and found it reasonable. Thus, she nodded earnestly. All right. Then can senior sister let me up first? Su Yin seized the opportunity to make his request. Jiang Wan suddenly snorted, shaking her head. No way. That Su Yin was taken aback. How could his senior sister change her mind faster than one could eat candy? As he pondered this, Jiang Wan seemed to read his thoughts, slowly speaking. You figure out how to get up. I'm not letting you. Su Yin chuckled helplessly, reminding her. Then senior sister must not use her cultivation again. Jiang Wan huffed softly, crossing her arms and muttering. No need to tea that moment. Su Yin had countless methods to extricate himself, yet he chose none. Instead, he simply pulled Jiang Wan into his embrace, his voice gentle. Senior sister, stay with me for a while. Jiang Wan was taken aback by the sudden gesture, but after a moment, her expression softened slightly as she murmured, I'll sleep for a bit. Call me when something comes up. She nestled against her junior brother, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. Sleep well? Su Yin replied softly, his palm gently patting her back, his gaze deep, as if wishing to etch this moment into his memory forever. Su Yin quietly accompanied his senior sister, feeling her steady breathing and warm presence. until several hours passed unnoticed. He looked down at his senior sister, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, his expression tender and serene. He then gently lifted her, stepping towards the cave. The time left for Yi Luyun and the others to reunite was already sufficient. In the next moment, he entered the cave. Inside the cave, Yi Luyun had already draped a robe over the recently transformed elixir. At this moment, the two stood in an embrace, their hearts filled with nothing but each other. Su Yan's gaze flickered slightly as he cleared his throat. It seemed Yi Luyun and Hua Xian'er had just regained their bearings. Exchanging reluctant glances before finally parting, Hua Xian'er rose first, performing a graceful bow, her voice gentle and filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, benefactor." Yi Luyun followed closely, but his words were far more direct. "Luyun is at your service." Su Yan did not rush to respond. Instead, he cast a calm glance at Hua Xian'er. Despite having transformed, she remained extremely weak, her aura unstable, and her celestial grace no longer as pure as before. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "You have lost your complete celestial nature. Transformation is your limit. If you wish to recover, you must find a way to collect sacred medicines and consume them to compensate for your lost celestial essence." Hua Xian'er paused momentarily, a complex expression flickering in her eyes before she finally nodded gently. Su Yan's gaze shifted towards Yi Luyun, his demeanor remaining calm yet imbued with an unmistakable tone of authority. "As for you, I require you to accomplish but one task." Yi Luyun's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice steady as she replied. "Speak." Su Yan slowly articulated his request. "I wish to know all the records regarding destiny and the devouring demon technique contained within the core notes of the master of the Ziyun sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Luyun's expression darkened slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded solemnly. "Very well, I agree. However, the core notes are currently in the possession of our Ziyun sect's ancestor. Once I retrieve them, I shall inform you without delay." Su Yan nodded slightly, his tone unchanged. Agreed. He paused, his gaze returning to Hua Xian'er, speaking with a steady voice. "I have further inquiries regarding the elixir." As his words fell, he subtly turned towards Yi Luyun. After a moment of silence, Yi Luyun gently closed her eyes, shutting off her senses, and quietly seated herself to the side. No longer speaking, Su Yan delicately lifted his hand to cover the ears of his slumbering senior sister. Whispering, "Senior sister, can you hear me now?" Jiangwan obediently shook her head, her voice soft. "I can't hear anything." A barely perceptible sigh crossed Su Yan's eyes. Indeed, his senior sister had not truly fallen asleep. Enduring the clash of demonic and frigid energies within her, how could she possibly find genuine repose? Her previous nonchalance was likely merely a fade to reassure herself. With this thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace. Subsequently, he slowly raised his gaze to the elixir. Hua Xian'er met his eyes, her expression tightening slightly. Then she took a deep breath and spoke gently. "What does my benefactor wish to inquire about?" Su Yan's gaze remained tranquil, his voice indifferent. "Are you from beyond the heavens?" Hua Xian'er was momentarily taken aback. Then she gently nodded. Indeed, Su Yan's fingertips tightened subtly as he asked solemnly, "And what of my senior sister?" Hua Xian'er pressed her lips together, and after a moment, she softly replied, "She is as well." The atmosphere instantly thickened. Chapter 82. Following the oath to love you. Su Yan gazed at her in silence for a long while, his eyes profound like an abyss, before finally averting his gaze and speaking coolly. "You may leave." Yi Luyun and Hua Xian'er exchanged a glance, saying nothing further, and silently turned to exit the cave. In an instant, the cave was left with only Su Yan and Jiangwan. Su Yan sat quietly, his eyes lowered, though his thoughts stirred slightly. The notion of his senior sister being an outsider first arose from speculations by his master and several ancestors. Yet, he too had his suspicions. The demonic energy within his senior sister bore the same origin as that of the master of the purple extremity. Moreover, the devouring demon technique he had inexplicably awakened was likewise a unique method of the purple extremity master. All of this seemed to point towards the ascended master of the purple extremity. However, the distinction lay in the fact that while his soul hailed from beyond the heavens, he was born and raised in this world. In contrast, his senior sister was a complete outsider. Yet, ultimately, these details held little significance. Su Yan lowered his eyelashes, his gaze resting upon his peacefully sleeping senior sister. Her breath was gentle, her features serene. Even amidst the endless turmoil, she remained nestled in his embrace. His expression gradually softened, a faint smile gracing his lips. Where his senior sister hailed from was inconsequential. At this moment, she was here with him, That was all that mattered. Yes, the finest senior sister in the world was currently resting quietly in his arms. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yan's consciousness plunged into the spiritual realm. The scenery before him shifting abruptly as he once again stood before his inner demon. No longer willing to wait or prolong the ordeal, he sought to spare his senior sister from enduring even a moment more of torment from the demonic energy. The inner demon, Jiangwan, stood amidst the shadows, a peculiar smile gracing her lips, her gaze deep as an abyss. Let the games begin, Su Yan stated indifferently, his eyes cold. The inner demon, Jiangwan, tilted her head slightly, her smile growing increasingly enigmatic as she narrowed her eyes and languidly remarked, "Are you certain? Junior brother, once I consume the essence of the demon god within her, you will no longer be able to restrain me." Her eyes flickered momentarily, as if concocting some scheme, before she continued in a soft tone. "Perhaps we could do it this way. Junior brother, I can first extract the essence of the demon god from her, leaving the consumption to you. This way, you would remain unharmed and grow even stronger." She paused, her smile widening, her voice laced with seduction. "Then, you could assist me in seizing her. How does that sound? At that point, I would truly become your senior sister." She raised her hand to caress her own face, laughing softly. "I would love you on her behalf." Before her words could fully dissipate, the atmosphere turned frigid. Su Yan's gaze instantly darkened, cold as a frozen lake, devoid of any trace of emotion. In that moment, he could hardly suppress the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "If you dare harm my senior sister in the slightest, I will ensure we both perish." His voice was cold and resolute, each word imbued with an undeniable finality. The inner demon, Jiangwan, pouted, a smirk playing on her lips as she feigned regret. Sighing, "So you've indeed chosen one, huh?" The mirth in her eyes deepened, her voice lingering. "Junior brother, you are truly remarkable." Su Yan ceased to respond, unwilling to exchange even a single additional word with her. "Let us commence." His tone was calm, yet carried an air of unyielding authority. The inner demon, Jiangwan, surveyed him slowly. Then her gaze pierced through the spiritual realm to rest upon the exterior form of Jiangwan. Her eyes seemed to appraise a rare delicacy, licking her lips, her gaze greedy and profound. "The essence of the demon god shall be mine." She chuckled softly, her gentle voice whispering close to Su Yan's ear, akin to a lover's murmur. "Junior brother, your body shall soon belong to me as well." Su Yan chose not to elaborate further, swiftly withdrawing his consciousness from the spiritual realm, his eyes regaining clarity. He looked down at his slumbering senior sister, gently patting her shoulder, his voice tender. "Senior sister, it's time to wake up." Jiangwan stretched slightly, her slender arms curling like willow branches, her eyes gradually opening just a sliver as she sleepily murmured, "Junior brother, I'm awake." Su Yan lovingly brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair falling across her forehead, softly saying, "Yes, senior sister, shortly I will assist you in expelling the demonic energy within you. It may be painful." Jiangwan lifted her gaze slightly, curiosity and concern shining in her eyes. "Junior brother, where did you learn these things?" "It is my technique," Su Yan replied, offering no further explanation. Jiangwan did not pursue the matter, merely nodding gently, her eyes brimming with trust, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Very well, I am ready. Junior brother, please begin." Within the spiritual realm, the voice of the inner demon Jiangwan echoed languidly, laced with a hint of temptation. "Are you truly not reconsidering?" Su Yan's consciousness remained tranquil as water, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "Let us proceed." The inner demon Jiangwan smiled softly, her voice ethereal as it resonated. "Then let us commence this moment." The senior siblings sat facing each other. Within Su Yan, chains of souls stretched forth like tangible tendrils, quietly infiltrating Jiangwan's energy sea. At this juncture, her energy sea remained embroiled in a fierce clash of icy and demonic energies, entwined and tearing at one another, raging like tumultuous waves. That Su Yan's consciousness permeated through the soul chains. Quietly observing the scene before him, his expression solemn. Yet now, he was merely a spectator, surrendering all control to the inner demon. Compared to the host Jiangwan, the demonic energies seemed more inclined towards Su Yan, even displaying a heightened activity as they were drawn forth by the soul chains. To entirely extricate the demonic energy from her body was akin to carving bone and devouring soul. The agony was indescribable. Nonetheless, Jiangwan's expression remained cheerful, as if she felt no pain at all, merely gazing quietly at her junior brother. Yet, she subtly sensed that the purple light within his eyes bore a distinct quality. different from before. It felt almost as if he had transformed into another person entirely. However, the intense pain offered her little opportunity for reflection. She bit down on her silver teeth, desperately fighting to remain conscious. Unwilling to risk causing trouble for her junior brother. As the demonic energy was relentlessly stripped away, her cultivation plummeted rapidly from the peak of harmonization to the 8th grade, all the way down to the 1st grade. Simultaneously, the entirety of the pure demonic energy melded into Su Yan's being, his cultivation surging quietly. The demonic energy and the devouring demon technique shared the same origin, as if they were inherently destined to belong together. Exhibiting no hint of repulsion, instead merging perfectly within his energy sea, gradually, the original purple energy within him subtly transformed into a deep, dark purple hue. This entire process unfolded seamlessly, resembling not an act of consumption, but rather a return. The inner demon Jiangwan appeared amidst the demonic energy, her dark robe reminiscent of an abyss, the eerie smile reflecting in her deep purple eyes. She stood suspended in the void, the demonic energy swirling around her, making her appear as if she were the true sovereign of demons. In that moment, Su Yan's cultivation had already stepped into the harmonization realm. Yet, his expression remained solemn, softening only when he gazed upon his senior sister. The last vestiges of demonic energy were thoroughly stripped away. Jiangwan ultimately found herself unable to endure any longer. Her body trembled slightly before she succumbed to a complete unconsciousness. The end of Volume 5, Chapter 83. A new calamity begins inside the cave. Silence reigned supreme. Su Yan gently cradled his senior sister, gazing down at her slumbering visage, his eyes reflecting tenderness. At this moment, his senior sister's calamity had been dispelled, and her path to immortality lay unobstructed. Yet, for Su Yan, the true troubles had merely begun. He found himself unable to overcome his inner demons. The manifestation of his inner demons flickered with intrigue as its gaze settled upon the unconscious Jiangwan, a shadow of deep malice flickering in its depths. In the next instant, it wielded the soul chains, launching an assault directly towards Jiangwan's spirit, intent on obliterating her essence completely. However, the Dao Heaven battle flag emerged in midair, standing as a barrier before Jiangwan. The rhythm of Dao surged forth, shattering all soul chains in an instant, causing the demonic energy to dissipate entirely. Jiangwan, now an embodiment of inner demons, paused momentarily, then slowly turned her head, her gaze landing upon Su Yan's consciousness. A cryptic smile once again graced her lips. "Junior brother, your arrangements are indeed meticulous," she chuckled softly, gradually retracting her hand. "All right, I shall refrain from killing her." Su Yan remained unresponsive, calmly stating, "I wish to take my senior sister back to Wendafeng." The inner demon Jiangwan maintained her smile, narrowing her eyes. "Do you truly believe I would acquiesce?" Su Yan offered no reply, but produced a cerulean sword pellet, placing it upon his lips. His tone was indifferent yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "You may suppress me, but that does not imply I lack the ability to perish alongside you." The smile of the inner demon Jiangwan momentarily froze. This was the first time she genuinely felt the complexity of Su Yan. After a brief silence, she let out a soft sigh, seemingly conceding at last. "Very well, I can allow you to return." But her gaze sharpened slightly as she continued, "You must sign a sacred contract with me, forbidding any form of suicide. After delivering her back, you must leave immediately, once I have fully taken control of your body. The contract will become void." Su Yan nodded. "That is acceptable, but I will not draft the contract." "I shall," he added. After a moment of silence, Su Yan posed his second question. "Why do you require a sacred contract?" The inner demon Jiangwan's eyes flickered with confusion once more, yet she merely smiled, responding with her familiar refrain. "There is no reason." Within the realm of consciousness, the inner demon Jiangwan formed seals with her hands, her fingertips slicing through the void, and a complex array of contract formation gradually materialized. Su Yan observed quietly, inquiring softly, "What kind of contract is this?" The inner demon Jiangwan's smile was radiant, her eyes glinting with amusement. "A soul contract. It applies to both soul bodies and consciousness bodies. As long as you agree, the contract will take effect immediately." Without hesitation, Su Yan uttered 3 words, "I agree." Within the Dao Heaven Ancestral Hall, flickering candlelight cast a dim glow as the essence of Dao flowed languorously within the main hall. The elder known as Tiangue, seated at the forefront, slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the brilliance of stars. His voice was grave and resonant. "The calamity has been shattered. Is that true?" An excited voice broke forth, as He-yun abruptly stood, his face alight with joy and exhilaration. The elder Tengen nodded slightly, speaking in measured tones. As long as Jiangwan diligently cultivates within the Tao Heaven sect, given her aptitude, breaking through to immortality within a millennium is certainly not impossible. With these words, the expressions of the assembled elders shifted dramatically. Immortality, how many eons has it been? Who was the last immortal of the Tao Heaven sect? It was Tao Ancestor. After countless years, the Tao Heaven sect finally welcomed its second immortal. He-yun could not contain himself, laughing joyously to the heavens, so thrilled that even his beard trembled slightly. His gaze swept over the gathered elders, exclaiming, "The name of the immortal master, I have already decided 300 years ago. Let it be Ling Han, Immortal Master." The usually taciturn master of Wenjian Peak unexpectedly chimed in, "Excellent." The other elders nodded in agreement, all expressing their approval. Ling Han, Immortal Master is indeed a splendid name. However, just as the assembly basked in the fervor of joy and excitement, He-yun's gaze suddenly shifted, landing upon Gui Qin and the elder Tian Gui. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "The arrival of the Tao Heaven sect's Immortal Master is a monumental occasion. Yet, you two wear expressions of solemnity. What could be the reason? Could it be jealousy?" Gui Qin remained silent, while the elder Tiange slowly lowered his head to gaze at the broken compass in his hand. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low tone, "A new calamity has begun. I in the hall." The laughter of all the elders came to an abrupt halt. The atmosphere instantly thickened, silence enveloping the space. Within the Tao Heaven Ancestral Hall, the air grew dense. How could this be? He suddenly sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at the elder Tiangue, his voice trembling slightly. "Did you not say that Jiangwan merely needed to focus on her cultivation to break through to immortality? Why then would there still be a calamity?" The elder Tiangue slowly closed his eyes, and after a moment, spoke solemnly. "It is not her calamity. The second destined one has been born." At this pronouncement, the expressions of the gathered elders shifted dramatically. "Impossible. There can only be one destined one per era. How could a second arise?" The elder Tiangue opened his eyes, regarding the assembly with an indifferent yet undeniable tone. "It is indeed possible, as long as one of the destined ones is not a being of this realm." As his words echoed, the hall fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, a deep voice finally broke the stillness. "It is Jiangwan." The air thickened with tension, the gazes of all present turning complex. In years past, Jiangli had speculated that Jiangwan was likely not a being of this realm. If she were indeed a destined one from the outer world, then there should certainly be another destined one of this realm. He-yun's voice followed. "Then, who is the second destined one?" "It is Su-yin." He-yun, rather than being surprised, was filled with joy. Jiangli, you have truly taken in two remarkable disciples. How splendid. Our Tao Heaven sect shall now possess a dual immortal lineage, reigning supreme over the four domains, destined to be the foremost among immortal sects. The assembly pondered this. Gui Qin spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet reverberating like thunder in their ears. "His calamity is unsolvable, and he must die." The expressions of the elders shifted dramatically, nearly unable to believe their ears. He-yun whirled around, his icy gaze locking onto Gui Qin. "Gui Qin, do you know what you are saying?" Gui Qin remained unchanged, merely nodding lightly. "I know." In the hall, silence reigned. After a long while, He-yun let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with menace. "What if I refuse?" With that, he cast his gaze over the other elders in the hall, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. "I believe none of you would agree, would you?" After a moment of silence, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "I support senior brother He-yun." All turned